Chapter 1, Inviting Ponyo into Hada. Family, who knows? Today wearing black silk out shopping encountered a sneak peek maniac. Really shrimp head man. Security uncle. It's the forefront of his shoelace. Just now obviously flashed green light. I walked over to him and he turned off the clandestine camera. My BFF has Jade syndrome. If this isn't resolved today, you guys are screwed. Subway station. John Buffon was blocked in the corner by the noisy crowd and his eyes were dull and stagnant as he looked at the little fairy in front of him who was chattering on and on as if she had been wronged by the heavens. Just as he was about to make a philosophical triple question, a huge wave of memories flooded into his mind like a huge river. Blue star, demonic beasts, martial artists. There was also himself who was the young master of the Jiang family, the four great deity families of China, but had willingly become Su Linger's dog licker. Su Linger's poor talent for practicing martial arts? Not much of a problem. The earth-rank spirits are used to cut down her hair and wash her marrow. Su Linger family is not popular? Not a big problem. Tens of billions of orders sent out non-stop. Su Linger has made friends with her male girlfriends? Not a big problem. They are just simple lip friendship. Su Linger is afraid of heights and doesn't want to take a private plane? It's not a big problem. The young master of the Jiang family voluntarily disguised himself as a guard to accompany him to squeeze the subway. Who would have thought that there would be a storm in the sky? The man with 9-figure boots. He was stopped by two fairies who claimed to have Jade syndrome, who claimed that there was a camera in his shoes. In the midst of the outcry, he somehow became a peeping Tom and shrimp head man. The most heartbreaking thing is that, seeing this matter, Su Linger even face full of disgust, without saying a word directly out of the subway station, completely without the intention to defend its meaning. Lick dog lick to the end. Nothing. Jiang Buffon, who has completely straightened out his memories, really wants to smack the original owner with his big mouth. In order to a broken tree, give up a large area of dense black forest, simply a good hand of cards to play a broken. Seeing Jiang Buffon's silence, the little fairy was even more certain that he was being a thief, and immediately erupted into a sharp popping sound. Today he dares to steal a photo, tomorrow he dares to steal a person, and the day after tomorrow he dares to destroy all of mankind. This fairy suggests that a black sheep like him be physically castrated immediately. At this moment, the fairy stood in the sunlight, at the moral high point, and no one could see her pig face. The crowd of onlookers also voiced out with the mentality of watching the fun. The young man is so handsome. How do you want to get up to do this kind of disgrace to the old ancestors? Knowing the face of a man, this kind of scum should be escorted to the front line and let him fight with the demonic beasts to the death. Slutty year. Your age to see girls excited can understand, but excitement to excitement. GG, do not move. Grandpa, you export dirty. Is it to study for the exam? In the face of the crowd's vociferous criticism, Jiang Buffon's face didn't change. He directly released the aura of a martial artist of the innate perfection realm. The terrifying aura immediately pressed towards the crowd of eaters. The crowd only felt as if they were standing in front of a human-sized demonic beast. Even if Jiang Buffon didn't do anything, they couldn't help but sweat. Even if Jiang Buffon didn't do anything, they couldn't help but sweat and shiver. The easiest and most brutal way to solve a problem is with your fists. If the problem wasn't solved, then it only meant that the fists weren't hard enough. After all, there were always some fools in the world, and only by thoroughly beating them up and scaring them would they be able to listen to others calmly. I would like to ask all of you, has anyone witnessed me stealing these two heads? Looking at the nearly 300 pounds of the little fairy, Jiang Buffon regurgitated as if he had eaten a fly and questioned in a stern voice. Sneak peeking at these two species that barely qualify as human? The crowd subconsciously looked at each other, all seeing 3 parts bewilderment, 3 parts embarrassment, and 4 parts melon-eating mentality in each other's eyes. They just wanted to watch the fun and act as the messenger of justice. How could they care about the cause and effect of the matter? 300 pounds of microfat tank. The possibility of being secretly photographed cannot say no. The possibility of being photographed cannot be said to be no, but can only be said to be minimal. However, there are still stubborn seeds in the crowd to continue to refute. People, little girl cannot take their own innocence joke, right? The two little fairies sniffed in agreement and nodded their pig heads vigorously. Sure enough, girl protects girl. Men are unreliable. As soon as these words came out, the melon-eating masses were instantly enraged, and a steady stream of words with extremely high moments of content came out of their mouths. To death they didn't expect that little fairy's backstabbing came so quickly and so suddenly. But how could the little fairy have ever been so aggrieved? Immediately to the crowd to offer broken defense man, obscene man and other tricks. It's easy to achieve the effect of Galen's endless, silent and strike. Seeing this, Jiang Buffon's tiger body slightly shook and pressed his majestic aura violently towards the little fairy. That is to say, without any evidence. You have decided that I'm secretly filming based on conjecture alone? Yeah, no. The terrifying aura pressed down on the little fairies. Their faces turned pale, their knees went weak, and they directly fell to the ground in front of everyone. An ominous premonition surged out from within them. A youngster who had become an innate powerhouse at such a young age. Either he was a heavenly pride with exceptional talent, or he was the son of a great family. These two types of people, they can't afford to mess with them. But to make the haughty girls voluntarily concede, it's impossible, not possible at all. Even if they were to be beaten to death and die in the subway station today, they wouldn't admit half a wimp. Putting aside the facts, although we can't prove that you're secretly filming, you can't prove that you're not secretly filming either. When these words came out, the four directions were shocked. How outrageous was this? It was simply outrageous heck to open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the subway station. In the crowd, a man in gray thought for a moment. His expression gradually changed from bewilderment to firmness. With a full body of righteousness from the crowd extrusion, like a judge in hell, approached the little fairy, raised his hand, two big mouths out. The sound was deafening and resonated through the clouds. The sudden smacks left the fairies in a deep daze. They had never thought that they, as New Age independent women, would actually be angrily slapped by the defense-breaking man. The strong sense of humiliation made the two of them grimace and grin, just like a vicious dog pounced on the gray man. And the gray man did not retreat. The gray-clothed man didn't back off, and with 1 against 2, he easily kicked the fairies out several meters away. Then, in the crowd's presence, he calmly pulled out his indirect mental illness certificate and left in style. This set of silky smooth little moves, let the melon crowd called out the talent, cannot help but let out a sea of laughter. Listening to the ear-piercing sounds of ridicule, the fairies went completely insane. Since they couldn't pinpoint the gray-clothed man, they took it all out on the teenager who caused this. Anyway, they were girls, so could they be at fault? Even if they were at fault, it would have to be Zhang Bufan's fault. Who asked him not to secretly film? If he had secretly filmed it, he himself could have become a messenger of justice in everyone's eyes. Instead of being reduced to a laughingstock, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Little Fairy looked at Zhang Bufan with hatred in her gaze. Stealing the cameraman. If you can't prove that you didn't steal the camera, then you definitely did. Even if you're a martial artist, you'll definitely be sanctioned by the iron law. Ha! Zhang Bufan laughed coldly, and between his thoughts, several arcane runes immediately surfaced on his combat boots. You can never wake up a person pretending to be asleep, and by the same token, you can never wake up a person who is being a nuisance, unless, dimensional descending strike. Ah, this is the heavenly rank spiritual artifact, Treading Cloud's boots, selling for billions of dollars and available for a price. Brothers, I suddenly realized a problem. Look at this big guy. Does he look like the Zhang family's young lord? Don't tell me. I think I've seen this face before while surfing on the internet. Heavenly Bodhisattva. Why would such a big shot appear in the subway? Is there a big chance here? Butler, check it out for me. These two little fairies are going to have a big problem, slandering the young master of the Zhang family for taking pictures. I don't know how many heads they have. Uncle, how do you know they're slandering? Nonsense. If the young master of the Zhang family is willing, I don't know how many Lolas, imperial sisters, young women, mature women, queens, want to give him monkeys. Do you think he needs to secretly shoot? The words of the melon-eating crowd are like knives, stabbing the hearts of the two little fairies to 1,000 holes. At this time, they had long been scared to the point of trembling, and the hatred in their eyes had been replaced by intense fear at some point. In front of ordinary people, they could be unreasonable and salivating, but facing the legendary Zhang family's young master, they didn't even dare to raise a single thought of resistance. Other people said to want their lives, at most just mouth high, but the Zhang family want to let them die. Completely is a sentence thing. Once they remembered their death-defying behavior just now, the little fairies didn't have the slightest bit of blood on their faces, their lofty heads knocking frantically on the ground. Zhang Xiao, I know I'm wrong, spare me a dog's life. Even if they kowtowed their heads to the ground, they didn't dare to pause. This was the might of the Zhang family's young lord. If you guys continue to be tough, I'll really respect you a few points. Between the shameful laughs, a flag streamer that lingered with a roiling resentment and baleful aura appeared in Zhang Bufan's hand. The crowd merely glanced at it inadvertently and their eyes lost their charisma uncontrollably, as if they were walking corpses, frozen in place like puppets on strings. Zhang Bufan gently caressed the body of the streamer, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Jia. There are elegant seats in the 10,000 soul streamer, so please invite Ponyo into the streamer. Chapter 2, I'll give her $30 million. No, how can you kill in public? The little fairy's pupils contracted rapidly as an unknown liquid with a fishy odor slowly flowed out. Looking at the blood-devouring ghosts that surged out of the 10,000 soul streamer, scrambling towards themselves with their bloody mouths open, the fairy's brains instantly went into deadlock, forgetting to run away, and froze directly in place, just when everyone thought they were going to be devoured by the ghosts. A purple gold flame gun emerged like a fighting dragon, directly blasting the many ghostly creatures into nothingness. Young master of the Jiang family, bullying the weak, wantonly and indiscriminately killing innocents. Do you still have the Chinese laws in your eyes? Even though I, Xiao Yan, am a man of cloth, I am still willing to use the red lotus karmic flame to protect the last dawn of the world. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Bufan frowned lightly as his gaze glanced towards the righteous voice, only to see several teenagers slowly walk out not far away. Among them, the leader had a head full of red hair and was dressed in white, with sword brows and starry eyes, exuding a refreshingly righteous aura all over his body. If it wasn't for the sinister cold aura that flashed in his eyes from time to time, Zhang Bufan might have actually thought that he was a messenger of justice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the Son of Heaven's destiny and successfully activating the Jie Super Invincible Bullish with Lightning Heaven's Destiny villain system. Ding! This system is committed to supporting the host to become the Heaven's Fate Big Bad Villain. The host only needs to continuously suppress the Son of Heaven's fate to obtain gifts from the system. Ding! The host is detected to be gifted. Does he give up the novice gift package? No. Nerdy Unity son, you are playing with fire. The soft and cute lowly voice with some playfulness rang in his head, causing Zhang Bufan's heart to rejoice wildly. But after hearing what the lowly voice said, his forehead was covered with black lines. Do you want to give up the newbie package? Who would let the host give up the newbie package? I'm afraid that this system is not an undercover agent sent by the enemy. Luckily, I'm a smart guy, or else I would have lost the newbie pack. Ding! This term host is really not good at cheating. This system baby has lost a lot of money this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Just when Zhang Bufan was full of anticipation for the gift pack, Xiaofan let out a cold snort and rubbed out a fireball the size of an instant noodle bucket in his hand and, Zhang Bufan, you have violated the unforgivable crime of bullying in the Chinese justice law. I announce as the president of the Student Union of Qinglong College, you must compensate the Student Council for cultivation resources worth 1 billion Chinese coins as a warning to others. With each additional word, the might on Xiao Yan's body became a tiny bit stronger, and in the end, he even released an aura that belonged uniquely to the early stage of the Divine Mansion. The terrifying might caused the temperature around him to soar, and even if they were tens of meters apart, the melon-eating crowd could clearly feel the majestic energy within his body, breaking through as a Divine Mansion powerhouse at this age, worthy of being a supreme genius of the 4 great academies. If the old man is not wrong, this son has amazing bones, and with his luck added to his body, he will have the stature of a great emperor in the future. Senior brother Xiao carries the Red Lotus Karma Flame, the top 10 on the list of foreign flames, and has repeatedly reached the realm of extremes, so in the future, his achievements will not be comparable to that of a great emperor? This is reasonable. The righteous father that I, Lu Bo, recognize will definitely have the appearance of a deity. Even the young master of the Zhang clan trembles under senior brother Zhao's might and doesn't dare to say much. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Xiao Yan was immediately like a spring breeze. His vanity was greatly satisfied, and the curled-up corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. Thinking that he was an orphan whose parents had both died, with his own talent and perseverance, he became a martial artist, broke through the extreme realm, and was accepted by the Green Dragon Academy. Now, he is already a powerful person in the Divine Mansion realm, and he is also the president of the Student Council in the popularity of the people. This is not a proper cool text big male lead, who reads it and does not say a tie pants hot. If he had Zhang Bufan's background, if he had a background like Zhang Bufan's, he might have become a master by now, punching the White Tiger Academy in the South Mountain and kicking the Xuanwu Academy in the North Sea. In the end, he would be able to ascend to the Phoenix Academy and marry a rich white woman with the courage of 10,000 men. Just by thinking about it, Xiao Yan could not stop his lips from burning and his tongue from burning, and a burst of fire of desire surged up in his abdomen. The strong sense of fulfillment made Xiao Yan even more arrogant. The corner of his mouth crooked. Zhang Bufan, are you deaf? Xiao Yan, a soft rice man who relies on women. Zhang Bufan paused and asked disdainfully, what qualifications do you have to speak out in front of this young lord? The moment these words were uttered, the melon eaters immediately came into the spirit, and a monstrous blaze of gossip ignited in their eyes. Green Dragon Academy Student Council Chairman, demonic martial artist is actually a soft rice man? This melon is also too powerful. In an instant, the editors-in-chief of numerous marketing numbers had already edited their titles. Shocking. Qinglong Academy's genius martial artist is actually a soft rice man. I'll be damned. The Green Dragon Academy Student Council president actually got to the top by selling his body? Behind the rise of the genius martial artist. Inside information 99% of people don't know. A must-see for the little white man. The sorrowful tears behind practicing martial arts. The intriguing looks of the melon-eating crowd that caused Xiao Yan to immediately walk on thin ice. frightening him so much that he hurriedly explained to the crowd in a loud voice. Slander. He is maliciously slandering me. I, Xiao Yan, am a manly man. Would I not be encumbered by a woman? What kind of thing are you? Also worthy of this young lord's slander? Jiang Bufan smiled contemptuously. If this young lord is not mistaken, your storage ring, moon leopard boots, and soul avoidance ring should all be gifts from Su Linger, right? Underneath the seemingly calm voice, endless anger was hidden. Storage ring, moon leopard boots, soul avoidance ring. Each of these was a gift given to Su Linger by the original owner, and it was not expected that it would now be worn on Xiao Yan's body. However, it is normal to think that, after all, Xiao Yan is Su Linger's unique male best friend, not to mention sending cultivation resources, even if it is to send a body. I am afraid that Su Linger will not have the slightest hesitation. Linger and I met at first sight and became opposite-sex BFFs in front of a mountain full of peach blossoms, giving each other some gifts as a souvenir. Xiao Yan held his head high and asked back with an unchanged expression. May I ask what the problem is? Crowd, vomit. Oh, then this young lord is a little curious as to what the chairman of the student council of the titular Qinglong Academy has given to Su Linger? Jiang Bufan asked with a smile. Xiao Yan smiled confidently. His smile was full of sweetness, so sweet that it was snooze-inducing. I gave Linger $30 million. Be happy, be happy, be healthy. How's that? Isn't it warm and sweet? The crowd of eaters were dumbfounded. The originally noisy subway station was also silent, falling into a deep silence. Xiao Yan thought that the crowd was moved by his own creativity and held his head high. In the future, I am also going to send Su Linger 300 million, 100 million points of trust, 100 million points of understanding, and 100 million points of concern. Pick me as her male best friend, and she'll just hide in her nest and steal her joy. It's hard to judge. The melon eaters just felt like their modesty had fallen all over the place. This is the genius martial artist of the Green Dragon Academy? If he only cultivates martial arts, but not virtue, how can he become a genius? Honestly speaking, Sparrow is only enjoying his happiness if he follows him. He's willing to be his best friend. What more do you want from him? A male best friend is a species. It's really scary as hell. I grew up thinking that male best friends should all go to hell, but since I've been someone's male best friend, I've realized how great male best friends are. Brother, tell me more. I'll give you an SVIP. Jiang Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He hadn't figured out until now that, why would Su Linger resolutely choose Xiao Yan? The great cleverness, among the original owner and Xiao Yan? Could this be the legendary love? Love Nima sells twist love. In the face of this kind of undercover dragon and phoenix chick, Jiang Bufan really didn't have any words to say as the 10,000 soul streamer trembled, releasing the fierce ghosts with a fierce aura. Get lost. Chapter 3 Ponyo's Inequality. Xiao Yan naturally would not back down, and the flame in his hand flared up again. If you want to bully the weak, unless you step over me. The middle-aged lines that, Xiao Yan felt hot-blooded, while the people around him had already gouged out a third bedroom set with their feet. Jiang Bufan did not spoil him either, and the corner of his mouth wang moved. The mountains are ringing and the ghosts are crying, and the earth is cracking and the rivers are shaking. In an instant, a steady stream of blood yuan surged out from the stern ghost's pupils, and its figure soared several times, emitting a piercing and chilling scream as it lunged towards Xiao Yan. Releasing a stern ghost to scare me? Facing the pouncing stern ghost, Xiao Yan blasted out his red lotus karmic flame with full concern. Do you take me for an 8-year-old child? In his opinion, Jiang Bufan was relying on the Jiang family's countless cultivation resources, but he was still an innate martial artist after 18 years of cultivation, so he was completely a waste. The attack of a waste. To himself as a divine mansion realm powerhouse, wasn't it just a mole cricket shaking a tree? Even a single blow from his own hand would easily destroy the ghost and turn it into nothingness. How could a mole cricket dare to compete with the White Moon? After he defeated him, who in the world would not recognize him? At that time, all the great clans would definitely come to their doors with vast amounts of cultivation resources to befriend them. The day to make a name for himself is today. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was bone-chilling. When the red lotus karmic flame that he was so proud of had just approached the liege, Night Ghost growled, grabbed the small fire in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth, burping after eating it, and seemed to express great satisfaction with the small snack he had delivered. Families, is this the strength of a genius martial artist? Just this? Just this? I thought he had the qualifications of a great emperor, but it turns out that he's just an external weakling. Families, something isn't right. How is it that an innate martial artist can easily shatter the attacks of a divine mansion powerhouse? Innate is also divided into mediocre and genius demons. As the young master of the Jiang family, shouldn't fighting across realms be a normal thing? You guys must not forget that Xiao Yan is also a genius martial artist, and it is said that his strength can already defeat an ordinary Dharma phase realm. do you know what this means? The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. Xiao Yan was able to defeat the Dharma phase realm, and Zhang Bufan could easily receive his attack. This meant that Zhang Bufan already had the strength to rival the Dharma phase realm. One must realize that Zhang Bufan is only an innate martial artist now, fighting across 2 realms. This was the heaven-defying strength of a demonic martial artist. The crowd's incessant mockery caused Xiao Yan, who was already upset, to become even more enraged. He felt as if he had been subjected to a heavenly humiliation, and his self-esteem had been thrown to the ground by the crowd and rubbed against him wantonly. The strong sense of humiliation caused it to completely explode. A group of ants at the bottom of society. How dare you talk about me behind my back? Do you know who I am? I'm the once-in-a-century genius martial artist of the Green Dragon Academy. Just now it was just me being gullible. Next I will use my absolute strength to let you all know, a genius martial artist cannot be insulted. Zhang Bufan, do you dare to fight? Xiao Yan let out vicious words while revolving his red lotus karmic flame to its limit, the blazing sensation causing the people around him to retreat a few steps. Although the crowd looked down on his morals, they were still fearful of his strength. The red lotus karma flame at this time is very different from before. If the previous red lotus flame was compared to a small fireball, then the current one was an active volcano erupting. I have a flame that can defeat the enemy, destroy demons, slaughter ghosts, kill devils, and settle the world. Xiao Yan angrily roared out the lines he had memorized from somewhere and used his entire body to blast out the red lotus karma flame. The red lotus karma flame seemed to have a life, easily destroying the malicious ghosts and then charging towards Zhang Bufan like it was destroying everything. The surrounding melon eaters all pinched a cold sweat for Zhang Bufan. In the face of such a powerful inflammatory flame, ordinary people were afraid that they would have been scared to the point of crying and pissing their pants. But Zhang Bufan was like nothing. Seeing the red lotus karmic flame coming towards him, he was actually indifferent. It was as if he was scared silly. Boom boom boom. The red lotus karma flame unsurprisingly bombarded Zhang Bufan's body, instantly startling wave after wave of flames. Even though they were tens of meters apart, the crowd felt as if their skin had been seared in pain. Not to mention Zhang Bufan, who was in the center of the flame waves, was feared to have been burnt to ashes at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan let out a wild laugh with reckless abandon. What can a mere Jiang family young lord do to me? Is that so? Suddenly, a terrifying demonic palm lingering with a roiling demonic aura arose from the waves of flames. With just a light palm, the flaming waves that made everyone's hearts fearful disappeared out of thin air, as if it had never appeared. The owner of the demonic palm was none other than Zhang Bufan, who was mistakenly thought to have been burnt to death by the crowd. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted extremely quickly and a look of disbelief spread across his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the son of Qiluk, Xiao Yan, and obtaining 500 strands of Qiluk. Zhang Bufan only felt that an invisible energy was injected into his body in the underworld, making himself feel flying high. This feeling was like a cola being shaken violently and then instantly gushing out from the mouth of the bottle, releasing the mysterious liquid hidden in the deepest part of the body. Wonderful! One could obtain Qiluk by striking the son of heaven's destiny. Then what kind of treasures could be obtained by killing it? Ding! Friendly reminder to the host, the son of fortune must not be killed when its fortune exceeds 4 digits, or else it will be subjected to the heavenly Tao's backlash. If it's light, the kidney function will be damaged, and if it's heavy, it will go up in smoke. Ding! The son of Qi fortune, Xiao Yan, currently has remaining Qi fortune, 500 strands. At those words, Zhang Bufan's killing intent dissipated. He certainly wanted to eliminate the root and branch, but the cost of killing the son of Qiluk was simply too great to be worth it. Besides, as long as he kept suppressing Xiao Yan, he would be able to continuously obtain Qiluk from Xiao Yan, and how could this not be a fortunate thing? However, deadly sins could be spared, but living sins were hard to escape. A gust of demonic qi emerged from Zhang Bufan's left hand, and the demonic qi contains saddening, disgusting, inferiority complex, and violent, of negative emotions. This is the Zhang clan's earth-ranked martial skill, the Demon King's Hand, Heavenly Bodhisattva. The young master of the Zhang family was actually able to successfully cultivate this perverted martial skill. It is said that this martial skill is very much dependent on natural talent and cannot be learned by non-demonic martial artists. Is it that mysterious? Isn't it just an earth-ranked martial skill? Rat's eye. You have to know that the Demon King's Hand is a castrated version of that divine skill. Could it be the legendary door that fell from the sky? The rising and falling exclamations from the crowd caused Xiao Yan's face to turn blue. Since he has been practicing martial arts, he has been uniquely favored by the heavenly Tao, climbing mountains to pick up spiritual medicines, bouncing around to make girlfriends. Of the billions of people in this China, the heavenly Tao favored him alone. From time to time, he also advised the heavenly Tao must be rain and dew, but the heavenly Tao is not to listen to just favor him. just favor him. The long period of good times has made him look at all the people around him as NPCs. Now these NPCs were actually praising his greatest and most despised rival in front of him. This was simply a strange shame for the haughty Xiaoyan. Jiang Bufan, has anyone ever said that you are pretentious? Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a blazing fire that seemed to be able to burn through everything in the world. There is no fire path in front of me. Who in the world does not know Yen Emperor? A blazing sun surfaced behind him, causing the temperature of the entire subway station to instantly rise several times. This move was an undercurrent he had gained from his epiphany in a dream, and it had accompanied him in defeating no less than triple-digit opponents. The 5-star mentor of the Green Dragon Academy had said, the moment he used Yen D, everything was already too late. Jiang Bufan, just become a stepping stone on my way to becoming king. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaoyan then blasted out his strongest strike, Yen D, at Jiang Bufan. The terrifying temperature actually scorched the space to the point that it slightly distorted, forming a large vacuum zone. Is this your reliance? Jiang Bufan's pupils filled with indifference, and his tone was somewhat mocking. Then let's end it. The Devil King's hand immediately erupted with a heaven-destroying aura, destroying the world and grabbing Xiaoyan. Boom boom boom. Once the two killing moves collided, they instantly caused a burst of flame waves and demonic inflammation, forcing the eaters backward by several meters. Xiaoyan's face turned pale, both eyes staring dead-on at the center of the explosion. Clenching his teeth and releasing the Yen D had already caused his entire body to be deficient, and he did not have the slightest amount of qi in his body. If this strike is unable to take down Jiang Bufan, then the consequences. No, impossible. How could a mere innate martial artist reverse the Big Dipper and defeat a divine mansion powerhouse? This is not in line with science. My goodness, if this were to be blasted on me, would it not be bruised and purple? What are you barking at? This level of attack can only kill me at most, but my mouth is still defiant. Understand? The king of strong mouths is truly terrifying. Just because I'm dead doesn't mean I'm convinced. You actually make out the legendary Ponyo inequality utilization formula, which is not directly second. He. Since the formula, the whole world can no longer bother me. Simply easy. In my opinion, these two people are also considered to be equal chess rivals. I'm afraid that I want to distinguish the winner from the loser. The voices of the melon eaters came to an abrupt end, only to see the fog. The Devil King's hand straight pinch burst Yen D, the breathtaking Yen D, the suffocating Yen D in front of the Devil King's hand, just like a minor child, can be crushed at will. How? How is this possible? Xiaoyan's eyes stared like copper bells. Killing him did not think that his own life-preserving cards would be so unbearable. This was simply outrageous. Her mom opened the door to outrageous to the home. Not waiting for him to continue to be shocked, the Demon King's hand instantly appeared in front of his eyes, and with just a light claw, he then felt a hot liquid jetting onto his face, followed by a sharp pain coming from his left arm. Xiaoyan subconsciously twisted his head and a heartbreaking cry erupted. Hand! My hand! On the smooth ground, a severed arm filled with blood was gradually corroded by the demonic chi until it completely disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the Son of Chi-Luck, Xiaoyan, and obtaining 1,000 strands of Chi-Luck. Ding! The Son of Fortune, Xiaoyan, has 8,500 strands of remaining fortune. Chapter 4 Jokey in the Clown. Garbage should stay in the garbage can, and if you dare to mouth off again, you will suffer the consequences. Jiang Bufan stepped over Xiaoyan with an unchanged expression without glancing down at him. This caused Xiaoyan, who was already burning with rage, to feel even more humiliated, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and curses. But he also knew that the current self was by no means Jiang Bufan's opponent, and if he made Jiang Bufan angry, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Now, there is only one plan, that is to go and seek Su Linger and let her stand up for herself. With Jiang Bufan's dog-licking attributes, he would definitely kneel at Su Linger's feet and pray for her forgiveness. At that time, as for his broken arm, as long as Su Linger grunted twice, Jiang Bufan would surely piss his pants and offer his spirit pills to win her forgiveness. At that time, one would definitely make Jiang Bufan kneel on the ground and lick his feet, or else he would not allow Su Linger to forgive him. In Xiaoyan's eyes, Jiang Bufan was Su Linger's stupid dog, and Su Linger was her own dog in an equivalent substitution. Wasn't Jiang Bufan also his own stupid dog? And now this stupid dog actually dared to bite its master's master. It was simply a great treason. Xiaoyan made up his mind that in the future, he would definitely use the Away 18 styles on Su Linger to let Jiang Bufan know that the bicycle he couldn't spare to ride, others stand up and pedal hard. When he got tired of pedaling, he would then throw Su Linger, and reward her to Jiang Bufan. At that time, Su Linger asked him pitifully, "Why is my chain so loose?" Jiang Bufan would surely be incapacitated and furious, grabbing the ground with his head. Simply by fantasizing, Xiaoyan felt that the pain of his broken arm seemed to be alleviated by a lot. After glancing viciously at Jiang Bufan, he hurriedly broke away from the crowd and left the subway station. TSK, running quite fast. In the future, why don't you change your name to Xiao Run Run? Nonsense, if he doesn't run again, he'll lose his life. I don't know who gave him the guts to provoke the young master of the Jiang family. The forest is big. All birds are there. Out of a few stupid birds is inevitable. Xiao Run Run deeply realized that the gap between ordinary geniuses and sharp geniuses, and a deep loss swept over him, as well as the entire student union. Young man, just remember. Don't you care what you remember first? Anyway you remember. Vocal, no live hard hole. That said, isn't this Xiao Yan Su Linger's male best friend? Jiang Bufan cleaned him up into this hanging appearance. Not afraid of Su Linger getting angry? TSK, as long as Su Linger is unhappy, Jiang Bufan will have to transform into a pathetic licking dog. Facing the whispers of the crowd, Jiang Bufan only laughed lightly in disdain. If he was in the past, I'm afraid that he would have already brought along his spirit to find Su Linger to make amends. But for him now, Su Linger is just a dog that doesn't know how to be grateful, doesn't know how to be shameless, and is fake and benevolent. It's the same type as those women in the previous life who ate rice, milk tea, watched a movie, bought a bag, and finally said it was too late to go home. Despicable. Two Ponyo girls. Little Master's 10,000 souls is already hungry and thirsty. After settling the uninvited guests, with a playful look in his eyes, Jiang Bufan refocused his gaze on the Ponyo who had already pissed herself in fear. With a slight tremor of the tiger's body and a wave of his hand, the 10,000 soul streamer immediately erupted with a corrosive and horrifying baleful aura. No! Accompanied by a miserable cry. The originally unbeatable Ponyo were swept away by the roiling baneful aura in the blink of an eye. Over 300 pounds of flesh turned into a puddle of blood, slowly seeping into the depths of the earth. As for the souls of the two, as for their souls, they were captured and devoured by the 10,000 soul streamer at the first moment, turning into the lowest level ghosts within the streamer. Even if the Ponyos died, they would still have to be bullied day after day and humiliated night after night in the 10,000 soul streamer. There are still too few little ghosts in the streamer. Jiang Bufan casually glanced at the melon eaters, and a sinful thought arose out of thin air in his heart. If they were invited into the streamers and cultivated thousands of ghosts, wouldn't the future fights be a direct 10,000 ghosts nightly? Just thinking about this picture is simply tie pants hot. Feeling his blazing gaze, the crowd inexplicably surged with a chill. This kind of coldness deep into the bone marrow, let them chills hair erect, creepy, as if falling into the 10,000 feet of ice grotto. Jiang Mansion. Jiang Bufan sat on his knees, silently reading in his heart. System, open the newbie gift pack. The playful lowly voice unsurprisingly rang in his head. Ding. This term host is really not good at cheating. This system baby lost a lot of money. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly class extreme spiritual body, undefeatable little strong body. As long as there is still a breath of air, the host will not lie down on the board, sleep in the coffin, buried in the mountains. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Celestial Order Extreme Spiritual Elixir 10 Flavors D Huang Pills X1. 1 long spear will not fall. 2 never fatigue. 3 know it all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Grade Technique Swallowing Heaven and Devouring Earth. This technique focuses on oral skills. If you can cultivate it to great completion, you will be able to feed on all things in heaven and earth, and achieve the stature of a great emperor. Crap. It was worthy of being a golden finger that assisted the traveler in breaking through realms, marrying thousands of heroines, and going to the peak of the earth. Just a single rookie gift pack made even Jiang Bufan, who had seen countless exotic treasures, unable to help but be ecstatic. To know, there were very few people in the whole of China who possessed an Earth Order spiritual body, not to mention the legendary Heaven Order Extreme spiritual body. It could be said that, as long as Jiang Bufan, who possessed a heavenly grade spiritual body, grew up, the Jiang family could prosper for hundreds of years. Chaos-level techniques. Even the Jiang clan of the Divine Spirit family had never heard of it. Based on the experience of reading novels in his last life, chaos-level Gongfu laws were top-notch and terrifying as hell. As for the 10 flavors D Huang pill, although the system describes it in a strange way, but just by looking at its grade, one would know that this item must not be simple. Ding. Please ask the dumb host if he is ready to receive the spiritual body and Gongfu installation. Jiang Bufan blackened his face. 2 arms system. Accept. The words just fell. The originally azure sky was inexplicably torn open with a crack, and a strand of sacred, terrifying energy surged out of the crack, intertwining and converging with each other, eventually transformed into a colorful sky-rushing pillar, right straight through the eaves of the room, roughly injected into Jiang Bufan's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds change. The weather is 1,000 The entire Jiang mansion seemed to be draped in a huge divine charm, with strange lights, and the flow of Taoist rhythms, revealing holiness everywhere. The clansmen in the mansion were only lucky enough to bathe in the edge of the divine charm. They coincidentally fell into an epiphany, or realm enhancement, or martial arts breakthroughs, more or less have their own gains. This bizarre situation is like a deep water bomb, and immediately caused many cultivators to spy on it. Several raging divine thoughts swept towards the Jiang mansion in a vain attempt to figure out the reason behind this occurrence. Who dares to pry? In the deepest part of the Jiang mansion, an unruffled and authoritative voice resounded through the clouds. Several blood-red rainbow awnings then shot up into the sky, blasting at the various divine thoughts like destruction. There was a muffled grunt from the canopy, and the prying divine thoughts then weakened, as if they had been dealt a fatal blow, wilting. Fellow Taoists, for today's insult, I, Jiang Yunshin, will personally pay a visit. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, the hundreds of formation flags containing infinite Tao rhythms were thrown out with some sort of regularity, plunging straight into all corners of the Jiang mansion. The large Jiang mansion instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, not a single breath left behind, as if it had never appeared. It's over. Barbecue. How come this old guy Jiang Yunshin is still alive? Not only is he not dead, he seems to have half a foot in that realm. If we let him personally board the door, I'm afraid that what will come will not be him alone, but an army of thousands of corpse puppets. The old man is just using his divine thoughts to look for a major criminal. Could he still seek trouble from the old man? Old Manly, I hope that when Jiang Yunshin hits the door, your mouth will still be this hard. Old Manly was speechless for a while, his old face suffocated like a red-hot iron block, his brows filled with sorrow. Using divine thoughts to spy on a cultivator's family without their consent could basically be interpreted as being provocative. If it was a family with average strength, the law would not be held responsible, and the matter would most likely be trivialized. But for the Jiang family, which possessed several deities, I'm afraid that this matter would have to cause another bloody storm. My Wang family would like to compensate the Jiang family with 200 million extreme spirit stones, 1,000 stores, and 3 local ranked feats to make amends to the Jiang family. My Li family would like to compensate 10 Earth-rank spirit medicines, 10 Earth-rank spirit weapons, and 100 beast slaves to make amends to the Jiang family. My Chen family would like to compensate 10,000 Earth-rank spirit talismans, 100 flawless spirit pills, and 3 bottles of dragon blood to make amends to the Jiang family for their sins. My Yang family would like to. While everyone was scrambling to make amends and apologize, Zhang Bufan finished receiving the dual infusion of his spiritual body and gong methods. The vast spiritual chi flowed through his body like a flying stream, striking a stone, rushing and roaring, and like 100 barges competing with each other in an overbearing and ferocious manner. A divine rhyming light lingered in his body, transforming into a burst of Tao rhythms and integrating into his body, causing his cultivation to instantly skyrocket. Early divine mansion, mid divine mansion, late divine mansion peak, divine mansion extreme realm. In the end, he even broke through all the way to the realm of the Dharma phase in a bullish manner with lightning. In addition to the breakthrough in realm, Zhang Bufan clearly perceived the terror of the body. Practice is the only standard for testing the truth. Taking out a Xian-class spirit sword, he swung it towards his arm with all his strength. Only hear click sound, can easily split the divine mansion cultivator's spirit sword actually hard broke. The current Zhang Bufan, whether it is cultivation, physical body or strength, has far exceeded the same generation of cultivators, become the young generation of the strongest. Flesh body becoming a saint is just around the corner. Zhang Bufan nodded with satisfaction as a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yan, I hope that you can live for a few more days. Otherwise, where will I go to obtain the chi luck value? It was ridiculous to say that. The extreme realm that Xiao Yan was complacent about was in the eyes of the first-line descendants of the divine spirit family, nothing more than the most basic of the required courses. This was also one of the reasons why Zhang Bufan's realm was not high. As for the other reasons, naturally, it was because the original owner was devoted to Su Linger. Even the cultivation resources given by the family were given to her without reservation. What I didn't expect was that, in Su Linger's eyes, the cultivation resources that were worth so much were actually inferior to Xiao Yan's 30 million. Be happy, be healthy. Even so, the original owner also seems to lose heart like crazy. Still, regardless of the deadlick Su Linger, the extent of the original owner's rebelliousness is such that even Boiling Goat, Two-Faced Turtle, Tom, and Black Little Tiger have to pass him cigarettes when they come. Despise licking dogs. Just as Zhang Bufan shook his head and lamented that the original owner was the jokey one in clown, a female voice containing infinite anger came out. Zhang Bufan, get the hell out of here or I'll never take the resources you give me again. Chapter 5, Desire for a Catch? Zhang Bufan, get the hell out of here, or I will never take the resources you give me again. This female voice was exceptionally familiar. but Jiang Bufan couldn't recall where he had heard it before. After pondering for a moment, he only snapped out of it, wasn't this the original owner's dead-licking Su Linger? I guess it's true. The whole of China. I'm afraid that the only person who dared to recklessly yell at the door of the Jiang mansion, cursing the Jiang family's young lord, was Su Linger. It's not because she's strong, it's simply because the original owner, the dead dog, gave her the young master's order. As long as Su Linger doesn't touch the Jiang family's bottom line, the many Jiang family cultivators won't come out to clean her up. Don't ask. Ask is afraid of Jiang Bufan crazy. I vaguely remember. Su Linger scolded Jiang Bufan as a waste in the Qinglong College, and it happened to be bumped into by a junior member of the Jiang family's sideline, in order to maintain the dignity of the family. This collateral descendant then voiced Yin and Yang. Su Linger is an ungrateful white lotus flower, will be scolded hard to cry. I didn't realize that what I got in return was not a reward from the family. Instead, it was the scolding and suppression of the young master. Her lineage also lost its power as a result, and was dispatched by the family to some unknown city. Since then, the entire Jiang family has realized that messing with Su Linger is a recipe for disaster. So much so that Su Linger has become more and more lawless. Not only did she repeatedly ask for cultivation resources from the Jiang family, but she also sneered at Jiang Bufan from time to time as if he was the one who couldn't help himself. But the person concerned, Jiang Bufan, did not say much. The Jiang family cultivators can only grit their teeth and endure this breath. Where are the people? Labor Shudao Mountain. If you do not come out, I will never again ignore you. 3, 2. Outside the mansion, Su Linger was filled with displeasure. In the past, as soon as she arrived at the Jiang mansion, Jiang Bufan would immediately run out and surround her with his ass. But now, she had been waiting at the door for half a minute. Jiang Bufan actually did not rush out to greet her, which was simply a rebellion for the proud her. Waiting to be hard to punish Jiang Bufan, let him buy himself a heavenly grade spirit sword. Nope, how can this be called punishment? For Jiang Bufan, this dead-licking dog, himself letting him buy something is a sign of not treating him as an outsider. This is totally rewarding him. Oof, reward him with another bottle of flawless spirit elixir. I'm really a kind person. There's also the matter of him injuring Xiao Yan. When I think of Xiao Yan losing his left arm and crying in front of me, Su Linger's face darkened and a blazing fire flared up in her heart again. Excessive. It is simply lawless, bullying others, and shameless to the extreme. Doesn't he know that Xiao Yan is my best male best friend? I can't even move a finger. How dare this dead-licking dog Jiang Bufan? Su Linger has decided. Jiang Bufan must be made to apologize to Xiao Yan in public and compensate Xiao Yan with a sum of cultivation resources that would satisfy him. Otherwise, she would throw the young master's order back to the Jiang family and break off with the Jiang family. Ka-ching! The formation flag was withdrawn and the door of the mansion opened. From there, a young man with a sword bone and starry eyes walked out. Making trouble in my Jiang house. How many lives do you have that are not enough to lose? When Su Linger heard this, her pupils slightly contracted, and an unbelievable expression surged on her face. Were you just being mean to me? Fierce you? Jiang Bufan's expression was cold. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a sneer. Just you deserve it? The damage was not high, and the insult was extremely strong. A few short words instantly made Su Linger break her defense. You. How can you talk to me like that? A few drops of tears crossed her cheeks, forming a perfect arc to drip down to the ground. Su Linger's eyes were scarlet and she bit her lips in death, as if she had suffered some heavenly grievance. This was her surefire technique, tears falling like rain. In the past, as long as she shed a tear, even if she was the one who made the mistake, Jiang Bufan would put aside the facts and transform into a licking dog to carefully coax her. No matter how excessive her requests were, Jiang Bufan would fulfill them without exception. This time will certainly not be an exception. She was waiting for Jiang Bufan to panic and admit his mistake. Unfortunately, the result this time was destined to disappoint her, only to see Jiang Bufan watching her tears with interest, his eyes full of playfulness, as if he was looking at a plaything, completely lacking the panic and haste he had before. Su Linger suddenly felt that the licking dog in front of her seemed to be a little different from before, as if hard. The word hardened here refers to hardening up, but on second thought, Su Linger revealed a sarcastic smile, her face full of confidence. Trying to use the tactic of retreating to advance, and trying to catch my attention, is a little too childish. Retreating as a means of advancement? To capture me? Jiang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really wanted to crack open Su Linger's head and see what was inside besides her brains? Or perhaps, this woman didn't have a brain at all. Seeing Jiang Bufan reveal a smile, Su Linger became even more complacent, certain in her heart that she had guessed his plan. Why else would he be smiling? Wasn't it because he had guessed his plan? making him feel that the two of them had a heart-to-heart and that the future was promising? A lickspittle is a lickspittle, even if it changes one day. As long as he used a little trick, he would still obediently bow down. Su Linger held her head high, seeming like a proud peacock, looking at Zhang Bufan with a compassionate gaze. But who called this girl beautiful and kind-hearted? As long as you compensate me for 3 heavenly-grade spiritual weapons, 10 flawless spirit pills, and 1 heaven and earth exotic flame, this girl will be merciful and forgive you, rewarding you with the ability to continue working as a security guard in the future. First, in advance, you can't appear within 5 meters away from me, otherwise I'll call the police to say that you're citing a female, away from the original on the spectrum. More and more outrageous. Outrageous to the point of explosion. Still more outrageous. Zhang Bufan was really exasperated and laughed. Having grown so big, he had never seen such a brazen person. He would like to see how big Su Linger's appetite is. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. Is there more? When Su Linger heard this, her heart secretly rejoiced, and she hurriedly continued. You still have to personally apologize to Xiaoyan, and you will not have to compensate more than that. Just compensate 2 billion cultivation resources. You really, making me laugh. Zhang Bufan's face did not change, and when he raised his hand, as if he was a ghost, he instantly appeared beside Su Linger. Only the sound of a slap, slap could be heard. Su Linger's originally fair cheek suddenly turned blood red. 2 slap marks appeared symmetrically on the left and right, and several teeth mixed with blood were ejected, and her hair was scattered, leaving her in a terrible state. There is no doubt that Zhang Bufan had generously compensated her with 2 big mouths. You dare to hit me? Su Linger questioned incredulously while pouncing on Zhang Bufan like an evil spirit, the viciousness in her eyes resembling Snow White's stepmother. At this moment, she no longer cared about the gentle schoolgirl persona she had created. The only thought in her mind was, must return these 2 slaps to Zhang Bufan. No, to be returned tenfold. Majestic aura stirred within her body and surged into her palm, forming a lavender aperture and slapping at Zhang Bufan with great force. Good guts. Zhang Bufan's face didn't change as he struck his palm with his fist, easily blasting it to the point where it spat blood and flew out several meters backwards. Learning my Zhang family's martial arts and insulting my Zhang family members. And now you still dare to strike at this young lord. Su Linger, are you licking the cat's bee looking for excitement over nothing? At those words, the Zhang clan's crowd of cultivators inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and unanimously took their weapons back into their storage rings. When Su Linger recklessly tried to whip Zhang Bufan in the face, they couldn't help but want to step in and teach him a lesson. Know this, as the young master of the Zhang family of the 4 great divine spirit families of China, Zhang Bufan's every word and action represented the entire Zhang family. If he were to be smacked in the face by an outsider in public, the repercussions would be enough to shake the foundations of the Zhang family. First of all, the majesty of the divine spirit family would be dealt a severe blow, and the rule of divine spirit families cannot be humiliated would be completely broken. This would surely cause resentment among the other divine families, creating enemies out of nowhere. Secondly, the other forces attached to the Zhang clan would also have some dissent. After all, which power would accept a family whose young lord was beaten while the cultivators within the family pressed on? If the young lord of his own family was beaten up and did nothing, how could the vassal family count on him when they encountered a crisis? In the end, if this slap goes down, then the Zhang family will really be nailed to the pillar of shame. The Zhang family cultivators had already secretly decided that even if they would be held accountable by the young lord afterwards, they would definitely step in to block the lesson. Su Linger's behavior had already touched the bottom line of the Zhang family, only for everyone to not expect that Zhang Bufan, who had always been rebellious and obedient, would actually strike out brazenly this time around. In the instant when everyone hadn't reacted, he directly blasted Su Linger almost into heroic pieces. This punch blasted out the hegemony of the Zhang family's young master. This punch blasted away the long-lasting gloom of the Zhang family. This punch blasted away a certain girl's self-righteousness. 3 words surfaced within the hearts of the Zhang family cultivators: tie, pants, hot. Su Linger, I'll give you 1 day to take the techniques, spirit weapons, and spirit medicines taken from my Zhang family. All of them will be returned. Otherwise the Su family will be destroyed. Zhang Bufan finished his speech, not even bothering to look at Su Linger. He turned around and walked towards the Zhang mansion. This overbearing, desperate look that caused the surrounding female cultivators to instantly have their hearts in their mouths, and they could not help but secretly send river waves at Zhang Bufan. Not far away, Su Linger forced herself to endure the severe pain, her face pale, but she still opened her mouth sarcastically. Giving away something and still being able to ask for it back. Worthy of being you, the Zhang family's young master. It was obvious. She wanted to use moral kidnapping to make Zhang Bufan give up claiming this cultivation resource. Otherwise, the Su family would definitely hemorrhage money in order to pay back this huge sum, and it was highly likely that they would fall out of the first-class families. As soon as she thought of this, Su Linger pretended to be pitiful again and teared up, saying, Jiangbu, brother Bu Fan, could it be that you're trying to push me to the brink of extinction? This dainty appearance, coupled with a face that is enough to score 95 points, anyone who is a normal man, the probability is that he will be moved to compassion. Not to mention a little bit of cultivation resources. I'm afraid that if she wanted the stars in the sky right now, someone would find a way to pick them for her. This is Su Linger's surefire technique too, to show weakness to the enemy. To make this move, Su Linger firmly believed that she will be able to take Jiang Bufan. After all, she can call him the. After all, she called him brother. After all, she had called him her brother. Who would be able to handle this brother? I'm sorry, I don't think I ever said that these resources were given voluntarily. Jiang Bufan glanced at Su Linger playfully, ignoring her pity, and laughed evilly. This resource is a loan from start to finish. If you don't say this young man almost forgot, the Su family will have to pay double the interest on top of repaying the principal. Impossible, the Su family can't take it out. Su Linger hurriedly said, Su Linger, you may have some misunderstanding. This young man is not discussing with you, but rather informing. The laughter ended and the door of the mansion closed, leaving alone Su Linger, who was sitting on the ground shivering. She vaguely felt in her heart, the Su family, it seems to be finished. Chapter 6, 5 Flashes of Lightning. Su Mansion. The head of the Su family, Su Yi, who played with an extremely high-grade spirit stone, his face full of complacency. Under his leadership, the Su family rapidly developed from an unranked family and became a first-rate family in less than 5 years. It created a miracle in the history of family development. Behind this miracle, in addition to his wise leadership, it could not be separated from her daughter, Su Linger's silent contribution. When he thought of his daughter, Su Yi, who became even more complacent, easily letting the Zhang family's young master's soul fall, offering countless cultivation resources not to mention, but also recruiting the family to the Qinglong Academy Supreme Genius. All these phenomena show that the Su family is about to revitalize, as long as it continues to develop smoothly. In less than 100 years, the Su family may not be unable to step into Divine Spirit family. The prerequisite for becoming a Divine Spirit family was naturally having a Divine Spirit realm powerhouse within the family. With the Su family's natural talent, naturally, they wouldn't dare to ask for that. However, the Su family is perfectly capable of cultivating geniuses with massive resources to help them grow up quickly. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be able to produce a divine spirit? Besides, Su Yi, who was not prepared to use his family's cultivation resources to cultivate deities from the beginning, but instead directly asked Jiang Bufan for them. Wouldn't it be nice to use someone else's resources to cultivate a strong person for one's own family? As for the object of cultivation, Su Yi, who had already decided on Xiao Yan, the absolute genius of the Green Dragon Academy. The first time he saw Xiao Yan, Su Yi, who felt that he was very kind. It was only after a detailed conversation that he realized that this son was carrying a heavenly lower-grade spirit body, the fire spirit body, with the red lotus karmic flame in his body, which was not properly the pride of heaven. What's more, this son's eyes are full of Su Linger, obviously has fallen under his own daughter's floral skirt. Su Yi, who immediately decided to cultivate Xiao Yan at all costs. If Xiao Yan was able to break through to become a divine spirit powerhouse, then the Su family would no longer be afraid of anyone and would be revitalized. Under the Su family's costless cultivation, Xiao Yan has indeed grown rapidly, breaking through as a divine mansion cultivator in just a few months, and is also capable of battling a phantom phase cultivator without losing. Su Yi, who seemed to have seen the future of the Su family, a bright future, just when he was indulging in fantasies and could not help himself, an aggrieved voice entered the mansion. Uncle, Jiang Bufan shot and injured me. You must be my judge. The person who came was none other than the one-armed genius, Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan complained to Su Linger was so enraged that she went to the Zhang family to seek justice for him without saying a word. Sounds very touching. However, his left arm was still bleeding continuously. Ordinary healing pills were useless against the injuries caused by Jiang Bufan. He was again scared by Jiang Bufan and did not dare to follow Su Linger to the Zhang clan. After thinking about it, Xiao Yan chose to cover his empty left arm and barged into the Su family, asking Su Yi for a flawless spirit pill to stop the bleeding first. As for an elixir that would allow the arm to grow back and return to its original state, Xiao Yan simply did not report, hoping that the Su family had it, and could only hope that Su Linger could find it from the Zhang family. No, it had to be found, otherwise he would ignore Su Linger no more. Looking at the wretched Xiao Yan, Su Yi hurriedly greeted him. Xian nephew, what is going on? Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with viciousness. Uncle, Jiang Bufan was jealous of me becoming the student council president and caused his protector to make a move to imprison my aura. He then used a martial skill to blast my left arm in public as proof that he is stronger than me. This son is actually so vicious? Sui, whose face turned blue as he said. Not only that, he also said that the Su family is. Xiao Yan was about to say something. Sui, who was naturally curious and continued to ask, what did he say about the Su family? He said. Xiao Yan pretended to be entangled, then gritted his teeth and seemed to make up his mind. He said that the Su family is nothing more than a dog of his, coming when called and going when beckoned. Nani? Bugger teeth rode. Sui, whose face was as black as an iron pot. This was simply slapping him in the face. If Sure can tolerate it, he can't tolerate it. It so happened that Su Linger walked into the mansion at this time. Sui, who immediately said in a deep voice, Linger, Jiang Bufan, this little trash actually dared to insult my Su family. You have to have a cold war with him for 3 months this time. Let him know that the Su family members are born with pride and can never be insulted. Su Linger glanced at the two men and silently walked back to her boudoir. After a long time a sentence came out. No need to cold war for 3 months. He has completely broken with my Su family. The cultivation resources given over the years. Jiang family will send someone to claim back tomorrow. Sui, who froze for a moment at the words, and then his body could not stop trembling. Spirit child, you are not joking, right? My father's small heart cannot afford to be stimulated. Xiaoyan also froze in place for a long time before stifling out a few words. Then, I will be the Yang Wei of martial artists in the future? Young lord, second ancestor invites you to the clanland. Jiang Bufan nodded, casually glanced at the person who reported and mused. Which lineage are you a descendant of? And how did you come to cultivate the lightning 5 consecutive whips? Young lord, I am Jiang Bagwei of the Maple Leaf City branch. For some reason, the first time I saw the lightning 5 consecutive whips, I felt that I had some sort of mysterious bond with it. The name Jiang Bagua seems to have been heard of. Jiang Bufan pondered for a moment, and the deeds of this person gradually appeared in his mind. Both parents dead, low talent, engaged in marriage from a young age. The woman withdrew from the marriage. Epiphany one day, cultivation skyrocketed. 3 months of innate, 2 years of divine mansion, a hand of whip, as fast as thunder and lightning. With his own strength, he was hardwired to be noticed and brought back by the main vein, enjoying the treatment of a ground-level genius in the Jiang mansion. In a sense, he was also considered a minor son of heavenly destiny? Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the son of heaven's destiny, Jiang Bagua. The system releases a side mission income under the banner. Ding! Mission requirements: successfully make Jiang Bagua return to the fold and become a die-hard loyalist. Mission success: Chi Luck Value X 4000. Dragon Tiger Dan X 10. 10,000 Soul Streamer Evolutionary Talisman X 3. Ding! Mission failure: Chi Luck Value X 400. Dragon Tiger Dan X 2. 10,000 Soul Streamer Evolution Talisman X 1. What? Jiang Bufan was in a trance and silently asked in his heart, why is there a reward for failing a mission? Could it be that the system can also be buggy? Ding! Please don't treat this system as a certain duo product. Even if the world is destroyed, this system baby won't have bugs. Then why is there still a reward for failing a mission? Jiang Bufan was greatly puzzled. Ding! Who stipulates that there can't be rewards for failing a mission? The system's lowly voice was arrogant at this time. Don't say the mission fails, even if you don't go to complete the mission. What's the harm in this system baby giving you a reward? I see. To put it another way, it doesn't matter if you complete the mission or not. As long as the system is willing, the reward will definitely arrive in a second. Aligardo. This is the system's dominance, arrogance, and forcefulness. In the face of this situation, Jiang Bufan's face did not change. Give or not to give rewards. You say, to reward or not to reward. I say, understand? Ding! Crikey, you are more capable of pretending than this system baby. The highest level of pretending is not pretending. Jiang Bufan's expression was calm. Little system, you still have to practice. The conversation with the system seemed to have passed for a long time. In reality, only a few seconds had passed in reality. After knowing Jiang Bagua's identity, Jiang Bufan immediately instructed him on his practice. The focus of the lightning 5 consecutive whips does not lie in being fast. It lies in receiving, transforming, and sending. A glint flashed in Jiang Bagua's eyes. He seemed to have vaguely touched something, but couldn't catch it. Ever since he cultivated the lightning 5 consecutive whips, he had focused on speed. According to his thoughts, as long as he continued to improve his speed, so that he could blast out the 5 consecutive whips as fast as lightning, he would be able to successfully step into the realm of perfection. But no matter how hard he tried, even if he was already able to blast out 5, 6, 7, or even 10 whips, he was never able to step into the realm of perfection. For martial arts idiots, this would undoubtedly cause him to have deep doubts about his own talent and strength, and gradually lose his absolute belief in moving forward. At the moment of crisis, Jiang Bufan's words were like a sharp blade splitting open the darkness. bringing hope while also splitting out a vague path forward. This road was named the Great Tao. I am foolish. Please enlighten me, young lord. Jiang Bagwa's heart was burning with anxiety. He had a strong premonition in his heart. As long as he could figure out the exact meaning of receive, transform, and send today, he would be able to comprehend the meaning of the Tao and completely cultivate the lightning 5 consecutive whips to perfection. On the contrary, he would only be able to stop here in his life, and it would be difficult for him to go any further. Jiang Bufan saw his anxious appearance, also knew that it was time to give sweet dates. Mouth skin wang moving, receive, meaning to receive the enemy's power, transform, meaning to transform the enemy's power, hair, meaning to send their own work, receive the enemy's force, transform the enemy's momentum, and send one's own work. When Jiang Bagwa heard this, his pupils quickly contracted and then gradually lost their charisma, repeating these 3 words over and over again on the side of his mouth, looking as if he was a walking corpse. What was mind-boggling was that, as time passed, the aura on its body became more and more terrifying. Cowardly people just glance at it, will only feel confused heart panic, anxiety, some even fainted directly on the ground. Adding to the joke, epiphany? You're quite lucky. Jiang Bufan waved his hand, arranging for 2 of his clan's envoys to guard Jiang Bagwa's side, and then leisurely walked towards the clan's land. Ding! Current Jiang Bagwa favorability, 60. The revolution has not yet succeeded. The host still needs to work hard. Chapter 7. Chickens finish noodles, dogs finish rice, fire breaks locks. In front of the Jiang Mansion's teleportation array, sitting on a plate was an old man with skinny bones and a vicissitude face covered in wrinkles. From the outside, the old man appeared to be in his twilight years, with his final days approaching. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that his body contained a majestic vitality, a small body, great energy. There is no doubt that the old man must be strong. Jiang Bufan bowed in a regular manner. Elder Kuki, the second ancestor asked me to enter the clan land. At those words, Elder Kuki barely opened his eyelids and, after looking up and down to determine the visitor, he silently took out a purple token and placed it in the center of the formation. In an instant, a majestic spiritual chi surged into the formation through the earth veins, causing the formation to burst with spiritual light. This was the sign that the teleportation array had been successfully opened. Jiang Bufan didn't delay and stepped into the formation with large strides. His figure then distorted, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the formation. When he had left, the formation was restored to its original state. Elder Kuki silently retrieved the token, and after a long time, the skin of his mouth one moved. Young master has finally grown up, having just stepped into the clanland. Jiang Bufan was stunned speechless by the scene in front of him, only to see that the Jiang family land is not like the novel depicted that mountain clear water, verdant. Instead, it is like a mass grave. It was like a mass grave, and as far as the eye could see, there were graves shrouded in shadowy, ghostly, and deadly auras. The number of graves is definitely not less than 100,000. What was chilling was that, in front of each grave was a large blood symbol. The blood symbols were independent of each other, yet connected to each other by some mysterious rule, vaguely forming a mysterious grand formation. Just a hint of breath leaking from the edge of the formation. Let Jiang Bufan cannot give birth to half a bit of resistance. As if in front of this formation, any resistance is futile. A heaven-defying formation, as terrifying as this. Kid, can you see anything? An inquiry came from the distance. Jiang Bufan did a little thinking and answered in a regular manner. This formation can slaughter gods. The words just fell. An old man in a green shirt with crane hair appeared out of thin air beside him. Gods are not even a fart in front of this formation. The old man's face was full of complacency as he spoke. The old man's face was full of smugness as he spoke, but without the slightest hint of posturing, as if the power of the formation in front of him was supposed to be like this. This is simply like a rich second generation, casually pulling out valuable treasures, easily in front of others to pretend 13 appearance. Giving people a feeling of pretending is really pretending. Strong is really strong. This old man is not ordinary. Jiang Bufan was about to salute him when the old man suddenly turned his head, a hint of playfulness flashing through his gaze. Kid, in the blink of an eye, I grew so big. I also hugged you when I was a kid. Now you still remember who I am? Jiang Bufan? Hautacross also cannot escape the fatal problem. I am not the strongest brain. If you don't see each other once in decades, who can remember who is who? But Jiang Bufan isn't stupid. Since it was the second ancestor who sent someone to let him enter the clanland, the probability was that the pushy old man in front of him was the second ancestor himself. Besides, family rumor, the second ancestor is a person who loves to pretend. When he was young and practicing, he once met a 100-meter demon. Seeing that he was less than 2 meters tall, he said, "How dare a groundhog get in the way?" The second ancestor was furious when he heard this, and with a sharp blade in his hand, he opened the gate of heaven with a sword, and the big demon repented, and then he was destroyed. Kill the big demon. The second ancestor left a sentence, wait for your head to the ground, only to know my body great, attracted countless cultivators' admiration, heartfelt admiration. Second ancestor, it is impossible for me to forget you even if I forget anyone, Jean Buffon said against his will. TSK, the old man has been in seclusion for 50 years, and your brat still really thinks that the old man has hugged you? The second ancestor said with a wave of his hand. The surrounding environment was like a bubble that burst, turning into a flat and uninteresting cabin. Jean Buffon saw the situation as even more shocked. He did not feel anything, was easily brought into the cabin. This is what means. The first thing you need to do is to move to a different location. Or maybe it was an illusion. Spatial aptitude. Little Doyle. The second ancestor saw his doubts and slowly sipped a mouthful of spirit tea, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he said, it's safe to assume that he's pretending again. Seeing the grudge in Jean Buffon's eyes, second ancestor also put away his laughter. His face filled with caution as he inquired, kid, are you awakening a spirit body? Yes. Earth rank extreme? The pattern is open. Heavenly rank. The second ancestor's pupils contracted extremely fast. Did you say child exemption? Translation, son exempt, son only cheat. Jean Buffon's face didn't change. Full of seriousness. How did the second ancestor know that I had awakened the heavenly rank extreme spiritual body? Second ancestor? Surprised face, winky face, heavenly rank. And it's even an extreme grade. OMG. The Jiang family is prospering greatly. From today onwards, the cultivation resources in the clan are yours to take as you wish. The protector of the road will be replaced by a half-step deity. And when you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, feel free to cue me at any time. The second ancestor was like a madman when he heard the words heavenly class extreme. He immediately decided to use the entire clan to give Jiang Buffon the best treatment. Earth rank spirit pills, flawless spirit pills, enlightenment stones, transcendence realm puppets, heaven rank amulets. If he were in the outside world, every item he pulled out would have caused the cultivators to fight recklessly. But now, they were thrown on the ground like trash by him, forming a small hill. Even so, the second ancestor still felt unsafe. And, heavenly rank spirit body, in the future, I will be able to step into that realm. Also, I will personally be a protector of the path. The second ancestor muttered, using his own essence blood as a guide. His hands formed a seal, and even directly recalled the deity incarnation to be Jiang Buffon's protector. If this was known to the outside world, it would surely cause a sensation throughout China. God spirit incarnation. But with the deity's original strength 80% of the horror of the existence of a random strike than the destructive power of nuclear weapons 10 times, 100 times stronger. In this era where the gods are closed, the god incarnation represents invincibility. Not to mention that the strength of the second ancestor of the Jiang family is considered to be the strongest group even among the deities. If he was determined to guard one person, it would be futile without the intervention of 10 deities. After all, his deity incarnation in the heavenly battlefield is one of the top 10 war gods of the human race. After doing all that, the second ancestor looked at Jiang Buffon in a cozy manner. Old me has only one request for you, to grow up as quickly as possible while being invincible in the same realm. Jiang Buffon blinked. Second ancestor, that's 2 requests. The second ancestor's old face darkened. Don't you force old man to slap you at the happiest of times. Ahem. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Jiang Buffon was sweating profusely and hurriedly made a military order. Invincible in the same realm? This easy. I must at least be invincible across borders. Only then did the second ancestor nod his head in satisfaction. His tiger's body shook, and his voice resounded through the clouds. Jiang Buffon of the Jiang clan, carrying a heavenly ranked spiritual body, with heaven-defying enlightenment, is a heavenly pride that is rarely encountered in 10,000 years. Please ask all the Taoists to descend their qi and bestow blessings on him. Rumble. In an instant, filaments of golden yellow gas, barely comparable in length to chopsticks, gushed out from thousands of graves, twisting around each other and rising straight into the sky. The huge golden gases coalesced according to a specific rule, gradually forming the word Tao in the canopy. In this small Tao character, there is a mountain peak that rushes into the sky like a sharp sword. There is an ocean like the Milky Way that swallows mountains and rivers. There is an unstoppable flame like a volcano. There are phoenixes, dragons, xuanwu, white tigers, witch ancestors, swords, spears and clubs. There are all kinds of things. As long as someone has walked the road, have left their own footprints on the word road, there are 3,000 great paths and 30,000 small paths. Without exception, all of them have been transformed into our Tao. Jiang Buffon opened his arms and felt the benefits that the word Tao brought to him. The spiritual sense in his mind rapidly expanded. 1 inch, 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 miles. In the end, his spiritual awareness was fixed at 5,000 li, like an ocean that could not be seen at the end. The physical body was also not willing to lag behind in its ascension. The tendons and veins in the body were broken like a spider's web, restored as before, broken again, restored again, week after week, in a gradual manner. Each cycle caused its tendons to expand several times, from iron tendons to copper tendons, from copper tendons to silver tendons, and eventually all the silver tendons metamorphosed into gold tendons. 360 large tendons, and tens of thousands of small tendons, all metamorphosed into gold tendons at this moment, connecting with each other and living endlessly. At this moment, Zhang Bufan could easily blast away a Dharma phase cultivator with his physical strength alone. Translated into Xiao Yan's words, he could easily beat 10,000 of them with just a slight strike. It was not that Xiao Yan was too weak, but that he was too strong. Invincibility was just so lonely. As his spiritual sense and physical body steadily improved, as his spiritual awareness and physical body steadily increased, the word Tao seemed to gradually fade away as if it had run out of energy until it completely disappeared. Zhang Bufan blinked his eyes. Second ancestor. This kind of good thing will come again in the future, right? It must drop. But you have to wait until the chickens of the heavenly court have finished eating their noodles, the dogs have finished eating their rice, and the fire has broken the locks. The second ancestor said with a face full of seriousness. Zhang Bufan's sad face. Chapter 8. There's always old Biden trying to gang me. The following day, Zhang Bufan passed out of the clan land with panda eyes. The entire night, he spent under the destruction of the second ancestor. Techniques, footwork, fingerwork, without exception, he had tasted them all. God knows how he spent this miserable, helpless, wanting to resist but unable to do so night. Second ancestor, inhuman, no different from a beast. However, under the ravages of the second ancestor, his battle experience and battle skills were significantly improved, and his strength was far better than before. When I break through to divine spirit, I will avenge last night's revenge and pluck all his Mao. Zhang Bufan covered his buttocks with an intriguing expression as he limped back to the cultivation room. After taking a healing elixir, the pain in his buttocks was alleviated. Don't ask why his butt hurts. The question was that whenever he made a mistake while fighting, no matter how small the mistake is, the old man will come to his ass with a stick. The name is, Do Not Fight Not Talented. After 2 hours, Zhang Bufan slowly opened his eyes. His tiger body slightly shook, and his body was no longer half wounded. Wealth and wealth do not return to their hometowns, such as clothing embroidery night, who knows it? Breakthroughs do not butcher enemies, such as painting fat skeletonization ice, who knows it? Jia. Su family, today will find you to collect some interest. Su mansion. Xiao Yan walked out of Su Linger's boudoir in disheveled clothes and with a weak pace, without a trace of blood on his face. There was no doubt that this son of heavenly fate would have to eat again. Yesterday, after Su Linger returned to the mansion despondently, the more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved and depressed. Obviously she had lowered her lofty head and apologized. Why didn't Zhang Bufan hurry to coax her? What kind of man was he? This kind of behavior in Su Linger's eyes must invade the piggy bank. Moreover, Zhang Bufan actually hit her with his hands in the end, which instantly made the sentimental her even more resentful. She swore that she must take revenge. Compared to wealth, she was no match. Compared to power, she couldn't compare. Compared to cultivation, she couldn't seem to beat it either. Su Linger thought about it and decided to let broken arm Venus Xiaoyan climb into her bed. Since she can't compete with anything, she will let other men feel the body of Zhang Bufan's favorite woman. How is this not a kind of revenge? As a result, in just 10 minutes, Xiaoyan continuously contributed 7 times. In Su Linger's grudging eyes, Xiaoyan lightly coughed twice and pretended to be naive. Linger, today's state is not good. It's fine. Use. Xiaoyan skillfully leaned down. His lips were close to a certain place, and stretched out his letter. After tossing and turning until the middle of the night, the inflammatory flow gushed out and washed someone's face with hot water. If Zhang Bufan's original body were to see the scene, he would be furious, because Su Linger had said to him, if you really love me, you should let me live a clean, free, and independent life, instead of manhandling me and ruining my innocence. And then, Su Linger sought personal gain from Zhang Bufan's coddling, while outwardly boasting that she was an independent fairy of the new era. Most importantly, Zhang Bufan's original body has also been convinced of her words, and has hardly never even held Su Linger's hand for so many years. Pure and simple clown. Unbeknownst to him, the forest he yearned for was covered in white dew every morning. A few moments later, Su Linger also woke up from her sleep and looked at a certain part of herself that had been cleaned by Xiaoyan, and a satisfied smile then naturally flowed across her face. Humph, if Zhang Bufan was half as gentle as Xiaoyan, then I would not be so disgusted with him, Su Linger muttered. Afterward, She remembered that Jiang Bufan had demanded that the Su family repay the cultivation resources today, and a hint of sadness could not help but appear between her brows. It would be fine if Jiang Bufan was joking, but if he really brought the Jiang family members to the Su family, then, after Su Linger briefly thought about it, she decided to sacrifice herself and let licking dog Jiang Bufan hold her delicate hand to lower his fire. Just let him hold it for a minute. No, hold it for 30 seconds, or she will suffer a big loss. But when this matter is over, she will never take care of Jiang Bufan again. Let him hide under the covers and secretly shed tears. Humph, Su's sick cat, get out. Just as Su Linger was still fantasizing, a deafening shouting and cursing sound entered the Su mansion. At the same time, thousands of black demon soldiers armed with spirit spears surrounded the Su mansion with such tightness that even a fly would not be able to fly out from it. I'll be damned. This black armor, this texture, this essence, it's simply Thai pants spicy. The Jiang clan sent out the Black Demon Legion. Is this a move to exterminate the Su clan? Heavenly Bodhisattva, poor monk's finger counts. Today the Su family will have a bloodbath. Old Baldy, isn't this bull asterisk? If we're not going to fight, why did the Jiang family pull out the Black Devil Army? Sunbathing? There's no need to invite the Black Demon Army to exterminate the tiny Su family. From the conversations of the people watching, it was easy to see that they were very scornful of the Black Demon Army. Black Demon Army, per capita innate, 10 for the team. Captain Divine Mansion, 100 people as a battalion. Battalion Commander Dharma Phantom, thousands of people are in the regiment, and the regimental commander is a Zongshur. If you want to join this legion, the cultivation standard is only the admission ticket. The most important thing is you must be ruthless enough. If you don't have hundreds of lives in your hands, you will be ridiculed as a little lamb, or better to go home and farm. The lives here are the lives of the enemy's elite soldiers. Ordinary cats and dogs are not counted. After all, the Black Demon Army fought the elites. Jiang family boy, you are playing with fire. Not afraid of getting yourself burnt? Sui who stepped out with a full of anger. I'm angry now, and the consequences will be severe. What? Consequences? Serious? Jiang Bufan picks his ears without a care in the world and asks with provocation. What do you want? What do you want? Sui who was so angry that he was trembling. You brought people to surround my Su family, and now you're asking me what I want in return? Aha! Bullying people with your power in being unreasonable. Oh, Jiang Bufan's face cleared up. You're angry? The Su family head is really angry. Let's just say I'm being unreasonable. Then I'd like to ask the Su family head. The Su family borrowed tens of billions of cultivation resources from the Jiang family and didn't pay them back, borrowing the name of the Jiang family to bully all the great clans and people. Should the Jiang family be angry? And should the tens of thousands of people who were bullied by the Su family be angry? May I ask the Su family's family head, is this behavior of the Su family considered to be bullying the people? Is it considered to be unreasonable? Is it shameless? Is it extreme shamelessness? Sui who froze in place. He felt that the Su family was just gripping the wool of the Jiang family from time to time and robbing the business of other small families. How come in Jiang Bufan's mouth? It was as if the Su family had done something like complaining about the heavens and betraying the livestock of China. He could clearly feel that there is something wrong, but exactly where is wrong? For a moment he could not say. Sui who was not good at thinking. The head of the family is also by virtue of the Su Linger evening the Jiang family to get. Now let him find out in a short time. Now let him in a short period of time to find out the loopholes in Jiang Bufan's words. This is not difficult for people to do it. He is a military general, not a showman. He's a general, not a scholar. If he can't figure it out, then fight. The truth always comes from fighting. Sui tiger hand in the shape of a claw, both legs violently stomped, like a cannonball towards Jiang Bufan attack. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight, he said. Jiang Bufan, as the head of the Su family, how can I allow you to slander the Su family here and show off your tongue? In the void, inexplicably startled, two ripples. Jiang Bufan sighed softly. There's always old Biden who wants to gang me. Chapter 9 This. I'm afraid it's a bit painful? Arrogant. The moment Sui who struck out with anger. A flash of fear flashed through his heart out of nowhere, laying hands on the young master of the Divine Spirit family. This, if it was someone else, he would have been subjected to the Divine Spirit family's reckless retaliation until he completely disappeared from the world. However, as Su Linger's father, Jiang Bufan should, 80%, probably, maybe, odds are that he wouldn't lay his hands on her. Otherwise, even if Jesus came, he would never be able to marry Su Linger as his wife. As for the legion of black devils in front of him, unsurprisingly it was sent by the Jiang clan to knock Su Linger out and warn her not to have too much contact with Xiao Yan. Thinking about it, it is normal. How could the Jiang family, which was a divine spirit family, allow other men to have intimate contact with the future young lady? If it was spread out, would it not be slapping the face of the divine spirit family? It seems that in the future, Linger cannot be allowed to come into contact with Xiaoyan in the open. Besides, if the Jiang clan really wanted to destroy the Su clan, wouldn't they have allowed Jiang Bufan to lead the army? To know, Jiang Bufan loves Su Linger to death. How would he give up to exterminate his sweetheart's family? It's just nonsense. Thinking about it, the corners of Sui whose mouth couldn't help but rise. The corners of Sui whose mouth couldn't help but rise. The tiger's body slightly trembled, emitting the terrifying aura that only belongs to a great master. Jiang family kid, come and fight. Sui who was caught up in a beautiful fantasy, originally thought that the crowd would be convinced by his kingly aura, and voluntarily transformed into a little fanboy, little fangirl to shout and cheer for him. Unexpectedly, this confusing operation only caused the crowd's gusts of laughter. He doesn't think he's hot-blooded, does he? Someone with half of his body in the ground would take a shot at his juniors in public. Su Sick Cat truly lives up to his name. No, how can such a ruthless person be called a sick cat? How many people in the world do you see daring to provoke the young lord of the Divine Spirit clan? Facts aside, the Su family head lacks everything but guts. The Su family head is full of guts. Jia. Sui who don't listen. All bad reviews. Take a shot at this young? It seems you really want to be a sick cat. Jiang Bufan's eyes were filled with disdain. At the moment when he was about to be grabbed by the sharp claws, Jiang Bufan tilted his head and sidestepped, easily dodging this claw, while at the same time, his iron fist blasted towards Sui whose waist with a devastating momentum. This fist, which did not carry any spiritual power, appeared to be plain and harmless. In fact, with his current physical body, the impact of this punch was even several times stronger than a high-speed truck. However, in Sui whose eyes, Jiang Bufan's punch was no different from a pussy punch. It only had ornamental value and was weak. Although he was surprised that he was able to dodge his own attack, it was just a stroke of luck, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Sui who sneered twice, even directly stood in place, with the physical body hard against Jiang Bufan's fist. Mouth also did not forget to triumph. This fist even if hit on the ground, but it's not the same as a punch. It's not the same as a punch. This fist even if hit in the body, but also just give me scratching. The words had not yet finished. The fist lived up to its name and blasted on his body. Under everyone's gaze, Sui whose face quickly paled as a stream of hot blood surged up his throat and flowed out from the corner of his mouth in a steady stream. Looking downwards, his abdomen was penetrated from it by a bloody fist, blasting out a bloody hole the size of an old altar pickled beef noodle. That, Jiang Bufan played coy and drew back his own fist. It's not like you can take a beating, why don't you avoid it? Killing to kill. This was undoubtedly a second strike for Sui who. You refined your body? Sui who covered the bloody hole, his face full of shock. Aha. Then you didn't say it earlier. Nim didn't ask either. How can I ask if you don't say? How can I say it if you didn't ask? No. Are you sick? In just a few words, Sui who was suffocating like he ate a fly. It was simply Arthur out of dawn, silence and broken defense. Jiang Bufan saw his body trembling. Continue to tease. This is afraid to be a little painful. Oh. Sui who? I are your ancestor. With a pouncing sound. Sui who at the level of Grandmaster. Sui who was at the level of Grandmaster, fainted on the ground. I don't know whether it's because of shame, or because of too much blood flow. Family master, Su family people rushed forward to help him up, took out several pills and stuffed them into his mouth, only to let his face barely regain some blood color. The extraordinarily ironic thing was that, the pills that the Su family's crowd pulled out were all unconditionally gifted to the Su family by Jiang Bufan's original body in order to perform in front of Su Linger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the pseudo son of Chi Sui who, gaining Chi value, 1500. Ding! Sui whose current remaining Chi luck value, 500. Yoo-hoo! There's still unexpected joy. However, it was normal to think that if Sui who didn't have a little bit of luck, how could he have given birth to Su Linger? With Su Linger, how could he have given birth to Su Linger and gotten into a relationship with the Jiang clan and Xiaoyan? It can only be said that, Sui who has a little bit of luck, but not much. Su Sick Cat has fainted. Who can be the head of your Su family now? Jiang Bufan, you've gone too far. Just as the Su family members were looking at each other, not knowing what to do, Su Linger stepped out wearing a pure white halter, her long black hair gently scattered on her white and fragrant shoulders, matching with white shoes and white socks. She looked like a pure and innocent schoolgirl. The most important thing is, she also extraordinarily clever to wear glasses. Glasses girl. Who can carry this? Jiang Bufan knew clearly that it is absolutely impossible for him to like this kind of watery white lotus flower like Su Linger. But, JB doesn't listen to him, seeing that Jiang Bufan was slightly bulging somewhere. Su Linger breathed a sigh of relief. Her face rehung a confident smile, and her heart secretly rejoiced. The old lady only needs to make a slight move. and she can play Jiang Bufan in the palm of her hand. A dead-licking dog is a dead-licking dog. As soon as you see my first love goddess set, you are so hungry and thirsty. Poof. Originally, Lao Miang was prepared to let him hold hands for 30 seconds, but he actually dared to hit Lao Miang's own father. It's simply unforgivable. Unless he apologizes to the Su family in front of everyone, and personally presents tens of billions of cultivation resources, and it must be made clear in public that the gift of cultivation resources is not based on the premise of a relationship, and is given voluntarily without the need to give it back. Just thinking about it like this, Su Linger's heart was already bursting with joy. As for whether or not Jiang Bufan was willing, she didn't have to think about it at all. After all, would a chain-licking dog still be expected to possess reason? What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to my Su family? Su Linger stood in front of Jiang Bufan recklessly, her eyes full of arrogance, like an open-screen peacock as she commanded. Did you eat walnuts that were caught in the door? Jiang Bufan's tone teased. Su Linger froze for 2 seconds and subconsciously inquired, what do you mean? Eating walnuts replenishes the brain, but a walnut that has been caught by a door, you still expect it to be effective? At those words, Su Linger's face immediately turned iron blue. Although she wasn't too smart, she could hear that she was being despised. How could this make the haughty her endure? Jiang Bufan, I'm really going to get angry. It's not even my business if you have a child. Is it that if I don't get angry, you take me for a fool? You may have misunderstood, whether you get angry or not. In my eyes, you are stupid. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Su Linger's eyes reddened as tears streaked across them, leaving behind a trail of tears that looked like it would make people feel sorry for her. Unfortunately, Jiang Bufan only frowned slightly at the sight, his eyes filled with dislike, without the slightest thought of pity. Su Linger, what you have taken away from the Jiang family over the years, now immediately pay back double, or else the Su family will have no need to exist. What? Double repayment? The Su family members couldn't stop trembling, and some were even so frightened that they couldn't stand still and directly urinated and fell to the ground. As Su family members, they clearly knew that the cultivation resources given to the Su family by the Jiang family over the years were astronomical, not to mention double compensation. Even if it was at the original price, it would still empty out half of the Su family. Wasn't this asking for the Su family's life? Su Linger also woke up from a big dream at this moment, and hurriedly wrapped her arms around Jiang Bufan's arm, pleading, no, don't, brother, don't. Coach, she bumped someone with the ball. A pair of bright moons were attached to her chest. Forbidden grapes jasper round. Jiang Bufan only felt 2 groups of softness crashing into his arm, falling and undulating, soft as if it was boneless, waves surging, obviously a small body, somehow hiding a huge energy. It was truly breathtaking. This is what you test cultivators with? Jiang Bufan pulled his arm out of the crispy fragrance and said with an unchanged face, which cultivator can't withstand such a test? For the last time, double compensation. Even if only 1 spirit stone is missing, the Su family will not survive an inch today. Chapter 10, Lending for a Better Future. Enough. Does the young master of the Jiang family only bully weak women? Accompanied by a resounding voice, the Xiao Yan, the Venus that belonged to China's own, slowly walked out from the Su mansion. Unlike the last time when he was bratty, now that he only had 1 arm left, although his body still exudes an unyielding and proud intent. However, from his pale face, tightly locked brows and unintentional trembling, it is not difficult to tell that he is at the end of his rope. He was at the end of his tether, and he was already weak. Adults are talking. Little kids don't interrupt. Jiang Bufan waved his hand in disgust as if he was repelling a eating fly. Xiao Yan was immediately enraged. The red lotus karma flame in his body surged crazily, as if it would break out of his body in the next second. Jiang Bufan only glanced at him coldly and, after which, he returned his gaze to Su Linger and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled evilly. If the Su family is unable to repay the resources, it is actually not without a solution. When Su Linger heard this, she frowned. She, who had been a resourceful batch since she was a child, already roughly understood the meaning beyond Jiang Bufan's words. Owe a debt and pay it back. If you can't pay it back, then use something else against it. Don't ask her how she knows. Ask if Xiao Yan brought her to see the Cherry Blossom Country movie or so acted. No way. If it is too easy to be obtained by a man, that man will definitely not cherish it. Su Linger violently retreated a few steps back, her cheeks reddening like flaming clouds. No, I am not such a person. The broken-armed Venus Xiao Yan on the side was already indignant and angry when he saw himself being ignored. Now, he had watched Jiang Bufan molest Su Linger, whom he regarded as his forbidden domain, with his own eyes. How could he, as a man, endure this? Xiao Yan, who had fallen into a frenzy, had red eyes and a distorted face. The aura in his body surged like a wild horse, converging in his fist, forming a large tiger head totem, tiger whistling mountain forest. As he blasted out this fist with all his might, it seemed like there was really a fierce tiger roaring and pouncing on Jiang Bufan, so powerful that one could not help but break out in a cold sweat. This punch drained all the aura in Xiao Yan's body, according to his thoughts. Under the premise of a sneak attack, even if the tiger whistling mountain forest could not seriously injure Jiang Bufan, he would definitely be able to take him by surprise, causing him to panic and lose face in front of everyone. Jia jia, jia jia, if you dare to mess with me, Xiao Yan, then you must pay the price. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Attacking the Zheng family's young lord in front of the Black Demon Legion. He is usually this brave? I originally thought that Sui, whose courage was already unrivaled under the sun, but I didn't expect Xiao Yan to be even more raw than him. Whose ministry is this? Muga. Sisters, Xiao Yan must have a high-ranking person behind him. I don't know what Su Linger was thinking, letting go of the good Zheng family's young grandmother and insisting on blindly looking at Xiao Yan. Maybe this is love? I love you, hemp selling hemp love. In the face of Xiao Yan's fist print that he had blasted out with all his might, if it was Jiang Bufan who had not made a breakthrough, I was afraid that he would really have to use up some of his chi. However, now that he had finished refining the newbie gift pack and had received a majestic baptism of chi in the clan's land, with just the power of his physical body, he could easily intercept it and blast it out. Only Jiang Bufan stretched out his index finger, using it as a sword, and in an instant shot out a light green-colored lightning bolt. The electric aura was like a passing meteor, cutting through the sky and setting off gusts of wind as it rammed into the fist seal. The two collided, and did not appear in the crowd's imagination landslide, the ground shaking the scene. As soon as they made contact, the surging fist seal seemed to be like a spider's web, shattering from the center out of thin air, creating dense cracks. The center of the fist print was shattered, creating dense cracks. Afterwards, it quickly collapsed and turned into nothingness without the crowd reacting. How is this possible? Before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, the green aura was already as fast as lightning as it penetrated through his remaining arm, exploding out a trail of blood mist. F***CKNI. The intense pain caused Xiao Yan to go into a trance for a while. Subconsciously, he wanted to hold onto the stone pillar next to him to stand still, but he was suddenly awakened to the fact that he no longer had an arm to use at this time. A one-armed man became an armless man. Xiao Yan wanted to let out a roar, but he was awakened by the sting of Jiang Bufan's cold, indifferent eyes without a trace of emotion. He did not doubt for a second that if he beeped anymore, he was afraid that he would not even be able to save his life. The strong desire to survive made him not dare to make another sound. Even though his heart was full of anger, he could only choose to endure the anger and save his own life first. When he grew up, he would definitely avenge today's finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the son of Chi Luck, Xiao Yan, and obtaining 500 strands of Chi Luck. Ding! Friendly reminder, the son of Chi Luck, Xiao Yan currently has 6,000 strands of Chi Luck remaining. Yoo-hoo! This time, he has obtained quite a lot of Chi Luck. If this rate continues, I am afraid that Xiao Yan will have to meet his ancestors underground in less than half a month. Jiang Bufan glanced at Xiao Yan with a nuclear goodness, scaring him so much that he couldn't even care about Su Linger and hurriedly disappeared into the Su mansion, leaving the Su family alone in the wind and the wind. Leaving the Su family alone in the wind. This is the kind of goods you are looking at. Jiang Bufan turned his head to look at Su Linger. The dislike in his eyes was not hidden at all. But laughed me to death. This Xiao Yan is also a talent. Don't allow you to say this about my Xiao Yan's brother. My brother is strategically retreating and building up his strength so that he can soar to the heavens. Sister, do you really think so, or are you being contrarian? Even if the whole world is against my brother, I will stand firmly by my brother's side. Then what if your parents are also enemies of Xiao Yan? Then they would not be worthy of being my parents. And for the sake of my brother, I can sever my parental ties with them. This is hard to judge. It's fine. Cut off her living expenses for 2 months. Then she'll know who's the father. At this time, Su Linger also stayed as if she was a wooden koan. She did not think that Xiao Yan, who had sworn to become a knight to guard her for the rest of her life, would actually react first when he encountered danger. When encountering danger, his first reaction was actually to run away. What about the promised guardian? What about the promised knight? What about the promise of life and death? Sure enough, men are unreliable. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. The repayment method you mentioned. What is it? Su Linger's fair cheeks gradually turned red. Her lips pursed slightly as she kept rubbing her hands together, and from time to time, she even glanced at Jiang Bufan shyly. Once her eyes met Jiang Bufan's, she hurriedly buried her head into her chest, as if hiding her inner shyness. This dainty and shy virgin look. Who wouldn't be confused if it was anyone else? This method is very simple for you. A glint flashed in Su Bufan's eyes as he replied while reaching out to touch his belt. Su Linger's eyes widened at the sight. Even though she knew that Jiang Bufan was craving for her body, she didn't expect him to be so greedy. In front of so many people, he actually wanted. Wasn't this a BT plot that only existed in Sakura country? If this was secretly filmed and put on some unknown website, how could she live in the future? Young Jiang, wait, let's go into the house first. The more Su Linger thought about it, the more chaotic her heart became. In her haste, she even directly hugged Jiang Bufan's arm, wanting to pull him into the boudoir. Are you brain dead? Jiang Bufan reflexively pulled out his arm and, using a cleansing technique on his arm, fearing that he would contract an unclean disease as a result. This was humiliation. Naked humiliation. Su Linger froze for 2 seconds. Considering the Su family's real micro, she forced out another smile. Stop it. Let's go in and talk. Into where? Your call. No, just here. I don't want to show. Chew in front of so many people. Su Linger's eyes were reddened, tears hanging in the corners of her eyes as if they would flow out in the next second. Hey, this white lotus flower. The acting skill is really six. Completely hanging on to the little fresh meat. What are you saying about tigers and wolves? Jiang Bufan pulled out a contract from within his waistband. Frowning lightly, he asked in a mock-puzzled manner. This young man is only asking you to take out a loan through the assured loan platform for repaying my Jiang family's debts. You have that kind of hobby. What are you telling this youngster for? This young man doesn't have the time to watch you perform. Chapter 11, 9 exits and 13 returns. Don't worry. Credit? Only then did Su Linger react. Jiang Bufan's belt was a storage spirit weapon, and the action of him reaching out just now was not trying to take off his pants. Rather, he was trying to take out the relieved loan contract from his belt. Family, who knows? This is a real shame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the Son of Luck, Xiaoyan, and obtaining 1,000 strands of luck. Ding! The Son of Luck, Xiaoyan currently has 5,000 strands of luck remaining. A playful lowly voice sounded in his head. Jiang Bufan frowned lightly, and in his heart, he probably guessed that Xiaoyan was hiding somewhere and peeping. His spiritual sense swept through the Su mansion, and the result was really not unexpected. Only to see that in a dark corner of the Su mansion, Xiaoyan was lying in front of a dog hole, furtively observing the movements outside the mansion. From the skillful movements, it is not difficult to see that this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. Perhaps when the Su family's female family members were bathing, this son of heavenly destiny was hiding in a corner somewhere to carefully appreciate. Ignoring Xiaoyan, Jiang Bufan handed the contract in his hand to Su Linger. I will give you 2 minutes to think. Su Linger trembled as she took the contract and flipped through the first page, and was immediately shocked by the overbearing clauses inside. The first clause, the loan calculation method was 9 out of 13 returns. This meant that if the Su family were to take out a loan of $10 billion, assured loan only needs to pay $9 billion, which is the 9 out. However, when it comes to repayment, the Su family needs to pay $13 billion to the reliable loan, which is the 13 return. Simply put, Su family as long as to assured loan 10 billion, that has been in advance of the loss of 4 billion. This money comes faster than robbery. Second, the loan time is 2 weeks. If the time is up, the borrower is still not repaid, then the debt owed will again be 9 out of 13 back calculation. For example, if the Su family borrowed $20 billion, they need to repay $26 billion. But after 2 weeks, if the Su family is unable to repay the debt, that means that the 26 billion is assured loan in accordance with the 9 out of 13 back rule once again loaned to the Su family. After 2 more weeks, the Su family will need to repay 26 billion 9 plus 26 billion 9 3 37 5 billion, borrowing 20 billion and needing to pay back 37 5 billion a month later, the profits of which are simply terrifying as hell. Article 3, assured loan enjoys the right to dominate the investigation. If assured loan believes that the Su family is not capable of repaying the loan after scientific investigation and estimation, it has the right to dominate all of the Su family's resources. This regulation also specifically states, all resources include, but are not limited to medicinal fields, stores, houses, spiritual weapons, pills, the qi and blood, jindan, root bones, and yuanyin of the Su family's cultivators. There are hundreds of such overbearing regulations in total. In the corner of the last page, there is also the words, the final interpretation right belongs to the assured loan. How is this a loan contract? It's an unequal treaty. Sir, the way they eat people has changed. The more Su Linger looked, the more powerless she became. Tears could no longer be controlled, and they gushed out in a steady stream like a river in an embankment. She clearly knew that if she signed this contract, the entire Su family would definitely fall into an endless abyss. This contract, I can't sign it. No problem. Jiang Bufan still maintained his smile. looking like a harmless teenager. Then please, Miss Su family, return the $100 billion worth of cultivation resources borrowed from the Jiang family over the years. Hundreds of billions of cultivation resources? The melon eaters couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard this. To know, according to the division of the Huaxia Bureau of Statistics, people with a monthly income of 2,000,500 Huaxia coins were known as the middle income group. Taking a middle income group with a monthly income of 5,000 and an annual income of 60,000 Huaxia coins as an example, $100 billion worth of cultivation resources would require him to struggle for 1,660,000 years, and during that time, he must not eat, drink or buy a house or a car. The most important thing is that you can't even get sick, in order to barely get enough cultivation resources. If we take a monthly income of 3,000, it would take 2,780,000 years. I must be reincarnated in a rich family in my next life, when the monthly living expenses will be 100,000. Where are the poor people from? You're so stingy even in your dreams. How much do you make a month, brother Fu? Oh, I counted by the year. How much per year? 800. No, man, what are you pretending to be in front of me for 800? 8 million. Forgive me for being young and foolish. I've been floating around for half my life, and I just hate that I haven't met a bright master. If you don't give up, I'd like to be your righteous father and see you through to the end of your days. The sorrows and joys of people are not connected to each other. The melon eaters were chatting feverishly. Su Linger, however, was like a frosted eggplant, her face bloodless, wilted and soft. Can I repay some of the resources first? When the Su family finishes selling the stores, they will definitely repay the resources owed immediately. Su Linger's eyes were filled with begging. The pure white small halter was pulled down by her at some point, revealing a touch of tantalizing snow white in front of her Zio. Unfortunately, Zhang Bufan did not eat this set of. His spiritual awareness has skyrocketed hundreds of times, inadvertently swept through Su Linger's body, and from a certain indescribable part found some clues. After a little identification, Zhang Bufan dared to conclude that this was the Yuan Yang Qi left behind after befriending the fire spirit body. No matter how thorough the cleansing was, this Yuan Yang Qi can be maintained for at least 60 hours. That is, 2.5 days. This meant that the pitiful white lotus in front of her must have had a great mingling of life with Xiao Yan last night. The thought that the original owner had given everything but could not exchange it for the slightest bit of good looks. Zhang Bufan's mind could not help but recall that famous saying, money is taken for women to see, not taken for women to spend. Jiang Xiao, I beg you. Before Su Linger could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by Zhang Bufan, he who was too lazy to say any more words. With just a look, the Black Demon Legion immediately aimed their spirit spears at the Su family crowd. The murderous aura that was calling out quickly condensed, as if it had a solid body, causing one to tremble and shudder. Seeing that his attitude was so forceful, Su Linger didn't dare to babble anymore. While crying with rain, she picked up a pen and wrote down the word Su on the contract of the assured loan. She knew that this contract was a completely unequal treaty, and that it would be harmful to the Su family's development, but not beneficial. However, as far as the current form is concerned, if she doesn't sign it today, the Su family will be destroyed. As the old saying goes, it's better to die than to live. As long as you are alive, you can always think of a way to deal with it. In such self-deceiving thoughts, Su Linger trembling signed the contract. This signing will break the Su family's fortune for 1,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the first-class family, Su family, gaining 5,000 strands of Qi. Ding! The host's first time striking a family's Qi. Obtaining system rewards, martial skill upgrade card X5, chaos level technique, Taicho casting body technique, life and death order X10. Zhang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud at this. The reason why he didn't directly destroy the Su family was because he wanted to see if damaging the Su family's Qi could also be rewarded. As a result, the reward he received was simply beyond his expectations. Martial skill upgrade cards, which were obviously capable of raising a martial skill by a small realm out of nowhere. Taicho body casting technique, belonging to the chaos level body refining technique. This technique draws on the spirits of all things in heaven and earth. It strengthens the flesh and bones, tempering the internal organs and giving every cell in the body unparalleled defense and explosive power. Cultivated to perfection, the power of a single punch can reach 100 billion tons, and can truly destroy mountains with a fist and open rivers and oceans with a palm. Even a divine powerhouse could be easily killed. As for the order of life and death, it is a means of controlling one's subordinates. This order into the body of the subordinate. Once the subordinate has the intention to harm him, the order of life and death will explode in his body and take his life. 3 rewards, one more precious than the other. It's a blood money maker. Zhang Bufan put the contract away in his storage belt and, The Su family has taken out a loan of $220 billion today at Don't Worry Loan, to be used as debt repayment. 2 weeks later, they need to repay the reliable loan, $286 billion. If one person from the Su family escapes, 100 people will be killed. If 2 members of the Su family escape, 1,000 will be killed. If 3 members of the Su family escape, then exterminate the clan. The words ended. Jiang Bufan turned around and left. The Black Demon Legion also put away their bloodthirsty spirit spears, transforming the rear army into the front army, without a single noise throughout, leading the Su mansion in a neat and tidy manner. It wasn't until everyone had left that. It was only when Su Linger couldn't support herself that she fell straight to her knees, muttering non-stop, wasn't it wrong? Chapter 12, Late Phantom Stage. Su Mansion. After Jiang Bufan had received the initiation of the Taicho body casting technique, the original golden tendons in his body were all transformed into the topmost jade tendons without exception, which also represented the successful conclusion of the tendon refining stage. Body refining martial artists were also known as horizontal practicing martial cultivators. The first stage is based on refining the tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and skin, and emphasizes on opening and closing, and shaking the 8 directions with force. Through specific methods, horizontal practicing martial arts practitioners continuously transform the potential of the body into their own strength, taking the path of becoming a saint in the flesh. Take the refining of tendons as an example. The refining of tendons can be divided into iron tendons, copper tendons, silver tendons, gold tendons, and the legendary jade tendon. With the same number of tendons, a martial arts practitioner who refines copper tendons is 10 times stronger than an iron tendon martial arts practitioner. And a silver tendon martial arts practitioner is 10 times stronger than a copper tendon martial arts practitioner. And so on. A jade tendon cultivator is 10,000 times stronger than an iron tendon cultivator. This is only the most basic refining realm. There is such a horrible gap. The other 4 also remain the same, due to the fact that refining the body requires a huge amount of resources. As long as an ordinary family has cultivated 360 iron tendons, most likely, they will not carry out a second refining of the tendons to transform them into silver tendons, instead choosing to use the iron tendons as a base to break through into a bone refining martial cultivation. This kind of bone refining martial arts cultivator is at the bottom of the hierarchy, only a few times more powerful than ordinary people. The strength of even silver tendon martial arts cultivator cannot compare. On the contrary, the children of the world's families, as long as they embark on the path of horizontal training, they can at least use family resources to cultivate their tendon veins to the level of silver tendon. The 4 great divine spirit families even rigidly stipulate that one cannot refine bones unless one reaches the golden tendon. As for the legendary jade tendon, can be encountered but cannot be forced. One side is silver tendon bottom, gold tendon standard. The other side is to reach iron tendon has spent half of the family's savings. The 2 just a little comparison. Only a slight comparison between the 2. Can easily know the main reason why it is difficult to produce noble son from the cold family. 95% of the cultivation resources of the whole of China, all by 5% of the huge family in possession. So that ordinary people how to become? To put it bluntly, even if it is a pig, as long as you get the training of a certain family, you can easily become a party of great demons. This means, the strong will always be strong, the weak will always be weak. The reason why people are shocked by the noble son of a humble family, in a sense, it had vividly illustrated how difficult it was for ordinary people to cross over. That's why there are more and more people jokingly say, the biggest watershed in life is amniotic fluid. System, open personal panel. Host, Jiang Bufan. Technique, heaven swallowing and earth devouring technique, chaos grade. Taichu body casting technique, chaos grade. Physique, undefeatable little strong spiritual body, celestial grade extreme plus. Cultivation, early dharma phase, plus. Horizontal training cultivation, refined tendon perfection, 360 jade tendons, plus. Martial skills, Demon King's hand earth order extreme grade, minor success, plus. Cloud breaking finger earth order extreme grade, minor success, plus. Skyrock 9 steps earth order extreme grade, major success, plus. Chi luck, 10,000 strands. Warehouse, 10 flavors D Huang pill 1. Martial skill upgrade card 5. Life and death order 10. Comprehensive evaluation, see the tofu in the corner? The host is only slightly harder than it. Looking at the comprehensive evaluation given by the system, Jiang Bufan's face was as black as an iron pot. System, I suggest you don't evaluate blindly if you can't evaluate. Ding, this host baby doesn't listen to the advice of the two-armed host. Well done. After carefully surveying the panel, Jiang Bufan curiously tapped the plus sign behind his cultivation. And, in the blink of an eye, the original 10,000 strands of chi was reduced to 7,000 strands, and the cultivation at the early stage of the Dharma phase instantly broke through to the middle stage. So it's like this, whether it's cultivation or martial arts. As long as I have enough chi luck, I can click on the plus sign at the back and seek a breakthrough. Without hesitation, John Buffon clicked on the plus sign behind his cultivation once again. The 7,000 strands of chi luck turned into 2,000 strands, and his cultivation also broke through to the late stage of Dharma phase as expected. It took 3,000 strands of chi luck to go from early to mid stage, and 5,000 strands of chi luck to go from mid stage to late stage. From this, it could be seen that the further one's cultivation level progressed, the more chi luck one consumed. It seems that in the future, we need to suppress the Sons of Fortune more often. After using all 5 martial skill enhancement cards, Demon King's Hand, Cloud Breaking Finger, and Heavenly Rock 9 steps all broke through to the perfection realm as expected. After the 3 martial arts were cultivated to perfection, the plus sign at the back also disappeared, representing that this martial art could no longer be broken through. After breaking through his own strength by several times, John Buffon was satisfied and pushed open the door of the house, ready to go out of the mansion to travel in the clouds, and in the meantime, see if he could find other Sons of Fortune. Jia, Sons of Fortune, I want you to help me cultivate 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. As the name suggests, it was a place where many demonic beasts converged. The mountain range was shrouded in fog all year round, with a humid climate and a majestic spiritual chi that nourished a large number of valuable spiritual medicines. The odors emitted by these spirit medicines attracted tens of thousands of demonic beasts to settle here. After several years of accumulation, millions of demonic beasts converged in the mountain range, among which several demonic emperors capable of rivaling the Transcendence realm were born. After a heated discussion, the senior management of China. After intense discussions, the senior management of China finally decided to keep this group of demonic beasts in captivity, as a place to cultivate the fighting skills and mentality of the younger generation. Once a demon emperor that rivals a half-step deity appears in the 10,000 Demons mountain range, Huaxia's top echelons would immediately carry out a beheading operation on them. In this way, one could constantly harvest materials from the demonic beasts, and constantly inspire the bloodlust of their descendants through battles, and through enslavement, we can build up an army of fearless beasts. This is a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, although it's a bit unfair to the demonic beasts, but between races, who cares if it's fair or not? The fittest survives, and only the strong have the right to speak. Night falls. The 10,000 Demon mountain range was plunged into deathly silence. Most of the normal trainers have already left the mountain range. Even for those who haven't left, they will hide in a safe cave in advance and quietly wait for the morning, because they all know that night is the world of demonic beasts. However, at the edge of a certain lake, a black-clothed teenager plunged a kitchen knife into the neck of a bull demon, skillfully bleeding, skinning, and picking out bones. Beside him, there were already nearly 100 corpses of demonic beasts, lion demons, tiger demons, leopard demons. Nearly 100 demonic beasts were bleeding a lot of blood, even hundreds of meters apart. One could clearly smell the bloody odor in the air. As we all know, demonic beasts are especially sensitive to the smell of blood. The blood of a small demonic beast was enough to attract demonic beasts within a 10-mile radius. Now that the blood of nearly 100 demonic beasts had converged, it was highly likely that a beast tide would be triggered. Normal people should choose to leave at this time. However, the black-clothed teenager was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, leisurely lying on the wolf demon, quietly waiting for the arrival of the demonic beasts. Without a doubt, the blood of the demonic beasts on the ground were all bait for his nest. Anyone who dared to do such a thing was either a fool or completely trusted in their own strength. A few moments later, accompanied by the roar of ouch, 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 hundreds of eyes gradually flashed out from the depths of the forest. The black-clothed boy laughed out in satisfaction, lifted up the kitchen knife and leapt down. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. Chapter 13 Showtime. High risk, high reward, showtime. The black-clothed teenager utilized his body techniques, flashing around the demonic beasts like a ghost, and the seemingly ordinary kitchen knife in his hand was always able to easily slice through their flesh and give them a fatal blow. The seemingly ordinary kitchen knife in his hand was always able to easily cut through the flesh of the demonic beast and give it a fatal blow. When the demonic beast reacted, the black-clothed teenager had already easily achieved 10 kills. Roar, roar, roar. Numerous demonic beasts roared, seemed to have gone crazy, raising the wind and sand in the sky and recklessly charging towards the black-clothed teenager. In an instant, the earth crumbled and the mountains were destroyed. Dust and smoke rose up in all directions. The ground shook as if it was experiencing an earthquake. Facing the crazy impact of the demonic beasts, the black-clothed teenager did not have the slightest fear. 3 points of disdain, 3 points of desire, and 4 points of untamed in his eyes. Tribute to the originator of the cool article. Rue Si Bai. After slaughtering this group of demonic beasts, it should be enough to break through to the Divine Mansion Extreme Realm, the black-clothed teenager muttered, his tiger body slightly shaking as a chilling killing intent erupted from within his body, only to see him raise the chopper in his hand, and with a beat of his feet, he leapt into mid-air and taste Little Master's blistering wind blade technique. In the midst of laughter, nearly 100 knife-ons rolled up the sand and dust in the sky, as fast as lightning, destroying the demonic beasts that were running towards them. Seeing the majestic murderous intent of the knife-on splitting, numerous demonic beasts actually felt the threat of death from it. The nature of avoiding harm makes them subconsciously spread out in all directions, trying to avoid this strike, but they dodge again fast, and can have the speed of the blade fast. Before most of the beasts could react, they were mercilessly killed by the lightning-fast blade. Only demonic beasts at the innate realm and above barely managed to dodge the blade and turn the danger into a victory. In just one move, the black-clothed teenager had exterminated over 70 demonic beasts. What surprised people was that, having struck such a powerful blow, the black-clothed teenager's aura seemed as if it hadn't been consumed, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of tiredness on his face. The only remaining 10 head of demonic beast's heart has the intention to retreat, each other to look at 2 eyes. Even humane soldiers divided into separate ways to escape. If you guys can escape, I, Wang Chuan, will write my surname upside down in the future. Wang Chen took out a bow and arrow from his storage ring. The body of the bow was crafted from top-grade ice crystals, while the bowstring was filled with auger tendons, giving each arrow a terrifying penetrating power while also giving it the attribute of cold ice. Once it hits an enemy, it can cause partial necrosis due to frostbite, and in severe cases, it can even directly freeze them. Meteor arrow technique. Wang Chen hitched up 5 arrows at the same time, and without aiming, he shot them out vigorously with a miracle. As if the 5 arrows had grown eyes, they transformed into a shooting star that turned and instantly blasted onto different innate demonic beasts. Without a doubt, the arrows directly penetrated the demonic beasts. The slightly smaller ones were frozen to death by the rate. The larger ones were extensively frostbitten by the cold ice power on the arrows, losing their ability to escape. 5 more arrows were attached to the bow, and the 5 arrows killed 5 demonic beasts again. At this point, only the last 2 of the escaping demonic beasts remained. One was a snake demon and the other was also a snake demon. Seeing that the distance between himself and the 2 demons was too far for him to kill them with his arrows, Wang Dust retrieved his bow and arrow and took out his bloodstained kitchen knife again. With a beat of his feet, he quickly approached the purplish-red snake demon like a projectile. The violet-red snake demon almost cried out at the sight of this. Whether it was battle power, speed, or battle experience, he couldn't compare to the pervert behind him. This made it seem to see the long-dead Thai milk beckoning to him in the underworld. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well fight to the death and maybe even create a miracle. Whoever is born as a snake has no death since the beginning of time. He must leave his mighty name in the beasts. The purple-red snake demon suddenly turned around next to an ancient tree and sprayed venom that could easily corrode away innate cultivators at the pursuing Wang Chuan. Yo-ho, dare to fight back? You already have a way to take your death. Wang Chuan's figure flickered, easily avoiding the venom, and in a flash, he appeared right above the snake demon. Seeing this, the snake demon was ecstatic in his heart and hurriedly lashed at Wang Chuan with his snake tail, vowing to slap him into character pieces. But the next second, snake demon only felt a gust of pain coming from the 7 inches, followed by a dizzy spell in his head, and his body involuntarily staggered and collapsed to the ground. Taking a closer look, the snake demon's 7 inches had, at some point, been inserted by a large black needle with toxins. The head of the snake was easily cut off with a kitchen knife. This also meant that the snake demon was out. Wang Chuan retrieved the black needle, which was his unique hidden weapon, the 100 poison ghost needle, which was worth a lot of money. If a cultivator below the Dharma phase realm was hit by this formation, he would have to leave half of his life behind if he didn't die. Next, Wang Chuan changed directions and took 2.5 minutes to easily cut down the last snake demon under his horse. At the moment the snake demon was hacked to death by him. The spiritual chi in a 100-mile radius was like a wild horse, pouring into Wang Chuan's body in a steady stream. With a bang, Wang Chuan's cultivation level was reduced from Divine Spirit to Divine Spirit. Wang Chuan's cultivation broke through from the late Divine Mansion stage to the Divine Mansion Extreme Realm. What surprised people was that the aura in his body was not even a little bit weak, as if he had already stepped into the Divine Mansion Extreme Realm for many years. Invincible killing system. Just killing is enough to make a breakthrough. What a heaven-defying tactic. Most of the 3-year period has passed. Oh Yang Qian, I will definitely fight my way up to the Heaven Diffraction sect. Let you know that withdrawing from me in this life is the most brain-dead thing you've ever done. Without a doubt, this one was also a son of Heaven's destiny, taking the route of withdrawing from the marriage stream. As for the Heavenly Diffusion sect that he was talking about, it was one of the top sects in Huaxia. and it was rumored that there was a half-step divine spirit ancestor sitting within the sect with extraordinary strength. A mere divine mansion realm cultivator actually dared to talk about how he would one day fight the heavenly diffraction sect. If it was known, it would be laughed off. The heavenly diffraction sect. The clan competition was in full swing within the clan, attracting a large number of melon eaters to come and watch. For a time, the martial arts field was packed with people and the situation was unprecedented. The clan competition is held once every 3 years, and is divided into 4 grades of disciples: outer gate, inner gate, core, and pro-transmission. Most of the disciples of the outer and inner sects were at the awakening realm and chi condensation realm, and their strength was relatively weak. Under the premise of opening hundreds of rings at the same time, the rankings were already assessed in less than 2 hours, and the top 100 were awarded respectively. As for the core and personal disciples, representing the face of the sect, the lowest realm was innate, and most were mid to late stage cultivators of the divine mansion realm. At this realm, everyone had their own cards, and it was basically impossible to separate the winners from the losers in a short period of time. A competition, light war half an hour. If you meet the strength of close disciples, war on several hours is a common thing. The good thing is that the Tianyan sect core, in-person disciples add up to only 100 people, and not all of them will go out. So a day's time is also enough to distinguish between high and low. While all the disciples were going up to the ring to compete, the sect's providers, elders, peak masters, and even the patriarch, Wu Xuendo, were all seated high above the stands. To everyone's disbelief, elders, peak masters, and even the patriarch were all shyly fawning over the young man sitting in the main seat. You have to know, Tianyan sect patriarch is a late-stage transcendence realm powerhouse. A casual strike can open mountains and split the sea. In the whole of China is a resounding figure, the person who can make him so lowly in his own identity to curry favor. Then, how terrifying the power behind him would be. I wonder who the woman above ring number A is. Reporting to young lord, this woman is the young disciple of our clan's ice crystal peak master Ouyang Qian, cultivating for less than 2.5 years. She is already an early divine mansion cultivator. Interesting, young master, you may not believe me when I tell you, this girl has worshipped you since she was a child. If young master is willing, could you give her a chance to meet her idol? A hint of shrewdness flashed in Wu Xuandao's eyes. The corner of the main seat teenager's mouth rose slightly. Worshipping me, Jiang Bufan, counts as a good eye for her. So be it. After the competition, then give her a second chance to reach the sky in one step. Chapter 14, Gathering all the ways in one's own body. After Jiang Bufan finished speaking, his body dissipated like a bubble and disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Wu Xuandao's throat involuntarily moved. Clearly his cultivation was far superior to Jiang Bufan. However, on Jiang Bufan's body, he clearly felt an aura of unquestionable, only self-respect. This was the legendary invincible momentum. The momentum of invincibility was not the literal sense of being invincible in the world, but rather the fearlessness, and unyieldingness of a cultivator's heart. No matter how strong a cultivator was, a cultivator with invincible momentum dared to draw his sword and fight to the end. The most important thing is that the cultivator who activates the invincible momentum can increase his fighting strength several times in a short period of time. It was simply an unrivaled way to be invincible in the same realm and slaughter enemies across realms. In the whole of China, as far as Wu Xuandao knew, there were no more than 2 hands of the younger generation who possessed the invincible momentum. Jiang Bufan was clearly one of them, which made him ponder how he should face this son. Originally, currying favor with Jiang Bufan was entirely due to the Jiang family behind him, fearing that this young master would be unhappy and bring the Jiang family deities on a day trip to the heavenly diffusion sect. In the end, before it was having to curry favor, and now, seeing that Jiang Bufan possessed invincible power, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Dharma phase, he could also silently disappear in front of him. This horrible heavenly posture led Wu Xuandao gradually began to voluntarily curry favor with Jiang Bufan, and the idea of becoming his protector arose in his heart. Just as this idea arose, a gust of ripples inexplicably appeared in mid-air, and everyone else just felt a little strange. Only Wu Xuandao was sweating profusely, because in that instant, he clearly felt a coldness that could easily freeze him to death. Without a doubt, he had been warned, and the reason for the warning was simple. That was to be Jiang Bufan's protector. He was not worthy. Wu Xuandao sweated a little, silently dispelling his unrealistic fantasies and calculating in his heart to tilt the sect's resources in favor of Ouyang Qian. Jiang Bufan can't be pleasing. Then pleasing the nymphette he has his eyes on is always no problem, right? Thinking of this, Wu Xuandao glanced at the void somewhat sheepishly. Seeing that nothing had happened, he let out a sigh of relief. Everyone, I wish to establish Ouyang Qian as the sect's holy maiden. Who is in favor? Who is against? The Tianyan sect's crowd of elders and peak masters looked at each other. Without exception, They all called this move a way to revitalize the sect, the Pavilion of Scriptures. All the martial arts in the Tianyan sect were collected here for the disciples of the sect to exchange using contribution value. Inside the pavilion, there are several patriarchal realm envoys guarding the pavilion, and in the depths there is also a bright heart realm elder sitting in the town, so it can be said that it is tightly defended and airtight. At this time, Zhang Bufan swaggered into the pavilion and selected thousands of martial arts for enlightenment, most of the selected martial arts for the lower grade of the Yellow Order. With Zhang Bufan's heavenly enlightenment, less than a minute will be these martial arts enlightenment complete. He wants to walk the set 100 common, take in the essence, set in his own avenue. After the thousands of martial arts techniques were easily comprehended, Zhang Bufan felt that he had not enjoyed himself. Zhang Bufan did not feel happy. A wave of his hand, nearly 10,000 martial arts from the bookshelf floated out, turning pages on their own. Sitting on his knees, Zhang Bufan actually had a single mind. His eyes were like pinhole cameras, sweeping through the contents of all the martial arts. Afterwards, he went through the rest of the martial arts in an endless cycle. Throughout the entire process, all of the offerings and elders in the scripture pavilion didn't dare to say anything, and didn't even dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, simply because the person who was comprehending was the young master of the Jiang family. Rules are used to constrain ordinary people. Strong people only need to make rules that are favorable to themselves. Obviously, the young master of the Jiang family was considered an absolute powerhouse, regardless of his own heavenly beauty or the strength of his family. Not to mention that he had no book of white gathering yellow rank martial skills. Even if he set fire to the Tibetan scripture pavilion, the heavenly diffusion sect would still have to praise him for a job well done. As time passed, the entire first layer, nearly 1 million books of yellow rank lower grade martial arts were all perfected by Zhang Bufan. Zhang Bufan opened his eyes and resolutely got up to step into the second layer. The martial arts in this layer were only half of the first layer, but the grade was already of the middle yellow rank. Zhang Bufan continued to sit on his knees, and with a thought, tens of thousands of novels flew out, automatically turning the pages for his enlightenment. Although the grade of this wave of martial arts was a little higher, it was still nothing more than that for his enlightenment. 2.5 minutes, comprehending 10,000 books, Blackie spoke, as more and more martial arts were realized to perfection. Zhang Bufan's understanding of intent also rose. The meaning of fire, the meaning of cold ice, the meaning of wind, the meaning of dead wood, the meaning of thick soil. Hundreds of meanings were realized by him. Although he only comprehended a little bit of the skin, it also greatly solidified the foundation of his great Tao and enriched his combat methods. 3 hours later, Zhang Bufan stepped into the third layer. Within the third layer were more than 300,000 yellow-ranked martial arts, of which more than 200,000 were yellow-ranked top grade and the rest were yellow-ranked extreme grade. Once again, he took out 10,000 martial arts and continued to comprehend them. It was worth mentioning that at this level of yellow rank upper grade, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to want to cultivate to perfection in a single breath. In order to save time, Zhang Bufan just gulped down a glance, cultivating the martial skill to the introductory level before continuing to comprehend the next one. In this way, his speed of comprehending martial arts increased instead of decreasing, and it was like rocketing up. The fourth layer, Xian rank lower grade, took 2 hours. The fifth layer, Xian rank middle grade, took 3 hours. The sixth layer, Xian rank upper grade, Xian rank extreme grade, consumes 4 hours. Ascending to the seventh layer, the number of martial arts plummeted, and as far as the eye could see, it was estimated that there were only nearly 10,000 books. However, all of them were clear of the existence of the lower grade of the earth rank, and after comprehending them, they were naturally able to enhance their intent to a greater extent. Without much ado, Zhang Bufan took out nearly 1,000 martial arts and comprehended them in detail. With his current enlightenment, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to try to comprehend nearly 10,000 books in one breath with one mind. Even if he only comprehended 1,000 books at the same time, he still felt that it wasn't easy. In the depths of the pavilion, the heavenly diffusion sect's many offerings and elders couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. A mind of 10,000 used to comprehend yellow rank martial arts, although it was already away from the original upper spectrum. But it wasn't as if there hadn't been this kind of heavenly pride in Huaxia. They could barely restrain themselves. However, when they saw Zhang Bufan comprehending Xian rank martial skills with a single mind, and the time it took to succeed in comprehending them was so short, their jaws couldn't close. In their eyes, Zhang Bufan was not a person at all. He was simply a pervert. No matter what kind of genius, what kind of demon was in front of him, they were completely worthless chicks. However, when they saw Zhang Bufan comprehending thousands of earth-ranked martial arts at the same time, they were no longer able to give birth to any semblance of emotion in their hearts, because they were already completely numb. 5 hours later, The last batch of Earth-rank lower-grade martial skills had also been comprehended and reached the desired goal. Zhang Bufan continued to stomp up to the 8th level. The martial arts above the 8th level were even less. The initial estimate was just less than 1,000. The Heavenly Diffusion Sect's Scripture Pavilion doesn't work either. Chapter 15, Ouyang Qian. The Heavenly Diffusion Sect's Scripture Pavilion doesn't work either. After Zhang Bufan took 8 hours to cultivate the middle-grade Earth-rank martial arts into the door, he continued to step on the 9th layer. The martial arts within the 9th layer were undoubtedly even rarer, and even 30% of the martial arts were crippled, so it was a shame to discard them, and tasteless to eat them. By the time he reached the upper level of the Earth rank and the extreme level of the Earth rank, Zhang Bufan could only comprehend 10 of them at the same time for roughly half an hour. Nearly 100 martial arts consumed 10 hours of his time before he was barely able to get into all of them, allowing his comprehension of certain moods to be drastically improved again. The 10th floor. By all rights, it should be filled with heavenly rank martial arts. Zhang Bufan walked up to the 9th floor, his brows lightly furrowed. What's going on? Only to see that in the 9th floor, there were no heavenly rank martial skills that should be there. Only 3 empty shelves. Could it be that the Heaven Diffracting Sect had taken away the heaven rank martial skills in advance? If that was the case, the Heavenly Diffraction Sect had narrowed its path. Although he had finished comprehending all the martial arts within the Heavenly Diffraction Sect, and it appeared that he had taken advantage of the situation. What actually happened? Not to mention the annual revenue that the Heavenly Diffraction Sect gained from relying on the Zhang family, just the fruit of enlightenment that Zhang Bufan wanted to bestow upon it. The Heavenly Diffraction Sect would be able to make a steady profit without losing money. The fruit of enlightenment, as the name suggests, is a spiritual fruit that can help cultivators realize the Great Tao, which was born in one of the Zhang family's secret realms, and was naturally monopolized by the Zhang family. After breaking through to the Transcendence realm, the cultivator needs to comprehend a trace of the rules of the Great Tao, so as to break through the realm and become a half-step deity powerhouse. Half-step deities also needed to constantly comprehend the Great Tao, and after comprehending a certain Great Tao to a perfect level, they could enter the step of breaking through the 3 levels. If one could successfully complete all 3 levels, one could be successfully promoted to deity. In order to successfully realize the Great Tao, simply relying on one's own enlightenment was tantamount to a fantasy. However, the number of spirit objects that could help cultivators realize the Great Tao was ridiculously low, and they were all monopolized by the divine spirit families without exception. This caused a large number of cultivators to enter the transcendent realm, but their cultivation progress was slow, and it would take several years for them to take a small step forward. If someone was willing to give them a Tao enlightenment fruit, even if they were to bow down and submit, there was still hope. From this, it could be seen that the value of the fruit of enlightenment was absolutely outrageous. However, seeing that there wasn't a single heaven-ranked martial skill on the bookshelf, Zhang Bufan frowned lightly, already considering whether or not to still bestow the fruit of enlightenment. Just as he fell into silence, a white-haired old man arched his hand and respectfully knelt down in front of him. I beg the young lord's forgiveness. Our clan only has 3 heavenly ranked martial skills, and without guaranteeing their safety, they were carried around by the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the Supreme Elder respectively. I have already reported to them in the first instance. Patriarch, the Great Elder has already sent the martial skills into the heavenly rank cultivation room, so please move over to cultivate them. Young Lord, as for the Supreme Elder, the Patriarch has personally traveled to the secret realm to wake him up. I think that after the young lord has finished comprehending the 2 heavenly rank martial skills, the Supreme Elder has also sent the last one into the cultivation room. Hearing this, Zhang Bufan could only nod his head and follow the old man to the cultivation room. Said to be a cultivation room, it was actually a few rooms made of stones. The room was inscribed with a spirit-gathering grand formation, using heaven and earth, Xian Huang as levels, providing 1,000 times, 100 times, 10 times, and 5 times the amount of spirit chi content respectively. The entire Heavenly Diffusion Sect also only had 2 heavenly rank cultivation rooms. The reason was simple: the spiritual veins under the sect could only support this kind of intensity. Otherwise it would cause irreversible harm to the spiritual veins. Walking into the cultivation room, there were 2 jade pendants placed on the stone table. At this level of the heavenly ranks, ordinary objects could no longer carry the Tao intent in them. The only thing that could barely be recorded was certain specific spiritual jades that relied on the majestic spiritual chi. The 2 heavenly rank martial arts were both of the lower heavenly rank. One was a fist technique, 10,000 elephants rushing, and the other was a sword technique, springborn autumn killing. The 10,000 elephants rushing was created by the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's Supreme Elder after he traveled to the Feijo Prairie and had an epiphany after watching the migration of the elephants, and after practicing it until it was fully accomplished, he could embrace the power of the 10,000 elephants, and the earth would crumble between the lifting of his hands and the throwing of his feet. The Spring Life and Autumn Killing is a killing blade technique that the Tianyan sect exchanged from the Shura clan decades ago at the cost of 5 spirit veins. The practitioner needed to kill non-stop, comprehend the killing intent from the killings, and incorporate it into the blade technique, so that every blade that was struck possessed an infinite killing intent, a fury. Zhang Bufan pondered for a moment and decided to first cultivate the inverted method of spring-born autumn killing, because as the young master of the divine spirit family, he definitely had thousands of lives on his hands, not to mention 10,000. The fury chi in his body was naturally also a huge value. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, between his thoughts, a majestic memory like a waterfall suddenly surged into his mind. After 12 hours, the spring-born autumn killing was barely introductory. Zhang Bufan spent another 12 hours comprehending the 10,000 elephant rush. As expected, the third martial skill, the withered wood reunites spring, was also delivered to him. The withered wood rejoin spring was the only heavenly rank middle-grade martial skill in the heavenly diffraction sect, and it wasn't an attacking martial skill, but rather a martial skill that focused on the ability to recover. Cultivating it to the introductory level would increase the recovery ability by 2 times, cultivating it to the minor level would increase the recovery ability by 4 times, cultivating it to the major level would increase the recovery ability by 10 times. If one could cultivate it to perfection, then even if the body was destroyed, one could find a body at will and borrow the body to return it, which was equivalent to having an extra life. The 5 martial arts skills of the middle grade of the heavenly rank were even more difficult to begin with, and Zhang Bufan had spent a whole 24 hours before he was barely able to begin. At this time, his panel had been refreshed with a new look. The host, Zhang Bufan. Technique, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Technique, Chaos Level. Taichu Body Casting Technique, Chaos Level. Physique, Undead Little Strong Spiritual Body, Celestial Grade Extreme Plus. Cultivation, Late Dharma Phase, Plus. Horizontal Training Cultivation, Refining Tendon Perfection, 360 Jade Tendons, Plus. Martial Skills, 10,000 Elephants Rushing, Lower Heavenly Rank, Introductory Plus. Spring-born, Autumn Killed, Lower Heavenly Rank, Introductory Plus. Withered Tree Rejuvenates the Spring, Middle Heavenly Rank, Introductory Plus. Demon King's Hand Earth Order Extreme Grade, Perfection. Click to open collapsed information. Intent of Fiery Fire, 19. 6%. Intent of Withered Wood, 13. 9%. Intent of Cold Ice, 21. 3%. Intent of Thick Earth, 19. 9%. Intent of Killing, 1. 3%. Chi Luck, 2,000 strands. Warehouse, 10 flavored D Huang pills X1. Life and Death Order X10. Comprehensive evaluation. Although the host has made good progress, this system baby can still only say host. You still have to practice. The panel added a new item, intent, behind which there were probably close to 1,000 different intentions. And after the intent was the level of comprehension. According to Zhang Bufan's estimation, when the number at the back becomes 100%, the probability is that the intentions will metamorphose into more powerful means. Letting out a long breath of turbid air, Zhang Bufan got up and walked out of the cultivation room. In the next second, Wu Xuandao flashed beside him like a ghost. Greetings, young master, for leaving the gate. Wu Xuandao did not have any expression on his face, but inside, he was already too shocked to describe in words. Zhang Bufan had just stepped out of the cultivation room when he felt thousands of realms of intent within the sun, and most of them had more than traveled a fifth of the way. This was the power of the realm of intent, not to mention comprehending hundreds or thousands of them. If an ordinary person wanted to comprehend one of them, it would be like ascending to heaven even if it was just an introduction. However, in Zhang Bufan's place, the power of intent was like a clearance sale, completely worthless. This was simply off the charts. Wu Xuandao secretly made up his mind in the bottom of his heart. He must hold on to Zhang Bufan's thigh. Maybe the way of the divine spirit was in it. On the side, Zhang Bufan didn't care about his change in mood. His eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance as he inquired, "How did Ouyang Qian place in this competition?" Chapter 16. Do you want to become a god? How did Ouyang Qian place in this competition? Zhang Bufan did not have any expression on his face, as if he was just asking casually without any other meaning. But if there was no other meaning, how could he somehow ask? Wu Xuandao had lived for so many years, and naturally understood that there were some things that could only be understood, not conveyed. If anything needs to be directly explained by the top, it means that you will not be able to figure out, do not understand the subtle rules, which will certainly cause dissatisfaction at the top. But if you can completely comprehend the meaning of the upper level, then it is bound to be a plus. After all, it's all about raising a dog, and who wouldn't want to raise an obedient dog? Thinking about this, Wu Xuandao didn't dare to have a moment's slowness, and respectfully replied. Ouyang Qian expressed great excellence, becoming a top 5 existence in the core disciple competition. Our clan has already planned to establish her as the holy daughter. Speaking here, Wu Xuandao raised his head slightly, and after seeing that Zhang Bufan did not react with any dissatisfaction, he relaxed and continued. Young lord, Ouyang Jing has been waiting for you in his own cave for several days. I wonder if young lord would like to give him a chance to meet. Well, lead the way. Zhang Bufan's face remained unchanged, completely in a dashing manner that the outside world's affairs were none of my business, but in reality, his heart had long been bursting with joy, itching to immediately have an in-depth exchange with Ouyang Jing. This wasn't because Ouyang Jing had 2 oversized cantaloupes and a pair of bright white chopstick legs. It was entirely because the system had enacted a new mission, punching the son of Qi in the face. Punching the son of Qi Fortune in the face? As an invincible villain, can't he watch the son of Qi Fortune settle down for 3 years and successfully punch the heroine and the sect the heroine belongs to? Mission requirements: Stage 1, successfully subjugate the female main character Ouyang Qian, and make her obey your orders unconditionally. Unconditionally. Oh. Mission success: Qi luck value x 2000. Realm comprehension card x 10. Licoon cigarettes x 10. Mission failure, luck value 1000. Realm comprehension card 1. Leftover cigarette but 10. Other than that, for those 10 packs of Licoon, Zhang Bufan had to pull out all the stops to complete the task. In this world, although cigarettes were also produced, it always felt bad to smoke them. Just thinking about having a Shao Licoon when going to the toilet, that kind of taste is already better than living gods. As a late transcendence cultivator, Wu Xuandao has realized a trace of the laws of space. Even though he had only realized a little bit of it, it was enough for him to instantly move over short distances. After receiving Zhang Bufan's affirmative reply, his body shook slightly and a mysterious energy quickly enveloped the two of them. In just the blink of an eye, the figures of the two had flashed outside a cave. Zhang Bufan narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he laughed evilly and gently. Patriarch Wu was quite the tactician. Wu Xuandao hurriedly bowed and said, but it's a small door. Young master, not 10 years, will be able to master the laws of space. 10 years? Zhang Bufan did not reply. His mind was already on the intent column in the system panel, only to see it clearly written, spatial intent 11. 7%. When the intent reaches perfection, it will metamorphose into the power of law. If Zhang Bufan needed 10 years to master the laws of space, it could only mean that he was simply wasted to the extreme. After all, he was carrying a heaven-defying system, and his own talent had been elevated to a top-tier existence. As long as he wasn't particularly bad, then comprehending the laws of space was just a matter of sprinkling water. For him, a phrase to describe it is very appropriate: life is as easy as a slap in the face. Life is as easy as a slap in the face. But for ordinary people, I'm afraid that they may not be able to touch the corners of the laws in their lifetime. Even trying to comprehend the spatial realm was a luxury for them. Boom boom boom. The cave door gradually opened. From it, a person with skin as fair as snow walked out. Her eyebrows were as thin as willow leaves, her nose was as high as a peak, her eyes were full of indifference, and she exuded an unearthly atmosphere. Undoubtedly, she was Ouyang Qian, one of the female leads of Wang Chuan, the son of the retreat stream Qiluk. After Ouyang Qian won the top 5 of the competition, she utilized the resources rewarded by the sect to successfully break through her cultivation to the middle stage of Divine Mansion, and her strength once again skyrocketed several times. Before she could inform her master of her breakthrough, he came to her room with a huge amount of cultivation resources. She originally thought that it was because her own talent was valued by the sect that the higher-ups secretly tilted the resources. However, after asking around, she learned that the only reason the sect was vigorously cultivating her was because this body of hers was favored by the Zhang family's young lord. In order to curry favor with the Zhang family's young master, the sect was even prepared to establish her as a holy maiden. Ouyang Qian was very dissatisfied with this. She was a woman who wanted to rely on her strength to get to the top, and would never become a slave who relied on her skin to cling to the strong. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, young Lord Zhang. Ouyang Qian slightly owed her body and bowed towards the two. This move could seem reasonable and sensible, but in reality, it vaguely revealed her attitude. If it was an ordinary woman, knowing that she was being watched by the young master of the legendary deity family, I'm afraid that she would have long been like a vicious tiger pouncing on the general sticking up. But she, Ouyang Qian, determined to become a woman of the gods. To the young master of the divine spirit family, she only bowed superficially, without showing the slightest enthusiasm, and did not even have the intention of inviting him into the cave. Such was her attitude. Although if Zhang Bufan insisted on entering his cave, there was nothing she could do about it. But she didn't take the initiative to invite him like a fox charming girl, and spreading the word wouldn't affect her icy clean reputation. She, the white jade, was flawless and proud. What are you being proud of? Zhang Bufan faintly said. His tone was normal, with a hint of teasing vaguely. Ouyang Jing's brain didn't react for a moment. According to her idea, She acted as if she was cold and frosty, rejecting people for 1,000 miles, and would definitely be able to stir up Jiang Bufan's desire to conquer. After all, aren't all the men in the world taking the conquest of an unearthly fairy as one of their achievements? If she is not wrong, if she was right, Jiang Bufan would be convinced by her arrogance, fall madly in love with her, and start a persistent pursuit of her. Although she couldn't look at the second-generation ancestor in front of her eyes, Ouyang Jing had to admit that she had been salivating over the cultivation resources that Jiang Bufan possessed for a long time. If Jiang Bufan were to offer all of them forever, after she incarnated as a deity, she would definitely bless the Jiang family for a few moments. The idea is very beautiful, the reality is very bone-skinny. Jiang Bufan not only did not pursue the meaning, the tone of voice obviously with a playful. It seems that in his eyes, Ouyang Qian's proud appearance, temperament, talent, are not worth mentioning. Ouyang Qian bit her lips and said in a hardened tone, in front of the Jiang family, I don't dare to be proud. The words were simple. This girl is afraid to be proud in front of the Jiang family, not afraid to be proud in front of you, Jiang Bufan. Without the background of the Jiang family, in this girl's eyes, you are just a mediocre person. Are you being sarcastic about this young man? A brilliant light flashed through Jiang Bufan's eyes, his tiger body slightly trembled, and his late-stage Dharma phase aura pounced and surged out like an evil spirit. The terrifying aura pressed straight towards Ouya Qian, directly pressing the originally high and cold as ice to the point where she fell to her knees in a sorry state. A mere divine mansion female cultivator. Who gave you the guts to stand and talk to this young man? Chapter 17, The Order of Life and Death. How can you do this to me? Ouyang Qian raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ever since she joined the Heavenly Diffusion sect, she had been courted by her senior brothers and sisters. The elders in the sect also favored her, and the resources that she should have were never cut off. Not to mention that, from time to time, she can also get ordinary disciples do not even dare to think of strange treasures. In the long run, Ouyang Qian heart already think that others to her good for granted. All should surround her right, but the man in front of her, unbridledly releasing Dharma realm spiritual pressure on her, with no idea of pitying her at all, pressuring her knees to go limp and making it difficult for her to breathe. Most importantly, the sect leader, Wu Xuendo, who usually favored her greatly, did not even want to stand up for her at this time. At this moment, he actually had no intention to stand up for her, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. She seemed to have become an outcast? I don't know where your arrogance comes from. Jiang Bufan slowly approached Ouyang Qian, hooked his chin and stroked her slightly trembling white cheeks. In terms of cultivation, you can't compare to me. In terms of family history, you can't compare to me. In terms of talent, you still can't compare to me. Obviously you can't compare to me in everything, but you can still be so proud of yourself. Can you tell me? Who gave you the courage? Jiang Bufan's words were reasonable and heartfelt, and with every additional word, Ouyang Qian's face became 1 point uglier. It was obvious that Tianyan sect's famous high cool goddess Ouyang Qian was somewhat broken by his words. Ouyang Qian wanted to retort, but didn't know where to do so. If Jiang Bufan directly used his family's power to pressure her, she could still grit her teeth and show her unyielding pride, but people directly crushed her in all aspects, so what else could she beat? Ouyang Qian's brain was running extremely fast. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Ouyang Qian flying several meters away. Simple mouth stench. Extreme enjoyment. I see. You're in fear of my talent. Ouyang Qian stared at Jiang Bufan with a deadly stare, and a battle spirit actually surged out of her body. Although she couldn't defeat Jiang Bufan today, with her natural talent, sooner or later, she would be able to ascend to the divine spirit realm. At that time, attack and defense would change shape. Unbeknownst to her, the heavenly posture that she was so proud of, in Jiang Bufan's eyes, it was just garbage, at most a bigger piece of garbage. Below the heavenly rank, all beings are equal. Fear? What part of you is worth fearing? If you don't fear my talent, then why have you repeatedly insulted me? Isn't it just that you want to marry me and have me protect the future of the Zheng family? You have a rich imagination. Admit it, you don't need to humble yourself if you want to marry me. Ouyang Qian held her head high at this moment. Even though her cheeks were pumped red in red, she still exuded unyielding pride. You say there is no possibility to be this young master's wife. You are not worthy yet. Facing the very fantasizing Ouyang Qian, Jiang Bufan's heart flattened some annoyance. A foot stepped on her abdomen. His tone was full of impatience and said, "This young man from the beginning to the end only intends to let you be a maidservant. Understand?" Ouyang Qian's pupils contracted extremely fast. You asshole, I can't possibly agree even if I die. Rather die than submit? To die to make your will clear? In front of absolute strength, even if one wanted to seek death, it would be a fool's errand. you've misunderstood again. This young man is not at home to discuss with you. He is informing you. Zhang Bufan's face was filled with disdain, and the look in his eyes towards Ouyang Qian clearly carried contempt. If you dare to kill yourself, this young man can guarantee that the crowd of the Ouyang family will meet you in hell in less than half a day. Of course, when you die, this young man will properly temper your physical body into a puppet, and if there is a chance, he will introduce a soul to your remnant body. At that time, this young man will make you change JK short skirt, Lolita, Hanfu, OL uniform, hip dress, black and white silk, blue demon girl, to please this young man every day. GGG, in that case, whether you are dead or alive doesn't seem to make much difference. Speaking at the end, Ouyang Qian finally put away her arrogance. Her eyebrows were filled with fear, and she couldn't stop trembling. She had to admit that she was afraid. Facing the heartless Zhang Bufan, her mind could not think of any way to deal with him. Even though there was a great deal of reluctance in her heart, she could only bow down as a servant girl if she wanted to save her family. But it wasn't a big problem. As long as she was submissive for a few decades, when she ascended to the seat of the gods, she would definitely let the Zhang family know the wrath of the gods. Today's humiliation will be returned 10,000 times over in the future. After Ouyang Qian figured it out, she immediately straightened up and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Zhang Bufan. Qian drifted half a lifetime. Only hated not met the bright master. Gong if you do not abandon. Qian would like to serve as a slave as a servant girl. Serve around. On one side, Wu Xuandao heard the words, delighted and a little dissatisfied. He was happy because Ouyang Jing finally figured out that she was willing to become the young master's slave, which made him breathe a long sigh of relief. Dissatisfaction is because Ouyang Jing said that she has been in the world for half a lifetime and has not met a clear master. What's wrong with that? Tianyan sect cultivated her for so many years. Is not the master? He could see that this woman was a white-eyed wolf that couldn't be fed. Zhang Bufan lazily ignored the charm in her language and just took out a token from the system warehouse and handed it to Ouyang Qian with a smile on his face. The overall color of the token was blackish purple. On the front side, the word death was carved in blood red using unknown means, making it look particularly creepy and evil. On the back, there was a pair of palms with hundreds of white spider threads coming out from between the fingers of the palms, independent of each other and densely packed. The first moment Ouyang Jing saw the token, thoughts of wanting to stay away arose in his heart. Even the evil aura within the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's treasure pavilion had not given her such a strong sense of unease. She clearly sensed that if she took the token, her life would be completely over. But she didn't dare to resist, so she could only look at Zhang Bufan with tearful eyes, pretending to be pitiful. Young lord, this token. She was trying to provoke Zhang Bufan's protectiveness with her tears as a way to make him take back this evil token. The success rate of the plan was extremely high. After all, any normal man who saw a sunken woman shed tears would more or less want to protect her in his heart. This is clearly written in the male psychology books. However, for Zhang Bufan, a woman's tears were his stimulant. Zhang Bufan took out the latest Huaxiao remote brand cell phone from his pocket, turned on the camera and aimed it at Ouyang Qian. Families, today I'm going to perform one for you, say cry. Fox's tears. Ouyang Qian, can anyone come to my rescue? Why does this person always not follow the rules? Things had come to a head, so she could only accept the token tremblingly, and a silhouette inexplicably surfaced in her mind. That person, when she was bullied by her peers as a child, he would stand firmly in front of her with a small wooden sword. When she was first refining her elixir and preparing to embark on the path of cultivation, he would wait anxiously outside the house for several hours. When she was about to make a breakthrough and needed cultivation resources, he would go to the black market and sell his blood to exchange for resources. He is the person in this world who was most willing to protect her. Unfortunately, when she was selected as a disciple by the Heavenly Diffusion Sect, the trajectory of their lives had already completely yawned. For the betterment of the future, she could only go to the door and propose to withdraw from the marriage. He didn't refuse, but only set a 3-year contract, promising to fight the Heavenly Diffraction Sect and battle her. At that moment, there was no previous doting in his eyes. There was only the full-blown anger after being humiliated by the withdrawal of marriage. He, in the future, would never protect himself again. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qian's eyeframes reddened uncontrollably, and tears rushed out like a collapsing dam. Put a drop of essence blood on the token. Zhang Bufan didn't spare her and directly ordered. Ouyang Qian cried convulsively while extending her finger to squeeze out a drop of essence blood. The essence blood merged into the token, and immediately the blood symbol emerged on the reverse side. And the white spider silk also seemed to have found the treasure as it was instantly inserted into the blood, independent of each other, and surrounded the entire blood. The whole picture looks like an evil palm manipulating the roaming spider silks, firmly controlling the person behind the blood. Before Ouyang Qian could react, the token suddenly disappeared from everyone's eyes. seemingly turning into nothingness. But Ouyang Qian clearly perceived that the token had already passed through some means. Easily sneaked into her body through some means. Once she had the slightest ill will towards Zhang Bufan, then in just an instant, she would completely say goodbye to this beautiful world. In other words, her life and death were already in Zhang Bufan's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest Punching the Son of Qi in the Face Stage 1, obtaining Qi value x 2000, Intent Comprehension Card x 10, and Likun x 10. Chapter 18 You Seek the Way. Submit. The familiar lowly voice rang in his head, causing the corners of Zhang Bufan's mouth to rise. The Likun that his heart had been longing for, finally arrived. Taking one out, lighting it, and gently taking a drag on it, smoke instantly filled the air, the familiar tobacco flavor bursting from between his tongues, allowing him to briefly gain a hint of pleasure. Immediately after that, the system's beep sounded once more. Ding! Enacting the second stage mission of Punching the Son of Qi in the Face, strongly destroying the Heavenly Flame Wang family. Ding! Mission success, Qi Fortune value 3000, Spirit Weapon Enhancement Card 3, Life Snatching Great Uzo Beer 20. Ding! Mission failure, Qi Luck value x 300, Spiritual Weapon Enhancement Card x1, Life Snatching Great Ursa's Beer x2. Yoo-hoo! The second stage of the mission was also unlocked. The Heavenly Flame King family. Zhang Bufan recalled a little and was sure that there was no such family in his memory. That meant that the strength of the Heavenly Flame King's family was considered a second-rate family at best. Destroying a family with this kind of strength, Zhang Bufan only needed to wave his hand, and there would be a large number of strong men sharpening their swords against them. However, a family that could be involved with the Son of Qi must not be taken lightly, or else there would surely be endless consequences. Zhang Bufan pondered for a moment and placed his gaze on Ouyang Qian. Do you know about the Heavenly Flame King family? I know. The Heavenly Flame Wang family is a second-rate family. The strongest person within the clan is the old ancestor of the sect Master Perfection realm, and the family industry is Spicy Hot Pot. Spicy Hot Pot? Is this thing so profitable? Zhang Bufan is a bit puzzled by this. After all, in his impression, the family should not be operating real estate, electronic products, financial, shopping malls, even if the mix again pull. Look at the eat this piece of cake, but also should open hot pot, barbecue within the large chain stores it. The Heavenly Fire King's family. Really hungry. Ouyang Qian saw Zhang Bufan half a day did not respond. The body could not help but cold sweat. Think for a moment, gritted his teeth and continued to answer. The Heavenly Flame King family Wang Dust, and I once had a marriage contract, but I have already personally returned the marriage at my door. Young master, you won't mind, right? Mind? Why would I mind this? I'm not marrying you anyway? Wait. A glint flashed in Zhang Bufan's eyes. Did you have any bets with him? The slave girl had agreed with him to bet his life on a battle within the Sky Diffusion sect 3 years later, but he had already lost his supreme bone and his cultivation was too far behind. Withdrawal. A 3-year engagement. The supreme bone. Right on, everything is right on. Isn't this properly a withdrawal streaming male lead script? Jia. The new little sheep has appeared. Zhang Bufan smiled as he slightly raised his head to look into midair and beckoned. A distortion appeared in midair, from which a man whose body was shrouded in black and whose face could not be seen. The man was half kneeling on the ground, his body erect, radiating an unyielding aura of fighting with the sky, fighting with the earth, and fighting with people. He was one of the dark guards that the Zhang family had decided to cultivate after careful selection, with no name, only a code name, and unconditionally following Zhang Bufan's orders. Shadow. How long will it take to find out the details of the Heavenly Flame Wang family? 12 hours. Mission accomplished. Give you a credit. Understood. As soon as the words fell, the man's figure disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. On the side, Wu Xuanda was as steady as an old dog on the surface, but in reality, his legs had already stopped wincing. At his level, he was able to see that what was enveloping the shadow was one of the top laws, the law of darkness. Moreover, the shadow had obviously comprehended the darkness law to an extremely deep level, and the bottom estimate should be above 80%. If he could obtain some more chances and metamorphose the dark laws into the dark Tao, then there would be a possibility of becoming a dark deity. Deities, according to their battle power, were further categorized into low-level deities, intermediate deities, high-level deities, and top-level deities. Without a doubt, dark deities belong to the batch of top-level deities. Someone with such a heavenly beauty actually volunteered to become Zhang Bufan's subordinate. Could that mean that the Zhang clan already thought that Zhang Bufan's potential had reached that level? Most importantly, Shadow wasn't the only one hidden in midair. The world thinks that the Zhang clan only has a few deities, but according to the current analysis, not to mention 10, even if it was hundreds, Wu Xuanda was completely convinced. Divine Spirit family, hiding too deep. but as the Jiang family's young master Jiang Bufan, frequently high profile in the Tianyan sect, bright means, this must have its deep meaning behind. With a little thought, Wu Xuandao vaguely guessed the meaning of the Jiang family Tianyan sect. It's time to submit. Is the Tianyan sect willing to submit? The answer is definitely not. But did the Heavenly Diffraction sect have the ability, or the courage, to resist? The answer was also obvious. Suppose life QB has you. If you cannot resist, then it is better to just choose to accept. After Wu Xuandao realized it, he let out a long breath of turbid air and unexpectedly fell to his knees. Wu Xuandao, willing to become a sharp blade in the hands of the young lord. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Bufan's face didn't change, and he was slightly pleased inwardly. The reason why he had come to the Heavenly Diffusion sect and displayed many more means was for the obvious reason that he wanted to take him under his wing. Now that a handful of Tianyan sect members had voluntarily bowed down, would it still be far away from making Tianyan sect completely submissive? Dao has drifted for half a lifetime without meeting a clear master, replied Wu Xuandao hurriedly. Oh Yang Qian, Lao Dang, you stole my lines. Jiang Bufan, do you also want to recognize me as your father? For safety reasons, Jiang Bufan asked out loud. Do you make good use of the square heavenly painted halberd on weekdays? Wu Xuandao was confused for a couple of seconds, and after reacting, he replied honestly, I'm good with swords. I'm good with swords, but if young lord needs it, I can also switch to halberd training. Not necessary. Jiang Bufan, who was relieved to learn the good answer, silently took out the order of life and death from the system storage. If you truly want to follow me well, drop your essence blood. Wu Xuandao took the life and death order. Without hesitation, he directly dripped a drop of essence blood onto the order, and the life and death order instantly dived into his body. In the underworld, he clearly sensed that his own life had been completely grasped by Jiang Bufan. Once he gave birth to an unfavorable thought against Jiang Bufan, he didn't need Jiang Bufan to personally take action. The life and death order alone could easily exterminate him. The order of life and death, as terrifying as it is. Jiang Bufan picked up Wu Xuandao with a smile on his face. His eyes filled with sincerity as he said, It's not that I don't trust Senior Wu, but coming from a deity family, everything is out of my control. Senior Wu should be able to understand, right? Wu Sun said, Do I dare not understand? If I don't understand today, there will be a corpse of my Wu in a river tomorrow. Young master does things, why do you need to explain to me? Wu Xuandao said righteously, What do you mean by professional? This TM is called professionalism. Oh Yang Jing, who was still forcing himself to accept his fate of being controlled on the side, turned his head with a face full of shock, his eyes staring at Wu Xuandao with a deadpan stare. Sovereign Lord, you weren't like this before. Chapter 19 Heavenly Flame Spicy Hot Pot, Skyfire City. As a result of some kind of specialty food exploding on the internet, coupled with the simple image of the local people, it attracted a large number of foreign tourists. At this moment, in Manhwa City, there was a sea of people, and from the end of the street to the street, all the people's heads were densely packed. If a D-country M24 grenade was thrown into the center of the crowd, I am afraid the casualties caused could fill up the Tianhua City First People's Hospital. Next door, why don't you open a branch of Tianhua Spicy Hot Pot? The line is killing me. Hey, boss, what's your face? You have to receive customers with a smile, you know? That's right, put away your pain mask. Which melon goon took away the vegetables I just picked up? I squeezed for half an hour to get it. Oh my god, is there a famine out there? Baby, do we have to eat this spicy hot pot? I have black silk, white silk, lace, purple silk, red silk inside my suitcase. You can see for yourself. Today, even if the King of Heaven came, this spicy hot pot I must let the baby you eat on. In front of the door of the spicy hot pot store, thousands of tourists were going crazy trying to squeeze into the store like a dam draining of water. The owner, with a commercial fake smile on his face and nimble hands and feet, like a robot, from the hands of tourists to take the selected dishes, into the pot, hot, sprinkled with a small secret sauce, handed to the customer, and then take the next customer's selected dishes. The cycle goes on and on and on. This situation is not exceptional. Tianhua every spicy hot pot store is experiencing boiling movement. As the boss behind Tianhua's spicy hot pot, the Wang family's senior management gathered in the conference room at this time, eyes fixed on thousands of screens. Within the screen is the monitoring of each spicy hot pot store. Looking at the bustling crowd, the Wang family senior have revealed a satisfied smile. Which of these is a small potato in the field? It was clearly a golden potato that exuded the charm of wealth. Especially those little girls who cried out, I'm from Shudao Mountain. Clothes cannot buy, bags cannot see, but spicy hot pot is necessary to come on a big pot. Look at this action of pulling out money. Look at this sweeping behavior. Simply, tie pants spicy, family master. According to the current battle situation, I'm afraid that this year's dividend is an astronomical figure, right? A family elder held back his inner excitement and tremblingly asked the man sitting at the top. This soul-body question immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The executives looked at the man in the first place unanimously, the fire of desire clearly burning in their eyes. They all have shares in their hands to a greater or lesser extent. According to the current hot degree of spicy hot pot, they seem to have seen a mountain of gold beckoning to them. Seeing this, the first man nodded slightly. Is that all you guys have? The voice was low, but it contained an undeniable magical power, causing everyone to wake up from their ecstasy. The top brass immediately chose to keep their little mouths shut, not daring to bleat more in front of the first man. The reason was simple. The man sitting in the first place was the Wang family's family head, Wang Qianqi. If only by virtue of the majesty of the family head, the elders would not be so afraid of each other. But Wang Qianqi himself, bull not to mention, people's son, is also a resounding figure. Wang Qianqi has two sons. The eldest son named Wang Badao. People is his name, domineering, incomparable. Only 18 years old. The cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the innate. With a hand of destructive sword, easily cut down the younger generation of Tianhua. Now that he has been accepted as a core disciple by the Xian heavenly sect, it is said that with his talent, he has the delusion of becoming a bright heart powerhouse in the future. This son is as terrifying as he is. The second son is named Wang Dust, originally carries the supreme bone. Cultivation talent is also better than Wang Badao. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to hide his talent and was attacked by a mysterious person when he was exploring the secret realm, and he was stripped of his supreme bone and his cultivation was ruined. Coupled with the fact that he was not treated well by the father of the family head, Wang Chen naturally became a waste that everyone could bully. He disappeared 2 years ago, and I'm afraid that he has now turned into white bones in some unknown corner. This son, some pity. Seeing that everyone was honest, Wang Qianqi also nodded with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth gently raised as he drew a big pie. How much money can we earn by selling some spicy hot pot? What we need to do now is to increase our fame and gain more traffic, then recruit a large number of franchisees. Not only can we earn franchise fees, but we can also earn a constant stream of raw material fees. Recruiting 5,000 franchisees in one city, 10 cities is 50,000 franchisees. There are a whole 685 cities in China. Even if you only take half of the market, that can also generate 1,700,000 franchisees. The franchise fee is calculated at 50,000. The franchise fee alone can earn $1 billion. Not to mention that in the future, every store will need to buy raw materials from the Wang family. At that time, won't the money just keep pouring into your pockets like water? When Wang Qianqi CPU'd the crowd, his voice was powerful and passionate, as if it had magic power that made the crowd couldn't help but be immersed in his business blueprint. The elders pledged, in the future, we will firmly embrace Wang Qianqi as the family head. The personnel of all veins must follow the steps of the family head, listen to the call of the family head, think in one place, and exert their strength in one place. Wherever the family master points, the Wang family will fight. In just a few words, Wang Qianqi easily grasped the right to decide. The heart cannot help but give birth to ambition. The Wang family, in less than 5 years, will become a first-class family. Family revitalization. No one realized that. In a dark corner of the conference room, a touch of darkness is like a dragonfly pointing at the water, slightly shaking a little. Young master, all the information of the Heavenly Flame King family has been probed clearly. Please review. The shadow handed over a USB flash drive and quietly disappeared after getting a sign from John Buffon's eyes. John Buffon picked up a tall glass filled with soy milk and elegantly took a sip, and then soaked a Xiaolong Bao to death in the finest aged vinegar and put it in his mouth, savoring it. After a long time, he inserted the USB flash drive into the alien computer and a tree diagram was immediately displayed in the screen. The top of the tree diagram was clearly labeled with the cultivation level, personality, preferences, and industries of all the people in the Wang family. Even the fact that the third elder and his sister-in-law had an indescribable relationship was investigated clearly. It was worth mentioning that this tartan eunuch also had a slight personal affair. After a short survey, John Buffon could only lament that the world was a big place. After determining that the Wang family did not have the ability to threaten itself, John Buffon beckoned and summoned Wu Shuindo, who had long wanted to perform in front of him. The Heavenly Flame Wang family is gathering people to cause trouble, affecting the social stability of Huaxia. Do you think that it should be exterminated or not? This kind of family that disrupts the social order and affects social stability. I request that young lord allow me to lead a team to bring about its demise. Wu Shuindo was so righteous that those who didn't know really thought that the Wang family had done something harmful. Ouyang Qian on the side was secondarily shocked. I've never seen such a brazen person. Jia. After the Wang family's demise, the business of Heavenly Flame Spicy Hot Pot will go to the Heavenly Diffraction sect. John Buffon was playing with Ouyang Qian in his arms, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. don't worry about receiving the business, the Jiang family can make the documents and procedures complete. Chapter 20, Supreme Bone. Destroying the Wang family was easy for both the Jiang family and the Heavenly Diffusion sect. However, the one labeled on the tree diagram, Wang Baidao, was a minor nuisance. He himself wasn't worth mentioning, but the Xiantian sect behind him was notorious for being both reckless and protective. The disciples within the sect were all hot-tempered and would explode at the slightest point, using force to harden the name of the Mang sect. And Xiantian sect only has a few half-step deities on the surface. But with Zhang Bufan's understanding of these sects, there was a high probability that the Xiantian sect had a deity in its ranks. Even the Jiang clan, when faced with forces that might possess deities, held the mentality of not offending them if they could befriend them. The Heavenly Flame Wang clan was handed over to the Heavenly Diffusion sect to clean up, and this Wang Ba Dao would naturally have to be personally dealt with by Zhang Bufan. Others, the Xiantian sect might not really give face. Xiantian sect. A warplane haunted by thunder slowly landed. At the same time, a banner bearing the words "Warmly Welcome Young Master of the Jiang Family" was raised by the sect's disciples. Stepping out of the plane, Zhang Bufan clearly sensed Xianxian's presence. Zhang Bufan clearly sensed the Xiantian sect's depth, and as he looked around, the lowest disciple in the sect was at the beginning of the Qi condensation realm. The strongest leading disciple had already reached the Dharma realm, and even if he was only in the early stages of Dharma realm, he could definitely be called an absolute demon. To Zhang Bufan's surprise, in the Xian heavenly sect, he was still able to meet old acquaintances, and even met two of them in one breath, only to see that amongst the thousands of disciples, Xiao Yan and Su Linger seemed to be in the middle of the crowd. Xiao Yan and Su Linger, as if they had done something wrong, furtively bowed their heads in prayer, afraid that they would be recognized by Zhang Bufan. It was worth mentioning that the Xiao Yan, who originally had only 5,000 strands of his Qi luck value left, was, after several days of recuperation, he had obtained another 1,000 strands from somewhere, and now had a total of 6,000 strands of Qi luck in his body. The arms that were blown out have also grown back, and I don't know what kind of elixir he ate. In this regard, Zhang Bufan could only sigh with emotion. The Son of Luck really lives up to its name. It's a small force that can't be defeated. Su Linger has also changed a lot. The most obvious is the arrogance in her body has disappeared completely. Under the cheap hemp clothes, hidden hundreds of scars. From the numbness in her eyes, it was not difficult to see that this Su family's eldest young lady had been living a miserable life recently. Miserable was good. If she was allowed to continue enjoying her life, then wouldn't Zhang Bufan's revenge be useless? Zhang Bufan withdrew his gaze, and inwardly he secretly planned to continue pulling Xiao Yan's wool until he pulled him bald. Under the guidance of the Xiantian sect's elders, Zhang Bufan walked all the way into the depths of the sect and managed to meet the Xiantian sect's sect leader, Kam Changkong. When they first met, the aura on Kam Changkong's body made Zhang Bufan fearful. It was rumored that Kam Changkong had only just entered the half-step divine spirit realm, but in Zhang Bufan's eyes, he had clearly completed the 2 hurdles of a half-step deity, transforming the divine body and ascending the divine ladder. If he succeeded in passing the carrying the divine thunder hurdle, he would be able to directly break through to become a divine spirit. This Xian heavenly sect is hiding something deep. The two of them talked politely for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, Kam Changkong asked, "I wonder what the young master of the Jiang family is doing here in person." The corners of Zhang Bufan's mouth rose slightly. "This time, I came to ask the Xiantian sect for one person." "Oh?" Kam Changkong was a bit puzzled and continued to ask, "I wonder who it is." "Heavenly Flame King family, Wang Ba Dao." Upon hearing this name, Kam Changkong's face all but darkened, and without half a bit of hesitation, he directly chopped his head off and said, "This person is a core disciple of our sect, and must not be handed over to the Jiang family." "Not right." Kam Changkong's reaction and its wrongness. Under normal circumstances, it would be said that, as the Jiang clan's young master, he himself would personally come to the door to ask for someone, and even if Kam Changkong didn't agree anymore, he would still look for reasons to excuse himself. But now, as soon as he heard that he wanted Wang Ba Dao, Kam Changkong immediately turned his face away. There is a reason for this. There must be something fishy. Zhang Bufan slowly took a sip of spiritual tea and decided to test the waters again. This person is headstrong, bullying men and women, and not long ago, he even bullied his way into my Jiang family's head, so please make it easy for Senior Kam. Kam Changkong sniffed as if he had heard a heavenly joke. If the Jiang family is thinking of the Supreme Bone, then just say so. Why do you need to put a trumped-up charge on Wang Baidao? Supreme Bone? Zhang Bufan didn't react for a moment. The tree diagram summarized by the shadow didn't say that Wang Baidao was carrying the Supreme Bone. Wait a minute. Wasn't Wang Qianqi's second son, the protagonist of the withdrawal stream Wang Duan, carrying the Supreme Bone before the accident? According to the Wang family, Wang Chuan's supreme bone was stripped away by a mysterious powerhouse. However, analyzing the current situation, the one who stripped Wang Chuan of his supreme bone was no mysterious strongman. It's clearly a member of the Wang family. Maybe it was Wang Chuan's father, the head of the Wang family, Wang Qianqi himself. This would make everything make sense. No wonder when I mentioned Wang Badao's name, Cam Chongkong reacted so greatly. The feeling was that he was heartbroken about the supreme bone in his body. Elder Cam, the Jiang family is not as poor as you think. Zhang Bufan's tone was a bit grumpy, and between words, his body emitted a piercing light. Supreme bone, is it rare? Cam Chongkong froze for 2 seconds and couldn't help but say, crap. He had thought about Zhang Bufan, but he hadn't expected to be so rich, simply rich. The 206 bones in Zhang Bufan's body, without exception, were all supreme bones of great value, and each supreme bone contains a majestic meaning, obviously more advanced and more powerful than the Wang Badao body. Thinking of his yin and yang, Zhang Bufan wants the supreme bone. Cam Chongkong can't help but blush, but he can't be blamed. You have to know that people who have the supreme bone, born with a 50% chance of breaking through to the divine spirit realm, plus the addition of various other means, it can be said that the person who owns the supreme bone has already stepped into the divine spirit realm for most of his body. Who would be willing to fuse 206 pieces of such a precious thing? It would be a waste. Was this fusing 206 supreme bones? What's being fused is clearly the future 206 divine spirit powerhouses. The Xian heavenly clan has only been able to give birth to a total of, after so many years of commiseration. Otherwise, do a job? Just as Cam Chongkong had this thought, he clearly sensed that he was locked by a spiritual sense in the void. As long as he made a move, the next second he would be turned into slime. Well, it wasn't an exaggerated maneuver. It was a physical slime. This was a deity sending him a warning, with a deity as his protector. The Jiang clan. What a masterstroke. Cam Chongkong took a deep breath and said in a somewhat helpless tone, Young Master Jiang, if you directly take away Wang Badao today, then how can my Xian Tian sect still mix in China in the future? Chapter 21. Are you happy? You're making it difficult for me. Cam Chongkong kept hinting at Zhang Bufan with his eyes, fearing that Zhang Bufan wouldn't understand the implication of his words. Hard to do means not impossible to do. If you want to make things happen, the hard part isn't doing the thing, it's wrapping up after doing the thing. This is the charm of the Chinese language. If it is possible in principle, then it is not possible. If it is not possible in principle, then it is possible. Zhang Bufan could naturally understand the meaning of the words and revealed an evil smile. Why don't we issue a clan mission for Wang Bidao to come out of the clan? After this is accomplished, the supreme bone will definitely return the way it came, and the Jiang family is willing to make a good relationship with the Xian Tian sect. These words were plain on the surface, but in reality, they also hid a deeper meaning. After the matter was accomplished, the Xian heavenly clan could make good karma with the Jiang family. But what if the Xian heavenly clan resisted this matter? Obviously, if the Xian Tian sect didn't give face to the Jiang family, then it could only let the good karma turn into bad karma. Once the Jiang clan, which has always been overbearing, is waiting for the Jiang clan's thunderbolt, with the Xian heavenly sect's steps, the probability was that if war was declared this morning, the Jiang family's battle flag would have already been inserted into the sect in the afternoon. For the sake of a core disciple, is it really worth it to rebel against the Jiang family? The answer was no. Cam Chongkong nodded without moving. There are innate ghosts in Redwater Town, and my clan's disciples will personally go to besiege them. If you're going to say that, I understand how to come to things. Zhang Bufan smiled after hearing this and stood up, saluting before leisurely leaving the room. After he left, 2 jade bottles inexplicably appeared on the originally empty table. The jade bottles were delicate and translucent, with rainbow light lingering around, and it was possible to clearly see that there was an elixir in each of the bottles. With a wave of his hand, Cam Chongkong used his spiritual energy to roll the jade bottles into his hand and uncap them. After casually glancing at it, he immediately panicked like an old dog, hastily recapping it and placing it into his storage ring. 9-turn Nirvana Dan, Jiang family boy, if you're going to be so generous, I'll know how to come to things. Zhang Bufan was happy because he would soon be able to complete the system quest and receive the system's reward. Cam Chongkong was happy because he had only accomplished a small thing and received 2 9 revolutions Nirvana pills that could boost the probability of breaking through to a divine spirit. Wang Badao was very unhappy because the sect forced him to bring an outer disciple to complete a task, disrupting his plan to go to technician number 88 for a full body SPA. Technician No. 88 was very unhappy because her familiar customer, Wang Bidao, informed her that she had to go on a mission and could not add bells to her for the next 10 days or so. Xiao Yan and Su Linger were very unhappy because they were afraid that they would be discovered by Zhang Bufan and then receive another fat beating in front of all the masters and brothers. Regardless of whether he or she was happy or not, The Heavenly Flame King's family did not have the chance to generate any more emotions anyway, because the Heavenly Diffusion sect struck out forcefully, killing on sight, slaughtering the entire Wang family in less than 2 hours, with all the living souls of the Wang family all out. Even the eggs just laid by the old hen were smashed on the ground by this group of lunatics, beautifully called, chopping the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blows again. Young master, except for Wang Baidao, the entire Wang family has all been executed. Listen, what does it mean to be professional? Wu Xuando said this in a very professional way. What does it mean to be ambushed? What kind of person would be called an ambush? Obviously, it must be a sinner who has done all the bad things and committed the most heinous crimes. The moment these words came out, doesn't it mean that none of the Wang family is good? The fact that the young master of his own family sent someone to forcefully exterminate the Indeed family was completely in the service of the people and maintaining social order. This is a feat for the ages. No wonder those who flatter the horse always get the leadership. Who can refuse to listen to rainbow farts every day? Language, too, is an art. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Jiang Bufan was very satisfied with this, and gave Wu Xuandao a look to keep up the good work. Afterwards, he first set up a formation that could hide the environment for 100 miles in a radius, and then conjured up a small villa from his storage belt, stretching his back as he walked in. The posture was handsome and the movements were quick. Remember to wake me up when Wang Badao brings people here. Looking at the small villa that was obscured by the formation and thus disappeared, Wu Xuandao stated that he had learned. Who said that coming out to ambush the enemy had to be in difficult conditions and not enjoyable? Look at the young lord's compulsion. With a lift of his hand, he was living in a top-notch luxury villa, waiting for the prey to come to his doorstep. Wu Xuandao secretly decided that in the future he will go out with a small villa, enjoy life at any time. But on second thought, he was like a frosted eggplant, because he suddenly remembered, to the size of his storage spirit device, not to mention the installation of a villa, even if it is installed small cottage is also difficult. Alas, another day of envying the young lord. Ouyang Qian on the side also cannot help but sigh Tai Pants spicy. The original face of the Tangled quickly transformed into firmness. After organizing some clothes, resolutely chose to walk into the small villa. Wu Xuandao frowned lightly. What are you going to do? Ouyang Qian head will not. Dropped a sentence serve the young master. Calmly stepped into the formation. The figure was immediately obscured by the formation. Disappeared without a trace. After many days of thinking, Ouyang Qian finally figured it out completely and voluntarily gave her most precious thing. The reason was simple. That man who was both overbearing and somewhat humorous had entered her heart at some point. This situation is a vivid proof of the Grandmaster's point of view. Women are born strong and absolutely do not love little sheep. Wu Xuandao silently pulled out an unknown cigarette, inhaled vigorously and exhaled a gust of smoke. The smoke was so dense that it made his eyes a little moist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys are fighting 1,000 miles of bloody battles in the villa, leaving me alone as an old man to stand guard. Does your conscience go away? Chapter 22, May the Lord bless. On a forest path, Wang Badao only felt that his lips were burning and his mouth was dry. Taking out tons and tons of cups from his storage bag, he slammed down several mouthfuls of spirit wine before barely calming the dryness inside. Do you think the sect has a problem? A district innate ghost creature? Actually, let me personally take action. Isn't this hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun? Wang Badao was drinking spiritual wine while complaining to the disciples behind him. He was obviously very unhappy with the sect's arrangement. When he entered the sect, his cultivation had already reached the innate stage, and after being cultivated with a huge amount of resources, he had now become a cultivator in the middle divine mansion realm. To have him, a strong divine mansion cultivator, to exterminate an innate realm brat, he felt a little ashamed to say it. Perhaps the elders have their own considerations. There's no such thing as consideration. That group of old things just can't see me being idle. When I break through to the divine spirit, one of them will have to take a big competition pocket. Wang Badao's face showed a fierce light. The more he spoke, the more angry he became. In his mind, he had already chosen a burial place for all the elders of the task hall. However, this would have to wait until he broke through the divine spirit before he could arbitrarily control the life and death power of the elders. At that time, none of them would be able to escape. Seeing him being so overbearing, Xiao Yan behind him was simply speechless. His mother opened the door to speechlessness. Speechless to the core, Xiao Yan felt that his future was bleak after his arms were blown out by Jiang Bufan. I wanted to return to the mountains and forests, but I did not expect that I would actually accidentally break into the tomb of a certain transcendental cultivator. Coincidentally, this transcendent cultivator happened to have a flawless bone-born pill in his storage ring. This was the will of heaven. Xiao Yan hastily refined it and regrew his arms as he wished. Subsequently, in order to avoid Jiang Bufan, he managed to convince Su Linger to participate in the Xian Tian sect's disciple selection together. As a result, there was no need to guess that the two were successfully selected by virtue of their outstanding talent. With their talent, not to mention being inner disciples, even core disciples could not be fought for. However, Xiao Yan chose to hide his clumsiness in order to pretend to be a pig eating a tiger, and eventually became a mediocre outer disciple. He originally thought that the next part of his life would be to develop obscenely, and after settling down for a few decades, he would avenge his hatred by bloodshedding the Zhang family with the appearance of a deity. Unexpectedly, he had only just entered the sect less than half a month ago. Zhang Bufan chased him into the sect like a dog's skin, and even noticed him at a glance amongst nearly 10,000 people. Could it be, this is special fate? Xiao Yan wanted to cry without tears and was about to announce his seclusion when he did not expect the sect to release another mandatory task for him to assist the core disciples in hunting down ghosts. This was not a typical roof leakage. The moment he thought of Zhang Bufan's blazing eyes when he was leaving, Xiao Yan could not help but feel an unsettling premonition welling up in his heart. It should not be that. After all, how could a sect as protective as the Xiantian sect harm a disciple within the sect? It should just be a coincidence. Besides, what kind of child cries every day? And what kind of gambling dog loses every day? I will bet today that this mission is not half related to Zhang Bufan. Just as Xiao Yan was still immersed in his wild thoughts, two large mountains that plunged into the sky suddenly emerged from the front and back, interconnecting with the Rocky Mountains on both sides and coincidentally enclosing the two of them. Nima, gamblers really do not have a good end. Xiao Yan wanted to escape in the first instance, but unfortunately, just as he made his move, he was locked by a suffocatingly brutal aura. He did not doubt for a second that the owner of this aura would be able to make him fall the moment he tried to escape. At this time Xiao Yan, inwardly there is only one sentence, Yen Yen Nia, life is bitter. Young master, the fish is biting. On the top of the mountain, Wu Xuando held a machete and leapt down, looking at the two people in a daze, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He, this mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass from here, leave your little life behind. Wang Ba Dao. Xiao Yan. Dude, according to normal logic, it should be leave your life behind. The two of them glanced at each other and coincidentally chose to give up their resistance and tied their hands. It's not that they're weak, it was simply because the aura on Wu Xuando was too terrifying, and he was a transcendence realm cultivator at the very least. With their cultivation level of this little Karami, it was better to consciously keep a low profile. Senior, I am a core disciple of the Xiantian sect. I don't know where I have offended Senior's majestic authority. I still ask Senior to be a great person and not remember the small person. Wang Ba Dao forced himself to hold back his inner rage, like a meek sheep, and respectfully inquired, who knows? Wu Xuandao didn't even bother to take care of him, a mere god's mansion ant. He didn't destroy it with a flip of his hand, so what qualifications did he have to converse with him? Don't look at Wu Xuandao's usual cautious behavior in front of Zhang Bufan. In reality, with his strength at the late transcendence realm, he would be treated as a guest of honor when he traveled to any power in China. Core disciple of the Xiantian sect? In the eyes of ordinary people, he might be an object that they would not dare to offend, but he would still not be able to meet Wu Xuandao's eyes. Geniuses that hadn't grown up, at certain times, were no different from ants. Seeing that he was being ignored, Wang Ba Dao's heart was suddenly burning with rage. If the difference in strength wasn't too great, he would have had to put his machete on the neck of the old thing in front of him and let him know who is the grandson and who is the master. Senior, may I ask if you are Zhang Bufan's protector? Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with worry, but he eventually could not help but ask, protector? Protector of the Dao? Wu Xuandao glanced at the void and suddenly remembered some not-so-good experiences and hurriedly waved his hands. Not also. This reply caused Xiao Yan, who originally had a heart like ashes, to breathe a sigh of relief, and his wariness was slightly less. There was a great transfer talisman in his storage ring that was capable of teleporting to a random location within 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. If the old thing in front of him was Zhang Bufan's person, there must be an object in his hand that restrained the movement talisman, such as the locked air bead. The reason for this is that the Zhang family is so wealthy that the first batch of cultivators within the family are equipped with a family bucket. The family bucket includes, but is not limited to, rejuvenation pill that can quickly restore aura, berserk pill that can briefly stimulate the potential for several times the combat power, soul scent that can paralyze the enemy's nerves. There is also the air-locking bead that can block space for a short period of time. The great nomadic mansion relied on distorting space to achieve the effect of teleporting miles and miles. If space was shattered, then the great nomadic mansion would naturally lose its effect. As long as the old man in front of him was not related to the Zhang family, then there was a high probability that he would be able to escape. As for Wang Ba Dao, one could only blame him for his bad fate. After all, a dead Taoist friend does not die a poor Taoist. The fire of hope lit up again in Xiao Yan's eyes. However, Wu Xuandao's next words completely doused this flame of hope again. Young master's future is a sea of stars. How am I worthy to be his protector? To be able to accompany him is already a blessing that I have cultivated in my past life. How dare I have the rest of my unrealistic fantasies? When he said this, Wu Xuandao's posture was erect, and his eyes were firm as if he was trying to enter the D. He was completely in a great state of truthfulness. Finally, Xiao Yan's hanging heart completely died. Xiao Yan drew a cross in front of his chest with his hands full of tears. May the Lord bless your child. Chapter 23, What's your grade? Can the children of China believe in foreign gods? A familiar voice entered the bottom of his ears and it caused Xiao Yan to recall the days when he was brutally beaten. So he took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back his inner fear. Xiao Yan barely managed to squeeze out a smile that was even harder to see than crying. Young lord, you still came here personally? Yo-ho, there is an acquaintance? Wang Badao's eyes flashed with a trace of light and he hurriedly put his arm around Xiao Yan's shoulders. And, so it is a friend of senior brother. I will definitely introduce him to my brother later. Xiao Yan saw this and wanted to cry without tears. His heart secretly said, buddy, you are really afraid that you will die too slowly. Thinking back to the moment when his arms were blown out, Xiao Yan only felt that his fate was ill-fated and he was walking on thin ice. If he was given another chance, he would rather give up the resources of the Xiantian sect and take Su Linger to vanish into the deep mountains. As long as he could not see that demon in his impression, he would admit to being a little bitter and tired. Little Yan Zi, you seem a little unhappy to see me? Jiang Bufan said in a frivolous tone. How could it be? Xiao Yan did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly said with a clear conscience. For me to be able to meet the handsome, suave, jade-like, resourceful, and talented young lord is simply a blessing that I practiced in my previous life. After I return to the clan, I will definitely chant scriptures in Buddha's name every day to pray for the young lord's blessings. Jiang Bufan blinked. If you say that, I won't be able to find a reason to embarrass you. Listen, is this speaking human words? Who's a good person coming up and saying they want to make things difficult for people? Song Tian Ah, Earth Ah, both born yin. Why is it not extraordinary? Xiao Yan's mind inexplicably recalled a melody that, snowflakes fluttering, the northern wind is fluttering, the sky and the earth are pale, a sheer of cold plums, standing proudly in the snow, only for the fragrance of Azumi. The corner of Jiang Bufan's mouth pulled out an arc, gently patting his shoulder, close to his ear. Listen to brother, find yourself a corner to kneel obediently. The next scene is a bit bloody, not suitable for children. Insult. This is a naked insult. Xiao Yan cursed in his heart while maintaining a smile at all times and nodded his head frequently. Subsequently, he knelt at the foot of the large mountain with an extraordinarily self-conscious and proud stance, completely unable to see the slightest emotion of dissatisfaction. Sensing Wang Badao's astonished gaze, Xiao Yan also only glanced at him, perfectly interpreting that Taishan collapsed in front of his eyes without any disturbance. It was not that he had not thought of fighting for his dignity, but once he remembered his previous two experiences of being blasted and hammered just after resisting, he felt from the bottom of his heart that it was better to die than to live. It is better to die than to live. As long as you do not die, you will have a chance in the future. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not deceive the youth poor. Many winning quotes in his mind, so that he gradually regained confidence. Kneeling on the ground posture is more upright. Under the sunlight, amongst the green hills, he knelt with resilience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the destiny of the son of Qi, Xiao Yan, forcing him to become a Godao cultivator and obtaining 2,000 strands of Qi. Ding! Friendly reminder, the son of Qi Luck, Xiao Yan, currently has only 4,000 strands of Qi Luck value left. After gleaning the Qi Luck value from Xiao Yan once again, Jiang Bufan withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Constrained by certain rules, he could not directly kill Xiao Yan yet. He could only reduce his fortune through various means and wait for the time to be ripe. Then he would definitely strike a fatal blow. Most importantly, Jiang Bufan had an intuition. As long as Xiao Yan's Qi Luck value was not zeroed out, no matter how thoroughly he was killed, he would somehow be able to be revived in the end. Rebirth by dropping blood, taking over the soul, time travel, traveling through other worlds. Anyway, there were no undoable, only unthinkable ways to be reborn. Based on this intuition, Jiang Bufan decided to keep Xiao Yan as a guinea pig and continuously consume his qi. When his qi luck zeroed out, that would be the day his lifespan would be exhausted. Wang Ba Dao of the Tianshui Wang family, I heard that you are very domineering? Jiang Bufan looked at the muscular man in front of him and inquired with interest, smiley face. If this young man is not mistaken, the supreme bone in your body should be Wang Chen's, right? What does your excellency mean? Wang Baidao's eyes were filled with scorn. The moment Jiang Bufan appeared, he felt a terrifying aura that seemed like a primordial beast. Originally, he thought that his own talent was already unrivaled in the world, but he didn't expect that there were peers who were even braver than him. Whose disciple is this? Originally, he wanted Xiao Yan to introduce him. I did not expect that after just a few words, Xiao Yan, this dilettante, had found a nest on his own and knelt long in front of so many people. He really seemed like a dog now. However, from this matter, it can also be seen that the youngster in front of him must have come from a certain large power, and this power could at least be on par with the Xian heavenly sect. Otherwise, how would he dare to intercept the core disciples of Xian Tian sect? It was also Wang Badao's fault that he had been hanging out at the private club all day, and coincidentally missed Zhang Bufan and the others landing at Xian Tian sect in their Thunder fighter jet. Otherwise, how could he even know the origin of his opponents? Jia, who gave you the nerve to question this young lord? Zhang Bufan glanced at Wang Badao with contempt. The undisguised contempt seriously hurt Wang Badao's fragile self-esteem. Thinking that he was a divine mansion cultivator with Xian Tian sect behind him, where would he go without being looked at highly? But the other party provoked again and again. This is completely take himself as a soft persimmon pinch. Wang Badao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his tone was extraordinarily hard. We are all Chinese. Don't give face to face, give face not face? Zhang Bufan was amused at his words. Wang Bidao, listen to me. You are just a little Yakuza. Little Yakuza, understand? How dare you bully me like this? This is intolerable. Wang Bidao, who's already prone to anger and rage, he couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He made a seal with both hands and summoned a demonic dragon with flames all over its body. With my spiritual source, destroy your life, dark dragon kill. The words just fell. The flaming fire demonic dragon's body skyrocketed several times. Mountains crumbled, sand flew away, and swept the yellow sand in the sky to run like mad. Zhang Bufan didn't react. With his current physical strength, he couldn't say that he had no difficulty in carrying this move. He could only say that it was easy. But even if he was too lazy to deal with it, it didn't mean that the others wouldn't make a move. How can I let you attack the young lord as soon as you come up? A little bit of cold aura arrived first, and then the demonic dragon quietly perished, directly turning into nothingness. Wang Badao's face turned blue. Who? Zhang family Ice Phoenix Ouyang Qian. With the sound of a high and cold female voice, Ouyang Qian held her spirit sword and resolutely chopped out several chilling cold awnings at Wang Bidao. Wang Bidao hurriedly dodged, but unfortunately, compared to the devastating cold ons, his speed was obviously still slightly inferior. The entire 4 cold ons, as if they were negotiated, chopped into each of his limbs. If it wasn't for the fact that he was carrying the supreme bone and had focused on refining his body on a regular basis, I'm afraid that just by virtue of these 4 cold ons, he could have been cut down to a swine. Even if his limbs were not chopped off, the cold ons easily penetrated into his flesh 3 times, releasing a constant stream of cold qi. Wang Badao hurriedly mobilized his blood qi to force the cold ons out and stared at Zhang Bufan through clenched teeth. You only know how to hide behind women? Jia. What class are you? Fighting me? Chapter 24, Wang Badao, out. For so many years in Huaxia, the Zhang family spent so much money and fattened so many people. Didn't they save it for now? Zhang Bufan was extraordinarily leisurely, taking out the rocking chair and half a watermelon from his storage belt, while showing off the seedless melon. He was incomparably cozy and enjoying the battle between the two. Whether it was Xiao Yan who was kneeling on the ground, Wu Xuandou who was eager to eat the melon, or Ouyang Qian who was eager to perform, or Wang Badao who was speechless with anger. At this time, they all agreed that Zhang Bufan should be given an award, the top 10 outstanding pushy kings of the new era. The king of pushy. Why are you looking at me? Fight! As Zhang Bufan's words fell, the battle between Ouyang Qian and Wang Badao officially started. Sword-chopping silver orchid. Ouyang Qian's heart was like still water. Majestic spiritual energy was injected by her into her spirit sword, which immediately blossomed with a dazzling light. As she swung her arm down, a silver aura that was strong enough to cut through the sky surged out towards Wang Bidao's heart. Wang Bidao didn't dare to be slow. His body shape was like electricity. He tried his best to run his body technique to barely avoid this sword, but before he could stabilize his body, Ouyang Jing's sword was once again chopping at him. Even a clayman has 3 points of fire. Wang Badao's eyes were red and his face was twisted. His body suddenly emitted a blinding bloodlight, making him look as evil and chilling as an evil Buddha. In the face of the seemingly devastating sword mane, he used his claws as a shield, and even directly pinched it with his brutal physical body. It is not polite to come and not go. Wang Badao stood with his palms together, reciting words under his breath as a huge Buddha figure gradually emerged behind him. What was chilling was that this Buddha was completely different from the one in the temple. This Buddha's pupils are blank, angry eyes. His body is crawling with lines like earthworms, 4 heads and 18 arms, looks extremely incongruous. Obviously not in the center of the battle, Zhang Bufan could still clearly feel the Buddha's body's greed, evil thoughts, and killing thoughts. Use blood as a guide, use the soul as a spirit, demonize the heavens. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. thousands of extraterrestrial meteorites wrapped in demonic flames passed through the curtain of clouds and, surging and imposing toward Ouyang Qian and the other three to smash in. Jiang Bufan blinked. Fancy. Wu Xuandao nodded. Flamboyant. To them, this move was nothing more than a bit of sound and the actual killing power was not worth mentioning at all. However, for Ouyang Qian, this move had completely exceeded the damage that could be inflicted by a mid-divine mansion. However, she was not afraid. Her eyes shot out a white light, and a pair of holy, majestic pure white wings were actually born behind her back. This was her state after turning on her special physique Ice Phoenix Queen. 1,000-mile ice seal. Ouyang Qian slightly overlapped her hands. The sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and with a boom, torrential rain fell to the ground like a waterfall. When the rain fell to the ground, it instantly froze, forming an ice wall of nearly 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, blocking the meteorite from the sky. A bit interesting. Wang Badao licked his lips, and with his hand, he actually cut off his 3 legs alive and threw them into the mouth of the blood-red Buddha. Feed with your body. Use your life as a spell, Devil Sun Heavens. After the Buddha devoured the 3 legs, the aura of his body was even more evil and unbearable, and the lines also lit up at this moment, releasing strands of evil energy. With 18 arms raised high above his head, an evil sphere that was strong enough to destroy a hill was finally born. Jiang Bufan skimmed his lips, outwardly strong. Wu Xuandao picked his nose, vain appearance. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat the two, Ouyang Qian really wanted to give each of them a big mouth. The words, they said, the fight. She was the one who came. Had she known that this kid was so difficult to deal with, she shouldn't have faked this comparison. Was it bad to be a good vase? But the matter has come to this. Then we can only proceed to the battle. Miles of snow. Ouyang Qian opened her arms, and the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into ice, forming a massive ice net. Through careful observation it was easy to realize that the overall shape of this massive ice net was like a snowflake. When Wang Badao saw this, he laughed maniacally. You're blocking me with this broken ice net? It's simply asking for death. He. Ouyang Qian coldly snorted twice and without any nonsense, she directly wrapped the snow net towards the magic ball. She was unwilling to take advantage of the words and decided to use the final result to prove who was truly strong. Wang Badao naturally understood what she meant, and with a wave of his hand, the huge magic ball was sacrificed like destruction, and slammed into the seemingly precarious ice net. How is it possible? The huge magic ball just touched the ice net, and it easily smashed several ice layers of the net. The ice net barely lasted for a few seconds before it quickly shattered from it and turned into grains of icy sand. Under normal circumstances, the magic ball should continue to smash to Ouyang Qian, but unfortunately not. The reason was simple. The icy net was smashed and the icy sand that was produced, surprisingly fit firmly in the magic ball. In less than 5 seconds, the entire magic ball was completely frozen and fell straight to the ground. This is the strength of miles of snowdrift, freezing everything. Magic ball versus snow net. Magic ball out. Wang Badao couldn't believe the scene in front of him, his eyes staring at Ouyang Qian, as if he was possessed. He kept muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. How is it possible for you to do ice seal magic sun heavens? Ouyang Qian frowned lightly, her finger lifted up, and the water vapor immediately formed an ice spear that shot towards Wang Badao's brow. From the start of her strike, she knew that the victory would definitely belong to her. Under the premise of the same realm, although Wang Bidao was carrying a dignified bone, she was also an Earth stage extreme spiritual body, and the enhancement of both of them was not even close to each other. However, she was in the small villa not long ago, sincerely offering her most precious thing. After someone lifted his pants, he rightfully rewarded her with certain resources. Among them were the 9-turn spirit ascension pill that evolved the quality of her spiritual chi, the flawless marrow cleansing pill that widened the meridians in her body, as well as the heavenly grade martial skill ice sky and snowy ground. The most important thing was that someone did not know what tactics to use, but even allowed her to directly comprehend the 2 styles of ice sky snow earth, 1,000 miles of ice seal and 10,000 miles of snowdrift. Suffice it to say, a trip into the small villa had increased her strength 100-fold. Although her cultivation was still at the middle stage of divine mansion, her strength had already reached the realm of Dharma phase. Compared to the battle power that Wang Badao exchanged by activating the supreme bone, she was obviously more powerful and more durable. Therefore, Wang Bidao was doomed to lose the battle from the start. As the ice spear pierced into Wang Bidao's mind, the battle came to an end. Ouyang Qian thought that she had behaved quite baka. She hurriedly came in front of Jiang Bufan, blushing as if she was a little monkey from Mount Huagua, and said daintily, "Young master, I won the fight." Jiang Bufan, it makes sense. Wu Sun said, "It should have been." Xiao Yan, absolute contrast. Contrast. Ouyang Jing slowly turned his head, his eyes sharp as a sword. Are you scolding me? Chapter 25. I want you to help me cultivate. No, how could I dare to scold you? Xiaoyan really wanted to slap his own stinking mouth, but he could not help but follow the beeping for what? What is the status of others? What is their status? They have to get together and ask for trouble. Ouyang Qian coldly glanced at him, and then stood behind Jiang Bufan in a disciplined manner. If she was not afraid that she would act too brutally and cause displeasure to the young lord, she would have to sew up Xiaoyan's foul mouth today. However, this thought of hers was obviously an overthought, because at this time, Jiang Bufan was already fully engaged in the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage mission of punching the son of Qi in the face, strongly destroying the heavenly flame Wang family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Qi luck value 3000, spiritual weapon enhancement card 2, and life snatching great Ursus 20. Ding! Enacting the third stage quest of beating the son of Qi in the face, cultivating Ouyang Qian and defeating the son of Qi. Ding! The rewards of this mission are enacted according to completion. Please do your best and cheer up. Simply completing another small task. 3000 strands of luck value into the account. Again can be happy to become stronger. Jiang Bufan, after a short period of thinking, first raised his cultivation from late Dharma phase to complete Dharma phase. He only felt the majestic aura madly pouring in, causing the aura in his body to instantly increase geometrically. On top of that, the quality of the aura within his body was also slightly improved. If the previous total amount of aura was compared to a lake, it was now an ocean. If the previous quality of aura was compared to steel, then it was now a natural diamond. The next step was to train his cultivation horizontally. Jiang Bufan's grandiose wave of his hand directly elevated him from the tendon refining realm to the bone refining realm. Normally speaking, he needed to first refine the 206 bones in his body into iron bones, then metamorphose into copper bones, silver bones, gold bones, until the topmost jade bones. But who told him to have a good ancestor? When he entered the ancestral land, the Zhang clan's second ancestor had directly given him 206 supreme bones. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite and had long ago completely refined these supreme bones and integrated them into his own bones. One must know that supreme bones were already one of the topmost bones, so why would they need to be refined again? In other words, although Jiang Bufan had just broken through from the tendon refining to bone refining level, he had actually become a bone refining perfection martial artist. If it wasn't for the lack of Qi luck value, he could have even completely taken it a step further and directly become a horizontal practitioner martial artist at the blood refining realm. The remaining Qi luck values were used to upgrade his martial skills. It was just enough to bring all three martial arts, the 10,000 elephants rushing, spring-born, autumn killing, and withered tree springing, to the level of minor accomplishment. The 10 realm comprehension cards that he had obtained earlier were also used without exception. All of them were used to comprehend the killing realm. In just a few minutes, countless images of killing emerged in Jiang Bufan's mind. These images were bloody, brutal, and horrifying, yet they allowed his comprehension of the killing intent to rapidly increase, finally stopping at 92.95%. As for the spiritual weapon enhancement card obtained from completing the quest, Jiang Bufan didn't use it for the time being. He planned to wait until he returned to the Jiang clan and selected a spiritual weapon that suited him from the treasure trove before using it, so that he could achieve the effect of getting more than his money's worth. At this moment, Jiang Bufan's panel changed dramatically. Host, Jiang Bufan. Technique, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Technique, Chaos Grade. Taichu Body Casting Technique, Chaos Grade. Physique, Undead Little Strong Spiritual Body, Heavenly Grade Extreme Plus. Cultivation, Dharma Phase Perfection, Plus. Horizontal Cultivation, Bone Refining Perfection, 206 Supreme Bones, Plus. Martial Skills, 10,000 Elephants Running, Lower Grade of Heavenly Order, Minor Completion Plus. Spring-born, Autumn Killed, Lower Grade of Heavenly Order, Minor Completion Plus. Withered Tree Rejuvenates the Spring, Middle Grade of Heavenly Order, Minor Completion Plus. Demon King's Hand Earth Rank Extreme Grade, Perfection. Click to open collapsed information. Intent of Fire, 19.6%. Intent of Deadwood, 13.9%. Intent of Cold Ice, 21.3%. Intent of Thick Earth, 19.9%. Intent of Killing, 72.95%. Qi luck, none. You can use the system monthly payment to take out a small loan. Warehouse, 10 flavors Di Huang Pills 1. Life and Death Order 8. Spiritual Weapon Enhancement Card 2. Small Lacoon 9. Life Snatching De Wu Su 20. Comprehensive Evaluation, OMG. The road to becoming a god is at your feet. Looking at the updated comprehensive evaluation, Jiang Bufan let out a happy sigh of satisfaction. Happily, the Dogcoin system's evaluation has finally gotten positive. In time, I'll make sure to make the system submit to my feet. Kneeling and singing conquest. This image, just thinking about it makes people excited. Young master, are you alright? Just as Jiang Buri was indulging in his fantasies, Ouyang Qian nervously wrapped her arms around him and kept shaking. breaking his beautiful fantasy. I don't know whether it was intentional or accidental. Ouyang Qian's too white and soft big thunders that, with the swaying gradually close to his arm, and finally even completely fit, so that his belly suddenly lit up a burning fire. Woman, you are playing with fire? On the side, Wu Shuendo understandably turned away and, his mouth kept muttering that he would hunt the sheep demon and make a roasted whole sheep to beat his teeth. As he left, he slapped Xiaoyan, who was quietly eating melon, on the way and knocked him out, with just the right amount of strength, so that the ignorance did not hurt his brain. You usually like eating mutton? Ouyang Qian was a little confused and replied blankly. Why do you say that? Zhang Bufan raised his eyebrows lightly. Why else would you be such a horse-forked worm? Nanny? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? If anyone else dared to say this, Ouyang Qian would definitely take scissors and cut off his stick. But the one who said this was Zhang Bufan. For some reason, Ouyang Qian actually felt from the bottom of her heart that he was overbearing, humorous, and good at interpreting people's clothes, meaning, this is the nature of some women born to be strong. In the face of a strong man, even if he is just taking a leak, the women who admire the strong will praise him for being strong, and will not diverge at all. In the face of the weak, no matter what he does, in the eyes of Mu Chang's women are a mess of mud, completely unable to support the wall. The same is to do things honestly. The strong is mature and stable. The weak just do not know how to adapt. The same is to go to the disco drinking. The strong is to expand the network. The weak is self-indulgent. The same is to rise up to kill. The strong is to kill decisively. The weak is ruthless. In the eyes of these women, as long as you are strong enough to get them to submit, then no matter what you make shocking views, hurtful things, they can carry out self-strategy, absolutely understand and support. Obviously, Ouyang Qian is this type of woman. Young master, you say so. Let people can be embarrassed. GGG, that's not what you said when you were in bed. Hey, did people say anything? Ouyang Qian said with a dark glance. Vertical sun, how dare you mess with my Dao? You're testing the old cadre with this pair of big thunders? Which old cadre can't withstand such temptation? Zhang Bufan took a deep breath and picked him up by the waist. Ravaging dared to walk into the villa again. Little goblin, I want you to help me cultivate. Chapter 26 Supreme Spirit Pool. Having fought fiercely all night long, Zhang Bufan's face was pale and he was the first to surrender. When he thought of the 5-hour-long battle, he felt a vague pain in his waist. That was 5 whole hours. The enemy not only did not surrender, but instead grew more and more courageous, flying onto his horse, turning passivity into initiative, and taking complete control of the battle. After this battle, he finally understands the old saying, there is no such thing as a plowed field, only a tired ox. Ouyang Qian, who is in sharp contrast to him, skin rosy and glossy, delicate and lubricated. The bottom of the eyes are full of peach blossoms, lightly biting her lips, showing all the charm between her hands and feet. Goblin, haven't you been fed yet? Zhang Bufan covered his waist and said, what does feeding last night have to do with today? Ouyang Qian Fox's charming light smile, gently close to his back, voice very seductive. Once these words came out, Zhang Bufan immediately lifted his pants and righteously said, yin and yang dual cultivation, less jerking pleasure, more jerking herd body, strong jerking ash fly into smoke. Then it was like a mouse meeting a cat, fleeing the battlefield at an unbelievable speed. Xian Tian sect. Kam Chongkong finally finished refining the 9 revolutions Nirvana Dan after several days of refining. The 2 9 revolutions Nirvana pills that allowed his already terrifying physical body to strengthen once again, and the probability of successfully breaking through to the divine spirit realm was one more point. If he could refine Wang Badao's supreme bone again, then in half a year's time at most, he would have the strength to carry the divine thunderbolt and step into the divine spirit realm, becoming the top fighting force in China, becoming one of the topmost combatants in Huaxia. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me leave you behind with my heart. The ringing of the phone disrupted his thoughts. It was only after he answered it that he learned that the young master of the Zhang family had rejoined the Xin Tian sect and was waiting quietly in the hall at this time. Looking at the soul plate in pieces beside him, Kam Chongkong knew that Wang Badao had already fallen. Zhang Bufan must have come here to return the supreme bone, but why would he, as the young master of the Zhang family, need to come personally for such a trivial matter? There is something strange about this matter. Is it possible that something has gone wrong with the supreme bone? An unsettling premonition suddenly surged in Kam Chongkong's heart, and he hurriedly maneuvered his body towards the sect hall. With his half-step divine spirit strength, it only took less than 10 seconds before and after, and he had already appeared in the hall. I don't know that young Lord Zhang came all the way here, so please bear with me for the poor hospitality. There is no need for Patriarch Kam to be polite. I only got up today because I wanted to discuss some minor matters. Oh, Kam Chongkong waved his hand at his words, allowing the other elders and provisioners to all retire. He also mobilized his spiritual chi and injected it into the soundproof array, activating it to make sure that the outside world couldn't hear the sound. Only then did he reluctantly put down his defenses. His eyes filled with desire and said, "The supreme bone that I promised before. Sovereign Kam can rest assured. There are rules to be followed. For the sake of the supreme bone, I'm not so bad as to go back on my word." At Jiang Bufan's eye gesture, Ouyang Qian took out a blood bone and placed it in front of Kam Chongkong in a regular manner. The blood bone was covered with densely packed runes. Each of the runes appeared to be plain and ordinary, but in fact, the runes contained infinite energy within them. This is the supreme bone in Wang Badao's body. Unfortunately, this as of the supreme bone is not complete, as if it had suffered some kind of attack. The center position has a scar-sized crack. Don't underestimate this crack. If it was a complete supreme bone, it could increase the probability of breaking through to the divine spirit by 50%, but if there is a defect, the probability will be greatly reduced, and to be able to raise 25% will have to burn high incense. As Kam Chongkong looked at the cracks in the supreme bone, his cheeks involuntarily twitched, obviously very unhappy. However, considering Jiang Bufan's identity, he was extremely scornful, so he could only say in a raw tone, "Didn't young Master Jiang promise that he would let the supreme bone return to the Xiantian sect intact?" Obviously the tone is very hard, but can be heard full of grudges. Aggrieved. The aggrieved one is like a small daughter-in-law who has just been angered. It gave rise to the idea that as long as one was not paying the slightest attention, he would take a leap from a several hundred-meter high building to relieve 1,000 sorrows. Regarding this situation, Jiang Bufan also expressed that he was helpless. Patriarch Kam, the crack in the supreme bone has nothing to do with me. Kam Chongkong did not reply after hearing this, but from his tightly locked brow, his trembling lips, and the cloudy air that kept coming out of his nostrils all indicated he didn't believe it. But even if he didn't believe it, he had to believe it, because the supreme bone in Wang Baidao's body was not complete in itself. It was mutilated. Patriarch Kam, do you know where the supreme bone in Wang Baidao's body came from? Obtained by chance. Kam Chongkong was concise and his voice was sorrowful, as if he wanted to use this method to express his silent dissatisfaction. Obviously, he was already halfway into the earth, but he was in and out of unexpected arrogance. It was also considered some sort of contrast, not gained by chance, but deprived from his own brother's body. Jiang Bufan rubbed his head, slightly helplessly continuing to explain. Wang Baidao has a real brother Wang Duan. On the day of his birth, the sky descended with auspiciousness and the great Tao bestowed blessings. Thus Wang Dust obtained one up to the dignity bone, but I don't know why, but for some unknown reason, during one of the family's training programs, someone within the Wang family secretly injured Wang Chuan and stripped the supreme bone from his body, and by some means, took the supreme bone out of his body, and by some means, the supreme bone was replaced into Wang Baidao's body, and the probability of the crack problem appeared here. With the depths of the heavenly flame Wang family, even if they mastered some means of replacing the bone, it would definitely be a crude and indiscriminate technique. If I'm not mistaken, the supreme bone was damaged at this time, creating this crack. Kam Chongkong froze for a moment, caressing the crack on the supreme bone with regret between his brows. Of course, what he lamented wasn't the bone-stripped Wang Duan or the fallen Wang Baidao. What he regretted was the supreme bone that had been damaged due to the Skyfire King family's misdeeds. This was simply a waste. For a moment, Kam Chongkong really wanted to step in and directly destroy the Heavenly Flame King family as a way to vent his anger. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Flame King family had already been destroyed by Wu Xuandao. Looking at Kam Chongkong, whose brows were filled with pain and who had fallen into silence, Jiang Bufan knew that the time was right and coughed lightly, saying, "In fact, the cracks on this supreme bone are not impossible to repair." As soon as these words came out, a glint of light flashed under Kam Chongkong's eyes, and his speech speed unintuitively accelerated. "Please, young Master Su, enlighten me." It was no wonder he was unsteady. The main reason was that the supreme bone was simply too important. If it could be completely restored, in a sense, it would represent that Xiantian sect could add another deity in a short period of time. That's a deity that represents the top combat power of China. Once they stepped into this realm, they would be able to lift their hands and throw their feet, and their lifespan could reach nearly 10,000 years. Faced with this kind of test that could increase the probability of becoming a god by 50%, any cultivator would not be able to handle it. Compared to his impatience, Jiang Bufan was particularly careless, only to see him sipping spiritual tea and eating spiritual fruits with ease. Eating spiritual fruits, and making staggering noises from time to time, completely in the mold of a playboy. As time passed, Kam Chongkong was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. "Patriarch Kam, I've heard that your clan has a supreme spirit pool that can help cultivators expel impurities and improve their cultivation talent?" Chapter 27, Congresses solve small problems, meetings solve big problems. "Patriarch Kam, I heard that your clan has a supreme spirit pool that can help cultivators expel impurities and improve their cultivation talent? KM Chongkong instantly understood the tone outside of Jiang Bufan's words. It was obvious that he was playing with the idea of the supreme spirit pool. The supreme spirit pool. Xian Tiansek's most famous and highest value top-level blessing. The supreme spirit pool contained a natural spirit source. Spirit source is the purest spirit qi gradually condensed after hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation. Not only can it greatly enhance cultivation, but it can also help cultivators remove impurities from their bodies and enhance their heavenly posture. In addition to this, the Xian Tian sect had also placed many heaven and earth exotic fruits into the supreme spirit pool. These heaven and earth exotic fruits all had their own functions. Some could enhance enlightenment, some could strengthen the physical body, and some could widen the sea of consciousness. After merging with the spiritual source, the Supreme Spirit Pond became an all-around blessed place that combined breaking through cultivation, improving heavenly posture, refining the physical body, and strengthening the spirit sea into one. Unfortunately, the formation of the spirit source was extremely slow. Even if the Xian Tian sect had placed thousands of spirit gathering arrays inside the Supreme Spirit Pond, even if the Xian Heaven sect had placed thousands of spirit gathering arrays within the Supreme Spirit Pool, it would still take 10 whole years to fill up the spirit pool and accommodate one person to undergo transformation. Coincidentally, 10 years have passed since the last time the Supreme Spirit Pool was opened, and it can be opened again at any time. However, this time, the opportunity to enter the pool was confirmed to be given to the clan's chief disciple a few years ago. If there was a temporary change of heart, I'm afraid that many disciples would have gaps in their hearts and undershirt with the sect. Kam Chongkong was a little hesitant. He could make decisions on most matters within the sect, but this matter involves the future development of the young generation leaders. He must think carefully and be cautious. The Supreme Spirit Pool is the most important blessing of our sect. I alone cannot make a decision. Please give me a few days to think about it. Young Lord, Kam Chongkong forced his inner desires to say. This answer surprised Jiang Bufan. According to his thoughts, a sect leader who had backstabbed a core disciple in exchange for what he needed in the faced with the opportunity to become a god, he should agree to whatever conditions. Why are you suddenly a holy woman? Jiang Bufan nodded gently, no emotions visible on his face. Since Patriarch Kem needs a few days to confer with the sect, can you allow me to enter the place where the martial arts are included and observe the Xian Tian sect's martial arts? Since young Lord Jiang has this pleasure, how can I spoil the fun for no reason? I have already ordered to the elders sitting in the martial skill building that the martial skill building is all open to young Lord Jiang. In the face of this request, Kam Chongkong didn't hesitate and directly slapped a yes. Anyway, the clan's two most central martial arts were in the hands of the Supreme Elder, and the top one in the martial skill building was only a heavenly rank middle grade. So what if they were allowed to comprehend it? Maybe the person just wanted to pass the time and couldn't even look at the Xian Tian sect's martial arts. After all, people were from the Zheng family. As a divine spirit family, the Zheng family, what bullish martial skill with lightning didn't have? Can they look at you with these 3 or 2 jujubes? Most importantly, Kam Chongkong really didn't dare to refuse Jiang Bufan's request anymore, fearing that he would be unhappy and leave Xian Tian's sect in anger. If he left, who would be able to help himself recover the supreme bone? After Jiang Bufan received an affirmative answer, he stood up with a seeming smile. Then I'll be grateful to Patriarch Kam. Then, under the guidance of a certain elder, he exited the hall and vanished towards the martial skill building. Although the Zheng clan had included an extremely large number of martial arts, it wasn't to the point where it could include all of the martial arts in Huaxia. And the self-appointed Zheng family, the included martial arts are the top group of each level. Slightly worse martial arts, even the door of the Zheng family cannot enter. As an example, the heaven and earth, Xian Huang each grade of martial arts, and according to the strength of their respective abilities are divided into 4 grades, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. Under normal circumstances, as long as a martial art is identified, even if it is a lower grade of yellow, all major powers will include it in case of emergency. However, the domineering Zheng family, most of the martial arts included were the very best of each grade, mixed with a small number of special top grades. As for the middle and low grade martial arts of each grade, they simply couldn't enter the eyes of the Zheng family, right? For the Zheng family, the inclusion of these garbage martial arts, if the outsiders know, I'm afraid to think that the Zheng family is really hungry. But Jiang Bufan is really hungry. If he wants to take the path of integrating all the paths into himself, he needs to understand a huge amount of martial arts. No matter what level of martial arts, he would not refuse. So every time he goes to a big power, he will want to drill to its collection of martial arts place. Afraid to miss this wool-gathering opportunity, participate in the martial arts well, not too shabby. Walking into the Xian Tian sect's martial arts building, Zhang Bufan randomly pulled out tens of thousands of yellow-ranked lower-grade martial arts, ready to immediately enlightenment, but less than 2 seconds time. He frowned tightly from the tens of thousands of martial arts eliminated half out. These martial arts that were eliminated were all those that he had comprehended within the Heavenly Diffusion sect. This was a normal situation. After all, the total number of martial arts flopped around just so much. You want to include it, I want to include it too. With the accumulation of history, the probability of the same martial art being included by 2 or more forces naturally increases. Zhang Bufan could only sigh lightly, hoping that the same rate of the martial arts that he would realize later on would be as little as possible. Without delaying too much time, Zhang Bufan quickly calmed his mind and continuously comprehended each martial art. Conference room. Kam Chongkong sat at the first position without anger or authority. The rest of the seats were all the great elders of the Xiantian sect who had real power and were truly in charge of things. The number of participants did not exceed 20. For Xiantian sect, which had such a large number of people, it was obviously a typical small meeting. The tradition of Xiantian sect's meeting is to have a big meeting to solve small problems and a small meeting to solve big problems, coupled with the seemingly imperceptible majesty of the patriarch. The elders could roughly guess that what needed to be discussed today must be a major event. After a few moments, Kam Chongkong saw that the elders who should have come had already taken their seats, so he did not continue to hold his tongue and said, "Gentlemen, the young master of the Zhang clan wishes to enter the Supreme Spirit Pool." When these words came out, it immediately stirred up 1,000 layers of waves and 10,000 layers of Snow's angry curses. The Supreme Spirit Pool has always been my clan's blessed land. The Zhang family wanting to insert a hand is simply delusional. The Zhang family's little child is bullying people too much. My Xian heavenly clan may or may not be able to fight with one of them. Battle? With what? Is it to take your transcendence realm cultivation that hasn't been broken through in 100 years? Or is it to take the lives of tens of thousands of low-ranking cultivators of my clan? If we really fight, in less than 10 days, our clan will be destroyed by the hands of the Zhang family. If the Zhang family presses on, my sect can surrender to the other 3 divine spirit families. Shut up. Xiantian sect will never be subordinate, never be a slave. That's a nice thing to say. If it really comes to that, are we just going to stand by and watch the sect be destroyed? Xiantian sect can only die standing, not live on its knees. The arguments of the elders became more and more heated, especially the second elder who represented the radical faction. Especially the second elder representing the radical faction and the third elder representing the protection faction. At this moment, they were arguing with red faces and red eyes, as if they would not be able to hold back from fighting in the next second. In the entire conference room, only Kam Chongkong and the Grand Elder remained unchanged, as calm as water. It was as if all the arguments had nothing to do with them. Seeing that the crowd of elders were getting more and more furious with each other, even the spiritual weapons were taken out, and a crisis of chopping each other could break out at any time. Kam Chongkong lightly coughed. If the young lord of the Zhang family is willing to use the opportunity to become a god as an exchange, how should we? Chapter 28 Intense Discussions. If the young master of the Zhang clan is willing to use the chance to become a god in exchange, what should we do? Chang, the chance to become a god? The conference room that was originally like a food market instantly fell silent. Crows were silent, so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's breathing. They originally thought that the young master of the Zhang family was trying to utilize the might of the Zhang family to forcibly seize the quota to enter the Supreme Spirit Pool. However, they didn't expect that people would actually be willing to give the opportunity to become a god. If that was the case, it would be worth discussing in depth. The crowd coincidentally placed their gazes on Kam Chongkong, the original anger in their eyes having long since disappeared cleanly, replaced by infinite desire. It was the desire to break through to the divine spirit realm. Most of the elders here were cultivators of the transcendent perfection realm, and even more of them were already half-step divine spirits and had broken through the first barrier. However, for the next path, they also felt that it was difficult to move an inch, because the chances of becoming a god were severely lacking. At this level, most of the resources were owned, and more than 95% of them were in the hands of the 4 great deity families. If one wanted to break through to deity status by virtue of one's own strength, one could not say that it was hopeless, only that it was a slim hope. The difficulty was roughly equivalent to a person winning the lottery several times in a row, all with the same number. One must know that the Xiantian sect was created thousands of years ago, and the strongest cultivator on the surface is the patriarch, who has been stuck at the second level of half-step divine spirit for a little over 10 years. To say that the Xiantian sect does not have a deity, that is also nonsense, but anyone with a little brain will not believe. After all, if there were no deities in such a large industry, it would have been eaten up by other forces like a hungry tiger. But this few deities, without exception, are encountered heavenly chance, and have great luck entangled, only barely broke through the 3 passes, to become one of the lowest level deities. That's right, Even if they had been blessed with great fortune and aided by chance, they could still only become the lowest level of deities. This was the manifestation of the lack of substance of the power behind them. If it were the Jiang clan instead, once they stepped into the realm of divine spirit, they could immediately obtain 2 exclusive martial arts for divine spirits, also known as divine passages. In addition to being able to comprehend the divine aptitude, one could also make an application to have a temporarily unoccupied deity accompany them in their training. Doing so would not only improve one's mastery of power, but also give one a clear idea of one's level of battle power. In addition to this, the gods of the Jiang clan were scattered as a sky full of stars and gathered as a fire. In the event of an encounter with a foreign enemy, all the major deities within the clan who were in time would not hesitate to step in. This was the underpinnings of being a deity clan. But even though the Xian Heavenly clan was inferior to the Jiang clan in terms of quality and quantity, it didn't mean that they didn't emphasize on cultivating deities. The weight of a deity was undoubtedly extremely large for the Xian Heavenly clans. Thus, when Kam Changkong said that the Jiang clan was willing to use the opportunity to become a deity in exchange for access to the Supreme Spirit Pool, it was only then that the crowd of elders were quiet in the first moment and still felt a bit shocked. After all, the 4 great divine spirit families represented by the Jiang family had always clutched the opportunity to become a god in their hands. Not to mention outsiders like them, even the forces that were dependent on the Jiang family were not qualified to pry without heavenly contributions. This time, for the Supreme Spirit Pool, the Jiang family was willing to take out such a chance. The elders always felt that something was fishy and did not dare to voice their opinions. Feeling the blazing gazes of the crowd, Kam Changkong understood what they were thinking and explained. Speaking of which, it's not exactly the Jiang family that gave the chance to become a god. A disciple of our clan, Wang Ba Dao, unfortunately fell while completing a clan mission not long ago. It just so happened that the young master of the Jiang family bumped into him, and after killing the demonic creature that killed him, the young master of the Jiang family took out the supreme bone from Wang Ba Dao's body and personally returned it to our sect. As soon as they heard the supreme bone, greed immediately flashed in the eyes of the elders. At their level, they were naturally clear that the supreme bone was able to increase the probability of becoming a god by 50%. As long as they were able to refine it in its entirety, coupled with other small means, it was basically guaranteed that they would be able to cultivate a new deity. A new deity would have unimaginable benefits for the future development of the entire Xian Heavenly clan. The simplest mention was that it would increase the clan's depth by 30%, and it would be more powerful when facing forces of the same level. They could not use deities, but they could never be without them. Because once certain forces think that Xian Tian sect has a divine spirit, Xian Tian sect had better really have a divine spirit. Know it all. In the next second, Kam Changkong's words caused their brows to tighten again, and the hope that had just arisen quickly diminished again. It's a pity that there's a crack on this supreme bone. If we break through to the divine spirit with this bone alone, the probability of success is less than 20%. Granted, a 20% probability was already considered riskable for strong people of their cultivation level. But who told them to default to 50% at first? 50% changed to 20%, seemingly only a mere 30% less, but in reality, it was a world of difference. For example, if it was a complete supreme bone, it innately possessed a 50% probability of transforming into a god. Together with certain secret treasures that the sect had collected in the last 100 years, this probability could probably be raised to around 60%. They can also set up spirit formations, refine spirit armor, and swallow spirit pills. The success rate can reach a staggering 80%, but if the innate only had a probability of less than 20%, even if they gave everything the clan had, they would end up with less than 50%. 80% can basically be declared a certain success. Less than 50%, the probability of failure was too great, making them have to consider whether it was worth it. After all, if the breakthrough failed, then the Xian Heavenly clan would have to lose a half-step deity powerhouse. Such a loss was simply too great for the Xian Heavenly clan. Seeing the low mood of the crowd, the corner of Kam Changkong's mouth rose slightly as he spoke out and continued. I thought I could only risk a breakthrough, but I didn't realize that young Master Jiang had the secret method of restoring the supreme bone in his hands. Recovering, the secret method of the supreme bone? The elders couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A method to restore a breakthrough divine spirit artifact. What kind of heaven-defying means was this? If someone else said this, they would definitely treat it as a joke. But if it was the words of the Jiang family, they completely believed it. When the elders saw that Kam Changkong wanted to speak again, they hurriedly covered their fluttering little hearts. My sovereign lord Yo, can you speak without breathing heavily? This little heart of mine really can't take it. Ah yes. You finish all in one breath. Please don't whet my appetite. If it's really possible to repair the supreme bone, then will we let him enter the supreme spirit pool or not? The elders fell into silence at once, struggling continuously within themselves, comparing their power to their strength. If they could, They really wanted both the method to restore the Supreme Bone and to preserve the chief's chance to enter the Supreme Spirit Pool. Unfortunately, this was clearly a fool's dream and nonsense. A few moments later, the sect's Grand Elder, who resided below the chief and above all the elders, faintly said, "Fellow Taoists, in fact, you've all fallen into a misunderstanding. Could it be that if we don't allow it, the young lord of the Zhang clan will give up on entering the Supreme Spirit Pool?" The words hurt, but the words were rough. The elders naturally understood. If Zhang Bufan was determined to enter the Supreme Spirit Pool, there was simply nothing they could do to him. If they were to go to war with the Zhang clan, it would be enough for the insiders to talk about it and express their own dissatisfaction. If it really came to this, within 10 days, the entire Xiantian sect would inevitably be destroyed in the river of time. In other words, Zhang Bufan took out the secret method of restoring the Supreme Bone in exchange for the opportunity to enter the Supreme Spirit Pool. On the surface, he was discussing with them, but in reality, it was equivalent to a notice. If the Xiantian sect agrees, you and I will be in good hands. If they don't, there might be several deities coming to knock them down one day. If it came to that, not only would they lose the chance to enter the Supreme Spirit Pool, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to obtain the secret method of restoring the Supreme Bone. Most importantly, it would definitely offend the behemoth that is the Zhang clan. After a short period of silence, all the elders raised their hands in agreement, expressing their willingness to carry out this nuclear good deal for everyone. Seeing that everyone was in favor of it, Kam Changkong's hanging heart finally dropped, and he said with a huge sigh of relief, "Since that's the case, then I'll make a deal with young Lord Zhang." Chapter 29, The Final Curtain. Patriarch, I have 2 questions. I don't know if I should ask them or not. Just when Kam Changkong thought that the dust had settled and he could finally obtain the complete Supreme Bone, the Grand Elder, who had always been unwilling to intervene in the sect's affairs, suddenly stood out with a false smile on his face and asked out loud. For some reason, Kam Changkong suddenly surged with some sort of unsettling premonition, and subconsciously wanted to tell the Grand Elder to shut up, but in front of so many people. If he wasn't even willing to let the Grand Elder speak, then wouldn't it be rumored that others would think he was bullying others? If it happened to reach the ears of the Supreme Elder, even if the Supreme Elder wouldn't personally come down to knock him out, I'm afraid that inwardly, he would question his ability. After all, as the head of a clan, if he couldn't even maintain the surface calmness of the clan, it would at least show that his leadership ability was substandard. At this moment, Kam Changkong's heart only had one thought. This dumbass Grand Elder, always dropping the ball when it counts, will definitely have to put shoes on him after this matter is over. Although he was very reluctant, Kam Changkong still forced out a smile and pretended to be puzzled, saying, "What are you saying, Grand Elder? Our clan has always insisted on democratic decision-making, so if you have any problems, you can raise them and we can solve them together peacefully." Is it really peaceful? The elders were full of doubts in their hearts. I'm afraid it was a nuclear peaceful solution. The Grand Elder did not hide anything, and directly asked his own questions. Firstly, the opportunity of the Supreme Spirit Pool was given to young Master Jiang, so how should the chief disciple of our sect be compensated? Secondly, the Supreme Bone that can increase the probability of becoming a god, who should it be given to for refinement? The 2 questions, both of which were first-rate difficulties for people. The slightest mishap would cause Kam Changkong's position as sect leader to be severely shaken. The first question, how the chief disciple should be compensated, was a good one to answer. After all, Kam Changkong had already thought about the compensation plan as early as when he finalized the trait proposal. Only seeing that his face did not change, he answered directly, "For the chief disciple's compensation, our sect should uphold the compensation policy of rather exceed than perfume. That is, we would rather compensate for more cultivation resources than to arbitrarily perfume the chief disciple and chill his or her heart. Personally, I suggest that the chief disciple be given the right to pick a heavenly rank martial skill at will, followed by taking out $1 billion worth of cultivation resources for him to pick at will. Most importantly, we need to be realistic and truthful in informing the chief disciple of the benefits of this transaction." Hoping to gain his understanding, Kam Changkong was serious and earnest throughout, revealing between the lines that he was going to give the chief disciple a great deal of compensation. Although this answer was not considered perfect, it was definitely considered better. Not only did it safeguard the chief disciple's material needs, willingly providing him with vast amounts of resources, it also moved to satisfy his psychological needs with emotion and reasoning, ensuring his heartfelt devotion to the sect. The crowd expressed their agreement with his answer. Although the chief disciple represented the future face of the Xian Heavenly Clan, no matter how talented he was, he still had yet to grow up. For most people, being gifted was being strong, and their achievements were bound to be as terrifying as they were. But for the small number of people who truly held the power of terror, they had seen far too many gifted brats, including themselves, who was not gifted and killed their way out of thousands of soldiers. the last to be able to sit in the high place, easily can decide the fate of countless people. The land of China. There is a lack of everything, but the most important thing is that there is a lack of talented people. Gifted is not the same as a strong person, only really able to grow up genius, that is worthy to sit with them. After solving the first problem, Kam Chung Kong was briefly silent for a moment. In the face of the question of to whom does the supreme bone belong, he wasn't really in a position to give it a direct approval. He wasn't really in a good position to directly give it to himself, even though that was what he thought in his heart. Within the entire Xiantian sect, there were nearly 10 half-step deities. 5 of them had just entered this stage, and hadn't even broken through the first barrier, so they basically declared that they didn't have a chance to compete for the supreme bone. There were also 3 who, after the accumulation of time, coupled with the various spiritual objects in the Xian Heavenly Clan's treasure pavilion, had barely managed to break through the first hurdle, and initially had the chance to contend for it. In reality, there were only 2 people who had the best chance of obtaining the supreme bone and also deserved it the most. 1. Kam Chung Kong himself. 2. The clan's Grand Elder. Both of them were existences that had already stepped into the second level of the half-step divine spirit realm, and had more or less accumulated some divine transformation treasures in their hands. The actual battle power was also much the same, with little difference. If it wasn't for the fact that the Grand Elder was addicted to cultivation and was unwilling to compete for the various rights of the clan, whether or not the position of patriarch would have gone to Kam Chung Kong would be a different story. The current situation was obvious. This Grand Elder, who had spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation for a breakthrough, was in the mood for the supreme bone. In the face of this situation, one had to use strength to prove that they were more suitable for refining the supreme bone. Kam Chung Kong snorted coldly, and a savage, ferocious aura instantly erupted within his body, instantly causing the entire conference room to feel as if it had fallen into an ice cave. As soon as this aura came out, the Grand Elder's originally pleasant expression suddenly became extraordinarily ugly. The reason was simple. He felt a great danger from Kam Chung Kong's aura. It seemed, if the two fought, he would surely die. The Grand Elder forced back his inner shock. You've made another breakthrough? Kam Chung Kong nodded his head slightly. I've been given an occasional chance, and I should be in the middle of the second and third levels right now, and I'm about to be unable to suppress my breakthrough. When these words came out, all the elders were overjoyed. If this were to refine the supreme bone again, wouldn't it be that within a short period of time the Xiantian sect would be able to obtain another deity? The Grand Elder who originally wanted to compete for the supreme bone also closed his eyes, completely giving up the idea in his heart. Even if he had an idea, he was afraid that the remaining elders would firmly oppose it. In front of the interests of the entire clan, his personal gains and losses were insignificant. Seeing this, Kam Chung Kong also patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, fellow Taoists, in the future, if I obtain another such divine object, I will definitely give it to all of you to refine first." Chapter 30. Did I ever say it was me who entered the pool? Xiantian sect. Outside the Supreme Spirit Pool, Kam Chung Kong and other senior members of the sect were waiting here early. A few minutes before, Zhang Bufan had notified them via VX that they were ready to enter the pool. As hosts, they deserved to wait here in advance, and they also wanted to complete the transaction face to face. It wasn't that they didn't believe in the Zhang family's young master's character. It was simply that they were too nervous, fearing that the matter would still be reversed. The clouds in the sky were blown away by the wind, and the grass on the ground was withered by the hot sun. The crowd had waited for roughly 10 or so minutes, and the figures of Zhang Bufan and the others emerged in their eyes. Patriarch Kam, after not seeing you for just a few days, the aura on your body has strengthened a few points. I think you must have gained some insights again? Zhang Bufan was filled with a commercial fake smile and, slightly arching his hand to the crowd. This was not humility. It was purely the etiquette of being the young lord of a divine spirit family. Kam Chung Kong also laughed and replied, "Compared to young Lord Jiang, this tiny realization of mine is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning, nah." As the Xiantian sect's patriarch, he naturally knew Zhang Bufan's actions within the sect like the back of his hand. In just a few days of work, this young lord of the Divine Spirit clan had comprehended all the martial arts within the total. This was clearly an attempt to harbor all the rivers in the sea, from which he would walk out on his own path. Although he didn't know exactly how much Zhang Bufan had comprehended, but just based on the fact that this son had this kind of courage and did have this kind of talent, Kam Chung Kong knew that this son's future achievements were bound to exceed his own. Even if he himself had already booked the position of deity in advance, he would never be a match for the future him. This was because the rules he had realized could only belong to the strongest group within the intermediate level, meaning that even if he became a deity, he could at most only become an intermediate deity. At most, he could only become an intermediate level deity. However, this young body of the Zhang clan contains thousands of realms of intent within him. Even if it wouldn't all evolve and metamorphose into rules in the end, it would already be enough for it to transform into a high-level deity. Most importantly, he clearly sensed concealment within this sun's body, meaning, the realms of intent exposed by this sun were merely what he wanted the world to see. In other words, these realms were not worth mentioning to him at all. The hidden realms are his main cultivation route to becoming a god in the future. Then, wouldn't this sun have already booked his place as a top deity in advance? Perhaps he could even go one step further and step into that mysterious realm that no one had ever broken through to in thousands of years. As soon as he thought of this, Kam Chong-kong hurriedly dismissed the unrealistic thoughts within his heart. After all, the path of ascension to that mysterious realm had already been broken thousands of years ago. No matter how heaven-defying your heavenly posture was, it would be impossible to recreate the scenery of that realm. Since everyone was already singing, Jiang Bufan was not overly subtle. I wonder when this supreme spirit pool can be opened. Kam Chong-kong and the elders looked at each other twice and secretly nodded, then took out 2 tokens. The opening of the supreme spirit pool required the tokens of both the patriarch and the grand elder. One could not be opened without the other. This was also one of the reasons why Kam Chong-kong had to obtain the consent of all the elders in order to complete this transaction. As soon as the 2 tokens were placed into the spirit pool's gate, they radiated different colors of light. The sovereign's order was golden, and the grand elder's order was purple, and the 2 were entwined together, causing everyone present to feel the supreme majesty. Of course, this everyone naturally did not include Jiang Bufan. After all, as the young master of the divine spirit family, he had seen more terrifying killing weapons since he was a child than the entire Xian heavenly sect had ever seen. Chapter 31, Returning to the Jiang Mansion. This unworthy prowess was a complete show-off in front of him. With the 2 tokens embedded, the door to the supreme spirit pool slowly opened. Just outside the spirit pool, the crowd could clearly feel a majestic spiritual qi gushing out, causing the spiritual qi content of the surroundings to increase by 30%. Yang Qian, who was on the side, murmured in her heart, I really don't dare to think that if I could cultivate for a long period of time within the supreme spirit pool, how fast would my own cultivation breakthrough be? In fact, she was indeed quite good at fantasizing and was indeed quite daring to imagine. When the door to the supreme spirit pool was fully opened, the gazes of the crowd were all focused on Jiang Bufan. Jiang Bufan laughed lightly twice at this and dropped his arm around Yang Qian. Go, little Chanqian, Kam Chong-kong, Wu Xuendo, all the elders of Xian Tian sect? The person in question, Yang Qian? Everyone didn't react for a moment. This was a supreme spirit pool. A supreme spirit pool that had accumulated for 10 years before it could fuse one person to enhance. To give it to a little maidservant so easily? Some of the women who saw the scene couldn't help but shout inwardly. No, buddy, if you had said this earlier, we would not have obediently washed clean and climbed up your. This idea is not 1 or 2, which also contains some face value can play 80% of the women. Looking at their goddess's springy appearance, countless little licking dogs were suddenly heartbroken. Feeling the countless gazes gazing at her, Yang Qian's body couldn't help but tremble. There were clearly 3 points of shock, 3 points of disbelief, and 4 points of joy in the gaze towards Jiang Bufan. Yang Qian pointed her finger at herself in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Me? If not you, who else could it be? Jiang Bufan touched her head, completely the image of a big brother next door, causing the female cultivators present to fall in love. If she hadn't personally experienced someone's madness in bed, Yang Qian would have truly believed that he was a gentle little brother. After a few moments of thought struggle, Yang Qian still held back her inner greed and said in a firm tone, Young lord, I'm not going. This supreme spirit pool is only worthy of you. This answer immediately caused a roar from the crowd present. Nakedly spreading dog food. Who can stand this? Especially among the crowd of disciples. The chief disciple at the head of the crowd, looking at the opportunity he wanted and couldn't get being pushed around by the 2 of them, cannot help but shed hot tears. He hated that he wasn't a daughter. With his current appearance, if he was a daughter, he could definitely charm the young master of the Jiang family. In fact, he already had an idea in his heart. If the well-built man wore a white halter dress, revealing his white and straight legs, he didn't know if he could lure the young master of the Jiang family into committing a crime. Who says that a male can't be a beautiful woman? Organic beauty is also considered beautiful. Okay? For Yang Qian's answer, Jiang Bufan also know what she thinks in her heart, and feel extraordinarily surprised by this. This little niece, now will actually think for him. Not long ago also would rather die than give in to it. Sure enough, once a woman falls in love, she will die for the object of her heart. Jiang Bufan inwardly then couldn't help but flash through the slightest bit of warmth, gently explaining to him that, be good and obedient. This young man's heavenly beauty is already invincible in the world. Even if he goes in the supreme spirit pool, it won't do anything. On the contrary, it's you, as this youngster's first maidservant, your current heavenly posture, and your cultivation level are all too low. If you want to keep following in this young lord's footsteps, go in obediently, complete your metamorphosis, and do your best to impress this young lord with you. While saying this, Zhang Bufan approached the gate with his arm around Ouyang Qian, just one step short of completely walking through the gate. Before Ouyang Qian could react, Zhang Bufan gently pushed, and this crying pearly woman just entered the supreme spirit pool. Hundreds of years later, when she, who had already become the Ice Wind Empress, recalled this scene, she still couldn't help but want to shed tears, because it was precisely this push that allowed her destiny to be metamorphosed from then on. Of course, this was all an afterthought. As Ouyang Qian was pushed into the supreme spirit pool, the gate gradually closed and faded away from the sight of the crowd. Since the opportunity to enter the supreme spirit pool had already been ceded, the next step was to get the method to restore the supreme bone. A blazing fire lit up in the eyes of the Xian heavenly sex elders, not the fire of enmity, but the fire of desire. Seeing this scene, Zhang Bufan smiled heartily and pulled out a bottle of pitch black stuff from his storage ring. Apply this thing evenly on the supreme bone, and in less than 2 days, the supreme bone will be restored as before. As soon as these words came out, all the elders of the Xian heavenly clan, including Kam Chong Kong, showed joyful expressions. Finally, it had been obtained. Kam Chong Kong carefully received the pitch black vial, and after making sure to put it away, with a smile on his face, he extended an invitation to Zhang Bufan. Young Lord Jiang, an unusual person entering the supreme spirit pool would need roughly half a month to undergo metamorphosis. During this period of time, young lord can feel free to roam around our clan. The disciples of my clan can have long worshipped young lord. Why do these words sound so familiar? Zhang Bufan reflexively glanced at Wu Xuando, who revealed an embarrassed smile, and in his heart, he already wanted to beat Kam Chong Kong to death. Why are you suddenly talking about worship? Don't you know that old me also used this excuse to get Ouyang Qian to meet with young lord? Thinking of Ouyang Qian's unruly appearance when she first met with young lord, Wu Xuandao couldn't help but blush. Zhang Bufan just glanced twice before withdrawing his gaze and saluting Kam Chong Kong in farewell, saying, logically speaking, Patriarch Kam took the initiative to meet me, so I really should stay and experience the Xian Tian sex customs. But just now, I received a summons from the family head, and also my father, that I need to return to my residence immediately, so I ask for Patriarch Kam's forgiveness. How about this? When Ouyang Qian comes out of the supreme spirit pool, I will definitely personally bring a gift to pay a visit, so Patriarch Kam should not refuse me entry into the clan at that time. With words spoken to this extent, Kam Chong Kong and the other old foxes naturally understood the connotations, and after saluting Zhang Bufan one after another, they personally sent him out of the sect. Young Master Jiang, I'll see you again. Patriarch Kam, see you again. After leaving the Xian Tian sect, Zhang Bufan then took Wu Xuandao and rushed directly towards the Zhang family. It was also true that he didn't lie to the crowd. There was indeed a secret report that had reached him, but it wasn't his father's secret report. It was from the Black Demon Legion. According to the secret treasure of the Black Demon Legion, a certain small island nation recently gave birth to a deity. Then the small island nation swelled up. Now this deity is the leader of a 100,000 strong army heading for a small island controlled by China. According to their traveling speed, they will arrive at the island in less than 2 hours, and I'm afraid they will cause killings. For this small island nation, Zhang Bufan himself carried a strong killing intent. Immediately, he used his fastest speed to return to the Zhang family, wanting to personally lead his troops to settle this army. He wanted this army to be buried in the sea. Small island country, you will die for sure. What this young man said, even Jesus can't stop it. Chapter 32, What's the Big Deal? Kong Mansion, War Room. Nearly 100 generals in armor were gathered together, and in the middle of them, a world map was placed. In the southeastern part of the world map, dozens of blood-red flags stood proudly, with the word Jiang in the center of the flags. Obviously, these flags represented the various legions of the Zhang clan, forming an impenetrable sea defense on the waters. Unlike them, there was also a white flag on the map with a red circle that looked like an ant's blood. This flag was planted not far from a certain small island. According to the estimation, if one traveled at full speed, I am afraid that one would soon be able to log on to the small island. Nearly 100 generals sat straight, their faces not showing the slightest expression, their eyes staring at the small white flag. In their eyes, this was not a mediocre little white flag, but rather represented the great merit of building a career and achieving fame. They are wolves. The little white flag is a sheep. Wolves have always had to eat sheep, and they are going to tear them apart and eat them into their stomachs one bite at a time. After about 10 minutes or so, the door to the war room was pushed open. All of the generals immediately stood up and shouted with serious faces, "Greetings to the young lord." It was obvious that the one who entered the combat room was none other than Zhang Bufan, who had rushed back to the Zhang family. What Zhang Bufan was wearing at this time had also changed into a silver-white battle armor. which was the heavenly rank extreme grade battle armor White Dragon Touched Sky, which could harden against 3 attacks from a deity. Zhang Bufan walked all the way to the first place and waved his hand to the crowd, telling them all to sit down, and then sat down himself. Without delay, Zhang Bufan asked in a straightforward manner, "Gentlemen, who can give me a clear picture of the current form?" There was an unwritten rule within the army. Before the superior had spoken, no matter how perfect an idea you had to hold it in. Otherwise, if you come up with the perfect idea, then the being who is your superior hasn't come up with anything. How do you expect him to get a foothold in the army in the future? Therefore, when Zhang Bufan asked this question, nearly 100 generals didn't dare to immediately respond with their voices for a moment. However, those who were able to become superiors amongst the generals were not fools. As long as they reacted a little bit, they were also completely able to explain the platform issue clearly, only to see the general sitting first on the left stand up, with a serious face and a powerful voice. He replied, reporting to the young lord, "The small island nation is currently prying into the islands under our army's jurisdiction, and has already dispatched the Red Underpants Legion led by the deity to go there. Our army has entered a state of complete war readiness, and with just an order from our lord, our army will immediately be able to move out and lay siege to the small island nation. On top of that, the small island nation's warships are extremely fast, so if our army doesn't launch an effective counterattack, I'm afraid that island will be irreversibly harmed." Zhang Bufan earnestly listened to these analyses completely before thinking briefly and immediately ordering the corps closest to the island to conduct an effective blockade of the small island nation's fleet. Please note that this is not strike but interdiction. There is a clear difference between the two. If we are talking about striking, then the warship's Spirit Core cannons, Spirit Core missiles, and so on should all directly hit the enemy warships. Thus, to damage the enemy warships, knife to knife, gun to gun direct battle effect, but it is said to be blocking. The meaning of this release is extraordinarily obvious. Zhang Bufan temporarily only want to slow down the speed of the enemy warships, and then the next deployment. For the blocking battle, it was different from a normal battle, requiring a large number of Spirit Core torpedoes to be released, and from time to time releasing Spirit Core cannons to the side of the enemy battleship group, in order to influence the speed of the enemy warships, and significantly reduce the casualties of our troops. Zhang Bufan didn't change his color. The First Fleet, the Third Fleet, the Seventh Fleet, immediately set off to form an encirclement of the enemy army, notify the island residents to immediately move away from the coastline and gather in the middle of the island, and order the island's self-defense force to maintain law and order. No large-scale riots can occur. In addition to that, the Hall of Offerings invites a medium deity. I don't want to see the false god of the small island nation be able to return to the island alive. The leader of the Hall of Offerings immediately nodded his head and sent out a deity who had comprehended the penetrating Thunder Avenue to set out, determined to cut down the enemy nation's deities. The general of the fleet who was named also rose immediately, and joy couldn't help but appear on his serious face. Guarantee to complete the mission. After giving a solemn salute to Zhang Bufan, he immediately walked into the Zhang family's teleportation array and teleported back to his own fleet to begin the siege. The leaders of the remaining fleet, although they still didn't seem to have any other emotions, more or less a little pity would arise in their hearts. After all, for them, this small fleet that didn't know how to die was a big fat sheep, but it was all military credit. But right now, the work of sharing this fat sheep has nothing to do with them in the slightest. Even if they behaved so calmly, they couldn't help but feel sorry in their hearts. Extraordinarily sorry. However, as soldiers, obeying orders is their vocation, and they will definitely not object to Zhang Bufan's plan. Unless his plan was full of loopholes that would affect the final battle, they would all just obey orders. This was the Divine Spirit Family Zhang Clan's Legion, where orders were forbidden and orders were like mountains. Looking at the way the generals were sitting upright, Zhang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? Don't all of you have itchy hands? Can they not be itchy? The generals were all pretending to be fine, but when Zhang Bufan said this, it instantly caused their faces to be suffocated into a bitter melon. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, a general who doesn't want to be awarded military honors isn't a good general either. The feeling of watching military honors leave you, it's the same as having your pants off and then realizing the other guy's big YM is coming. It's unbearable and painful. Among the generals, there were straight people who couldn't help but reply, alas, this small island nation doesn't know to send more people. Just this one fleet. There are too many wolves and not enough meat to share. These words immediately caused everyone present to laugh wildly. Zhang Bufan was also amused. The generals of his own family really didn't put the small island nation in their eyes. The legions that the others had solemnly sent out. In the eyes of his own family's generals, they were actually sheep to be slaughtered. And when word got out, the small island nation wouldn't be pissed off alive. Thinking of the small island nation's furious appearance, Zhang Bufan had a bold idea in his mind. I can't believe you all think the meat is too small, so why don't we do a big job and eat it all in one go? Hearing their young master say this, the generals' faces reappeared with smiles. How big? Jia. Let's just say, after this vote, it's enough for each of you to have one more star on your shoulders. Zhang Bufan's face did not change, but the general's eyes were red after hearing this, and inside they stated, wherever the young lord points to is where our army's spirit cannons go, please give the order, young lord. Chapter 33, The 100 Gods' Night Journey. All the generals present knew that, judging from the recent behavior of their young master, if he said he could eat everyone, I'm afraid that war will turn into war. Is it possible to declare war on the small island nation? Given the current international situation, it is unlikely. Although the small island country itself is weak, but this is not difficult to defeat. The people turned around and recognized a parent, relying on this pro-father, that is the high-speed development. In front of the unusual countries is notorious arrogance and domineering, but to the front of this father he recognized, just about to kneel to the pro-father to wipe the urine. In terms of the current strength of China, to go to war with the small island country is certainly not a problem, but the pro-daddy behind him really needs to be carefully studied. Seeing the morale available, Zhang Bufan immediately put away his smile and said in an undeniable tone, all fleets are to be in a state of war readiness immediately. The Hall of Providence sends out 10 primary deities, 5 intermediate deities, and 3 higher deities to be ready to go out on a mission with this young man at any time. This mission is named 100 Gods' Night Journey. There are 3 requirements for the mission. Whoever feels they can't do it immediately get the hell out of here. First, must be a thunderous means to ruthlessly beat the small island country submissive. Beat until they dare not pry into the territory of Huaxia. Beat until they see my Huaxia sons and daughters have to bow their heads and call their masters. Secondly, the cultivation resources of the small island nation must be scraped clean to the best of our ability, so that their younger generation will have no resources available to them, so that they can boil a frog in warm water and cut off their fortunes. Third, under the premise of guaranteeing the lives of our soldiers, we must fight out the might of our army, so that the entire world will know of Huaxia's vigor. China has not waged a large-scale war for too long, making some countries mistakenly think that China is toothless. This time, we will shine China's fangs properly, so that the world will have to weigh it up when it has any second thoughts. With every word spoken, the eyes of the generals present brightened a bit more, and in the end, they were completely filled with wariness. For them, what kind of war was this? It was clearly a path to heaven given by the young lord, a path to heaven that would allow future generations to rise another rank. They had already secretly decided in their hearts that this time, they must fight the war with all the might of their own fleet. What's more, some were already prepared to bring their own reserves with them as well. Although they might have a slight gap between fighting with the regular army, they also had other roles. For example, implementing young lord's second mission, plundering the cultivation resources of small island nations. This was a good mission to rake in the dough. The Jiang clan's policy for their army's plundering of resources has always been a policy of handing over 70%, rewarding 20%, and keeping 10% for themselves. That is, the seized resources need to be handed over to the Jiang family 70%. The remaining 30% need to be rewarded to the entire army soldiers 20%, and the last 10% will be left to the army expenses. This policy is called war for war. So, the Jiang family's army often patronizes certain countries for friendly exchanges. Zhang Bufan stood up and saluted the generals. This battle will be won. The generals immediately returned the salute and responded in a loud voice. Definitely win. East Sea, a certain part of the sea under the jurisdiction of Huaxia. More than a dozen warships were rapidly traveling around the carrier, and anyone with eyes could see that this carrier group did not belong to China. Since it didn't belong to Huaxia and was sailing into Huaxia's waters at such a fast speed, it represented an invasion in a sense. This made many bigwigs in the void frown, and a question arose in their hearts. Whose ministry is this, so brave? That was Huaxia, with 50,000 years of history and civilization. Who knew how much strength was hidden? However, these big men didn't take any action to punish this army. In fact, they also wanted to peep into the military strength of Huaxia through this army, although there was no way to see all of it. But from certain small details, they could still see part of the military strength, and that would be enough. Just as this fleet was traveling fast, thousands of shells were suddenly shot out of the sky. Enemy attack. The fleet commander immediately drew his sword and commanded his men to intercept the shells. Tens of thousands of cannonballs could seem like a huge number, but divided into each battleship, one would only have to intercept 500-600. It couldn't be said to be easy, but it could also be said to be easy and effortless. Undoubtedly, the shells were easily intercepted and reacted with explosions in mid-air. The commander then immediately dispatched hundreds of fighters and had them all lift off to escort the battleship group. This place was only half an hour away from their destination. so they couldn't afford to be affected by the shells. Hundreds of fighters roared into the air, and after ascending into the air, they found 10 or so Chinese fighters, and immediately reported to the commander on the battleship. The commander was also a radical, and immediately ordered to destroy these fighters at all costs. However, by the time the small island nation's fighters were given the order to eliminate them, the Chinese fighters had already traveled thousands of meters out, and their position could only be barely seen through radar. Under these circumstances, it was obvious that there was an extremely high risk of rash pursuit. After all, no one was sure if this was baiting the enemy to go deeper, but when they passed this news to the commander came up with a flood of angry curses. Baka, as samurai of the great empire, is this the only guts you have? Listen to me carefully, destroy enemy fighters at all costs. If you can't accomplish your mission, you will commit harakiri yourselves in front of His Highness. As soon as the words left his mouth, the commander shut down the communication equipment, completely cutting off the chance for the warplanes to try to explain themselves. The small island nation's fighters could only head towards the Chinese fighter group as fast as they could according to the radar positioning. Seeing that his own fighter group acted according to his request, the commander finally revealed a satisfied smile. If someone stood closer to him, they could hear him muttering, "Captain of the Black Demon Army's Team 00887. I wonder if anyone still remembers me." After lamenting, the commander collected the emotions under his eyes and continued giving orders in an organized manner. For the sake of the Empire's honor, for the sake of your Highness's dignity, continue to advance. With his order, the battleship group, which was already as fast as lightning, actually traveled a few points faster. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted on the left flank of the battleship group, and if it wasn't for the fact that the materials used to manufacture the battleships were exceptionally hard, I'm afraid that just the shockwave from this explosion would have destroyed half of the battleship. This is a torpedo. The faces of the soldiers of the small island nation all looked bad. Normally in this area of the sea, they would not place torpedoes with such horrific lethality. Now placed in pieces, obviously shows that the enemy has already prepared. To their understanding of the Chinese, the probability of winning this battle is almost zero. However, once they thought of the purpose of this conquest, there is no fear of death in their eyes, and one by one, they are like vicious dogs, barking and continuing to advance. The commander was also exceptionally calm, and immediately ordered the opening of the battleship protection formation. This formation could form a protective film on the outer layer of the battleship, which was able to withstand most attacks below the level of a deity. After it was turned on, this level of torpedoes basically couldn't do much damage to the battleship. Only after it was turned on, the consumption of energy would increase drastically, consuming about 3 times as much energy as usual. Therefore, under normal circumstances, battleships would not always turn on this kind of formation, but now that they had encountered a torpedo ambush, then the formation had to be turned on. Otherwise the constant stream of torpedo explosions would also cause great damage to the warship's exterior. The commander felt the torpedoes exploding beside him. His brain was running extremely fast, and he probably understood that Huaxia was trying to delay the speed, but he couldn't directly order the battleship to slow down. Otherwise it would definitely attract the attention of the small island nation's top brass. So he could only hope in his mind that Huaxia would be able to make preparations quickly, and continued to order the battleship group saying, "Maintain even speed. For the sake of our country's future hopes, keep moving." Chapter 34, Yi Qingcheng. As the small island nation's battleship continued to sail forward, not far away gradually appeared a mass of black shadows. These black shadows from 3 directions. The whole as the small island nation warships will be surrounded by the situation, only because there is still a little distance away. So the small island nation warships did not find this situation in the first time. At this time, the east of the first Jiang family warship, Jiang Bufan looked at the radar on the small island country fleet positioning, fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, this fleet should have immediately fled backwards after being torpedoed. After all, the strength of the Chinese army was clearly higher than theirs, both in terms of numbers and in terms of the combat power of the soldiers. But now, knowing that they were about to be encircled, the enemy army was already traveling forward. The destination they were traveling to was a small island under the jurisdiction of China. With the existence of a small island self-defense force, to eliminate them, it would take at least a few hours, which was enough time for the Chinese fleet to form an encirclement. Moreover, if they reach the side of the island, if they want to turn around again, they will directly face the 3 major fleets of China. Isn't this a self-seeking death? The thing out of the demon. There must be a ghost. The small island country must have his own considerations, and went through a lot of trouble, willing to use the sacrifice of a fleet in exchange for the attention of the Chinese. That only proves that they are doing something that cannot be done. That only proves that they are doing something they can't let Huaxia know about, and that the profit gained after this thing was done was much higher than the importance of one fleet. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Wait, if that's the case, is it true that the newly born deity of the small island nation will be in this fleet? A deity? It's unlikely that the small island nation would have the courage to just give it up, unless this deity powerhouse was able to guarantee that his life could not possibly be threatened. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Bufan immediately ordered the deity who had followed the fleet on its journey, Zhangya, to go out and personally to sense whether or not there was a deity's aura in the small island nation's fleet. If there really was a deity present, then no matter what plans the small island nation had, he had to make this deity perish, or else the Zhang family would lose all of its face. However, if there was no deity, then he would need to immediately deploy all of his fleet to besiege the small island nation and force them to find out exactly what they were trying to do. Well, that's right, Zhang Bufan was preparing to directly use force to make the small island nation submit. If he were to utilize spies or something like that, it would take far too much time, and he was too lazy to wait. Zhangya went for about 5 or 6 minutes to then returned to the fleet with a black face. Young lord, there are no deities at all on the small island nation's fleet, and the ones that are there are only divine incarnations. So that's how it is. Zhang Bufan then snapped to mind that deities were able to utilize various means to create avatars. Using such means could both have battle power far beyond that of a half-step deity and maximize the safety of the deity's life. No wonder the tip-offs received said that there was a deity in the fleet, and a person who exuded the majesty of a deity was sitting in it. So who would be able to tell that an ordinary person was a deity incarnate? Even if they had doubts about their identity, who would dare to question the identity of the deity? Deity cannot be insulted. This is not a joke. Since there were no real deities in the fleet of the small island nation, Zhang Bufan completely delegated the task of wiping out the fleet of the small island nation to Zhangya. The requirements were still the same as the original ones: in no prisoners, no live captives. Afterward, Zhang Bufan returned to the Zhang family through the teleportation array. As soon as he returned to the Zhang clan, he immediately ordered all idle fleets to start immediately and head towards the location of the small island nation's land. On top of that, he invited several deities in the Hall of Enshrinement, ordering them to closely monitor certain hostile countries. If the hostile countries made any strange movements, they would immediately report back to him and interfere effectively under the premise of guaranteeing their own safety. If the situation was really beyond his control, he could directly contact the top deities within his clan. In short, without losing the lives of the deities, do your best to delay the countries for the most amount of time. According to Zhang Bufan's plan, if the clan was able to block for enough time, they could completely bring the small island nation under the jurisdiction of the Zhang clan, whether it was to support a puppet emperor or not, or to directly colonize, rule. All of these means could be used, as long as they could complete the mastery of the small island nation. But if the country's backlash is too severe, then the Zhang family fleet will destroy the small island nation's transportation, military construction, dams, in the fastest time possible. Then with the fastest speed, it would plunder the cultivation resources within the small island nation in large quantities, and leave the small island nation ahead of time before the arrival of the countries. At that time, a small country that was completely destroyed. People lost their cultivation resources, and the country's fortunes were dealt a severe blow. I don't know if the real father behind him would still be willing to support his existence. After making these plans, Zhang Bufan handed over a mother order for the fixed-point teleportation array to a certain deity. When the Zhang clan fleet formed an encirclement around the small island nation, all he needed to do was to break the child order, and he could instantly appear beside the deity. With his command, the nearly 1 million troops gradually deployed according to the prior plan. Half of the deities in the Hall of Enshrinement also transformed into meteors, sitting at various checkpoints to escort the battle. After getting everything ready, Zhang Bufan took Wu Xuando and piloted the fighter jet towards Tianfu City. The speed of the Thunder fighter jet was ridiculously fast, and in just 15 minutes, the two of them had already arrived at the center of Tianfu City. Zhang Bufan landed and immediately went to visit a family, which was one of the 4 great families of China, the Yi family. The person responsible for welcoming Zhang Bufan was the person who carried the young generation of the Yi family, whose name was Yi Qingcheng, and she was the famous cold goddess of Huaxia. However, few people knew that this famously cold goddess had been following Zhang Bufan's ass when he was a child, shouting Brother Jiang every day. Chapter 35, Yan'an Clan. Only after his teens, as the Zhang family believed that Huaxia should develop its military first, the Yi family believed that the military had stabilized and should focus on the economy first. The two great families had different ideas about the development of Huaxia, for fear of causing social instability, so it was agreed that the two families would sit in the north and the other in the south, keeping watch and supporting each other. This farewell is 5 or 6 years. As Zhang Bufan's original body has been pursuing Su Linger, he has not maintained a relationship with Yi Qingcheng. Meeting again after many years, Jiang Bufan casually exchanged pleasantries before directly stating his own intentions. Qing Cheng, most of my Jiang family's war power has now been dispatched to Huaxia to closely monitor the overseas countries. If the Great Bear country has thoughts about Huaxia now, then I'm afraid that it will cause a lot of casualties. I have come this time to ask the Yi family seniors to go to Jay City to sit in the town. If the Great Bear country sends out troops, I would also like to ask the Yi family seniors to be able to maneuver around. Compared to the Jiang family's absolute trust in Jiang Bufan, Yi Qingcheng was not in a position to make a direct decision. However, when it came to her childhood friend's brother, she did not hesitate and directly assured Jiang Bufan that, I will discuss this with the seniors within the clan as soon as possible, and do my best to send out deities to sit in the town. Hearing this, Jiang Bufan still felt uneasy, so he directly inquired, I don't know if uncle can be in the mansion. I'd better discuss this kind of matter with him personally. The uncle in his mouth was actually Yi Qingqing's father and the head of the Yi family, Yi Nanzong. Ever since the Yi family had been sitting in the south, the Yi family basically needed Yi Nanzong to make the final decision on all things big and small. If one could talk directly with this big brother, it would save a lot of trouble. Yi Qingcheng looked at Jiang Bufan with a grudge on his face after hearing this. Brother Bufan, you don't believe me that much? Jiang Bufan hurriedly explained. Would I have such thoughts? It's really because the incident happened suddenly, and I also need to run to the battlefield myself at any time. That's why I wanted to finalize this matter in the fastest time possible. Battlefield? Although Yi Qingcheng had learned all about the economic field from her childhood, as the person who carried the younger generation of the Divine Spirit family, she also knew the weight of these two words. For people of their class, the use of each word was especially important. For example, if they are all battles, they are divided into clashes, brawls, confrontations, engagements, skirmishes, and wars. According to Jiang Bufan's so anxious appearance, then it is never a small war. The probability is that it is a war of extermination. Facing such a big matter, Yi Qingcheng did not dare to hesitate. Immediately invited Jiang Bufan into a certain study. Afterwards, he used a special cell phone to contact Yi Nanzong, and after recounting the matter clearly, Yi Nanzong stated that he needed 5 minutes to return to the clan. Letting Jiang Bufan wait for a short while, he notified the deities in the Yi family's hall of enshrinement to get ready and immediately head to the north to sit on the ground once the order was given. After informing her own father, Yi Qingcheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then looking at Jiang Bufan who was sitting upright, a huge stone could not help but rise in her heart again. She somewhat did not understand why Jiang Bufan had to run to the battlefield himself. Obviously, he could hide in the back, pointing out the mountains and waving his hands, and the credit he deserved wouldn't be missing at all. Why would you risk your life and head to the front line of the battlefield? Although as the young lord of the Divine Spirit family, the Jiang family must have dispatched a powerful protector to defend him. But fear not 10,000. Fear not one thing. In case if the enemy army carries out decapitation action, in case the protector of the road and not pay attention, in case there is any accident, then, the childhood friend that he is holding on to every day will completely disappear in this world. As soon as she thought of this, Yi Qingcheng slightly reddened her eyes, a tremor evident in her voice. Brother Bufan, can you not go to the battlefield? Her sudden outburst caused Jiang Bufan to not react for a moment. After a moment, Jiang Bufan realized that she was concerned about herself, afraid that she would have an accident on the battlefield. This little one, even though she broke off contact with herself after he ironically pursued Su Linger, but looking at today's situation, one has obviously been hanging on to the original owner. Unfortunately, the original owner is blind, and his brain is not quite normal. Put so good, so beautiful as heavenly fairies do not see. Actually will fall in love with it, even eat with wipe, also love boxing White Lotus. Human emotions are strange. Jiang Bufan smiled with a gentle smile on his face, wiped away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes with his hand, and touched her head again. Qingcheng, there are some things that I don't do, then it will have to be done by my juniors. If I don't do it today, then I will have to expend more of my life in the future to do it. As the person who carries the throne of the family, you should also be clear that there are many things that we cannot help but make decisions even if it is something we have decided to do ourselves. This battle is about my face, the face of the Jiang family, and even more about the face of China. I have to go. Yi Qingqing's tears wiped more and more, completely a tear incontinence body, so much water that she simply couldn't stop. Of course she was clear that some birds could not be shut out. He had always belonged to the vast sky, and her only love, Jiang Bufan, happened to belong to this kind of bird. He had his own pride, his own ambition, his own goals, and even more so, he has the absolute ability to act. She couldn't stop him, but even so, she still couldn't let Jiang Bufan go to the battlefield himself. After all, in that kind of place, a single slip of the tongue would cost her life. If Jiang Bufan died, then she would completely lose her faith in living. How could she live in the future? It was only at this time that she completely understood that love was a sinking of free will, and no matter how much she restrained herself, it would eventually explode out at some point. Yi Qingcheng violently drilled into Zhang Bufan's arms, crying pitifully while greedily enjoying the scent of Zhang Bufan's flesh. Zhang Bufan also just gently patted her back and spoke out to comfort her. Your brother Jiang is a born god of war. With 800 lives, he will definitely come back alive, and bring you some small gifts when the time comes. After receiving the assurance, Yi Qingqing barely managed to control her tears, but as soon as she thought that she was already in Zhang Bufan's arms, she couldn't help but blush. After leaving a sentence of remember to come back alive, she hurriedly ran out of the room, feeling the residual aroma on his body. Zhang Bufan couldn't help but lament. What a thing to call this. He could guarantee that he was really only here to ask the Yi family deity to come out, and definitely had no other improper thoughts. However, if he could be Yi Nanzong's son-in-law, that seemed like a good choice. As for the difference in the philosophy of governing China between the two deity families, that was completely fine. Anyway, after the marriage, both families would be Zhang Bufan's, so there would only be one philosophy of governance left. Just thinking about that image, Zhang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, I told you to wait for 5 minutes, and you're using those 5 minutes to pick up my daughter? Chapter 36 Reaching a Consensus. Kid, I told you to wait for 5 minutes, and you're using those 5 minutes to pick up my daughter? Before seeing the person, he heard his voice. Zhang Bufan knew that the true master of the Yi family, Yi Nanzong, had come. As a junior, Zhang Bufan was also very knowledgeable and stood up to greet this big brother who held a quarter of the decision-making power in China. Having not met for several years, Yi Nanzong's appearance had changed slightly. In the past, as the leader of the economic faction, he was gentle and elegant, often wearing a Zhongshan suit with a fountain pen pinned to his jacket, which he used to show his status as a cultured person. In most people's opinion, this Yi family leader was quite pretentious anyway. But now, years later, Yi Nanzong's face is full of determination. Although he was still wearing the familiar Zhongshan suit, the fountain pen pinned on the suit had disappeared and was replaced by a brooch. This brooch happened to be known to Zhang Bufan as well, and was one of the hidden weapons researched by the Huaxia Science and Technology Park, capable of bursting out the 3 attacks of a deity in an instant. After using it, it could also be reinfused with divine spirit attacks and used next time onwards. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of materials, only 5 of these hidden weapons were made in the entire China, and they were known as divine seeing worries. On top of that, the hands of this economic faction leader had obviously developed a lot more calluses, so it was obvious that he had indeed worked extra hard over the years. Zhang Bufan was also full of respect for such a great man, and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, uncle. Of course, Yi Nanzong's question was directly ignored by him. Are you kidding? This kind of fatal-seeking question, no matter how he answered it, he was making a mistake. He might have to receive a scolding. That would not be worth it. If he said that he didn't pick up Yi Qingcheng, but the human old man saw him hugging her, it wasn't him who took the initiative. So could it still be the woman herself who took the initiative? Although this is true, but according to the tens of thousands of years of Chinese customs passed down, this is not in the face of Yi Nanzong, a daughter rushing to embrace a male. This is obviously not in line with Chinese requirements for girls. If he answered that he did pick up, then wouldn't this directly add fuel to the fire? Which old father would be willing to see his daughter being cheated by a yellow hair? Although he wasn't a little yellow hair either. In the eyes of most fathers, all men who came to coax their daughters were little yellow hairs. So no matter what, there was no escaping a yin and yang meal anyway, so it would be better to just skip this topic. Good thing Yi Nanzong didn't dwell on this issue excessively. With this level of his, most of his time had already been arranged in a clear way. This time he came back was already putting off a lot of things, so he didn't dare to waste more time on pleasantries and bragging. After Yi Nanzong took his seat, he didn't even have the time to take a sip of water, and directly spoke out and inquired, Jiang kid, what exactly is your Jiang family planning recently? Why is the fleet all out? And there are nearly 100 deities hiding in the western region, and above the void of the southeastern countries. Zhang Bufan didn't waste any time, and answered directly with, Uncle, time is short. I can only make it short now. I'll tell you in detail about the cause of the incident, and how it happened, after I finish this matter. As of right now, most of the Zhang clan's battle force has already been redeployed by me to the various passes, while the fleet group has already gone to complete the tasks they need to accomplish, and I will immediately lead this just war by means of teleportation. But according to the news coming from my clan's spies, in this recent short period of time, the Great Bear Kingdom in the north has been vaguely agitated, and I'm afraid that the Great Bear Kingdom will take this opportunity to invade the northern defenses of Huaxia. That's why I came here this time to ask Uncle to send out the Yi family deities to calm down the scene. Yi Nanzong bristled, feeling that he didn't need to know anything, and now he was directly sending out deity spirits to sit in on the scene? Do you really think that divine spirit powerhouses are big cabbages? In the entire Yi family, there were only those dozens of deity spirits in total, and each of them had their own tasks. Now that Zhang Bufan came to the door and asked them to come out without saying a word, this was treating the Yi family as his own home. Wait, this brat, couldn't it be that he had already taken Qingcheng as his own daughter-in-law, and so treated the Yi family as his old man's family, i.e., his own family? That's why there was absolutely no hint of embarrassment in making people up. The more Yi Zhongnan thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high, and he looked at Zhang Bufan with wariness in his eyes. However, it was impossible for him to watch the northern defense line of China go wrong, and after a short period of thinking, he gritted his teeth and stretched out 2 fingers. Seeing this, Zhang Bufan's eyes instantly flashed with gleams of light, his surprised tone filled with emotion. I didn't expect Uncle to actually send out 200 deities. It's true. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Zhongnan interrupted directly in exasperation. I'm talking about 20 deities. Opening your mouth is 200 deities. Do you want to see if the entire Yi family combined has that many deities? Cough cough cough. Zhang Bufan coughed twice in embarrassment, not daring to say any more words, only that his eyes vaguely revealed a hint of disbelief. Similarly, a deity family. There were more than 200 deities in his Zhang family alone. If it wasn't for the need to send people to guard the void battlefield and the need for deities to guard the various barriers in the north, even if so many deities were sent out for this battle, the Zhang family wouldn't need to ask the Yi family deities to come out. After all, who would invite a fierce tiger into their territory if they didn't sense danger? Feeling Zhang Bufan's skeptical gaze, Yi Nanzong truly wanted to cry. If he knew what was in Zhang Bufan's mind, he would have cried out that he was wronged, and that his Yi family was truly more wronged than Sinus Yi, 100 times more wronged. The reason the Zhang family had so many deities was because people had always placed complete importance on the military, and the cultivation of geniuses was even more costless. Within a short period of 10 years, more than a dozen cultivation programs had appeared, including but not limited to Nirvana Program, Dragon Transformation Program, Dragon Gate Program, God Creation Program, Universal Innate Program, Seed Program, Demon Cultivation Program. All kinds of benefits are endless, so to speak, within the Zhang family's jurisdiction, as long as you have enough cultivation talent, good character, and promise to serve China. Then from the moment you step into cultivation, you will be able to enjoy a good life. Then from the time you step into cultivation, the Zhang family will constantly provide cultivation resources for them. Of course not what you want to have but the basic needs of cultivation is completely can be guaranteed. After all, if the resources of the Zhang family were to run out, certain people would fly their battleships to friendly exchanges, including the Zhang family deities. One by one, they were like bandits. The Blue Star hadn't even finished robbing it yet, so they were already eyeing the cultivation resources of the Void Seed. This was not with one's own strength, but they were hard at work forcibly seizing countless resources in the Void battlefield. With such a virtuous cycle, the number of Zhang family deities naturally increased, but his Yi family was just honestly developing their economy, using gentle economic means to exchange various resources from overseas and cultivate geniuses. Although the results were very good, the efficiency was definitely still not a fraction of a star worse than the Zhang family's wars to feed wars. Chapter 37, Captains, where's your ing spirit-eating bubble? In the long run, the number of deities in the two families naturally differed more and more. Every time he thought of this situation, Yi Nanzong's heart couldn't help but ask himself if the philosophy of governance he insisted on was really correct. However, as soon as he saw the smiles on people's faces after they became economically affluent, he was able to quickly firm up his philosophy again. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Bufan's special cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. The sound of the vibration was very small, but as if it had some kind of magic power, it made both of them instantly become serious. Zhang Bufan picked up his cell phone, and after glancing at the message sent, he immediately showed a happy face. Afterwards, he gave a solemn salute towards Yi Nanzong, directly took out the Z talisman in his storage ring, pinched it, and teleported his entire body away in the blink of an eye. The two of them didn't say much to each other, but from each other's eyes, they already knew each other's expectations. Watching Zhang Bufan leave, Yi Nanzong sighed lightly and immediately sent 20 deities from the Hall of Offerings to go sit in the north. After arranging everything, he gave a military salute in the direction where Zhang Bufan had disappeared, and muttered at the corner of his mouth, Huaxia, it's ours and yours, but in the end, it still belongs to you. A certain room in the Yi family. Yi Qingqing sat on the bed with an anxious face, holding a pillow in her arms, with crystals dotting the corners of her eyes. Even though Zhang Bufan had given her assurances, she was still extraordinarily worried and her heart was filled with remorse. With her heavenly, if she had practiced diligently, her cultivation would have definitely reached the realm of the Dharma phase by now, and she could even reach the middle to late stage of the Dharma phase. In this way, although going into battle to kill the enemy was still not enough, but with the various treasures, she was also qualified to fight beside Jiang Bufan and face the enemy together with him. Unfortunately, underneath her cool exterior lay an extraordinarily playful heart, which had caused her cultivation to only just reach the late stage of the divine mansion now. Many means simply could not be utilized, so it was impossible for the Yi family to allow her to follow her to such a dangerous place. The thought of missing the opportunity to fight alongside Jiang Bufan because of her playfulness made Yi Qingqing even more disturbed. A few moments later, looking at Jiang Bufan who was comparing scissor hands on the pillow, Yi Qingqing had determination written all over her face, and after wiping away her tears, she directly walked into the cultivation room and announced that she was closing down. She was going to double her efforts and practice back the cultivation progress that she had previously delayed due to her greed. She wanted to make herself qualified and strong enough to appear beside Jiang Bufan and fight with him as she, to become stronger. A certain sea area, nearly 1,000 warships were traveling in great numbers, and the Jiang flag standing proudly on the warships was swaying in the wind while emanating a supreme majesty. Less than 5 kilometers from the battleship, there is an island country. The island country at this time already know that they are surrounded, rush through all kinds of means to their own father to ask for help, but unfortunately, their signal was completely cut off. Not only cell phone signals, even all kinds of distress talismans cannot be sent out. Obviously, their country was a huge array shroud, completely lost contact with the outside world. They had completely lost contact with the outside world, as if they were an isolated island. The leader of the small island nation hurriedly invited the 9 deities in the country to discuss countermeasures, and the 9 deities just glanced at the battleships that had come and cold sweat broke out on the heads of the 9 deities, who knew exactly what the word Jiang stood for. At the same time, they also wanted to slap the current ruler and ask him what he had done to provoke this fierce tiger that ate bones without spitting. The 9 deities looked at each other for a few moments, and immediately activated the seed plan, i.e., letting their deity avatars meet the battle head-on with the small island nation's warships, while they took the young generation of the small island nation with them. They will take the best of the young generation of the small island country, looking for an opportunity to immediately flee to their own father's country, and then ask their own father to sanction the Huaxia. Although the two superpowers, basically unlikely to appear in large-scale battles, but can use economic warfare, international public opinion, blockade war and other soft knife, to avenge the small island nation ruthlessly. The foolish leader looked at the 9 great deities cloudy and light-hearted, and thought that they already had a countermeasure, and his panicked heart was instantly put at ease. Subsequently the body does not know where to emerge from the slightest wariness, directly ordered all the troops within the island, put up 100,000 points of alert heart, and ready to go to war with the mysterious East China at any time. The soldiers below were dumbfounded, and looked toward the leader's direction with shocked faces, as if to say, are we the only ones who can do this? However, looking at the leader's calm and collected demeanor, they somehow felt at ease, and even vaguely felt that China was also invincible. For one thing, China only deployed a family's military strength, while the small island country is to raise the strength of the country to fight with one, the advantage in the small island country. Secondly, many international countries on the territory of China's coveted for a long time, and the small island country due to be located in the depths of the sea, temporarily no such worries. Once the two countries go to war for too long, China is very likely to fall into a multi-front war situation. The small island country only need to fight with China, the advantage of the small island country again. Third, China started the war. This is an unjust war, and their small island country is to protect their own homes in war. Nominally the small island country completely dominate the upper hand, the advantage again in the small island country. Fourth, the small island country is the local combat. The terrain are extraordinarily familiar. On the contrary, China came to the small island country territory, will certainly be like a lost mouse general, blindly seeking to turn around. The advantage is still in the small island country. No matter which way you look at it, the advantage is in the small island country. All the generals of the small island nation changed from their usual disheveled state, quickly made military arrangements, and waited for the arrival of the Chinese fleet in a tight formation, with just one order. They will recklessly show off the muscles of the small island nation, letting China fear, letting the East fear, letting the whole world fear. In this battle, the small island nation would surely win. The 9 deities were also in a trance for a while. It was the first time they had seen their clan members so confident. They couldn't even say confident anymore. They had already reached the level of conceit. To actually dare to use one's own strength to hard challenge the giant dragon of the East. Do you really think that the giant dragon doesn't have teeth? However, they didn't remind the clan. After all, if the clan didn't have the courage to fight, with only their divine incarnations, I'm afraid that before they themselves could cross the sea, they would have already been taken down and decapitated by Huaxia. The 9 deities all thought this way, and they vanished towards the island's teleportation array with extraordinarily tacit understanding. Since they had left their divine incarnations behind on the front line, the crowd was unaware of the fact that they had left, and naively thought that the 9 great deities would fight with them. This made them, who were already extraordinarily conceited, feel that the advantage was mine even more, and one by one, they all clamored to deal a heavy blow to Huaxia, in front of the world, displaying the terrifying combat power of the samurai of the small island nation. On the Jiang family's battleship, through his spiritual sense, Zhang Bufan looked at the small island nation that had already formed fortifications and 3 parts sneer, 3 parts disdain, and 4 parts carelessness appeared on his face. He really do not look at this garbage island country. Perhaps IQ inherently insufficient. The previous stealing to learn the Chinese art of war only learned a little bit of skin. Even the fortifications will not repair. The most conspicuous is the trenches they dug. OMG. Directly as straight a few horizontal lines. Not only no slope, even the height is not enough. You know, normal trenches will have a corner every few meters, so that you can significantly reduce the damage of the fragments inside the shells, reducing the casualties of soldiers. However, small island countries will always be able to do abnormal things. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you will strike with precision, and if you are rich, you will cover with firepower. Seeing that the fleet was already within range, Zhang Bufan immediately ordered a few waves of fire coverage first. Captains, where are your spirit-devouring cannons? Pull them out and blast the hell out of them. Chapter 38, Amaterasu Amikami. Captains, where are your spirit-eater cannons? Pull it out and blast the hell out of it. The spirit-devouring cannon was created by the Zhang family in recent years by analyzing the connection between aura and nuclear energy. Through physical means, the aura and nuclear energy were fused and connected to each other, and finally created a cannonball with terrifying killing power. The lethality of this kind of cannonball was several times stronger than the atomic bombs of the previous world, but it discarded the nuclear contamination in nuclear weapons and would not cause a lot of radiation. Due to the revival of spiritual qi in this world, the land area of the small island country is also hundreds of times larger, so using the spirit-devouring cannon to bombard him the most suitable. Aha! Suitable is also equal to nuclear suitable. With the sound of Zhang Bufan's order, nearly 1,000 battleships instantly fired their cannons with passion. One warship could release thousands of spirit-devouring cannons in a second, while nearly 1,000 warships could release a total of 100,000 spirit-devouring cannons. And that was just the number in just 1 second. Boom 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 boom. The countless spirit-devouring cannons tilted down like rain, releasing enough killing power to destroy everything just as soon as they landed. And soldiers below the Qi condensation realm would die if they touched them. Soldiers below the Qi condensation realm would die if they touched it. Soldiers in the normal innate realm could not carry this horrifying killing power at all. Basically, 2 cannons would be seriously injured, and 5 cannons would rise up to the heavens. Only Divine Mansion and above Divine Mansion cultivators could barely survive the fierce cannon fire through various means, but they couldn't hold on for too long. After all, the aura in their bodies was limited. Even the people of the Dead Island Nation hadn't expected that the battle had just begun and they had suffered such a huge loss. They also wanted to respond with their own cannons, but unfortunately, the range was not enough. The truth is so cruel. The fleet of the Zhang family in Huaxia can shell them with impunity. They had no way to fire back. The weaponry was not at a level of existence at all. Often, the Chinese Jiang family's fleet blasted out 1,000 shells, all of which exploded on the small island nation's land, taking away a large number of the small island nation's unlucky people. However, the shells that the small island nation had blasted out with all their might, when they were a few hundred meters away from the Chinese Jiang family fleet, they elegantly fell into the depths of the sea, slightly emitting a poof in the sea. Under the premise that the Chinese Jiang family fleet had opened its protective shield, these shells that exploded in the sea simply did not have any effect on it. Well, can't say that there is no effect at all. At least let the Chinese people clearly know the advanced degree of their own weapons. When the leadership class of the small island nation saw this scene, their beards flew up in anger. Especially the leader sitting in the first place, is even more angry, slapping the table up, pointing at the person in charge of weaponry to scold angrily. What are you doing? How did these garbage things pass acceptance? Moving out spirit cannons with such a small range. How are you going to let my small island nation warriors fight? The person in charge was named Shikaru Tama, and he was also feeling extremely aggrieved right now, because with their country's raw materials and craftsmanship level, they simply couldn't build spirit ships. These spirit ships were all purchased by him through his own father's country at a huge cost, so to speak. For every new battleship added to the small island nation, a huge amount of resources were also lost. What made him feel most dissatisfied was that, obviously, when he returned to the small island nation with the spirit ship, The leader and the other high-ranking officials gave him a thumbs up and praised him repeatedly for being a talent of the small island nation. But now that this kind of thing happened, the top brass immediately threw all the blame on him. You know, if it wasn't for him, the small island nation wouldn't even have a spirit ship. Besides, is this because the small island nation's spirit ships aren't good? It's because the Chinese fleet is too advanced. Fighting against Huaxia, in the eyes of Shichiro Tanaka, was undoubtedly asking for death. I don't know how this group of idiots around him dared to think that this battle would be won, but now that everyone had their eyes fixed on him, he didn't doubt for a second that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation or plan today, I'm afraid that before the Chinese Zheng family's fleet even hit the small island nation, he would have to be torn apart and eaten by the crowd of hungry wolves present who ate human flesh without spitting out bones. Shibaru's brain was running at breakneck speed, and at the moment before the leader was about to make a move, he directly stood up and generously said to the crowd, "The spirit ships sold by the Ugly Kingdom are obviously not as good as those of China. This is a problem of the ugly over. When we get through this difficult time, we will settle a general score with the Ugly Kingdom. For now, however, instead of getting caught up in infighting, we should first consider how we can stall for as long as possible and look for an opportunity to give the Huaxia army an unforgettable and tragic result if we don't strike. I propose that the excess personnel within the fleet be immediately withdrawn, leaving only the pilots to swear an oath in the name of the emperor, and to drive with all their horsepower towards the Chinese fleet to ram into it, even if it means death. They will be able to let the Chinese know the endless fighting spirit of our soldiers. In addition to that, immediately utilize the Air Force, tilt all artillery shells towards the enemy battleships, and if the fighter planes are unfortunately hit, also ask the pilots to do their best to sail towards the enemy battleships. 9 deities, 2 bits in a group, with 3 deities attracting firepower at the front, while the other 3 groups blast through the blockade from 3 directions, spreading the news internationally and leading our seed warriors to other countries. This bold plan caused the top brass to fall into a brief silence. If this plan was carried out, it was obvious that it would cost incalculable losses, especially the pilots in the Air Force. Each one of them was a golden lump that had been cultivated with a lot of time, money, and effort. A single death would be a huge loss for the small island nation, judging by the current situation. If we don't break our wrists and start this horrible suicide plan, I'm afraid it will be too late. One more second of hesitation and 100,000 spirit-devouring cannons would have bombarded the country, and in just 2 to 3 minutes, the defense line they had built would have been completely reduced to scorched earth. The number of soldiers who lost their lives in the cannon fire was not to say 1,000,000, but at least 500,000 to 600,000. We can't continue to be passive like this. The Kojima Kingdom's leader's face was filled with determination. His stern eyes swept over the top brass, and he suddenly pulled out a katana from his waist and shouted, "All warriors of the Empire, do not be afraid, do not be daunted. We can never be defeated. Come on, take up the katana in your hands and swear to Amaterasu Amikami. War. Chapter 39, This Battle, Supreme Honor, Swear to Amaterasu Amikami. War. As if they had lost their minds, the top brass of the crowd immediately activated the suicide plan, attempting to use the lives of the soldiers of the small island nation to stop the Chinese fleet. On top of that, they quickly ordered the assembly of the land forces and forced all the people in the country with fighting ability to temporarily join the self-defense forces to serve the country. Here everything with fighting ability refers to, including but not limited to, cultivators with cultivation, young and strong men and women, old people who can still draw their swords, and children who can resist guns. In short, everyone except for vegetarians is in this conscription condition, accompanied by all the warplanes in the country ascending into the sky, and the warships all running towards the Chinese fleet at a life-threatening speed. The 9 divine incarnations also followed the orders of the leader of the small island nation and charged in all 4 directions. Zhang Bufan laughed out loud when he saw the small island nation's strategy. This is a desperate attempt? Pass on my order. Have all of my Zheng family's warplanes rise up into the sky. Hit me hard and blast all of the enemy warplanes out of the sky. Not a single one is allowed to remain. Pass on my order. The spirit-devouring cannons in the battleships to blast at the enemy battleships. Don't think about the cost. What I want is 5 wounds in exchange for extermination. That is, no wounds to our army, and extermination of the enemy army. Pass on my order. Ask the Hall of Offerings to send out 18 deities to decapitate the enemy deities, refine their bodies into blood pills, and capture their souls into the 10,000 soul streamers. The 3 firm orders represented the direction of Huaxia's combat, which was entirely hard against hard, adopting a tough battle style of fighter to fighter, battleship to battleship, and divine spirit to divine spirit. This did not only represent the strong attitude of the Zhang family of Huaxia, but also represented absolute contempt for the small island nation, nakedly declaring to the world that in front of the Chinese Zhang family, all resistance by the small island nation was futile and a waste of time. the Jiang family warships quickly jumped the gun holes, aiming all of their spirit-devouring cannons at the small island nation's warships. Only hearing a command from the command room, 100,000 spirit-devouring cannons bombarded the small island nation's battleships like rain. Even if the small island nation's warships had turned on their protective formations, they suffered heavy losses under the suppression of such a huge and impermeable firepower. Nearly 1,000 warships lost a full 300 warships in just one round of shelling, slowly sinking into the sea. The remaining 700 ships were not completely destroyed, but their hulls were also damaged to a greater or lesser extent. Battleship commander immediately ordered, "Let the remaining 700 warships separate, alone for the war, full horsepower into the Chinese battleships." This method had some effect. In such a vast sea level, the 700 warships could not be said to be as small as bugs, but they were no better. Out of this situation, the Jiang family battleships couldn't blow up hundreds of ships with a single barrage. However, the fire coverage was no joke. Under the bombardment of 100,000 spirit-devouring cannons a second, every second there would be 10 or so great injustice battleships sinking into the sea. According to Zhang Bufan's estimation, if this continued, the small island nation's battleships would have to lose at least another 500 battleships if they wanted to crash into our battleships. That is to say, in the end, the battleships that can reach the front of our army, there are only 100 or so left, and it is very likely that they are still broken and tattered, and will be destroyed in a single blow. For the small island country wants to use the ship to hit the ship, use the ship to exchange the ship, use the ship to destroy the ship's battle conception. Zhang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud, because the other party had overestimated the volume and impact power of their warships. The opponent had also underestimated how perverse the Jiang family's battleships' protective formations were. The Jiang family's protective formations were personally engraved by their own formation master who had been nurtured from a young age. And this formation master was also in the realm of the divine spirit. According to his tests, after fully opening the protective formation, unless a deity personally strikes out with full force, otherwise the Jiang family's battleship could be said to be invincible. Not to mention the impact of the small island nation's warship. Even if the warship exploded itself, it would at most cause a few craters to the Jiang family's warship. In other words, the small island country's strategy from the beginning is wrong. Even if they can sail to the front of the Jiang family fleet, but also cannot escape the fate of being mercilessly strangled. But this is not bad. Although the small island country's warships are not good, but the materials used to build warships are useful. Take back to China a melt, and can be rebuilt new warships, belonging to as a small profit. Compared to the battle between the warships, the divine battle between the deities was much more uneventful. Everyone, including Zhang Bufan, thought that in a divine battle between deities, even if the Jiang family fought 2 against 1, it would take a long time to win. But to everyone's surprise, when the Jiang family deities attacked the deities of the small island nation with great vigor, they didn't even use 5 minutes before destroying all 9 deities and slaughtering them cleanly. The gods of the small island nation did not even have the qualifications to fight back, not to mention resisting desperately, and were directly blown to pieces in the void. This situation not only caused the Jiang clan's crowd to fall silent, but also caused the hearts of the small island nation's crowd to turn ashen. The people of the small island nation couldn't help but ask in their hearts, could their country really win the fight? Even the top brass and leaders of the crowd were at a loss for words of relief, and their eyes were filled with confusion. In the face of this situation, even if they did so again, there was no way to remobilize the fighting spirit of the crowd of soldiers, seeing that their leaders were all in a state of confusion. Death and uneasiness gradually spread amongst the soldiers, and there was no more will to fight in their bodies. There were even people who were forcibly conscripted, and had already pissed themselves from the strong sense of oppression. The entire small island nation seemed to have blown the horn of doom in advance. Young lord, the deities of this small island nation, aren't they a bit too weak? The captain of the second fleet was filled with shock as he incredulously asked Zhang Bufan. To him, a deity should be an omnipotent, terrifying existence. How is it that the moment our army's deities strike, it's like killing a pig in such a short period of time? No, even faster than killing a pig. We slaughtered all the gods of the small island nation? Could this be that we are too powerful? At this time, Zhang Bufan also reacted from his shock, an unbelievable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. How can a deity be so easy to exterminate? If I'm not wrong, those 9 should just be divine spirit avatars. If that was the case, then everything made complete sense. The small island nation's deities were already most likely no match for the Jiang clan, and now they were only deities incarnate, with only 70 to 80% of a deity's strength. In such a situation, it was understandable that the Jiang clan deities would be able to easily exterminate them in a short period of time. Having roughly clarified the truth of the matter, Zhang Bufan also calmly deployed his next arrangement. Pass on my military order. Half an hour later, fully launched the general attack. This battle We must fight out the might of the Zheng family. Fight out the might of Huaxia. Generals, this battle will be won. Pass the order to the whole army. This battle, supreme honor. Chapter 40. This battle is a supreme honor. One military order after another was issued, causing the entire Zheng clan camp to kill and redden their eyes. They all knew that the next step was the true decisive battle, even though the scales of victory had been completely tilted in their side's favor. However, they didn't slack off even for a single moment, the reason being naturally that they had been professionally trained. In the Zheng clan's army, in order to rise to the top, one must possess solid military concepts. These philosophies included never underestimate your opponent until the last moment, because in war, there's always the possibility of being turned against the wind. Once such a crisis arose, it would be a matter of deaths and injuries with serious consequences for the Zheng clan. A spirit-devouring cannon of great value blasted out at the same time, the gods used various means to force the battleship that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea into the storage spirit artifacts. What is this called? This is called utilizing waste and turning it into something new. Since the battle between the battleships and the deities could already be declared victorious, the next battle between the warplanes became the top priority that needed to be resolved. Since the sky was much more expansive, it was obvious that wanting to destroy all of the enemy warplanes in a short period of time was unlikely. However, Zhang Bufan had long been prepared for this situation. He led his clan to launch this battle, and from the beginning, he was prepared to fight a blitzkrieg, with the only requirement being to be fast, so fast that all the countries didn't react. A small air battle would not be able to stop him from launching a full-scale attack. He only saw him calmly looking towards the carrier protected by the battleships and nodded to the signaler above, who instantly understood what he meant. Under everyone's watchful eyes, hundreds of fighters flew out of the carrier in a single bound, quickly joining the air battle. Unlike ordinary fighters, the fighters that flew out from the carrier were all second-generation thunder fighters without exception. All kinds of performance were several times higher than ordinary fighters. Not to mention that the most important thing was that thunder fighters could release the power of thunder, which was much stronger than the power of ordinary artillery shells, and the speed was equal to that of an ordinary warplane. It was also impossible to dodge. In other words, whichever warplane the thunder fighter pointed at, whichever warplane would be easily destroyed. Hundreds of thunder fighters quickly ascended into the sky, and in just 2 to 3 minutes, nearly 100 of the small island nations' fighters were destroyed. They easily took control of the battlefield and dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of the small island nations' fighters. At this rate, the small island nations' fighters would last another 15 minutes at most before they were all destroyed and fell into the vast ocean. In the 3 battles of sea, air, and God, it could basically be declared that the Zheng family of China had won a great victory, and it was just a matter of time before the initial mission was accomplished. If there are no other surprises, China will be able to land on the island within half an hour. At that time, it will be a true battle of annihilation. China's northern defense line, nearly 100 cultivators, covered in black and carrying spirit spears of about 1.5 meters in length, silently approached the sentry post. Among them was the leader, whose cultivation had actually reached the realm of a deity, or a high-level deity. His 2 deputies were also intermediate deities, and the various captains below him were also the existence of ordinary deities. It was clear that the seemingly ordinary squad of 100 people was hiding about 10 deities, and the rest were at least zone-sharp powerhouses. Obviously, this was an elite team, the elite of the elite, and there was no need to think about the combat power to know that it must be exceptionally terrifying. Slightly different from the looks of the Chinese, they were slightly more than 10 centimeters taller per capita. All of them were tall, full of rough whiskers, and most importantly, the eyeballs in their eyes were actually blue, green, and dark brown. Sir, we're already close to the Chinese borderline. Judging from the obvious guard, the Chinese troops have not decreased. Do we need to probe deeper? The person leading the group narrowed his eyes slightly and did not answer his deputy's question. Those blue pupils were like ultraviolet rays, quickly sweeping through the 4 directions, glancing at a certain small hill, suddenly stopping his gaze, beads of sweat surfacing on his forehead. When the deputy wanted to ask what happened, several Chinese soldiers wearing battle armor slowly came out of the hill. On top of that, there were 10 or so deities whose aura was no less than theirs. It was obvious that their battle plan had been exposed. As they watched in silence, exuding wariness and killing intent, the Chinese soldiers stepped onto the borderline step by step, drawing their respective spirit lances and aiming them at this group of mysterious people who were intent on crossing the border. Neatly, they roared like thunder, "Huaxia ahead! Foreigners are forbidden to cross the border." The southwest corner of Huaxia, a large number of soldiers seemed like ants foraging for food, and quickly piled up on the borderline, their eyes full of desire for the territory of this eastern power. It was worth mentioning that there was a clear difference between these soldiers' battle armor, battle flags, and even their appearance characteristics. It looked as if they were a group of second-rate armies that were temporarily formed. Moreover, a large number of the soldiers inside had just stepped into the body-forging realm, and there were even nearly half of the soldiers who had no cultivation at all. If they really went into battle, they could only be used as cannon fodder, and basically had no combat power. However, these soldiers didn't know what it was about. Everyone's eyes were filled with blind confidence, and every now and then, they would take 2 steps towards the borderline. Unfortunately, every time they were about to step over the borderline, they retracted their footsteps with an extraordinarily self-consciousness and they returned to the army as if nothing had happened. For this kind of situation, once was fine, but after a number of times, the Chinese army also felt very distracted. If it wasn't for the fact that when Zhang Bufan left, he told them to guard the borderline even if they completed their mission if no special circumstances arose. If they tried not to cause a war, they would have already brought their spirit cannons to blast him. Of course, if the other side dares to enter the borderline, it will be considered as an invasion, without caring about all the consequences directly to war. All consequences would be borne by Zhang Bufan himself. Listen to the Chinese army in front. We have a special mission right now and need to enter your defense zone. Please let us pass immediately or suffer the consequences. What? This was a naked provocation. The legions stationed here were already dissatisfied because they didn't have the chance to participate in the battle to exterminate the small island nation. But they didn't expect that this group of still unenlightened dorks on the opposite side would dare to provoke. This is an unexpected joy. The opposite side of the nearly 1 million soldiers, in the eyes of the 10,000 soldiers guarding this place, gradually transformed into a head of sheep. After all, only by going to war can they harvest a huge amount of military credit, and only by having military credit can they continue to advance upwards. They couldn't wait for the little sheep on the opposite side to immediately launch an attack towards them. Unexpectedly, the next second, their wish became a reality. The group of soldiers across the street who hadn't even finished equipping their spirit guns actually did charge at them. Heaven's descending battle merit. The eyes of the leader of the Huaxia Town Guard Legion were red as he immediately ordered his brothers under him. What are you waiting for? Give me the spirit-devouring cannon to ruthlessly bombard the mother ******* heirs. If you don't leave these millions of people on the borderline today, you guys won't be able to work under me in the future. Pillar, are you blind? Where did that cannon go? Aim at the opposite command room. If you hit it, I'll reward you with half a caddy of flying mautai. Ha ha ha. Brothers, the chance to excel and become the first page of the family tree is here. Everyone give me a kill. Chapter 41, Attacking the City. Western China. Hundreds of unruffled bigwigs faced each other on the borderline, both sides filled with rage, as if they would directly fight the next second. The Chinese leader was actually Jiang Yunshin, only to see dozens of silk threads flowing out of his hands, each of which was inserted into a puppet that was covered in gold color and had blood-red eyes. There was a difference from ordinary puppets. These golden armored puppets were the bodies of the enemies that had been eliminated on the void battlefield, and without exception, they were all at the divine spirit realm, even if they were made into puppets and were unable to think on their own, resulting in their battle power being only 70% of what it was before. It was still enough to fight against ordinary low-level deities, and, although these puppets' individual combat power was poor, their numbers were huge. Jiang Yunxing just waved his big hand and directly took out hundreds of divine spirit puppets. This might just be the tip of his iceberg. After all, the Chinese Zhang clan had fought out a bear's might on the void battlefield over the years, and there were not 10,000, but 8,000 major deities that he had exterminated. Even if only 1/10 of the corpses fell into the hands of the Zhongyun god, that would still be a vast army of 800 deities. Not to mention that in addition to the deities, Jiang Yunshin had also formed a half-step deity puppet army in his hands. Although there was an insurmountable river between half-step deities and deities, if the amount reached a certain level, it might not be impossible to drag the deities down. According to news from 2.5 years ago, it was rumored that the legions of half-step divine spirit puppets in the hands of the Zhongyun god had already exceeded the number of 100,000. According to the truth that quantitative changes would cause qualitative changes, and qualitative changes would in turn counteract quantitative changes. These 100,000 half-step deity puppet legions might really be able to bite down on hundreds of deity realm cultivators, and even if they didn't succeed in the end, then Jiang Yunshin wouldn't lose out. After all, divine spirit corpses might not be too easy to find, but half-step divine spirit corpses were abound on the void battlefield. Suffice it to say, with Jiang Yunshin's own perverted battle prowess and the legions of puppets he held in his hands, one person could guard a border. If he was upset, he might not even bother to defend, and would directly call out the various legions to kill outside the border and vent their anger in blood. It is because the person who sits in the town is him. Although the western side of China is tense with each other, but there is no outbreak of uncontrollable conflict. They are not stupid. Will not be to the southwest of the group of Dudown Moncler outlet. obviously, whether from the combat power or firepower, are far inferior to the Chinese defending troops, but also dared to brave death. They also dared to brave death to the Chinese garrison to launch an attack, one by one. Jumping can be happy. Do you really think that nowadays the war is still like in the past? Just take the gun against the fight. After the bullet is finished, then bayonet? It is said that the southwestern dilettantes have not yet rushed to the Chinese garrison. Just be bombarded with artillery. It is easy to be taken away 500, 000 or 600, 000 small caramels. Seeing that too many people had died, when they wanted to retreat, the Chinese soldiers had already killed their eyes, and one by one, they lifted up their quivers of arrows and bombarded them. That scene, it is said that the spirit arrow quiver alone is scrapped nearly 100. Among them, there are 4 Chinese soldiers with spirit arrow quiver rushed too far forward, and finally separated from the army. Seeing this, the opposite dilettante actually directly sent out tens of thousands of small caramels to try to kill the 4 of them in order to vent their anger. However, when the 4 Chinese saw the enemy troops that were constantly encircling over, their faces were not the slightest bit fearful. Instead, they were filled with anger, and they directly pulled out their spirit arrow barrels and activated the continuous firing mode, instantly blasting out thousands of cannons. When they returned to the Chinese border, they reported the situation to the Chinese military, and at the climax of the report, they actually uttered a winning quote. The enemy, seeing 4 of us, not only did not surrender, but also dared to launch an onslaught on our troops. In my haste, I could only send them to see the old king of hell. The conflicts on the various borderlines of China were promptly reported back to Zhang Bufan. Seeing that the situation was still under control for the time being, Zhang Bufan didn't pay much attention to it. That group of demons and monsters would always find a chance to stir up trouble anyway, and he had long been mentally prepared for it before he set out on his journey. However, Zhang Bufan has decided that after he finishes cleaning up the small island nation, he will definitely let these clowns know why the flowers are so red when he gets back. As the last fighter plane of the small island country crashed, the 3 wars of the air, sea, and gods were all declared to have come to an end. The small island country was dead, with scorched earth and cracking fires everywhere. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Bufan swung his command sword and finally gave the order to attack in front. The battleships moved steadily forward. In just 5 minutes, all the battleships had already docked. Zhang Bufan immediately boarded the island in the lead, and was secretly photographed by a certain reporter to capture this heroic image. Zhang family soldiers boarded the island, immediately towards the key cities of the small island country to attack. As long as the key cities will be taken, the other locations within the mountains will have to be seen. As long as these key cities are taken, the other locations within the mountains will have to see if there is enough time. If there is enough, then they will be cleared. If there is not enough, then they will be counted as having a good dog's life. First of all, attacking these key cities can eliminate the remaining enemy forces to the fastest extent, and can quickly collect cultivation resources to maximize the economy. Secondly, in these key cities, there are many high-level family members of the small island nation living. If they are taken down, the resistance of the small island nation will also be much less. Most importantly, inside these key cities, more than 80% of the small island nation's resources were gathered, which all had to be transported back to Huaxia. In the process of rushing to the key cities, from time to time, they would encounter some of the original residents of the small island nation. Regardless of whether or not these residents wanted to attack them, they would directly strike and invite these residents to go to the Western world of ultimate bliss. This is definitely not because they are cruel, but they have no choice. In the eyes of the original residents of the small island country, the Chinese Zhang family is to invade. Regardless of whether or not the Zhang family soldiers had unharmed them, they would resist by all means. In order to prevent the unexpected, Zhang Bufan ordered to kill all of them. Kill a generous blood road, kill a mighty avenue. This is also because there is a precedent of a certain time when Zhang family soldiers attacked a certain cult organization. After discovering that there was a residential area inside the cult organization, and that there were some small children inside the residential area, for fear of leaving painful childhood memories for the little children, they sent a few hundred reserve soldiers to carry these children out of the cult's jurisdiction. Unexpectedly, halfway there, these children would actually pull out poison needles from their arms and directly insert them into the necks of these reserve soldiers. Just because of this small mistake, the Zhang family lost hundreds of reserve soldiers, and this naturally caused a great deal of attention. Since this incident, the Zhang family's army has practiced one rule. On the battlefield, no matter how pitiful or weak one encounters, one must kill them forcefully, preferring to kill 10 million people by mistake rather than being killed by 10 million people. This was one of the Zhang clan's combat guidelines. After roughly 20 minutes or so, Zhang Bufan led the group to the first city of the small island nation, Frozen Gold City. On Frozen Gold City, there were crowds of people. and it was obvious that the small island nation was ready to throw its weight around and defend Frozen Gold City to the death. This is out of Jiang Bufan's expectation. According to his understanding of the soldiers of the small island country, this group of Dudon Moncler outlet online should not directly surrender, right? Knowing that it is a death, but also dare to continue to die. This is not the style of the small island country. They can always be weak when pretending to be a grandson, when strong into the existence of the evil dog. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Anyway, in front of absolute strength, all the conspiracy and trickery are redundant. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Bufan had the soldiers roll out the siege weapon, the Great Wall Cannon, an existence that was claimed to be able to blast away a hill with a single shot. Aim at the city and blast me hard. Within half an hour, I want to see our military flag planted on Frozen Gold City. Chapter 42, The Great Wall Cannon. Boom boom boom. With Jiang Bufan's order, the Jiang clan legions immediately loaded the Great Wall Cannon and then fired it at the Frozen Gold City, which was protected by the formation shroud. With this cannon, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds howled furiously. Even though the small island nation had tried to raise their awareness of the lethality of the Great Wall Cannon, but when the cannonball blasted into Frozen Gold City, they realized that they had still underestimated this Chinese legendary terrifying killing weapon, only to see the Great Wall Cannon shells bombard the protective shield with devastating force. With each shell, the shield was dealt a severe blow, even causing the protective formation to stop swaying. This made their hanging hearts completely die. They had to know that their protective formation was purchased from the Pro-Daddy country at the cost of a large amount of resources. At that time, the formation master who came to build this formation had said that, even if a deity personally came, this formation would be able to ensure that Frozen Gold City would last for 100 days without any problems. At that time, the top management of the small island country thought, no matter what kind of gods China sends out, as long as they could hold out for 10 days or so, their own father country behind them would send troops to help. Is it possible for China to attack two big countries at the same time? Absolutely impossible. After all, the Chinese were educated has always been clans compete with each other. The fishermen games, they are not likely to do things that harm their own interests. The air, the sea, and the gods were not defeated. The small island nation immediately decided to retreat to Freezing Gold City, because they completely believe that this formation is absolutely safe, completely able to hold out until the Pro-Daddy country to come to their aid. As long as they can hold out until the Pro-Daddy kingdom personally steps in, then the small island nation will still be saved. But if you can't hold on to it, then the Pro-Daddy country can only speak in the international conference to satirize Huaxia. Unfortunately, the idea is very beautiful, but the reality is always so bone. In the Great Wall Cannon under constant attack, the entire formation has been shaking, and even some places have begun to have broken aura. This can be the small island country all senior anxious bad. If the formation is shattered, to meet them is undoubtedly death, according to the rules of China or 9 clans, so as to prevent the spring breeze blowing again. Under the threat of death, the leader of the small island country slapped the person in charge of guarding the city in front of everyone. Baka Yalu, how are you in charge of guarding the city? The formation is about to break and you still don't know how to think of a countermeasure. Do you want us all to be buried with your pig brain? The guard general also said that he was suffocating. If he couldn't defend the city, his life would have to be lost. If there was a way to do something about the formation, he would have paid for the action long ago. He would die anyway, so he didn't want to suffer this bird's anger. Directly pushing away the leader standing in front of him, his face filled with fire. What are you barking at? What? Dog barking. This is an insult. A naked insult. Everyone present at the fight froze for 2 seconds, their eyes full of disbelief, completely not expecting their leader to be insulted by their own country's generals. If this were to change in the past, just based on this sentence, the leader can directly want this will be on life. With the leader's belly, if the small island country is not destroyed after the end of this battle, this general's wife and children, even if it's a pet in the family, have to be thwarted to ashes. But, looking at the current situation, the probability is that Kojima Kingdom won't be able to hold out. The leader of Kojima Kuni was jumping up and down in anger, and he pulled out the katana at his waist and slashed at the general. The general's state of mind was already indifferent. Looking at the leader in front of him, who only knew how to talk on paper, his heart was even more resentful. If it wasn't for the fact that this leader, in order to accomplish that, ungratefully sent a fleet of ships into China, would that have caused a full-scale war in China? This leader who doesn't grow a brain, really accomplishes more than he loses. In front of so many people, the Guardian General also immediately pulled out the long sword on his waist and violently cut off the katana in the leader's hand and landed on the ground. In order to express his strong dissatisfaction, this extraordinarily rampant scene caused the surrounding crowd to fall into a deathly silence. In the past, the education they received was that the leader was sacrosanct, but now that they were watching the leader being beaten up by others, They suddenly had a thought in their hearts: this leader seems to be an ordinary mortal. It is not to say that you cannot resist. Obviously, the general's fierce retaliation had dealt a severe blow to the leader's authority, causing him to lose face. Seeing less and less scornful eyes around, the leader hurriedly commanded the other generals to arrest the general in front of him, preferably killing him directly in front of everyone. In this way, he could maintain his own authority and re-establish his image as a leader who said that he would do whatever he wanted in front of others. However, when he opened his microphone and ordered the guards to be arrested, for the first time, no one came forward to go up and work for him. The leader was a bit confused. Beating him to death, he hadn't expected the current scene, so much so that it made his face as black as the bottom of an iron pot. You guys, what are you doing? Do you still have me as your leader in your eyes? Are you trying to revolt? No matter how furious he was, there was still no one to pay attention to him. After all, he was about to die. Who would be willing to pay attention to someone who only knew how to bark? Seeing this, the Guardian General also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then looked at the leader with extraordinarily contempt. Smiley face, don't disgrace yourself in front of the generals. The warriors of the small island nation won't go crazy indiscriminately even if they die. This words immediately let the soldiers present cannot help but nod their heads. Fight as they fight, die as they die first. After the most popular soldiers, the soldiers cannot help but nod their heads. Fight as they fight, death was theirs first. After the first to break down was actually the leader they used to worship as a god. If future generations analyze the reason for the demise of the island nation, this group of top brass standing at the top of the island nation can definitely be ranked as one of the main reasons. The commander-in-chief sighed lightly, and with a hint of hope still in his tone, he inquired, is this formation really indefensible? He still had a hint of fantasy. A fantasy of being able to hold out until his own father passed to send out troops so that he could flee with all his possessions. Unfortunately, in response to his question, the guard only shook his head firmly. Since this formation was set up, it has required a large amount of spiritual chi every year, and the leader, in order to reduce expenses, has cited the lack of war in recent years as the reason for this. In order to reduce expenses, the leader has closed it for several years on the grounds that there has been no war in recent years, and has not carried out the necessary repairs, resulting in the formation now being unable to operate at full capacity anymore. After hearing this, the crowd looked at the leader with even more dissatisfaction and resentment. Chapter 43, The Nine Deities Reappear. PFFFF. Under the persevering attacks of the Great Wall Cannon, the protective shield was finally blasted out with a large hole in it. With the creation of the large hole, the formation also quickly failed at an unimaginable speed. No longer having any protection, Zhang Bufan quickly gave the order to attack the city by surrounding it, accompanied by the sound of thousands of kill kill kill. Each Jiang clan soldier ascended the city wall through various means to occupy a position for the following friendly troops. In a siege, as long as one person could climb the city wall, there would be a steady stream of soldiers who would succeed in climbing the wall and finally break the city. Seeing that his own soldiers had already opened the gates of Frozen Gold City, Zhang Bufan gave the order to launch the final general attack of this battle. All soldiers, follow me in the conquest. Just after all the soldiers in this conquest felt that the battle had basically been declared over, the 9 deities suddenly appeared within the freezing gold city, and the appearance of these 9 deities was no different from the ones before them. This was nothing short of a great shock to the ordinary combatants, who couldn't help but think within themselves, is this coming back from the dead? However, Zhang Bufan knew clearly that the previous 9 were nothing more than divine incarnations, and it was the real divine incarnations that emerged now. In order to prevent their appearance from causing great casualties, Zhang Bufan immediately ordered the deities that had been prepared beforehand to go to war. The strategy adopted was still to fight 2 against 1, with a total of 18 deities fighting 9. This does not mean that Zhang Bufan is sinister, cunning, and practicing villainy and injustice. For war, he has never had any mercy. For the sake of so-called fairness and justice, he would joke with the lives of his own soldiers, and even injure the gods. This kind of SB only can do things. Anyway, Zhang Bufan is resolutely impossible to agree. On the other hand, on the side of the small island nation, when they saw the 9 deities reappear, their hearts that were originally prepared to wait for death suddenly radiated hope again. Deities. For the entire blue planet, they were the top fighting force. Even if China was stronger, it would be impossible to exterminate them all at the same time, right? These were 9 deities, 9 of the highest combatants of planet Blue. To say that they were killed at the same time, the people of the small island nation would never believe it anyway. As long as one of the deities escaped with their lives and then asked their own father country to step in, then they still had a chance of survival. If these 9 deities were to know about their childish thoughts, they would definitely be unable to resist slapping them to death. Originally, these 9 deities wanted to pass through the teleportation array and teleport to other countries to escape the total massacre of the Zheng family of Huaxia. However, When they arrived at the teleportation array, they realized that due to the fact that it hadn't been used for too long, coupled with the leader's advocacy of the open source and cut back on expenses policy since he came to power, it had resulted in maintenance that should have been carried out once every 2 years. As a result, the teleportation array, which should be repaired once every 2 years, has not been overhauled for more than 10 years, which makes the teleportation array unable to be used normally in a short period of time. Luckily, among the 9 deities, there was a terrifying array master, and according to his estimation, it would take 2 whole hours to repair the transmission array. This was still his best effort, putting his life on the line to barely fix it. Thus, the 9 deities watched as the small island nation's navy, air force, and their own divine incarnations were destroyed. In the end, when all of the Jiang clan soldiers landed on the island and launched a general attack on Frozen Gold City, they didn't have any desire to make a move. You want to ask them why they could watch their own country being destroyed and only thought of escaping with their own lives? It is very simple, because they are not Chinese people. No Chinese people bone surface the world's prosperity and demise. Everyone has the responsibility, the bearer of the responsibility. Let them use their own life. Still small island country lingering, for them, is tantamount to a fool's errand. After waiting for 2 hours with great difficulty, the teleportation array was barely repaired and able to be used. 9 gods full of excitement stepped into the teleportation array, wanting to directly teleport out of the sea. Did not expect the accident appeared again. No matter how much they activated the teleportation array, their figures stayed where they were. It was only at this time that they realized that the entire small island country had long since been isolated by Huaxia using a counter-heavenly means, cutting off all contact with the outside world. This resulted in the space of the small island country being completely blocked, and the teleportation array naturally could not successfully teleport them out of the country. And there was nothing they could do about it. Cutting off space might not be easy to understand, but it's easy to understand by giving the simplest example. The original small island nation was like a corner of a tissue paper, an existence that was one with the tissue paper, and the teleportation array was utilizing the spatial avenue to teleport things on the teleportation array to other places. However, now, China used a heaven-defying means to tear apart the small island nation that was a corner of the tissue paper, severing the connection with the entire tissue paper. Afterward, it took out a completely closed sphere and completely enveloped the small island nation from top to bottom. Such a set of operation down, the space of the small island country and the outside world can no longer have contact, that the transmission array will naturally lose his own role. It was because of this situation that the 9 deities reappeared with ugly faces, wanting to find out a new way to live. They didn't attack the people of China first after they appeared, but were prepared to engage in friendly negotiations with Jiang Bufan first. Even if they had to sign some kind of unequal treaty, they would willingly admit it. Who made the small island nation a complete match for the Jiang family? But just as they were about to raise their voices to plead with the enemy to give them a chance, the 18 deities of the Jiang clan had already joined forces and arrived, the murderous aura on their bodies as dense as if they were about to coalesce. They didn't have the slightest doubt that if they slowed down for another 2 seconds, the attacks of the gods of the Jiang clan would fall on them. For the sake of that mere chance of survival, the 9 deities actually bowed and apologized loudly in front of everyone in the small island nation without even thinking about it. Honorable young master of the Jiang family of Huaxia, not opening the country's gates in the first place to allow you to lead the army in friendly rule was entirely our negligence, so please be sure to give us a chance to apologize. The tone was exceptionally sincere as if he was facing his own father, his own master. With this set of maneuvers, it didn't just leave the people of the small island nation dumbfounded and filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Bufan couldn't help but feel shocked by their thick skin, disdainfully skimming his lips. You guys are done apologizing, right? Apologize and fight on. The Chinese gods immediately took out their respective weapons. The killing intent in their eyes scared the 9 deities of the small island nation into trembling, and they hurriedly continued. Your honorable young Lord Jiang, the small island nation is deeply aware of its own great sins and is willing to unconditionally surrender to your excellency. Please accept the small island nation's defection. Young Lord, your excellency young Lord, destroying the small island nation will only be a short-lived gain for Huaxia, but if the small island nation is subjugated in the long term, it will be able to obtain a steady stream of long-term benefits, such as the heartfelt support of the 9 deities. On behalf of the other deities, I swear to young Lord that I will absolutely and unconditionally obey young Lord's orders. In the future, if young Lord tells us to go east, we won't go west. We'll be one of His Highness the young Lord's dogs from now on. Chapter 44. I have a sword that can cut down the gods. What the? Is this a direct surrender? The Chinese soldiers, including Jiang Bufan, all expressed their disdain for these 9 deities who already stood at the peak of human combat power. Not even fought. Directly unconditional surrender. This guts is not as good as the laboratory mice. Watching the collective surrender of their own deities, The people of the small island nation instantly disagreed. One by one, their mouths popped up with extremely high moments of words. Bagger teeth road. The small island country used up all the cultivation resources to train you into deities. Is this how you return the motherland? I originally thought that the leader was already a coward like a rat, unworthy of being a human being. I didn't realize that you guys are even more shameless than him. You're practically the scum of my small island country. Honorable Amaterasu Amikami, please rain down infinite wrath. Let all these beasts who betrayed the motherland die. It's because of them that the small island nation is embarking on the road to extinction. I won't allow you to surrender. Absolutely not. We in Kojima Kingdom don't have people who live on their knees. Only souls who die standing up. Lord gods, I beg you, take me with you to surrender. I don't want to die. I just want to live, can I? This is the face of a deity. It's disgusting. I have a sword that will behead the gods today. Behead? Behead the gods? Is this youngster so arrogant? Zhang Bufan's gaze couldn't help but look towards the sword-wielding youngster, who had a samurai head tied up and determination written all over his face. Although his aura was plain and ordinary, but how could someone who could say such arrogant words be an ordinary character? The probability was that he had already reached the realm of returning to the basics, but this son's cultivation realm must not have reached that of a deity. Wanting to reverse the sword to behead a deity, the difficulty involved was no less than not using chopsticks and directly finishing a spicy hot pot with his hands. The sword-wielding teenager approached one of the deities step by step, raised the spirit sword in his hand, and swung it down violently. While swinging down the spirit sword, he shouted wildly at everyone, I have a sword that can slaughter gods, destroy demons, kill ghosts, cut down devils, and level mountains. Before the words were finished, the spirit sword slashed violently at the deity, and then, the spirit sword was then shattered hard by the force of the recoil, and one of the fragments went right through the teenager's heart, easily taking his little life. Originally thinking that he was going to put up a big handful, he didn't expect to pull a big one in front of so many people. Until this time, Zhang Bufan didn't realize that this kid was obsessed with reading metaphysical novels and was pretending to be a big tale here. This world is really a huge huaxia literature. There is no one who can refuse the baptism of cool literature. Those who say that the cool article has no nutrition, no substance, you just say cool article cool or not cool is finished. Obviously, they have been struck by the pain of life. Go home already have to take out to see 3 years cannot see the literary masterpiece. After watching Two Eyes Sleepy Up, and pulled out the phone to watch Two Eyes cool article, looked at and want to pretend a small b. In the cool article comment area to leave 2 words of disdain, the results of their own to see the middle of the night 2 o'clock. What is this if not pretending to be a b? As a matter of fact, regarding literary creation, there is no such a thing as high class or low class. Can let the people want to see, enjoy the people's life literature is the best literature. The people happy to see the literature, is the senior literature. However, although the cool text is cool, but not shing random imitation, or try to die. For example, now on the ground is not completely cool sword boy, must have read a novel of laughing proud of the Jianghu, to fantasize themselves into the protagonist, with the innate realm, actually dared to pull out the sword to cut to the gods. This child how to say it, anyway quite brave. The deity that was slashed also couldn't help but frown. He didn't have any reaction when the teenager slashed at him with his sword, because he had blind confidence in his own physical strength, a mere innate cultivator. Even if he chopped with an axe or drilled with an electric drill could not possibly cause him any substantial damage, only that he hadn't thought that this kid was clearly chopping him, but ended up stabbing himself to death due to the force of the recoil. Wasn't this a realistic portrayal of the physical sense forces acting on each other? On top of that, he had no desire to kill this kid. How come the people behind him were looking at him with such hateful eyes? In other words, he hadn't done anything to cause public outrage? Where would he go to reason with this? Seeing that the deities and the people of the small island nation seemed to have a fire of indignation, Zhang Bufan immediately decided to add more fuel to the fire. Since my Zhang family has raised the strength of the entire clan to launch the raid, I have no intention of letting the small island nation survive. In principle, for your surrender, I absolutely cannot accept it. Not in principle, that is. Points of starlight emerged from the eyes of the 9 deities of the small island nation. They had cultivated to the realm of deities. Their lifespans were still thousands and thousands of years away, and they didn't want to die here and now in such a muddled manner. But wherever there was the slightest hope of life, they would do their best to grab it and absolutely not let it go. Feeling their blazing eyes, Zhang Bufan continued with a smile on his face. But there are exceptions to everything. All of you and your cultivation levels have already reached divine spirit. And although my Zhang clan isn't lacking in any way, a little bit more is always beneficial. The 9 divine spirits nodded their heads repeatedly. The hope of life seemed to be right in front of them. As long as the teenager in front of them was willing to, they wouldn't just survive. They could also become vassals of the Huaxia Zhang family. They might even be able to enjoy resource assistance, and their cultivation might also be able to progress once again at that time. Let's put it this way. This young master makes the decision to give you guys a chance. As long as you personally exterminate all the other irrelevant people in the small island country, proving that you are indeed surrendering with all your heart, then this young lord will absolutely not kill you. I wonder what you all think. Let me give you a friendly reminder. Time and precious. If you guys don't respond after 10 seconds, then I will have no choice but to continue striking as I see fit. Threatening. Nakedly threatening. But the 9 deities simply had no way to resist, and in the face of this threat, they didn't know what to do or how to do it for a moment. If they agreed, they would have to personally exterminate the small island nation, which would undoubtedly cause them to be nailed to a pillar of shame for the rest of their lives, receiving disdain from everyone. But if they didn't agree, then they would have to make an enemy of the Jung family, and based on the current comparison of battle power, they would probably be beaten to extinction in less than 2 hours. No matter what direction they chose, the final answer would be that the small island nation would be exterminated. So why not sacrifice the people of the small island nation to fulfill the hearts of their 9 gods who wanted to live? The people of the small island nation had given so many resources to them anyway, so what would happen if they gave a little more? I'm sure they would definitely agree. And if they didn't, then it would mean that their previous efforts were all sympathetic, and it would be justifiable for them to be slaughtered by themselves. Chapter 45, Laughing at Dogs Biting Dogs. Ah yes, that's the truth. The more the 9 deities thought about it, the more they felt that they made sense, and a hint of determination gradually surfaced in their eyes. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid that the small island nation would have been exterminated long ago, and it was all thanks to them that they had persevered until now. Even if they personally took the lives of the residents of the small island country, they should still fully understand and let go of all their guards to happily welcome death. That's what makes a qualified Kojima Kingdom resident. Otherwise they're traitors, and they're not thinking of the greater good. The 9 deities looked at each other, all seeing their respective answers in each other's eyes, and then smiled heartily. Under Jiang Bufan's gaze, they took out their respective weapons and wielded their butcher knives in the face of the people of the small island nation. The power of a deity. To ordinary people, how terrifying, how insoluble it was. In just 2 minutes, the entire frozen gold city was littered with corpses. The blood flowing out dyed the ground red, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere. Most people didn't even leave their corpses behind, and were directly blasted into mush, turning into free fertilizer for the land. Bastards, you're all beasts. For a small island nation to have gods like you is 100 times more painful than being exterminated. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Every knife you wield against your compatriots will be chopped on your bodies later. Just you wait. What is a family without a country? Ha 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 ha. Do you think the Jung family will spare you? You guys are executioners to put it nicely. But to put it badly, you're just a dog in someone's eyes. I never thought that human nature could be so dark. Human nature is evil. I didn't completely believe it until today. Villains, I'm waiting for you in hell. Waiting for you to be exterminated like a dog after being used by the Jung family. Remember everyone you killed, because they will, one day, turn into your heart demons and viciously bite you to death. No matter how much more the residents of the small island nation cursed, they were unable to elicit a single ounce of sympathy from the 9 great deities. To be able to cultivate to the realm of deities, they didn't know how many feelings they had experienced. Betrayals, injuries, partings, in their hands, not to mention millions, there were at least 800,000 lives, not to mention letting them slaughter the small island nation. Even if they were to destroy all of humanity right now, as long as it was beneficial to them, they would not hesitate to strike. They firmly believed that only by being single-minded for themselves would they be able to continuously surpass and finally become the best, the strongest existence. Wasn't it the ruthlessness of their hearts that they were able to stand out from so many people in the small island nation? To kill 1 person, as a crime, killing 10 people, as a harm, killing 100 people, for murder, killing 1,000 people, as a male, to kill 10,000, to be a king, to kill 1,000,000, a god. Blood mixed with miserable cries and helpless cries formed the most beautiful music in this world. Those who intended to resist were easily resolved by the 9 deities before they could even put it in action. In the small island country, a country whose military was not well developed and whose weapons research was not at the forefront of the world, the gods represented absolutes, deities represented absolutes, and if a deity wanted to commit mass slaughter, there was no way for anyone to stop them. In just half an hour, the entire frozen gold city had been slaughtered by tens of millions of people, and the number of deaths was still increasing. The slaughtering speed of the 9 deities was getting faster and faster, so fast that Jiang Bufan couldn't even see clearly. It was only at this time that he snapped to the realization that the 9 people in front of him were deities, and if they wanted to kill him, they would only need to move their hands slightly. He has been growing up smoothly, so that he did not know when a trace of arrogance to think that the 9 gods, He was so arrogant that he took it for granted that the 9 deities would bow down to him, and did not think at all about whether or not they had any plans. If today the 9 great deities are trying to lower his defenses first, and then decisively strike to capture him, holding the young master to order the Zheng clan, how dire the consequences would be. First of all, the Zheng clan, as a deity clan, would definitely lose face and become the laughingstock of the world, not even being able to protect their own young lord, and still daring to become the head of the Chinese family. This would obviously become a laughingstock in other countries. The second thing was this conquest. If he, who was the commander-in-chief, was kidnapped, would the next battle continue? What if the 9 gods forced him to retreat? With his life as blackmail, if the Chinese soldiers do not retreat, maybe he is not safe. Who can carry this responsibility? Who can carry the anger of the Zheng family? If the Chinese soldiers retreated, then this battle belongs to the high start and low start, and later want to successfully log in the small island country. It is not so easy. After all, after this blitzkrieg happened, the small island nation would definitely react. Maybe they will directly invite their own father country garrison. To that time, China again want to now such a reckless attack on the island. That is delusional. That's just delusional. Just the God War will have to go through countless games. At the thought of this, Zhang Bufan broke out into a cold sweat and silently summoned the 2 senior deities to his left and right before completely letting go of his heart. At the same time, watching so many people being lost, Zhang Bufan also took out the 10,000 soul streamer and activated it to absorb a large number of dead souls. He was going to use these dead souls to raise the level of the severe ghosts in the 10,000 soul streamer, which would then be turned into one of his own battle forces. After absorbing millions of dead souls, the tens of thousands of ghosts in the 10,000 soul streamer were all transformed into ghost marshals comparable to the Dharma phase realm. Unfortunately, due to the influence of the materials used to make the 10,000 soul streamer, the severe ghosts inside were unable to continue devouring the dead souls, and naturally, they were unable to continue breaking through. This caused Zhang Bufan to be a bit distressed. It was not easy to come across this kind of opportunity. If he didn't raise the 10,000 soul streamer a few more levels, it would be a real waste. Suddenly, Zhang Bufan had an idea and took out 2 cards from the system storage. These were the spirit weapon enhancement cards rewarded by the system when he completed the system quest, and he hadn't been willing to use them. But with the current form, if he didn't use them now, when would he wait? Without hesitation, Zhang Bufan used the 2 spiritual weapon enhancement cards on the 10,000 soul streamer, and in the blink of an eye, the 10,000 soul streamer's rank was instantly upgraded. It was directly upgraded from an earth rank spirit weapon to a heaven rank upper grade existence. The current 10,000 soul streamer could already be called the billion soul streamer, and could be used to hold hundreds of millions of stern ghosts, and at the highest, it could cultivate the stern ghosts into ghost emperors comparable to those in the transcendence realm. This made Zhang Bufan extraordinarily satisfied, and with a wave of his hand, he continued to frantically inhale the dead souls into the billion soul streamer. A portion of the ones with a weak aura were thrown to the stern ghosts to devour and refine, and a portion of the ones with an outrageously strong resentment and aura were directly transformed into new stern ghosts. Anyway, there were plenty of dead souls in the small island nation, and if Frozen Gold City was done cleaning up, it could still go to Dharma Companion City. If time was not too late, this billion soul streamer might be able to fill up, not to mention cultivate several ghost emperors. If that was the case, Zhang Bufan's battle power would be even stronger. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Bufan took out several soul nascent pearls from his storage ring and ordered them to be distributed to the strongest members of the army who were sect masters and above, asking them to collect as many undead souls as possible after the battle was over. He had a great use for them. Reporting to young lord, all of the people in Frozen Gold City have now been slaughtered except for the leader of the small island nation. Please instruct. Chapter 46, The Yamanano Orochi. Young lord, all of the people in Frozen Gold City have now been slaughtered except for the leader of the small island nation. Please instruct. The 9 deities bowed to Zhang Bufan and said, although they had wantonly slaughtered tens of millions of people, there was not the slightest trace of blood on their bodies. This was the absolute power of a deity, killing regular people like chickens and cultivators like dogs. Only a deity can truly battle a deity. The reason is simple, because the cultivators of other realms and the deities are all you at one level. Other great realms, if the gifted genius, with heavenly techniques, horrible martial arts, strong physique and other means, it was still possible to fight across realms, or even fight across 2 or 3 great realms in a row. But when it came to deities, even hundreds of half-step deities would most likely only be able to briefly trap a deity, and it would be a fool's errand to kill them, because after becoming a deity, no matter whether it is the physical body, spiritual awareness, or battle power, even the means used has changed from a martial art to a minor divine ability. Both are not on the same level, but also play a hammer? So there is also a joke in the Blue Star cultivators only have two realms. One is divine spirit. The other is all realms except divine spirit. There was also a joke Blue Star cultivators only had three identities. One was a mole, one was a Taoist, and the last one was a senior. Hard work, hard work. Zhang Bufan nodded to the nine with a smile on his face, then inquired with a somewhat playful tone. I wonder if you all can give an order to make all the other cities in the small island nation give up their resistance, so that I will be able to complete my mission faster and with the least amount of casualties. The nine deities hurriedly patted their chests and assured Zhang Bufan that they would be able to complete this mission and never let their young master down. Afterwards, they walked to the side and each took out their special cell phones, dialing the generals of each city and asking them to implement a policy of complete obedience. As long as the Zhang clan soldiers were in the city, they would immediately open the city gates to welcome the Zhang clan soldiers into the city, and if anyone dared to disobey, they would be bound to do so. If anyone dared to disobey, they would definitely be hit by the nine deities. Since this was the only thing they thought they could bring to bear on Zhang Bufan within a short period of time, the nine deities all seemed to pay extra attention to it. It was also because of their orders that Zhang Bufan also had the courage to divide his soldiers into 4 legions, each of which would do their own closing work. This was because the small island nation was made up of 4 islands spliced together, and most of the powerful people were dragging their families around in Frozen City. Now that the Zhang clan had conquered Frozen Gold City, then the conquest of the other cities, including the Great City, was just a matter of time. However, now that there was an order from the deity of the small island nation, it was assumed that the other party would most likely not put up any resistance. Once the Zhang clan legions were allowed to drive into the remaining few large cities, it would be a sound massacre. As long as the remaining few large cities were all destroyed, then all that was left of the small island nation would be ordinary cultivators, not enough to be feared, and they could all be exterminated in a matter of minutes. Zhang Bufan immediately ordered the legion to start quickly and take full control of the 4 small islands in the fastest time possible. After the legions left, Zhang Bufan, the leader of the small island nation, 9 small island nation deities, and 18 Chinese deities were left in Frozen Gold City. Zhang Bufan hooked his hand and summoned the small island nation leader, who had already been scared to death, to his side, his tone extraordinarily flat. You want to live? The leader of the small island nation was originally a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. So in the face of the hope of living, how could there be any half-hearted hesitation? Hurriedly kowtowing to Zhang Bufan, think about wanting to. Please your highness the young lord give me a chance to live on. It was obvious that the leader of the small island nation did not fully understand what it meant to live on. In a sense, lingering would be followed by the word, letting the tiger return to the mountain. Zhang Bufan is not the Virgin Mary. Naturally he will not let the tiger return to the mountain. He just wants to know that the small island country send warships to the territorial waters of China. What is the reason behind this? If he were to say that there wasn't a big story behind it, then even if Zhang Bufan were to be beaten to death, there was absolutely no way he would believe it. Then tell this young master honestly, what exactly is the purpose of the small island nation's fleet sailing into the territorial waters of China? As soon as this question was asked, the leader of the small island nation froze for a few seconds, with shock in his eyes followed by resignation. This was obvious. This matter must have his considerations. Perhaps there was a shocking secret behind it. The small island nation hesitated for a moment, wanting to say a random reason to get rid of it, but the moment he looked up and glanced into Zhang Bufan's eyes, all his thoughts disappeared without a trace. What kind of eyes were these? Indifference with a hint of killing intent. Killing intent has hidden endless hegemony. Hegemony contains a kind of breath called unquestionable. In the face of this pair of eyes master, the leader of the small island country only feel a tight heart. Do not dare to make up, and even the ghost of God will slowly tell the truth. Legend has it that the small island nation possesses a divine beast that is comparable to a high-level deity, called the Yamanano Orochi, which is brutal in nature, good at fighting, and has helped the small island nation defeat several countries, allowing the economy of the small island nation to rapidly take off through foreign wars. However, this divine beast of the town country did not know why. When it learned that the small island country was ready to declare war on China, it was so scared that it directly drilled into Mount Fuji, the active volcano of the small island country. No matter how much the people of Kojima Kingdom moved and reasoned, it was as if the Yamanuki Orochi had entered hibernation, not responding half-heartedly at all, and it just slumbered for hundreds and thousands of years. Until now, the Yamanano Orochi have no traces of resuscitation. However, the small island country not long ago by chance to obtain a message. As long as you can find the most sacred and supreme divine object, you can wake up the Yamanano Orochi. It just so happened that in the Dagang Museum in China, the legendary Yuan lance of the Great Yu was stored. So the small island nation prepared to confuse the public by sending a fleet to attack a small island in Chinese waters to attract the attention of the Chinese military. Then another Ronin formed by samurai was sent. which has now boarded the large harbor, and the probability is that it has already begun to carry out the theft. As the leader of the small island nation said this, he glanced at Zhang Bufan with an awkward look. In fact, according to his thoughts, as long as he was able to get his hands on the Yuan plastic and summon the Orochi, coupled with the assistance of his own father's country, then the small island nation would be able to barely even the odds with Huaxia. At that time, the small island country can further plunder the resources of other small countries, continue to create gods, and in the long run, it is possible to declare war with China. But he never thought that the Chinese leader is so reckless, without saying anything, will directly surround the small island country, launched the war of extermination. Although the small island country is not considered a superpower, at least it is considered a medium-sized country, just like this easily, regardless of the consequences of the siege and destroy, before even if someone told him, the small island country leader is not likely to believe a little. Chapter 47, Desire to capture a war pet. But the fact is, China did less than half a day, has defeated the sea, air and land forces, easily completed the occupation program. Until now, the leader of the small island country only know the gap between the two countries, but also to realize the truth of relying on no one is better than relying on their own. Originally, the small island country has been relying on the back of the parent country, spend a lot of cultivation material resources, colorful power to buy all kinds of warships, warplanes, formations. When they didn't fight with the top powers, they still felt that these weapons were simply YYDS, calling themselves the number one power in Y state. But the current bloody scene only finally shattered their dream of a powerful country. They are proud of the weaponry in front of the Chinese, simply not worth mentioning. This should be the old Chinese saying, backwardness will be beaten. The leader of the small island country has a shy face and keeps saying hi to Zhang Bufan. He looked as if Zhang Bufan would not hesitate even if he asked him to eat. In order to avoid arousing Zhang Bufan's displeasure, the leader of the small island country also did not forget to assure him, Your Highness the young lord, we haven't had the time to awaken the 8 gigantic serpent yet, and it's absolutely impossible to awaken it in the future. So I promise that I won't have any second thoughts in the future. Zhang Bufan inwardly wanted to laugh very much when he heard this. He could sense from the tone of the Kojima nation leader that the Kojima kingdom leader completely thought that the Yaki Orochi was some kind of very powerful battle force. It was just a mere district senior divine spirit, and the Zhang clan had at least close to 50 or so, not to mention 100 or so. Most importantly, wasn't this Yamanuki Orochi the legendary 9-headed Sagittarius that had its head chopped off by Diyu? The small island nation's leader wasn't out of his mind, was he? To use Yuzu Wang sculpture to awaken the Yamanano Orochi, isn't that rubbing salt into his wounds? And it's understandable that Orochi doesn't dare to participate in the war against China. He got his head chopped off there, so how could he still dare to go? Could it be that the other 8 heads are not wanted? But, if he was able to take this Orochi and use it as a battle pet, not only would it be a brutal battle force, it would also be a super fast mount. The sudden rise of this idea in his mind made Zhang Bufan simply unable to forget it, directly taking out the young lord's order to mention this matter to the family. In the face of the young lord's idea, the family would naturally do their best to support this idea. Moreover, to be able to obtain an Orochi that was comparable to a high-level deity for no reason at all, this was definitely a good thing that could be earned without losing any money. The Zhang family immediately replied to the young master. The family had already dispatched 2 high-level deities to go there, so please be patient for a few moments. Receiving the family's affirmative reply, Zhang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He seemed to have already seen the not-too-distant future, his first deity-level fighter beckoning to him again. Which man didn't have a heroic dream of riding a giant dragon, galloping through the sands and saving the world? Now even though he couldn't ride a giant dragon, riding the deity-level Yagyu Orochi wasn't bad looking either. After waiting for roughly 20 minutes or so, 2 Chinese mighty beings with terrifying auras stepped with some sort of doubt-filled footsteps to Zhang Bufan's side. Facing this level of existence, Zhang Bufan also naturally didn't lose his manners and hurriedly saluted the 2 attending seniors. The 2 senior deities looked at each other, their eyes filled with satisfaction with their own young lord, and they didn't have the slightest idea of putting on airs. Young lord is polite. The reason why they were so polite was not only because of Zhang Bufan's own status, but also because of Zhang Bufan's terrifying talent. As deities, they were completely able to see that Zhang Bufan was already at the late stage of the Dharma phase. How terrifying was this? Thinking that they were at Zhang Bufan's age, their cultivation had only just broken through to the Dharma phase, and they had not even stabilized their realm yet. Don't underestimate the difference between these 2 small realms. Cultivation, 1 step fast, 1 step fast, 1 step slow, 1 step slow. They fully believed that Zhang Bufan's future achievements would be at least a top-level deity, and it was also highly likely that she would eat that legendary step. On top of that, they also felt thousands of realms of intent within Zhang Bufan's body. of which the most terrifying intent of killing had actually exceeded a large portion, and was about to metamorphose into a law. This was simply appalling, even though they, as senior deities, had seen a lot in their day-to-day lives and had seen countless terrifying demons in their lives. They had never seen such a terrifying heavenly appearance. They could completely beat their chests and conclude that as long as Jiang Bufan could grow up, the entire China, or even the entire Blue Star, there would be no more than a handful of missions that would be able to fight with him. Since they knew the terrifying talent of their own young master, the two senior deities were naturally happy to work for him from the bottom of their hearts, to make a good karma. When the young master grows up in the future, he will certainly not forget their effectiveness today. Two seniors, this time I invited you two up because I want to subdue the 8 giant serpent. I wonder what you seniors need me to prepare. Jiang Bufan's tone is very respectful, but there is not the slightest bit of self-lightening. Eyebrows full of self-confidence in their own, exudes a kind of thing called pride, because he knew that as long as he was given a little bit of time to grow, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to the gods in front of him. The two deities only gently shook their heads at this question, pride written all over their faces, the corners of their mouths slightly rising to release a kind smile. Young lord doesn't need to make more preparations. You only need to watch as we join hands to subdue the Orochi. What does it mean to be domineering? This TM is called domineering. After the two senior deities finished speaking, they stepped again with a pace filled with the rhythm of the Tao and quickly vanished towards Mount Fuji. It clearly seemed like an extremely slow pace, but with a mere blink of an eye, the silhouettes of the two deities had disappeared from sight. Jiang Bufan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The great Tao is as simple as it gets. He was completely unable to intervene in the battle between the two deities and the Orochi. Then all he could do now was to deal with the leader of the small island nation, as well as the remaining 9 deities. Looking at the small island nation leader who fell to his knees, Jiang Bufan laughed out softly. I annihilated your country. You must hate me in your heart, right? When the leader of the small island nation heard this, he hurriedly shook his head like a rattle drum. No. How would I dare to harbor hatred towards your highness the young lord? Before he could finish his words, Jiang Bufan's spirit sword had already pierced through his heart, causing the leader of the small island nation to completely lose his life. This scene caused the 9 deities to involuntarily tighten their hearts slightly, fearing that they would be the next to lie underground. Jiang Bufan obviously noticed this scene as well, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Don't be afraid, all of you. The reason why I shot out to kill this person is purely because this person clearly has hatred in his body, yet his mouth is a lie. He really deserves to die. All of you are sincerely submitting to my Jiang family. I'm sure you definitely don't have such thoughts, right? My Jiang family has always been famous for its democracy. If you all have any different ideas, you must say them out, so that we can discuss and solve the problem. Chapter 48, The Order of Life and Death. Solving problems. You're afraid you don't think we don't understand the rules of China. When a problem isn't solved well, then the person who raised the problem is solved first. Without the slightest hesitation, the 9 deities had loyalty to the Jiang family written all over their faces as they directly said, to be able to become affiliated with the Jiang family, we are already supremely honored. How dare we have other thoughts that we shouldn't have? As they spoke, the eyes of the 9 deities were filled with sincerity, and if they hadn't just seen the scene of their betrayal of the small island nation, I'm afraid that the people of the Jiang clan would have really believed it. One could only say that in order to be able to survive, the 9 deities really didn't want to lose face. Jiang Bufan nodded his head with a smile on his face, causing the 9 deities to breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts, thinking that the Jiang family had already agreed to their defection. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Jiang Bufan took out 8 mysterious tokens from his hand and said somewhat apologetically to the 9 great deities, it's not that I don't want to believe you all, but the Jiang family has its own rules. If you want to become a vassal of my Jiang family and enjoy the various resources of the Jiang family, then you have to drop your own blood in this life and death order. Friendly reminder to all of you, once you drop your blood in the life and death order, if you have any thoughts in your heart that you shouldn't have, the Jiang family can instantly take your lives through the order of life and death. Every word Jiang Bufan said was like a slap that kept slapping the 9 great deities in the face, filling their hearts with sorrow. The 9 great deities knew that the Jiang family was difficult to fool around with, but they didn't think that they would actually be cautious to this extent, using such inhumane things to control their vassals. Weren't they afraid of losing their hearts and minds, so that no one would ever surrender voluntarily in the future? In fact, they had really misunderstood the Jiang family, because this life and death order was owned by Jiang Bufan, and it was just a means for Jiang Bufan to control his subordinates. In the face of the life and death order that Jiang Bufan took out, each of the 9 deities had their own thoughts, and for the first time, their opinions were divided. Some of them wanted to die rather than obey, because once they were controlled by the order of life and death, they would become slaves of the Jiang family. At any moment, they could be abandoned by the Jiang family, and death was a probable event, so it would be better to die now. Some of them are just taking a chance, thinking that as a deity, there are very few things that can really control them. Maybe after dropping blood on the order of life and death, it wouldn't happen how problematic it would be, and since they were going to die anyway, why not take a gamble? Some of them accepted it completely, as long as they weren't deprived of their lives. No matter what they did, they could do their best to accomplish it. Even they felt that it was normal for Jiang Bufan to do so. If it was them, they would also use all sorts of means to control the enemy's surrendered personnel, not to mention the deities. Originally, all 9 deities were still thinking calmly to see if there were any other solutions to the problem, but one of the deities suddenly took over the life and death order directly without speaking of martial virtues, and without saying a word, dropped a drop of essence blood into it. When the blood entered the order of life and death immediately caused a burst of arcane light, directly drilling into the deity's body. This behavior had completely shown that he had completely submitted himself to the Jiang family, and in the future, he would be a slave of the Jiang family in life and death, and a ghost of the Jiang family in death. Jiang Bufan was extraordinarily satisfied with his performance. "You're very good." The sudden compliment made this deity instantly happy, and immediately assured Jiang Bufan that he would be a sword in Jiang Bufan's hands from now on. He would kill whoever Jiang Bufan wanted to kill, he would destroy whoever Jiang Bufan wanted to destroy. This was the realization he clung to in his heart as the first subordinate to bow down. In the end, it would be a surrender anyway, so why squirm and lose points in front of his future master for nothing? It would be better to just accept the master family's control in a big way. And anyway, with the identity of a deity, as long as he didn't do anything treasonous, it would be impossible for the Jiang family to exterminate him at will. After all, the deity represents the world's highest combat power. No matter which power, will give no small amount of favorable treatment. Better to die than to live. As long as he could live, who could say what would happen behind him? Maybe one day he will fall off a cliff and get a supreme inheritance in some cave. Not only can he get rid of the control of this life and death order, but also his cultivation will skyrocket, and he will no longer be afraid of the Jiang family. The other reason why he made up his mind so quickly was that he wanted Jiang Bufan to remember him, so that he would be treated favorably in the matter of future arrangements. According to the battle strength, he could only be counted in the upper middle of the 9 deities, and the probability of any good things in the future would not be his turn. But now that he had become the first one to completely let go of his body and mind and sincerely become a subordinate of the Jiang family, with his understanding of the Chinese family culture, it was likely that he would receive some small favors as a way of announcing to the world that the Jiang family treated their vassals very well. In fact, it was indeed as he thought. After Jiang Bufan took full control of all of him, the first thing he did was to prepare him to enjoy the treatment of the Jiang family's deities. For example, obtaining 2 divine abilities to improve his battle power. The remaining 8 deities couldn't help but feel a gust of anger in their hearts when they saw someone backstabbing them, but the 4 of them who were already willing to accept the life and death order, at this moment, they also felt a hint of pressure. If they didn't hurry to make a choice, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to rank in front of the young lord in the future. If the young lord directly dispatched them to the borderline of a certain battlefield, or let them travel to the void battlefield, then they would have to lose half of their lives without dying. In the midst of this tense excitement, the 4 deities also successively received the life and death order, integrating their essence blood into the order and becoming completely subservient to the Jiang family. Jiang Bufan smiled at them with satisfaction, then had them stand behind him, and glanced at the remaining 4 deities with a measuring gaze. From the looks of things, these 4 deities had some different ideas. If that was the case, then he wouldn't mind sending 4 deity corpses to Senior Jiang Yunshin. It just so happened that Jiang Yunshin had been saying recently that there weren't enough puppets to go around, so he thought that these 4 god corpses would definitely be able to excite him for a few days, and he might even be able to get one of them from him. Gentlemen, what is the meaning? Jiang Bufan looked at the remaining 4 deities playfully, and the deities behind him were also on guard, looking like a divine battle could happen at any moment. Feeling the blazing gazes of the crowd, the 4 remaining deities knew clearly that if they didn't refine the life and death order today, their final outcome would inevitably be death. However, if they refined the order of life and death, the probability was that they would also end up dying like a hobgoblin in the future. This caused them to fall into contemplation, whether it was to languish and perhaps die, or to be directly killed now. Seeing the 4 fall into silence, Jiang Bufan smiled faintly, raised the token in his hand and continued, I only have the last 3 life and death tokens in my hand, representing that my Jiang family can only accept the last 3 deities. The last one. Chapter 49, The Divine Law of Heaven. I only have the last 3 life and death orders in my hand, which means that my Jiang clan can only accept the last 3 deities, and the last one. Speaking here, Jiang Bufan paused slightly, glancing at the four with a somewhat apologetic gaze. And then he continued to open his mouth and said, "The one remaining deity will probably have his consciousness destroyed. But don't worry, my Jiang clan's Jiang Yinshan's puppet art is known far and wide, and will definitely refine the corpse of the last person into a deity puppet to continue serving my Jiang clan. The four remaining deities, awkwarders. Is the point they're obsessing over how to serve the Jiang family? Can you get the point straight? The point is that they just want to get through the immediate difficulties. They don't want to serve the Jiang family all the time. This Jiang family is really ruthless people. Whether they are alive or become corpses, people have ways to exploit them. Also destroy the consciousness. This is simply not a direct shot to extinguish their spiritual consciousness. Leaving the physical body refined as a puppet? Said so literally, but the result is not at all dry personnel. The four deities glanced at each other, all seeing a hint of pressure in each other's eyes. They were all existences that didn't want to refine the order of life and death, but they were afraid that the other party would refine the order of life and death first, and then leave the last person helpless to become a puppet. In the midst of this intense uneasiness, two of the deities took advantage of the two remaining deities being frozen in concentration too. They unexpectedly reached out and took the order of life and death at the same time, and at the same time squeezed out a drop of essence blood and placed it in the center of the token, successfully activating the order of life and death. The activated order of life and death was immediately hidden in their bodies, allowing them to clearly feel that their lives were already in Zhang Bufan's hands. As long as they had any second thoughts, Zhang Bufan could easily pin him down through the life and death order and easily take away their lives. Even so, they were relieved. After all, they couldn't die now. Only next, the two people who were somewhat honest were confused. How was this? Obviously just now, all four of them could see in each other's eyes that they would rather die than give in. Still they were ready to join forces to see if they could use other methods to gain Zhang Bufan's trust. But before they could even think of how to impress Zhang Bufan, two deities directly backstabbed and betrayed them. This made the already precarious and shaky little group even more vulnerable, and the two deities were staring each other dead in the face. As long as the other tried to take the life and death order, then the other would immediately strike, not only taking the order, but also taking their lives. Playing with the life and death order in his hand, Zhang Bufan scratched his head and looked at the remaining two with interest. You guys, who wants it? The two deities first gave each other a wary look, then coincidentally said the words they wanted at the same time, causing the crowd to laugh. However, there was indeed only one life and death order left, and even if both of them wanted it, it would still be impossible. If there was no such means of control as the life and death order, Zhang Bufan would not have accepted the surrender of the small island nation's deities no matter what. After all, sometimes a dog would bite its master back, but if it was a stupid dog that was firmly locked down and had its teeth broken, he would no longer be a threat. And the master can also get some other benefits with the dog's bravery, such as wealth. The current gods of the small island nation were just some dogs in Zhang Bufan's eyes, tasteless to eat and not too unfortunate to discard. If they could be completely grasped in the hands, and could be summoned to block the knife when they encountered dangerous actions in the future, then Zhang Bufan wouldn't mind letting them live. All in all, there was only one chance for the remaining two deities to live. Young Lord, I wonder if there's any other way to gain the Jiang clan's trust besides refining the life and death order? Seeing that the scene was getting more and more anxious, a deity finally couldn't help but inquire. Even though he knew in his heart that it was unlikely, he wanted to try and ask even if there was only a sliver of hope. In the face of his inquiry, Zhang Bufan was laughing lightly, his voice full of disdain. No, if the two of you don't have a heart that you want to refine, then I'll have to make a move. Here the shot certainly does not mean that Zhang Bufan personally shot, but Zhang Bufan let the gods behind him shot. 18 plus 7, a total of 25 gods. If they were to strike together, I'm afraid that the remaining two deities would be beaten to the point of not even having any dregs left. Zhang Bufan's words sounded an alarm for the two. They could sense from the tone of the words that the young man in front of them was about to run out of patience. If they didn't make a choice, they were afraid that they would have to die. In a flash of lightning, one deity directly blasted an attack containing the great Tao at the other. The attacked deity was a bit stunned, but also reacted to the fact that the opposite party was trying to refine the order of life and death. Another backstabber. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly shot out with all his might, wanting to stop the other party from refining the order of life and death. Unfortunately, it was already too late, only to see that the deity who had struck out received the life and death order, and without saying a word, he dripped a drop of his essence blood onto the order, completely allowing it to be integrated into his body. This series of actions were all completed in just 1 second, and by the time the attacked deity wanted to stop it, the order of life and death had already taken full effect. For a moment, the scene somewhat fell into an awkward, dead silence. No, you guys are all sick, right? The only remaining deity shrugged his head, his eyes filled with regret, pain, He now regretted why he hadn't refined the life and death order in the first place. Even if he gave the Jiang family as a dog, he would still be able to live on for a while longer. According to the current form, the probability was that he would really be refined into a puppet, and that would be even more unbearable than dying. The thought that he would be forcefully exterminated, and after his death, his corpse would be refined into a puppet and become one of the Jiang clan's underpinnings. The only remaining deity was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten. Still undeterred, he looked towards Jiang Bufan, his tone filled with a desire for life. Young lord, give a chance. I really want to follow you. A chance? Wasn't the opportunity given? It's just that some people don't cherish it, causing themselves to fall into a death crisis. And now they want to come up and plead for another chance. Isn't this asking for trouble? Jiang Bufan picked his nose and replied in a tone full of disinterest. Sorry, the opportunity is gone. You'd better be a good puppet. As soon as his words fell, the two small island nation deities behind him had already struck out, pouncing on the remaining deities like hungry tigers. The remaining deities were dumbfounded. Obviously just now they were comrades in the same camp, but a few minutes had passed and they had already picked up butcher knives and hacked at themselves? It was true that in front of interests, all feelings pale in comparison. Either way, it's still death. Might as well pull two deities to cushion their backs. The only remaining deity, in a rage, directly burned his own lifespan, briefly elevating from a low-level deity to an intermediate-level deity strength. With their hands raised, they actually pressed the two small island nation deities to fight. The more the two small island nation deities fought, the more chilled they became. It was clear that the three of them were all at the same level of combat power. However, the opposite side burned their lifespans to briefly gain terrifying strength, and completely bombarded them with a desperate style of fighting. This makes two people like walking on thin ice. The heart keeps scolding each other even if it is dead. Also do not know to be a good person quietly killed by them, so as to become their elevation in front of the young master. In this way, it became a way for them to elevate their status in front of the young lord and gain some attention. Ha ha ha, two wolf-hearted dogs, old me will drag you down even if I die today. Come on, say goodbye to this filthy world with old me. Seeing that most of his lifespan had already been burned, and that he was about to lose his own life, the only remaining deity directly fell into seizure mode. Seeing only his eyes scarlet, he took the attacks of the two men hard to forcefully close the distance with them, revealing a smile from hell that, on the road to the Yellow Springs. I'm not alone. Shenluo Tianjiang, Chapter 50-001-008. God's Loot Heavenly March? Jiang Bufan's eyes were wide open. He didn't realize that the moves from the anime in his last life could actually be seen in reality. When he thought of the dominance of that big guy in the anime unleashing the divine Luo Heavenly March, he couldn't help but want to call out for him. Unfortunately, the deity in front of him seemed to have failed to learn the essence, and it was clear that such a powerful killing move, in his hands, was like a fart had been released. Whether it was in terms of sound, or killing power, it was far from what Jiang Bufan had in mind within his heart. He was excited to be here watching the show, but the two deities fighting with the desperate deity wanted to cry. They now regretted that if they had known that their opponents would go crazy and try to pull them in, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to get involved in this matter. However, at this time, they had already reached the point where the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Thinking about it again would not be of any use. It would be better to honestly think about how to win this battle at the smallest possible cost. Don't leave it in your hands. Use your bottom card. A deity frowned lightly and suggested to his companion, who nodded at his words and took out a certain spiritual weapon from his storage ring. As soon as this spirit weapon was taken out, the crowd felt a chillingly terrifying aura from it, with a majestic evil aura lingering in it, adding a touch of eeriness to him. There was no doubt that this spirit weapon was a great killing weapon, and although its exact function was unknown, its killing power could definitely shake a deity. Another deity also took out a spiritual talisman from his storage ring, which everyone recognized because the talisman came from the Fu family, a deity family in China. The Fu family was a very do-nothing family, and the cultivators within the family would all become spiritual talisman masters to draw spiritual talismans on top of raising their cultivation. According to the Zhang clan's insiders, the Fu clan should only have about 10 deities, but they were still able to secure their position as a deity clan. The reason was simple. Their means of attack were so varied that there were hundreds of spirit talismans that could threaten deities alone. Moreover, this family was usually kind to people, not competing or robbing, and would use spirit talismans to exchange in equal amounts for whatever they needed, so it could simply be said to be incredibly low-key. Moreover, as one of the four great spiritual families of Huaxia, the Fu family had adhered to a policy of not building an army, not expanding, and not having jurisdiction from the very beginning. In other words, he was voluntarily giving up his qualifications to rule Huaxia, and was only thinking about drawing spiritual talismans, and no matter who came to power, they would help out in any way they could. But don't think that the Fu family is a good master to be bullied if they don't compete. There was once a superb family that was rumored to have given birth to 2 deities within their clan, and hired a dozen or so deity mercenaries from other countries, surprisingly thinking of doing a big job, staring at the usual exceptionally low-profile Fu family, when they rushed into the Fu family, want to wantonly plunder some. Unexpectedly, tens of thousands of spirit runic formations rushed to the sky. Spirit fire, Xian Shui, divine thunder, Vajra, all sorts of attacks rained down on them, causing damage that was nevertheless 2 points stronger than an ordinary deity's attack. An entire 14 of the world's top battlefield deities were dragged to their deaths in the spirit symbol formation like this, not even holding out for 3 days. It is said that barely lasted until 2.5 days. The last deity died in the spirit symbol formation, and when he died, he also wailed long to Tim, "The way of heaven is not benevolent." After this incident, the Chinese families only re-emphasized the strength of the Fu family, and after various trade exchanges, a large number of terrifying spirit talismans were also circulated. The spiritual talisman in the hands of the small island nation's deity was from the hands of the Zhang family, the heavenly thunder rolling talisman. It was said to be capable of triggering the power of heavenly thunder, giving the target a thunderous blow that could kill a deity, and an ordinary deity who wasn't careful would be killed by the talisman's hand. Seeing that the 2 enemy deities had taken out their respective cards, the only remaining deity also felt that he was not far from death, and immediately whistled twice to the sky. He regretted betraying his country, regretted working with these deities, and even more regretted not refining the order of life and death in the first place. However, it was too late to talk about all of this now. As he took out a spirit knife from his storage ring, its body was blood red, and there were 3 inverted hooks on its head. This was something that he had spent nearly 1,000 years slowly crafting using various refining materials that he had collected from various countries. This was the first time he used this knife, and most likely the last time he would use it, and for some reason, something called battle spirit surged within him. He had gradually forgotten the fear of death, and only one word remained in his mind: battle. Battle him to the darkness, battle him to the death. So many thoughts arose in just an instant, and in the eyes of the crowd, the 3 deities unleashed their base killing moves on each other. In a flash, the sky was dark and the sand was flying. Only those who had watched a deity fight head-on would know how terrifying the power of a deity could be. Zhang Bufan's gaze was filled with longing, and he couldn't wait to see how terrifying he would be after transforming into a god himself. After he fully conquered the small island nation, he was going to start the wool-gathering of the Sons of Heaven's destiny, and then head towards the path of becoming a god, striving to become a god as soon as possible. When the smoke dissipated, the negatively resisting deities were unsurprisingly backstabbed and killed. The 2 deities on their side were also seriously injured, and would not be able to recover their strength without a few years of work. However, since they were the deities of the small island nation, Zhang Bufan didn't feel any pain. After resolving the high-end combatants of the small island nation, the next step is to completely subdue the small island nation. Originally, Zhang Bufan was prepared to directly and brutally plunder the small island nation as a way to quickly obtain the resources of the small island nation, but this was clearly a one-shot deal. Moreover, he had learned from the special cell phone that all the countries in the world had already been moving stupidly, apparently wanting to take advantage of the large-scale expedition of the Zhang family in Huaxia to sneak home. The time is not waiting for me, just fight for the future. Now he had already had to bring his army back to defense, otherwise there might really be a dilettante raid on Huaxia, bringing irreparable harm to the people of Huaxia. Then the next strategy. Zhang Bufan did a little thinking and set his sights on the deities of the small island nations that had already submitted to the Zhang family, and instantly had a new plundering plan. Since the 8 of you have already become my Zhang family's offerings, let's forget the names of the small island country. I'll name you 001 to 008 and enjoy the normal deity benefits of the Zhang family. Any comments? Chapter 51, The Fortune of Nations. Since the 8 of you have already become my Zhang family's offerings, forget about the names of the small island nations. I'll name you 001 to 008 and enjoy the normal deity benefits of the Zhang family. Any comments? Opinions? Who dares to try and give an opinion? Believe it or not, try and just pass away. Although it was suffocating to be renamed by a teenage brat, face seemed useless before being able to live. The deity named 007 hastily stated, "No opinion at all. My original name is Wild Fox Under the Tree, representing that I was born under a tree. This name is really too vulgar. Now that young lord has bestowed the name 007, simple and generous, it really makes me grateful." The remaining 7 deities now realized what it meant to be a dead-licking dog. This was the true portrayal of a dead-licking dog. People have changed your name, and you're still so excited to get together, as if you're a dog, while despising in their hearts. The remaining 7 deities also opened their mouths and said, "The young lord has given me the name. How dare I have any opinions? To be given a name by the young lord. I don't know how many people would be envious if it was spread out. Ha ha ha." I have long resented my name of Spring Flower of the Fields, and now taking the name 003 is simply, Thai pants spicy. Ever since I was a child, my father has taught me that people should learn to be grateful and content. The young Lord's willingness to accept us is already grateful. I didn't expect that we would be able to enjoy divine treatment. The young Lord's glory simply makes us worship more than that. I am 001. The representative is the young Lord's most trusted and valued deity. I am supremely honored. Regarding their reactions, Zhang Bufan said that he was very satisfied, although he knew that the other party was kissing ass. But this ass kissing was very comfortable for him. No wonder those leaders in the past life will put the people who work not promoted. Eyes are full of those who slipped the horse. People will pat the ass is also a kind of art. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Otherwise he must listen to more of these words today, and later learn to pat the Zhang family ancestor's ass. Zhang family old ancestor, you old six. I really bolted the buckle. Ignoring the compliments from the crowd, Zhang Bufan continued to make his own demands. Next I will lead the major armies to evacuate the small island country. You 2 by 2. Divided into 4 groups each governing 4 small islands. Every week hand over all the resources you've scraped. I hope you don't have any other ideas. Remember, don't reach out. Reach out and you will be caught. In addition to that, each country should be sending people to talk to you. You only need to remember one principle. That is, politeness first, but ask what not. Give me as much time as possible to delay. When I complete my hegemony in the future, I will definitely give you guys a credit. If the credit exceeds my prediction, then this life and death order, it's not impossible to take it out. Although 001 to 008 all clearly knew that this was a typical slap and a candy, but they still couldn't hold back their inner excitement. According to Zhang Bufan's arrangement, they at least didn't have to go to the front line to fight for their lives, and were able to live on for a few more years. As for scavenging the wealth of the small island nation, wasn't this their specialty? For them, this is completely simple. Just raise their hands, using the interests of this group of pariahs in exchange for their own merits. Blood money is not a loss, especially the condition of unlocking the order of life and death. It is really too mobilizing the appetite within the body. If you can live freely, who would want to have your life in someone else's hands? 001 to 008 did not even think, directly agreed, and assured Zhang Bufan will complete the task. Zhang Bufan is very satisfied with this. Scratching interested pat 001's shoulders. You are 001. According to the rules of China is the leader. Do not let me down. 001 immediately like a chicken blood. Immediately with their own faith as a guarantee. Absolutely will not let Zhang Bufan disappointed. Only, for the matter of him guaranteeing with his faith, Zhang Bufan was skeptical. After all, he didn't seem to have any faith either. Although this was what he thought in his heart, Zhang Bufan still acted very satisfied. After making the follow-up arrangements, Zhang Bufan took the lead in leading the gods of the Zhang family back to Huaxia, and ordered all the fleet to sail back to Huaxia at their own fastest speed. Zhang Bufan didn't take all the deities of Huaxia in one breath, but still left 4 deities for the protection of the returning fleet, together with the 2 high-level deities who were still in Mount Fuji to catch the Yamanano Orochi. Such a lineup to protect the fleets to sail back smoothly would be absolutely enough. Even if they encountered a strong enemy attack, they would be able to easily handle it, and if they couldn't, they could still hold out until Huaxia sent reinforcements. Stepping onto the road back to Huaxia, Zhang Bufan felt the sea breeze blowing on his face, extraordinarily comfortable and cozy. In this short period of time, he easily put the entire small island nation under his control, adding another trace of heritage to the Zhang family. This feeling of being able to act recklessly and wantonly made him feel intoxicated. The sea breeze gently blew across the sea level, startling a snow-white wave. Seagulls swirled in the sky, and under the sun's rays, everything seemed extraordinarily leisurely and relaxed. But when he returned to the Zhang family, he would need to continue to line up with the Life Institute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for actually taking control of the small island nation, gaining 20,000 wisps of chi. Life and Death Order X10. Spiritual Artifact Enhancement Card X5, Call of the Gods Exchange Card X2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the person in power behind the small island nation, gaining National Luck X 100,000, and gaining the Innate Talent 9 to 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the main quest Rule the Globe. Reward unknown, punishment none. The pleasant lowly voice rang in his head, making Zhang Bufan's already pleasurable body and mind even happier. He hadn't really thought that exterminating a small island country would have this unexpected reward. However, it is normal to think, after all, a whole country. No matter how to say there will be so many sons of fortune, they will be their country destroyed. No matter how to say should also get a little bit of small benefits. Luck value, life and death order, spiritual weapon enhancement card. These 3 things are old friends. No need to do more explanation. but what is certain is that the gods that are summoned out will serve Jiang Bufan as the master, willing to go into the fire. In addition to this, there is this new national luck value. This is a country's future development of one of the bottom. The national luck value of the country. The development of the country will be smoother. The national luck value is less. The development of the country will be difficult. After Jiang Bufan got this national luck value, the first time he wanted to use it directly on Huaxia, but he needed to travel to where the dragon vein of Huaxia's national luck was before he could release the 100,000 national luck. 9 to 5 is not so much an innate talent as it is an innate aura that comes with the heavens. Can no realm, no strength limit let a person feel Jiang Bufan born as emperor. Subtle let the crowd from the heart to recognize Jiang Bufan as a leader. The last mainline mission is quite in line with Jiang Bufan's idea. Anyway, in the end is to realize the unification of the blue star. To be able to obtain the system rewards. Why not? Jiang Bufan first inherited the 9 to 5's innate talent, and in the blink of an eye, an aura that made people feel awe and unruffled power naturally surged out of him. His own aura was somewhat overbearing, and with the addition of the 9-5 supreme beings, it actually made the many deities feel a bit like they wanted to submit. He then waved away another 20,000 points of chi luck value, allowing his own cultivation, horizontal training cultivation, and martial arts to all rise a few levels. Chapter 52 Terrorist Enhancement. Host, Jiang Bufan. Technique, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Technique, Chaos Grade. Taichu Body Casting Technique, Chaos Grade. Physique, Immortal Spiritual Body, Heavenly Grade Extreme Plus. Cultivation Level, Intermediate Zongshi, Plus. Horizontal Training Cultivation, Blood Refining Perfection, 360 Golden Blood, Plus. Martial Skills, 10,000 Elephants Rushing, Lower Heavenly Rank, Perfect. Spring-born and Autumn Killed, Lower Heavenly Rank, Perfect. Withered Tree Rejuvenates, Middle Heavenly Rank, Perfect. Demon King's Hand Earth Order Extreme Grade, Perfect. Click to open folded information. Intent of Fire, 30%. Intent of Deadwood, 30%. Intent of Cold Ice, 30%. Intent of Thick Earth, 30%. Intent of Killing, 99.9%. Chi Luck, none. Warehouse, 10 Flavors D Huang Pill X1. Order of Life and Death X10. Summoning of Gods Card X2. Spiritual Weapon Enhancement Card X5. Billion Souls Streamer X1. Comprehensive evaluation. After the host's continuous efforts, he has finally become the strongest batch of mole crickets. Keep up the good work. The host will definitely become an even stronger mole crickets. For the system's heaven-defying evaluation, Jiang Bufan was always unwilling to pay attention to it and directly skipped watching it. The 20,000 points of chi luck were spent by him, all of which were converted into his own battle power. First of all, his cultivation was raised to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. The realm of the sovereign. One needs to control one's own potential, to break the realm with the potential, in order to achieve the sovereign. For this thing called potential, there should be no one who understood it better than Jiang Bufan, who possessed the talent of the 9 to 5 and already possessed the potential of an emperor, possessing the conditions to break through to become a patriarch. After utilizing his chi luck value to make a direct breakthrough, the realm was raised up completely honestly and without any semblance of flimsiness. If it wasn't for the lack of chi luck value, even if he were to ascend to the sovereign extreme realm, his cultivation would definitely not have half a bit of lethargy. In addition to that, he had also raised his horizontal cultivation to the blood-refining realm perfection. His body's chi and blood was like a 5-clawed scenic dragon, and he was able to blast out thousands of tons of terrifying chi power with his physical body alone. Of course, he hadn't yet refined all of his blood into jade blood, but it was also among the top-tier gold blood, and was only half a step away from the top-tier jade blood. When the next time he gains another chi value, he will be able to make a breakthrough as a matter of course, and maybe even reach the flesh refining level in one breath. In addition to this was the enhancement of martial skills. Jiang Bufan had upgraded all of the heavenly rank martial skills to the perfection realm, which undoubtedly allowed him to comprehend the intent to get a slight boost again. As for the other earth rank and Xian rank martial arts, with his own terrifying talent, it was just a matter of time before he could realize the perfect realm. He didn't need to spend his treasured fortune value to improve. He just needed to wait for time to settle. Why is there no yellow rank martial art? That was naturally because Jiang Bufan had instantly comprehended all of them to perfection back when he was learning the yellow rank martial arts, and there was no way to ascend. In addition to that, Jiang Bufan used all of his remaining chi luck value to raise his intent. The first thing was to raise the killing intent to the 99.9% level, only needing some more epiphanies to completely metamorphose it into the power of law. In this regard, Jiang Bufan was full of anticipation. The remaining bits and pieces of the chi luck value were used by the somewhat obsessive Jiang Bufan to enhance the other intentions, raising them to a uniform 30% level. This was also due to the fact that due to his good talent, very little chi luck value was needed to raise the realms of intent. Otherwise the remaining chi luck value would not have been enough for him to build so. After doing all the upgrading, Zhang Bufan was refreshed at this time, radiating the terrifying might belonging to a strong man. Battle power enhancement was one word, cool. When Zhang Bufan returned his attention to reality, he realized that he was surrounded by a bunch of Jiang clan deities, all of whom had shock in their eyes. It seemed as if they were looking at some valuable treasure, making Zhang Bufan unable to stop his J-flower from tightening. What does this group of deities want? Zhang Bufan swallowed his saliva. Seniors, what is this Lu? It was only after hearing his inquiry that the gods awoke from their shock, but the shock was still on their faces. It couldn't be blamed on them being so out of sorts. After all, in their line of sight, this young lord of their own family was merely blowing on the sea breeze, and inexplicably his realm had broken through. You said that if it was only a breakthrough of a small realm, then they could still consider it an epiphany, but the young master he was directly breaking through a large realm. Moreover, according to normal circumstances, this kind of rapid breakthrough cultivation should be very flimsy, as fragile as a loft in the air, and need to be properly precipitated. However, the young master's realm after the breakthrough, there is not the slightest bit of flimsy, even more stable than when they broke through this realm. Where the hell are they going to reason? Could it be that this was the world of demons? Before they finished being shocked, in a moment of inattention, their own young lord's physical body was rapidly upgraded again. As divine spirit powerhouses, they were able to easily perceive that their own young master had also supplemented with horizontal training, and they had wanted to advise their young master not to be distracted, and that he should focus on spiritual cultivation. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the aura emanating from Zhang Bufan's body slapped them in the face. The gods clearly sensed the aura of blood refining consummation in Zhang Bufan's body. This was the third stage of horizontal exercise, and their own young lord had cultivated to this level so easily? One must know that even a demon in horizontal training would need to be at least 30 years old to reach the blood refining realm, and this was still a good talent. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible for them to step into this realm even if they exhausted their entire life. All the gods looked at me and I looked at you, and they all saw in each other's eyes the meaning of the sun is as terrifying as this, and inwardly, they all sincerely lamented that the Jiang clan could prosper for 10,000 years with this Qilin sun, just when it was not easy for them to calm down the shock in their hearts. Zhang Bufan began to play the devil again. The realm of meaning in his body is like a wild horse out of control, rapidly raising up. The other realms of intent are fine, and basically stop when they reach the minor realm, but the killing realm directly rose again and again, and finally even raised to the point of 99.9%, just one step away from metamorphosing into a law. This is how outrageous. They cultivate so many years. See the demon, not to say there are tens of thousands of people, at least there are a few thousand people. However, they had never seen someone as demonic as their own young master. To describe it with a rough word, it was that even if this talent was given to a pig, it would definitely be able to cultivate into the realm of the divine spirit. Chapter 53, Independent Cultivation Room. The gods had been so shocked that they couldn't describe their feelings in words, and it wasn't until now that they understood what it meant to be an absolute genius. In front of their own young lord, all beings were equal. Young lord, are you not the legendary, mysterious, powerful re-enlightenment? A deity couldn't resist and asked a curious question. Zhang Bufan froze for 2 seconds, then replied with a smile, if I'm a reincarnated great power, how come I haven't broken through as a deity yet? Just an ordinary person with better talent. No need to be shocked. An ordinary person with better talent? All the gods were so irritated by these words that they wanted to spit out blood. If their own young lord was an ordinary person, then what were they? Maggots wriggling in the toilet? Or rats in the murky depths of the sewers? For them to be able to cultivate to the divine spirit realm, they were already among the group of geniuses with the topmost talent in that generation. But even so, they felt that their proud talent was a pile of poop when compared to Zhang Bufan. Faced with this kind of cultivation talent that repeatedly broke through their perceptions, how could they not feel incredibly shocked? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Bufan was their young master, they would have wanted to break him open and cherish studying why this son was such a demon. At this moment, only the last 3 words remained within the hearts of the gods. I'm convinced. Young lord, you try to break through realms in the future in the cultivation room. No, you must go inside the cultivation room to break through. No matter if it's a breakthrough in cultivation, or in the realm of intention, you have to go to the cultivation room to break through. I agree. It's best to head to the cultivation room as soon as you have the idea of wanting to make a breakthrough. Declare a retreat. And remember not to leave the cultivation room before making a breakthrough. When I return, I will apply to the family to establish a separate cultivation room for the young lord, preferably built in a place where people are rare and absolutely no one steps foot on weekdays. This idea is something I very much agree with. If the family can't spare the money, I'm willing to build a separate cultivation room for the young lord at my own expense. Add me one. Although all my money is held by the mother tiger, I still have some private money. For the sake of the young lord, I'm willing to take it all out. Ernio, I can see that you're really in a hurry. The more the gods spoke, the more intense they became, completely acting as if they wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. That level of vehemence made Zhang Bufan not doubt for a second that if he vetoed the idea of the crowd of deities right now, I'm afraid that he would be glared at twice in the next second. Why just would he be stared at twice? That is naturally that the gods will not take action against their own young master. At most, they can only stare at two eyes. The weight of the Zhang family's young master is notoriously high to the point of being outrageous in China. Outrageous to what degree? It can be said that in the Zhang family, the young master is infinitely equivalent to the family head, and in the absence of the family head, the young master is fully qualified to make decisions for the family. As for those scenes written in novels where the main vein and the branch veins are fighting to the death, it is simply impossible for them to appear in the Zhang family. For small clans in general, the Grand Elder might be at odds with the family head and compete with each other for the power of the family. As a result, not only did the family need to deal with external enemies, but they also had to fight internally at all times, making it difficult for the family to develop further. However, for a deity family like the Zhang family, the general philosophy of everyone in the family was make the cake bigger so that everyone could eat. There was a natural difference between the two types of families, so if it was hard to understand, let's make a comparison. An ordinary small family and the ginger family both have a benefit cake. Assuming that this benefit cake are 6 inches in size, ordinary small family in eating this 6-inch cake will produce infighting, such as the eldest elder is not satisfied with only a share of 1.5 inches, or other people are not satisfied, and so on problems. But in the Zhang family, the right to share the cake was directly in the hands of the family head, and the only idea of everyone, including the family head, was to make the cake bigger, make the 6-inch cake into a 10-inch one, into an 18-inch one, or even into a double-layer one, so that everyone can be satisfied and eat the fragrant benefit cake. Of course, the distribution system of the Zhang family was also very sound, and even the family head could not favor a certain vein for his own selfish interests. Such a distribution would make everyone in the Zhang family like a wild wolf. Once they found an opportunity to make the benefit cake bigger, they would immediately pounce on it. At the same time, once they realized that they couldn't handle it on their own, they would immediately seek help from the rest of the family. However, within certain small clans, after certain people encountered any opportunity and realized that they were unable to obtain it on their own, they actually preferred to go and ask people from other clans to share it with them, rather than daring to seek out their own clan's compatriots. One can only imagine how much internal discord there is within this family, and how trashy the ability of the head of the family in control is. With such a disparity, it led to a widening gap in the family's strength, with the strong being stronger and the weak being weaker. All in all, Zhang Bufan's status in the Zhang family was so high that even a deity would need to treat him with the utmost respect. In the face of the constant stream of ideas from the crowd, Zhang Bufan's heart was still warm. After all, besides his own family, who would be bent on thinking of himself building an independent cultivation room, and in a sparsely populated place? Isn't this because he is afraid that more people will make a fuss and affect Zhang Bufan's cultivation enhancement? Even if all the sounds of the outside world would be cut off after entering the cultivation room, the chance of a breakthrough was something that could occur at any time. In the event that before entering the cultivation room, he was influenced by the clan in the outside world resulting in no breakthrough success, then this would be a loss for the entire Zhang family. Zhang Bufan's heart warmed and his tone contained gratitude. I appreciate the good intentions of all seniors, but I break through as simple as drinking water. There is no need to spend a lot of financial and material resources to rebuild the cultivation room. Ordinary people can't influence my cultivation. As soon as they heard their own young lord say this, the gods were like a collective explosion, hastily taking a stance that this independent cultivation room must be built, and it needed to be built now. There were even deities who had already requested through some means to the Zhang family's department in charge of construction that an independent cultivation room be repaired within 2 days, and it had to be completed. As soon as the construction department, which was far away in Huaxia, heard this request, they originally thought that they needed to wait for the young lord to return before asking for instructions, but before they could wait 10 seconds, dozens of deities came with the message at the same time without fail that the construction must be completed as soon as possible and as early as possible. This scared the people in the construction department pale, and they immediately decided to start the construction work immediately. All work was stopped first, and the entire department worked wholeheartedly to complete the job in the fastest time possible. In a moment, formation masters, architects, designers, many professionals, hugely from the selection of the site began to build out the latest independent cultivation room. Zhang Bufan, who is still in the reverse voyage, is still completely unaware of this matter, and still advises the gods, "Other people really won't affect my cultivation, trust me." However, in the face of his words, the gods were somewhat confused as you looked at me and I looked at you, all seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Were they afraid that others would affect Zhang Bufan's cultivation? There was certainly a bit of this consideration, but it wasn't the main reason why they had to build an independent cultivation room. Most importantly, they were truly afraid that the other juniors within the clan would see Zhang Bufan's cultivation speed and be directly frightened into losing their confidence in forging ahead. The breakthrough speed of their own young master was simply too damn ruthless, so hateful that even they couldn't accept it, not to mention the other juniors within the clan who hadn't yet experienced the poisonous beatings of society, and might be struck down to the point of doing certain irreversible wrongs. For example, excessive devouring of spirit pills, causing damage to the heavenly posture, for example, overdrawing talent, affecting subsequent realm breakthroughs. In order to prevent such a situation, it was only then that the gods righteously and without accepting any rebuttals had to build independent cultivation chambers. Chapter 54 Zhang Bagua returns to his heart. Young lord, you may have some misunderstandings. We built the independent cultivation room not because we were afraid of others disturbing your realm breakthrough, but because we were afraid that you would affect the Tao hearts of my others. The gods spoke these words with serious faces, and it was easy to see from their tone that this was really what they were thinking. This made Zhang Bufan, who was originally still caught up in being touched, instantly fall into deep speechlessness, feeling that at the end of the day, he was the one who thought he was being self-righteous and self-indulgent. Zhang Bufan bristled. If someone from my Zhang family loses their moral heart in the face of such a situation, then it would be better to hurry up and voluntarily withdraw from the ranks of the deity families to save themselves the shame. The gods sweated, fought a little, and after a few moments of discussion came up with a new plan. Originally, all of the sons and daughters of the Zhang family would enter a certain secret realm held by the Zhang family after the age of 19 and undergo life and death training. Of course it wouldn't really let them die, but it was the case that they really needed to see blood and really rely on themselves to fight and survive. As long as it didn't involve a death situation, the strongest members of the clan wouldn't intervene, as a way to temper the bloodlust of the juniors. But now, the gods wanted to make an application to update this program to not sending strong men after them. Only with such high pressure could the potential of the juniors within the clan be forced out to the greatest extent possible, and it would also be better and faster for them to have a bloodthirsty nature and raise their battle consciousness. This was because in the previous life and death experiences, the disciples knew that it was absolutely impossible for them to die when the clan sent out strong people to take charge of their assistants, no matter how cautious they were, but they would still slack off inside. It's not like they can die anyway. It's not a big problem. This center realm natural recovery led to them not being able to grow fast. Sometimes even the battle consciousness grew against very little. Undoubtedly it would lead to their growth rate would be reduced. Of course for the head disciples, they have been cultivated with the will to fight since they were young, and they themselves maintain a sense of battle at all times, so whether or not there were strong people sent to protect them, it wouldn't affect their life and death training. The ones that would be affected would be those disciples who usually swung for the fences but had some talent. As long as they were made aware that if they didn't work hard, they would die if they weren't careful, only then would they fully explode their potential, breaking through the realm faster and stronger. But the disadvantage of this is also very obvious, that is, people will really die. And this number of deaths, I'm afraid, won't be a small number, perhaps more than 2 handfuls. Zhang Bufan briefly pondered for a while, and still decided to go back to the clan and convene a meeting of elders before making this decision. But deep in his heart, he was very much in agreement with this cultivation program. This kind of cultivation program would only allow the Zhang family to cultivate cultivators that could truly stand on their own. If there was no will to fight, no bloodlust at all, even if one cultivated to a deity by virtue of their talent, then what could they do? It would just be a weakling who lived longer. This point could be referred to the 9 deities of the small island nation. If they had put their best foot forward to capture Zhang Bufan and force back the Zhang family's army, would they have ended up in the current situation? However, even if they had this idea and dared to take action, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do it. After all, the gods of the Zhang clan weren't jealous. Zhang Bufan first used a special cell phone to contact the clan, instructing the elders in the clan to gather in the conference hall 2 hours later. He had something to discuss. Only after receiving a received reply did he speak to the expectant gods, saying, "This matter needs to be discussed, but from my personal perspective, I am absolutely willing." The gods were instantly beaming with joy. As long as the young lord had all agreed, then the success rate of this cultivation program passing would be greater. They believed that as long as this cultivation program could be implemented smoothly, within 10 years, the battle power of the younger generation of the Zhang clan would receive another boost. This was what they wanted to see, a great prosperity for the Zhang family. Compared to their optimism, Zhang Bufan only knew the difficulty of implementing this cultivation program. Which parent would be willing to send their child on a life and death training program and encounter real danger of death? It was the life and death experience with the protection of a strong person. Certain elders would try to use all sorts of excuses to allow their children and grandchildren to escape the severe training. Even proof of mental illness was able to be pulled out, now forcing their children to participate in a life and death experience without the protection of a strong person. Wasn't this killing them? With this alone, Jiang Bufan was able to think of the difficulty of advancing this cultivation program, which was no different than going up to the sky. Jiang family. It's time to inject the need for fresh blood. Jiang family. Inside the mansion. Upon learning that their young master was about to return in triumph, the clan rejoiced together, and the younger generation converged on their own, wanting to send words of blessing to the young lord at the first opportunity. The other elders of the clan, the offerings with real power, all followed Jiang Bufan's arrangement and gathered in the meeting room, waiting quietly. They were still very curious about their own young lord who had just returned to the clan after the conquest. What great things did the young lord want to make again? They had a vague premonition in their hearts that when the young lord stepped into the conference room, the Jiang family would undergo a huge change. At noon, Jiang Bufan finally returned to the family with many deities, and as soon as he stepped into the family, he heard the neat voices of his fellow cultivators. Young lord raises his sword to destroy the island nation. Dare I ask who in the world is the hero? It was only after 3 consecutive loud cries that these excited teenagers controlled their emotions, their eyes filled with blazing embrace of Jiang Bufan. Feeling everyone's gazes, Jiang Bufan immediately smiled and raised his clenched fist high. Jiang family, great prosperity. Boom boom boom. The 4 short words caused the younger generation within the clan to shake again. They shouted madly, as if they had already seen the image of Jiang Bufan leading the Jiang family not too far from now, ascending to the world's #1 throne. At that time, they could say with even more pride that they were the Jiang family. Looking at his fellow cultivators loving themselves so much, Jiang Bufan didn't begrudge them in the slightest and immediately announced to the crowd, "This young man has captured a large amount of resources in this conquest, so it's better to keep them, rather than taking them out to increase everyone's cultivation speed." 3 days later, at the clan's martial arts practicing ground, each person can receive 6 months of offerings. Consider it as this young lord's first time seeking benefits for everyone. Chapter 55 From a basic perspective. The entire clan's disciples all shouted in excitement, "Young lord is awesome." The elders in the conference room saw this scene through their spiritual sense. A satisfied smile spread across their faces. They saw the leadership that a young lord should have from Jiang Bufan. If not for the fact that his current cultivation level was merely that of a zongshur, then the position of the family head could not have been inherited by Jiang Bufan. It's a pity that the cultivation level is still too. Wait. All the elders were pleased. Satisfied expression instantly became shocked. They hurriedly put their eyes back to Jiang Bufan. Sure that he was already the realm of the sect masters could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. What kind of cultivation speed is this? In just a short time of going to destroy a small island country, this cultivation was like a rocket breaking through at a rapid pace. Moreover, his cultivation was not even the slightest bit unstable, and it could be called a perfect breakthrough. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, even if the heavenly king came, they would definitely not believe it. After all, it was really too outrageous. The elders exchanged eye contact. All of them could see the shock and unanimous thoughts in each other's eyes. That was that in the future, as long as it didn't touch their core interests, no matter what Jiang Bufan said, they would do their best to support it. Even if it touched their core interests, even if they wouldn't stand up for it, they would never jump out to oppose it and challenge the young lord's authority, because they vaguely saw in Jiang Bufan the hope of surpassing the old ancestor. After Jiang Bufan gestured to the crowd with a muddy hand, he was about to walk into the conference room to discuss the matter of reforming the cultivation program with the elders, but unexpectedly, a clansman suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and fell to his knees without saying a word. Jiang Bagui is willing to become a sharp blade in the hands of the young lord. At the same time, the familiar lowly voice sounded in the depths of his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of subjugating Jiang Bagui and obtaining the rewards. Chi value 4000. Dragon Tiger Dan X10. 10,000 Soul Streamer Evolution Talisman X3. Jiang Bufan froze for 2 seconds before recalling that he still had this mission. It seemed like he had only instructed Jiang Bagui and he was so heartily sincere. This is also too simple. Jiang Bufan didn't know that he had seemingly only been in contact with Jiang Bagui for a short while, but in reality, Jiang Bagui had been paying attention to all the great things he had done. In a short period of less than 2 months, Jiang Bufan had first subdued the Heavenly Diffusion sect, then fought the Xian Tian sect, and turned around and ate the group of spirit ships sent out by the small island nation. These 3 things, which one did not require great vigor? The slightest carelessness would lead to a serious impact on the family's reputation. However, the young master of the family not only dared to do, but also able to easily and completely solve these things. so that the Jiang family's reputation soared several times again. Now the people of Huaxia, all affectionately called the Jiang family as the protector of the nation, and the stores under the door also profited from this. Ordinary goods were simply being frantically purchased. The Spirit Weapon Hall, Spirit Dan Pavilion, Spirit Formation Sect, and Spirit Medicine Building are completely in overdrive these days, just to satisfy the consumer's desire to buy. Jiang Baogua originally thought that if his own young master was so demonic again, he should stop here and return to the family for closed-door cultivation, but he didn't expect that his own young master directly disappeared, and there was no news of him within the family. This was a good idea. With his identity, wanting to know the young lord's location at all times was undoubtedly delusional. He originally thought that the young lord had entered some secret realm and gone to seize his own chance, but he didn't expect that yesterday. A message suddenly came. The young master of his own family with all the seniors of the Jiang family, actually directly to the sea to fight to the small island country to go. And according to the information that came back, the young master of my family obviously has the upper hand. This is a typical war of extermination. My own young master is only how big actually can already command a war of extermination alone, is simply the model of my generation. The more Jiang Baogua thought, the more surging in his heart. His heart has long made up his mind to follow his own young master to death and become a better version of himself. For him now, as long as he could follow by Jiang Bufan's side, even if he was a slave or a servant, he would definitely not have any opinions, because the charm of his own young master is just too great. Looking at Jiang Baogua in front of him, who could barely be considered the son of heaven's destiny, Jiang Bufan was still in a bit of a trance for a moment, vaguely remembering the first time he saw him. His own heart had always wanted to take him under his wing in order to obtain the system's rewards, but he had never had the chance to do this. But when he had gradually forgotten about this matter, Jiang Baogua actually came to his door on his own, directly willing to submit to him unconditionally. This was what the old saying often said: you can't plant a flower if you have a good intention to do so, but a willow will turn into a shade if you don't have a good intention to do so. You and I are both sons of the Jiang family. We can both stab each other in the back, so why do we need to become knives in each other's hands? Jiang Bufan personally helped Jiang Baogua up and patted his shoulder, responding to his heartfelt words with a smile filled with sunshine. For the partner who took the initiative to lean on him, he did not hide his thoughts in the slightest, directly taking out a spirit medicine that could raise his cultivation level from his storage ring, letting him find a time to refine it. He first raised his own cultivation in order to better protect the Jiang family. In the envious eyes of everyone, Jiang Baogua trembled with excitement as he received the spirit medicine, his eyes filled with respect for his own young master. Looking at his blazing eyes, a thought suddenly arose in Jiang Bufan's heart. If at this time he first guided the younger generation to be willing to accept the life and death experience, then the older generation couldn't still step in and delay it, right? Even if the older generation doesn't agree, as long as the younger generation is willing to carry out the reform of this training, will already be good to promote a large part. Thinking about it, Jiang Bufan felt that this solution was completely feasible, and immediately ordered all the younger generations of the entire clan to gather together. He still had a big event to announce, and this matter was also closely related to their interests, and could even allow them to grow more quickly and become stronger versions of themselves. Jiang Baogua, on the other hand, heard the words and stood obediently at the first opportunity, fearing that he would miss out on the great thing that his young master had spoken of. The other younger generations within the clan didn't hesitate either. They were all full of joy as they gathered in a group, wanting to learn what good thing it was, discussing, "Young lord deserves to be the demon of my Jiang clan. Bringing us so many benefits in one breath isn't enough, and now he's able to bring us methods to make us faster and stronger. That's for sure. Haven't you heard of that saying? The Jiang family has a son named Bufan, born with an extraordinary destiny. If we want him to have an ordinary path, all the immortals and Buddhas in the heavens would be in vain. Your Excellency has made a good poem. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely pay a visit in person." Ha ha ha, stop it. That being said, what exactly will the young lord use to make us stronger? If it's to provide cultivation resources, impossible. If it's just providing cultivation resources, then the young lord won't waste time talking too much. The young lord must have a plan to neutralize the situation. No matter what method young lord proposes, as long as young lord gives the order, I will definitely follow closely behind. Jesus can't even be stopped when he comes. The crowd's incessant discussion gave Jiang Bufan a clear sense of everyone's trust in him. One could even say unconditional trust. Then he had to give the crowd a better chance to grow. Otherwise, in the future, when he became a god and immortalized, there was no one available in his hands that would not be a joke. Life and death training must be reformed. Jiang Bufan silently made up his mind in his heart and pressed his hand towards the crowd, suitable for everyone to shut up and listen properly. The reason why our Jiang family is able to become a divine family is because of our own strength. But at present, as far as I can observe, many of the younger generation have begun to forget about the history of the Jiang family's origins, and have actually been displaced to the fireworks places all day long, completely forgetting to cultivate and forgetting about their own duties. Next, as the family's young master, I must curb this unhealthy trend and propose a new development goal, the reform of life and death training. Please note that I wish that starting today, the life and death calendar removes those parts that are not helpful to the calendars. Chapter 56 Reforms. The surrounding younger generations were all a bit puzzled. What did it mean to remove useless processes? Life and death calendars were a long-standing tradition of the Jiang family, and the time, process, and even intensity of its calendars were basically fixed, without a doubt. Could it be that the young master wanted to cancel out this calendar practice? No, if it was cancelled, then not only would it be useless for cultivation, but it would also affect their combat power level. This would instead be a huge loss. Then with the young lord's ironic methods, that wouldn't be. The crowd vaguely guessed some sort of possibility, and a hint of awe passed through their eyes. If it's really like what they think, the life and death training will really divide the life and death. At that time, would they be able to survive the life and death exercise? Most of the disciples were a bit confused, except that some disciples were not only not afraid, there was even a bit of fierce light in their eyes. This group of disciples with fierce glints in their eyes were the prominent figures within the Jiang clan's current generation of disciples, each with their own pride. Originally, they had a problem with this nominal life and death training. According to their thoughts, the life and death training should throw them into some dangerous secret realm. Whether they are dead or alive, they should all rely on their own abilities. Only this kind of iron blood cultivation program like raising parasites can truly cultivate a strong person who can be a pillar of strength. According to the current Jiang family's flimsy cultivation method, once the disciple is in danger, the protector behind the road will help. Then what is the training? Wasn't this properly just going through the motions? For them, if their young master really wanted to reform the training method, they would definitely give their firm support. Seeing that everyone had vaguely sensed what he was about to say, Zhang Bufan also stopped beating about the bush and spoke directly to the crowd, saying, "The Jiang family doesn't need to cultivate a group of assholes that will only eat the family, nor does it need a second generation of wastrels that will only rely on the glory of their fathers to survive. What the Jiang family needs is a truly strong person, and this kind of strong is not necessarily a strong cultivation. There should also be a strong man's temperament, a strong man's battle intent, and a strong man's dignity." As Zhang Bufan spoke, he took out a katana from his storage ring, a katana that he had taken from the waist of the leader of the small island nation. It was a sword that represented the dignity of the small island nation, and now it had been seized by him as a son or daughter of China and brought back to China forever. This, in a sense, had proven his power. Zhang Bufan raised the katana in his hand high and brainwashed the crowd. "This is the saber of the leader of the small island nation, captured by me personally and ready to be put into the pavilion for everyone to see. Know why? Because I want you to know that only the truly strong can dominate interests, and only the truly strong can dominate resources. The weak hold swords towards the weaker, and the strong hold swords towards the stronger. Although my Jiang family is a divine family, there are still many rivals. For example, this time when I traveled to the small island country to conquer, there are many foxes who want to bite down on my Chinese territory. Is this not provoking?" All of the younger generation were infected by Zhang Bufan's bravado, and their minds were filled with images of themselves raising their spears to their horses and breaking the enemy army. For the disciples of the Jiang family, although they sometimes acted extremely posh, the tough and fierce genes of their ancestors who dared to fight flowed in their blood, and once they were awakened, they would feel hot and their bodies could not stop trembling, not because of the fear of fighting. This is not because of the fear of fighting, but because of the hormonal reaction in the body, so that it is full of the will to fight. At this time, if once they went to war with the enemy, they would burst out with a far superior combat power than before, but it was predicated on losing their sanity. Therefore, I believe that the Jiang clan's life and death calendars must be reformed, and one of the most important points is that the protector must be prohibited from intervening. Even in life and death crises, the protector must never intervene. Of course, specific matters need to be discussed specifically. I will discuss the new calendar training program with the various elders and then immediately start piloting it. I hope everyone can actively sign up for it. In the future, the Jiang family's resource allocation will also gradually tilt towards those who have participated in the life and death adventures, to help him improve himself faster and stronger, and become the Jiang family's new underpinning at an early date. The moment Zhang Bufan said this, it immediately caused everyone to talk. If it was really done according to what he said, then the good days of all the people who swung for the fences would be over, especially the cultivation resources. In the past, although the Jiang family would also tilt towards those with good talent, but for the mid-level geniuses, it was basically an even distribution. If they were to follow the new training method, Wouldn't those who didn't want to enter the life and death training become family outcasts? Then, I'm afraid that the future achievements would already be able to be guessed, and it would be a completely miserable life. A portion of the disciples showed a difficult face, wanting to say something, but in the end, they couldn't help but raise the inquiry. Young Lord, then wouldn't we alchemists, spirit pill masters, be at a great disadvantage? This question had attracted the attention of many people. If Jiang Bufan had preferential treatment for this group of people, then they would definitely choose a technique to learn. Even if they couldn't become an alchemy expert or an artifact refining expert, with their own natural talent, they would at least be able to become yellow ranked. Then, at that time, they would also be able to obtain another subsidy, and that would be considered a good path. With regards to this question, Jiang Bufan had long been prepared for this, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. For alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, and so on, there will also be a new training system, such as the previous alchemist training, as long as there is progress, but now with the new theory system, a minimum progress requirement will be set, and if it is not met, then this alchemist will also need to undergo life and death training. However, those who have a minor do not need to panic. The family from day one will be in accordance with the market selling price of 70% to buy your qualified products from everyone. This will allow you to exchange for superior cultivation resources, and will be able to make up for the time and effort you have wasted due to your minor cultivation. The solution given by Jiang Bufan without the slightest hesitation let everyone know that their own young master had not made an impulsive decision in a hot-headed moment. Rather, he had already engaged in deep thought and already had a general framework for the calendars. The reform of the life and death experience. The Self family's young master had already made up his mind to carry out the reform. Although some of them felt that the step was a bit too big, due to their trust in their own young lord, the crowd did not raise their voices in opposition. There was even a group of people who loudly praised the goodness of this change plan. Unable to speak for 10 years, it would definitely give the Jiang family a new essence. Chapter 57 Conference Room Debate. This was the manifestation of the hearts of the people being available. The disciples of this generation of the Jiang family had become completely addicted to Jiang Bufan, so no matter what he said, the disciples would all feel that there was some truth to it, and there would even be people who would agree with it brainlessly. Receiving the approval of the disciples of his generation, Jiang Bufan finally let go of half of his heart, then bid farewell to the crowd and walked towards the conference room step by step. The elders in the conference room were as flustered as old dogs at this time. At their realm, they were already able to learn what was happening in the outside world through certain means. The most basic of such means was spiritual sense. In other words, they already knew what their own young Lord Phase was going to do. This was nothing short of setting off a slanting storm for them. If their own young master was certain that he wanted to carry out life and death reforms, then he would encounter many problems, the most direct and crude of which were: first, what is the death quota for the life and death training? It can't be because of one training that the Jiang family's entire generation is extinct, right? Secondly, whether or not you can use all kinds of spiritual weapons and talismans during the training. This is also an important issue. Some branches even have to think for half a day before they are willing to buy an ordinary talisman to increase their speed. But for other people who may already have a talisman that can affect the gods, the comparison between the two is undoubtedly very fierce and unfair. Thirdly, for cultivators who were willing to undergo life and death training, to what extent should the resources be tilted? For those who were not willing to undergo life and death training, what arrangements should be made? Fourth, after conducting the life and death experience, is it necessary to conduct the obligatory rewards? If not, I'm afraid that the disciples will be dissatisfied if rewards are given. Then to what extent should the resources be used as rewards? Fifth, how to define when the protector of the Tao should strike. It can't be when the disciples encounter other visual interference. Also hard to watch them being struck by the descending dimension, right? Countless questions surfaced in their minds like seawater, and it was clear that most of the elders were not too supportive of their young master's idea. After all, the word reform was easy to say, but once it was done, it would create a myriad of problems. Jiang Bufan's footsteps became clearer and clearer, and the hearts of all the elders were at their highest. As the door of the conference room was pushed open, Jiang Bufan also finally walked into the conference room and sat at the first place without any reservation. No one would show dissatisfaction with this behavior. After all, whether it was from the speed of cultivation breakthroughs, potential, or the means of doing things, Jiang Bufan had proved his terror with his own strength. Although the elders were hesitant about the idea of reforming the life and death training, they were not happy about Jiang Bufan himself. But for Jiang Bufan himself, they were still very satisfied, and could even be said to have considered him as the future head of the Jiang family. Young Lord, this battle was fought in a truly beautiful manner. With almost zero casualties, he beat the island ghost half to death and cut his 100 years of chi. If it wasn't for the prying wolves abroad, I'm afraid that the young lord would have already pocketed the entire island nation at this time, giving me one more province in China. Jia. This matter is not in a hurry. The small island country has been completely beaten by the young master, afraid, beaten submissive, such as later to find the opportunity. The young master will be able to take it in one fell swoop. Young master, what should my Jiang family develop in next? Although this conquest was a great victory, it still exposed many problems. Yes, but it also made a lot of jokes. For example, that group of monkeys in the southwest, I don't know what they thought actually dared to launch an attack on our army. I've also heard about this matter. It's rumored that they sent out nearly 1 million monkeys in their entirety, but it seems that the entire army was wiped out in less than 2 hours. That battle was fought with ease. Our army's machine guns were only just warming up when the other side was already cleanly dead. With regards to the praise from the crowd of elders, Zhang Bufan naturally wasn't polite and accepted it all as it was. Anyway, he did accomplish the great event of destroying the small island nation. Shouldn't he be praised by the family? What he hates most is those who obviously love to listen to other people's flattering, but on the surface, they pretend to be upright and honest, and they only want to do practical things. If you don't have the ability to do real work, how real work? This is not as long as there are eyes can see it. Some people like to pretend to be noble, not realizing that in other people's eyes, this kind of person is like a maggot crawling in the toilet, like disgusting. Waiting for the elders to quiet down, Zhang Bufan didn't forget the purpose of his meeting. Elders, I'm sure you already know that I want to reform the life and death training. I wonder who is in favor of it and who is against it. While speaking, a chilling aura surged out from Zhang Bufan's body, clearly just a Zhongshe realm cultivator. But the aura on his body was extraordinarily overbearing, so overbearing that the elders did not dare to speak out to reject it, and even felt emboldened. This is in fact his talent 9-5 supreme in play. This talent can let him not angry and mighty. A word 9 ding. It is easy to let the crowd feel convinced of him. However, after the crowd of elders had resisted this period of time, their hearts were completely calm, and they had slightly more courage to speak. Only one of the elders in charge of the alchemy hall stood up and slightly arched his hand towards his own young lord before raising his doubts. Young master, in principle I am in full support of you, but there is a doubt. May I ask that the attacking power of the disciples of my Dan Hall would have lagged behind. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Bufan interrupted with a direct conclusion, his tone somewhat unkind. What? If the Dan Hall's disciples have poor combat power, they don't need to undergo life and death training? They're poor anyway. So let them develop smoothly and become someone who only refines pills, right? Elder of the Dan Hall, I respect you for being so old, but I never imagined that you would be so short-sighted. Could it be that if a disciple of my clan goes out and says that he's an alchemist, others will be merciful and let him off the hook? Zhang Bufan's tone was quite dissatisfied, and also revealed the idea of resenting him. He was a little puzzled as to how the family's steward elders all chose. Was it just based on high cultivation? But in reality, people with high cultivation were not necessarily good at managing the internal affairs of the family, or even had no insights into this aspect of management at all. One could only follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, and as soon as they encountered difficulties that might arise, they immediately beat a retreat. But should we stop doing things because we may encounter problems in the future? For example, do we stop learning to swim because swimming may drown people? This was clearly impossible, an incorrect logical relationship, and if the Jiang family really followed this logic, it would definitely decline in the future. Zhang Bufan's words sounded an alarm for the crowd, and for a moment, they didn't know how to answer. 58. Experiencing the reform group, to say do not agree to it, according to their own young master that iron blood method, will certainly scold them bloody head. If they agreed, this small change would definitely affect the existing pattern of the Jiang family, and would even cause some people to lose many of their benefits. Wanting to fully advance this strategy would be extremely difficult, and some elders who only wanted to eat and wait for death were not willing to do it. Zhang Bufan naturally knew all about their thoughts, and he knew it all too well. If he didn't give some sweeteners to mobilize these elders, I'm afraid that no matter how powerful the strategy he formulated was, it wouldn't help. After all, as the old saying goes, if there is a policy above, there is a countermeasure below. If all the elders were to go against the grain, even if he was able to crack it, there would undoubtedly be too much time delayed. As the young master of the Jiang family, he didn't just have to manage the family, he also needed to raise his cultivation and improve his battle prowess. For him, time was really precious and it was impossible to keep an eye on these elders one by one. Zhang Bufan smiled shallowly, a hint of playfulness showing in his eyes as he spoke to the elders and said, considering that some elders have too many things to manage on a regular basis, I've decided to open an adventure reform team, with me as the leader, and requiring 7 elders to actively participate. The participating elders are mainly responsible for supervising the implementation of the reform program, discovering and proposing any loopholes in a timely manner, and giving their own training suggestions. As he spoke, all the elders couldn't help but shake their heads in their hearts, secretly saying that the young lord was still too young. Developing a specialized working group, this method was indeed very good, but that was an opportunity for offerings, or disciples, who wanted to progress. These people still had room for progress, which was why they would actively participate in things within the family, with only their own progress within their eyes. But now that each and every one of them would later be honored as elders, any further progress would only be possible after breaking through the Divine Spirit realm and entering the Divine Spirit Offering Hall. It was worth mentioning here that the Jiang family had 2 offering halls, one under the deity spirit and one exclusive offering hall after becoming a deity spirit. The deity spirit offering hall would not only have better resources, but also accumulate stronger connections, and more importantly, in the Divine Spirit Enshrinement Hall, as long as one accomplishes enough feats, one might be able to obtain guidance from the old ancestor. Although it was impossible to break through the realm of deity spirits, they could metamorphose from a primary deity spirit to an intermediate, or even a senior deity spirit. With just a little guidance from the old ancestor, they might be able to comprehend an even more advanced Tao, and use this Tao to metamorphose into a stronger deity. Unfortunately, the elders here had only reached the first barrier of half-step deity at most, and were still a long way from joining the deity offering hall. There was absolutely no need to trip through this wave of muddy water, and right now, they were just not asking for faults. However, when Zhang Bufan spoke the next sentence out, the thoughts and the hearts of the elders changed immediately. Originally, he thought that absolutely no one would be willing to join the training reform team and offend the other elders for nothing. But after these words were said, all the elders had blazing gazes in their eyes, not to mention 7 slots. Even if there were 20 slots, there was simply no way to accommodate them. Since there weren't enough spots, it was bound to cause a fight. Only Zhang Bufan quietly spoke. Members who join the adventure reform team, as long as they have indeed accomplished their own work, this young lord will personally grant the chance to become a god. Please note that the chance to become a god that this young lord is talking about is not the probability of becoming a god, nor is it given only once and not being able to do so is forgotten, but rather until it breaks through as a true god. As for what this young lord will give you, I can also reveal a little bit. For example, the supreme bone that is able to raise the probability of becoming a god by 50% of whoever makes you. What? Supreme bone? And will definitely make it a god? If an ordinary person had said that, they would have been filled with skepticism and smacked him away. After all, the chance to become a god had always been something that could be encountered but not sought. And even if one was as strong as the Jiang family, there were definitely no more than 20 gods that could be cultivated each year. This was still because the Jiang family itself had mastered numerous spiritual objects, and was able to provide a constant stream of chances to become a god in order to make it this far. But the young master of his own family, as soon as he opened his mouth, was able to let 7 elders become deities, and they were bound to become deities. This undoubtedly sent the elders into a frenzy. After all, they all knew that their own young lord had always been a man of his word. As long as he spoke his words and gave conditions, he would definitely end up fulfilling the promises he made at the time. This is not only because he himself has always been so, but also due to his identity as a young master. If he breaks faith with the elders, it will definitely become a stain on his life. Moreover, the young master didn't just give an empty word, but directly named the supreme bone, according to their understanding of the young master, according to their understanding of their own young master. Since the young master dared to directly point out the supreme bone, it means that he must have already mastered this thing in his hand, and even mastered a large number of things, not just one. As soon as they thought of this, the elders could no longer restrain their own longing, and they all stood up, wanting to join the experienced reform team. Young lord, when you first brought up this idea, I firmly believe that this matter must be pushed forward. If young lord is willing to let me join, I will definitely firmly obey the arrangement. Screw you, young lord, take a look at me. You know, I'm the younger generation amongst the elders, and have always had a sense of innovation in my heart, as well as the courage to fight. Jia. Although the old man is old, but the sword is not old. As long as the young lord gives the order, the old man will definitely point where to hit, to ensure that the order is forbidden. If I am able to enter the training reform team, I will definitely closely surround the young lord, and play the 4-to-4 don't policy. That is, lead by example, do your best, supervise the whole group, and report on time. Don't seek personal gain, don't be bribed, don't forget the goal, don't lose the ideals, and firmly defend the young lord's smooth and successful reforms this time around. Wait, This mother asterisk 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 is a talent. Zhang Bufan placed his own gaze on the gushing elder. Just by listening to his words, he knew that this person was also a talent that could write reports. I just don't know how well he can do things. If he can only skulk around, then no matter what he says, it won't be of any use. Reform needs to be practical. However, if this person can not only write reports and speak, but also has the ability to do practical work, then it is undoubtedly the icing on the cake, and can stand out from the crowd of elders. Zhang Bufan thought for a moment and immediately spoke out to ask this person, if you are in the process of practicing, and you encounter a certain elder who uses his power to oppress others, what should you do? This elder did not hesitate for a moment and replied directly, first, I will speak kindly to him out of the need for unity within the family and do my best to get him to recognize and support my work. Secondly, if the elder insists on using his power to oppress others, then I will not have the slightest retreat, and firmly guarantee to complete the young lord's task, and report this to the young lord, and ask the young lord to make a decision. Third, if this elder does harm to the reform program, then I will definitely kill first and report later, taking this person down first and then reporting upwards to ensure the smooth completion of the reform. Fourth, if the back disciple is confused about the reforms, then I will also be amiable and solve his problems, ensuring that he will be able to understand the young master's good intentions and empower him to voluntarily participate in life and death training to become a better version of himself. Chapter 59 Volume. Yoo-hoo, still a ing talent. Zhang Bufan was more than satisfied with his answer, but not because of how well he said it. Rather, from his answer, Zhang Bufan could feel that he was really thinking, but also really able to give a good solution. This was the kind of talent that reform needed, both to summarize and generalize the results, reducing the time that Zhang Bufan needed to spend to understand the situation, and also be able to quickly find problems, raise problems, and solve them. In a sense, this is the talent suitable for reform, must be grasped in the hand. Zhang Bufan's fiery finalization of his becoming a member of the group made the remaining elders panic in the flesh. One must know that the number of people in the group had already been finalized by their own young master, and they also thought that the number was quite reasonable, and any more would affect the implementation of the other policies of the Zhang family. Now, one person had already been selected, which meant that the number of people who could join was reduced by another. The elders present were not to say there were 200, but at least 108 or more, and if they wanted to divide the remaining 6 spots, the pressure, the competition would undoubtedly increase geometrically. In particular, certain elders present, relying on their old age and high cultivation level, thought that Zhang Bufan would definitely include themselves in the training reform group. After all, the resources they needed to spend to become gods were much better than those cultivators who had just stepped into half-step gods. However, he didn't expect that his own young lord would not consider these things at all, opening his mouth and letting a cultivator who had just broken through the divine spirit realm and hadn't even had time to stabilize his cultivation enter the reform group. This, in a sense, was actually what Zhang Bufan had worn out, the meaning of his words. That is, he wasn't afraid to spend a large amount of cultivation resources, as long as he could ensure the smooth progress of the reform. He could completely come up with resource assistance that everyone would not dare to imagine. In this way, that they are proud of their age, experience instead of a burden. After all, the reforms certainly need to inject fresh blood, so as to boldly promote. For a moment, the crowd of slightly higher status elders were no longer silent, but instead spoke up to introduce themselves, wanting to get a chance. Young lord, I am the second elder of the clan, and I usually fight with the disciples of the clan, so by allowing me to participate in this reform plan, I will definitely be able to get up and down the ladder more quickly, and complete the metamorphosis plan set by young lord. I'm the chief head of the law enforcement hall. I'm shamelessly recommending myself today. Everyone within the clan calls me white-faced Bao Qing Tian. As long as the young lord is willing to allow me to participate in this reform plan, I'll definitely ensure that the young lord's orders will be implemented in full, and whoever dares to influence the plan, I'll arrest them. Of course, if I don't make the cut, I'll definitely be resolute in defending young lord's plan and escorting young lord's training and reform. Young lord, there are 3 disciples in my lineage who are due to undergo life and death training. Now that I've made the decision, all of them will participate in the new training plan formulated by young lord, and will respond to young lord's orders regardless of life and death. Jia. My lineage will also definitely respond to the young lord's call, as long as the young lord opens the first life and death experience. The disciples of my lineage who are eligible will definitely be the first to respond and open the pilot for the young lord's plan. One by one, the elders were like mad dogs. As long as they took the conditions, they all gave them completely, fearing that they would miss out on this chance to become a god. As they argued, the entire conference room was as noisy as a food market, and if it wasn't for the soundproofing array that was turned on, I'm afraid that all the disciples outside would have been attracted over. At that time, I'm afraid that all these disciples would be shocked out of their teeth. After all, in their minds, these elders are either high above the world, like immortals who don't eat the fire of the earth, either is amiable, even if the disciple has a mistake will also smile to give it a chance to correct. But now, they all changed the style of the past, all transformed into a shrew in the fighter, that passionate open wheat look, like playing a certain game even lost 18 look, and this 18 kneeling also are ranked. Their own record is also a dozen then 0, but will always encounter 4 pit then. When encountering this kind of anticlimactic situation, who can not be anxious? The more heatedly the elders bicker, the calmer Jiang Bufan's heart becomes, not because he doesn't want to see the family harmonize, but he wants to see the family be full of competition. Rather, it was because he wanted to see the family be filled with competition. Effective and peaceful competition, of course, so that the family would always have the vigor to move forward and develop. He also fully believed that the elders, the quarrel in the conference room will not affect the outside. Everyone is trying to fight for their own interests. This is completely understandable. No matter who it was, there would be the idea of seeking personal gain in their hearts, which could not be eliminated, because this was human nature. But some people are able to control this desire, such as the Jiang family disciples, the elders, although they will fight for their own interests, but will definitely not affect the family development, as long as it would affect the future development of the family. Even if they were given the opportunity to become a god, they would simply refuse. The reason in the front and center was that they all grew up with just one philosophy, to make the cake bigger so that everyone could eat the benefit cake. So in the midst of the clamor, from time to time, there would also be people who would bring up the idea of increasing the number of people in the group. But unfortunately, it was rejected by Jiang Bufan, because pushing forward the reform of the life and death experience, there was actually only a need for a few elders to lead the whole situation. If there were more people, it would instead cause congestion. If there were more people participating, then a situation would inevitably arise where the top said they wanted horses, and when it was passed down to the bottom, it became cows, and when it was sent up again, it became cows and horses. For example, if Jiang Bufan ordered that the eligible cultivators within the clan should participate in the life and death experience, those who didn't participate on time would be punished. If the order is passed on to the next person, it is very likely to become the younger generation of cultivators within the clan must participate in the life and death training, and those who do not participate on time will be severely punished by the clan. Then it would be passed on to the next person, and it could become, as long as they are of the younger generation, they must participate in the life and death training, or else they will be kicked out of the Jiang family. In the end, it will evolve into, cultivators who do not participate in the life and death training will be kicked out of the Jiang family, no longer enjoying the treatment of the Jiang family disciples. Don't think this is a bit exaggerated. In fact, the probability of 3 people becoming a tiger is very high. There are many more outrageous things than this. This is also human nature. To take the most obvious example, the patriarch instructed his secretary to go to other branches at 10 o'clock today to conduct research, and asked him to arrange for a driver. The secretary, out of time considerations and fear of accidents, would ask the driver to wait at 9:30. The driver would be afraid of traffic jams and other circumstances, and would be in front of the patriarch's room by 9 o'clock. The following branch leaders knew that the patriarch would be coming down for research, and immediately ordered everyone to go to the intersection to meet them at 9:30. When they arrived in front of the person in charge, they would certainly ask that they must arrive at 9 o'clock. Then when it came to the team leader, the time was changed to 8:30, and finally when it came to the ordinary employees, naturally, they had already begun to gather at the intersection at 8 o'clock. Obviously, it is only at 10 o'clock that they will depart from the clan, but the lowest level minions are already here at less than 8 o'clock waiting for the arrival of the clan leader. This was the problem of the orders from above, and the problems and conflicts that would arise when they were carried out from below. Therefore, the members of the reform team of the life and death training can never be more than a certain value, but if it exceeds a certain value, it will be a disaster of destruction for the reform. As a matter of fact, the more violent these elders were, the more they would be rolled up, and the conditions they put forward would become less and less, making it easier for Jiang Bufan to carry out the reform task. For example, it was clear that in the beginning, there was only one elder who said that he wanted to send his 3 children into the life and death training, but as everyone argued, it became unanimous that as long as they had enough rolls, they would be able to obtain the final seat. From 3 to 5, to finally the entire branch was willing to participate. This was the king of rolls thought in the bones of the Chinese people, making Jiang Bufan laugh especially fast. Elders, please listen to me. Chapter 60, Dragon Tiger Pill. Elders, please listen to me. This reform is just one of my endeavors. There will be more reforms and changes in the future, so there is no need for everyone to just fight for this day. Jiang Bufan stood out. His tone was sincere as he continued. All the elders are the top pillars of the Jiang family. and we'll all have the chance to become gods. It's just that the current resources of the Jiang family can't allow everyone to become gods at once. However, you don't need to worry. This young lord once again promises that in less than 10 years, the Jiang family will be able to cultivate hundreds of deities a year. Please note that I said at least. There is no ceiling. The reason why I want to propose reforms to the many policies within the family is precisely because times are evolving and the old things can no longer keep up with the current needs. We must do our best to reform quickly so that we can ride the great ship of the times and split the crabs of the world. Perhaps the elders still don't understand when I say this now, but all the elders only need to know that under my leadership, the Jiang family is bound to prosper. As long as all the elders are able to assist me without fear, I can make a grand wish to take down all the small southwestern countries in 5 years, and the Great Bear in the north in 10 years. Within 20 years, the Jiang clan's iron cavalry will dominate the entire even duck landmass, and within 50 years, I will have the entire blue star planted with the Jiang clan's great flag, and then I will station a large number of troops towards the void battlefield. The goal of the Jiang family has always been the stars and the sea. Gentlemen, please help me. At these words, all the elders shut up unanimously and stood up after looking at each other, slightly arching their hands at Jiang Bufan, indicating that they would be happy to do so. No one would not want to see their clan revitalized. Only when the clan was strong would they be better off. And, for them, their own young master's grand wish was just a little too big, enough to make them firmly join the movement. One must know that although the Jiang family was a deity family, and a stronger one at that, it was clearly impossible to fight against the whole world with the power of a single family right now. However, the young master of his own family dared to make a big statement about taking down the whole world within 50 years, so that was something to think about. There were two basic requirements that had to be met in order for this to be accomplished. First, Jiang Bufan had to become at least a top-tier deity. Otherwise there was no way for him to become the extermination leader even though everyone within the family supported him. Second, the number of deities in the Jiang family had to at least double 100-fold so that he could guard such a huge frontier. To accomplish this, Jiang Bufan still had a long way to go before he needed to go. Seeing that everyone agreed, Jiang Bufan also quickly named the remaining 6 elders according to his own ideas and needs to completely form the calendar reform team. What followed was a meeting of the group of 8 along with himself, where Jiang Bufan put forward a few requirements, and then after interacting with the 7 elders with each other, a preliminary plan was formulated. It was announced to the clan through a formula, which immediately caused everyone to be shocked. They had thought that their young master would move forward with reforms quickly, but they hadn't imagined it would be this fast. After a night's sleep, the life and death calendar had changed drastically, and one of the things that caused the young generation to feel the most trepidation was the fact that there was a 10% death quota in the course of the calendar. The meaning here was not that 10 people would die out of 100, but that 10 quotas were allowed to die during the life and death training process. In other words, the life and death training in the future would really kill people. On top of that, disciples who participated in life and death adventures with outstanding performance received resource cultivation that simply shocked everyone. It could basically be summarized in one sentence. Earth-rank spirit objects were as plentiful as ox hair, and heaven-rank spirit objects weren't rare either. Numerous powerful disciples were rubbing their fists together, wanting to win a good future for themselves. If they were lucky enough to be spotted by the young lord, then their future achievements could be a medium divine spirit to start with. The latest installment of the life and death exercise was in half a month's time, and was located in a secret realm held by the Jiang family, which was filled with many demonic beasts of varying grades. These demonic beasts were all at the lowest innate starting battle power, and demonic beasts of divine mansion and dharma phase were not rare. Even the demonic sects of Zhongshi battle power had more than a dozen of them. For the Jiang family young generation of cultivators, is undoubtedly a huge challenge. The divine mansion and dharma phase is barely able to battle. Even if it cannot be defeated is not enough to escape. But once a demon sect comparable to a sect master, the probability is that it already possesses a terrifying power of rules. If an ordinary disciple encounters it, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to run away. However, this does not affect the enthusiasm of the disciples at all. Anyway, people will eventually die. Early death and late death will have to die. Not as good as the death of the sensational. For cultivators, dying in the process of becoming powerful was undoubtedly an admirable end. The young ones were like calves. No matter how treacherous the front was, they were going to go ahead and break into a world of their own. In just 3 days, the number of disciples who had come to enroll had already exceeded 4 digits, which caused all the elders of the family to hold back a sigh of relief. They knew that under their young master's policy, the Jiang family's younger generation's combat power would be horribly boosted, and they would definitely be more powerful in the future. However, they would still feel sad for the disciples who were about to die unfortunately. These were all their children. However, all the elders did not stop them half-heartedly. As long as they were children who voluntarily participated in the training, not only would they not stop them, they would also improve themselves as much as possible for them in the limited time available. Some of the elders would instruct them on their martial arts skills, some would instruct them on their cultivation breakthroughs, and some would tell them about their fighting skills. All in all, in these few short days, the Jiang family seemed to have fallen into some sort of mysterious situation. That is, everyone was holding their breath in a desperate endeavor. Jiang Bufan was very satisfied with this situation, and then disappeared into the cultivation room to refine 5 dragon tiger pills, allowing all of his own golden blood to metamorphose into jade blood. The horizontal training cultivation once again got a surge, completing the great circle of blood refining realm. The next step was to break through to the flesh refining realm, refining one's body's blood and flesh to the realm of natural perfection. Since the flesh refining realm would refine and discolor all the flesh and blood of the body, Jiang Bufan decided to find a suitable opportunity to directly refine the flesh and blood to the jade flesh level. Otherwise, if he cultivated to iron flesh, copper flesh, silver flesh, gold flesh, it all felt weird, especially at the copper flesh level. It was like the Shaolin Temple's 18 Luohan, completely inconsistent with the image of the Jiang family's young lord. Only by reaching the jade flesh realm, with skin as white as jade all over his body, a fluttering gentleman, would he be worthy of the skin of the divine spirit family's young lord? It was worth mentioning that Jiang Bufan had also refined the 10 flavors Di Huang pill, which made him realize the terror of this pill. A single pill made his body's qi and blood skyrocket another double, which didn't seem like much. However, it must be known that Jiang Bufan's own physique was of the very best of the heavenly stage, and all of his blood had been refined to the jade blood realm, so ordinary elixirs were unable to increase his qi and blood by even a single millimeter. And just this one elixir made the qi and blood in his body skyrocket by a factor of 2, which was already enough to surprise him with terror as it were. Chapter 61, Continuing to Gather Wool. The drastic increase in qi and blood also allowed Jiang Bufan's battle power to be increased several times, and now he felt like he could blow away a department store building with a single punch of his own. Flesh becoming a god was just around the corner. Walking out of the cultivation room, the 7 elders who were chosen to be part of the training reform team came to him one after another to report on the advancement. Because he had already explained the importance of the matter in advance, there was no one below who was contrary, and things developed smoothly. On top of that, the Jiang clan's warships sent to the small island nation had all returned and brought back huge amounts of cultivation resources. A portion of them had already been sent down to the family's peer cultivators as per his order, and the rest had already been stowed away in the family treasury. The crisis at the border was also all lifted after the fleet returned completely, and all countries tacitly withdrew all of their own battle forces. Of course, the Yi family's deities had also returned, and when they were leaving, the Grand Elder gave a portion of the resources, making them all more satisfied. The entire Jiang clan had already exuded great vigor, constantly moving forward at an unimaginable speed. Jiang Bufan expressed great satisfaction with this, and since the things within the clan were arranged in a clear manner, he was going to go about his own business. Right now, he had 2 destined sons of heaven's fortune to glean. One was Xiaoyan, who was no longer worth mentioning, and the other was the withdrawn stream of destined sons of heaven Wang Chen. He was now prepared to quickly resolve Xiaoyan before seeking out Wang Dust and absorbing his massive amount of qi. When all was said and done, Jiang Bufan knew that Xiaoyan had returned to the Su clan with Su Lingeret this time through the clan's means of localization and earning Huaxia coins through various business means as a way to pay back the interest. Regarding their confusing behavior, Jiang Bufan said that he also felt godly. After all, with the contract he had signed with the Su family, it was absolutely impossible for the Su family to repay that huge sum of money even if they sold their family assets. Besides, hadn't the 2 already fled to Xintian sect to come? Why did they run back again? Could it be that they are not used to the water? How could he know that the most important reason why the 2 ran back to the Su family was because of him? After the 2 met Jiang Bufan in the Xintian sect, they themselves were already terrified, and then Xiaoyan was needed for a while. A certain great evil seed within the general had inexplicably died outside the clan again, and not even his bones had been retrieved. The 2 of them did a little thinking and felt that this matter was a warning given to them by Jiang Bufan. If they didn't want to escape, no matter how far away the sky was, the Jiang family would find them and kill them. With the strength of the Jiang family, they had no doubt at all that they would be able to do so, and most importantly, the South had also entered into some sort of unknown relationship with the Jiang family. They had seen with their own eyes that the Yi family in the South had dispatched several deities to help the Jiang family defend the borders, and then returned from the Jiang family to the Yi family with a smile on their faces. There was bound to be some sort of connection here, and although the 2 of them didn't know what it was, they did know that there was no place for them in the entirety of China, and with the borders completely sealed, there was no way for them to escape. So the 2 decided, after some thought, to return to the Su family. They were gambling that they could develop the Su family quickly so that the Su family could afford to pay back this massive amount of money and thus escape death. Moreover, The two also wondered why Jiang Bufan had not been killing them. To say that they had something on them that Jiang Bufan wanted, that would never be possible. After all, what they had, Jiang Bufan, as the young master of the divine spirit family, certainly had as well. If one were to say that Jiang Bufan didn't have something, it would be Su Linger, but his behavior could not be that he still cared about Su Linger. After the two of them brainstormed, they finally agreed that Jiang Bufan just wanted to insult Su Linger, in order to satisfy his own perverted, evil heart. This kind of person is really too low. The more Su Linger thought about it, the more fortunate she was. If she really married Jiang Bufan, judging by his current rough behavior, wouldn't he domestically abuse her every day? This was not a possibility, but a certainty. Jiang Bufan was obviously a pervert with violent tendencies. Otherwise, why would he move to punch and kick her during this period of time? Fortunately, one did not choose him. Compared to him, the Xiaoyan by her side was much more outstanding. Not only did he give her $30 million, $10 million too, give her another $300 million during the escape. On weekdays also gentle and elegant, to her no matter what, only in some specific time like to play a little trick. Let her body be filled with certain traces, but that was an understandable little celebratory fun, completely normal to the point of being normal behavior. Su Linger secretly made up her mind. This time when she returned to the Su clan, she would definitely run her various business as well, and then repay the loan. From then on, she would draw a clear line with Jiang Bufan, and would never come back to each other. Xiaoyan also agreed with her idea and returned to the Su family with her, calling it revitalizing the Su family. Only in his heart, he still wanted to gather some of the wool of the Su family, to seize some cultivation resources for himself, so that his cultivation, which had not progressed for several months, would have a breakthrough. Without cultivation resources, it was difficult for him to move forward. To say that the Su family did not have cultivation resources, he would never believe it. After all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Su family had suffered such a great economic crisis, there were definitely still hidden resources. Xiaoyan precisely wanted to use this resource to improve his cultivation realm, and it would be best to attract the attention of certain forces who would then step in to protect him. Then he would be able to live on and continue to cultivate in the cracks until his cultivation had become great, and then he would destroy the Jiang family with thunderous means to avenge his current hatred. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was always incomparably regrettable. When Xiaoyan and Su Linger returned to the Su family, what greeted them was not the warmth of the clansmen, but the cold eyes of everyone. Even the subordinates who had originally been so pleasing to them did not have an ounce of admiration at all at this time, and the envoys also gritted their teeth every time they saw them. This was also a very normal thing. After all, because of the two of them, the entire Su family had become the current form, and if they wanted to escape, they would be exterminated by the Jiang family's experts with a thunderbolt. Not long ago, there were two elders who, relying on the fact that they had some sort of mysterious spirit talisman on them, wanted to escape from within the jurisdiction of the Jiang family. However, just as they activated the mysterious spirit talisman, 5 colored divine thunderbolts descended from the 9 heavens, blasting the two of them into powder, floating with the wind and turning into nothingness. Before the crowd could react, another divine thunderbolt descended, instantly blasting out hundreds of Su family members. They all know in their hearts, this is the Jiang families for the Su family's punishment. If in the future the Su family there are still people who want to escape, then the Jiang family will surely descend again the thunder. The cause of all this is Su Linger and Xiaoyan's pair of dogs. Anyway, they can't afford to repay this huge sum of money is also a death. Then why do they still have to maintain respect for the two? Not going up and slapping them with a big mouth is already a very qualified performance. Xiaoyan was sweating. He had thought that the Su family might not treat him well, but he had not thought that they would treat him so poorly. He was a well-known genius, and as long as he was given the resources and time to settle down, he would definitely be able to achieve the divine spirit realm in the future. The Su family was nothing more than a bunch of ants. How dare they treat him like this? If he wasn't weak right now, he would definitely let them know the terrifying combat power of a genius. However, once he thought of Jiang Bufan, he still decided to convince the Su family crowd to let him take charge of the Su family's family business first, so that he could escape the Jiang family's punishment. Uncles, please listen to me. The Su family can't develop in your hands anyway. Why don't you let me give it a try? To know. Chapter 62 Xiaoyan's thoughts. Uncles, please listen to me. The Su family will not be able to develop in your hands anyway, so why don't you let me give it a try? Knowing that I, Xiaoyan, am a first-class cultivation genius, as long as I am given the time to grow, I will definitely be able to become the protector of the Su family, and even the Jiang family will definitely honor me a few points. Xiaoyan released the aura of his upper body fire spirit body as he talked loudly, causing the crowd present to feel a blazing heat. They also knew that Xiaoyan was indeed a genius, and if he was able to have a massive amount of cultivation resources, and if he was able to be given the time to settle down, he might really be able to achieve the position of a deity. However, these two conditions, the Su family didn't even have them now. Most of the Su family's resources had already been repaid to the Jiang family in the form of debts, and what was left could only barely sustain the family's operations, making it impossible to invest in an outsider. Secondly, the Jiang family would not give them too much time, and Xiao Yan's desire to slowly sink in was clearly something impossible. The crowd present did not take offense to what Xiao Yan had said, and the thought in their hearts was that they could live one day at a time, and if the Jiang family was unhappy to exterminate them one day, they could only choose to accept it helplessly. For the crowd's reaction, Xiao Yan was obviously a little puzzled. Obviously he had pointed out a path to them. Why was the crowd still unable to fight with passion? Just as he wanted to continue persuading the crowd, a respected old man in the crowd slowly walked towards him with his walking stick. This made Xiao Yan feel a sense of relief in his heart, and his originally flustered heart calmed down at this moment, and he secretly said in his heart, there is still someone who understands my talent and knows to come and support me. Although his heart was very arrogant, but now that people were under the roof, he had to bow his head. Xiao Yan still hurriedly rushed forward and supported the old man. His tone was cordial and with a strong concern saying, "Senior personally coming forward to support me today makes the late generation feel immensely honored. If the late generation achieves divine spirit in the future, it will definitely repay the grace of Senior's bowl." Although the words are so said, but look at this old man's old and gray appearance. Obviously cannot live to that time, just as a cake. If not, then he would directly carry 2 pounds of steamed buns and a knife of paper money to see this old man. Then I am afraid that this old man would also feel incomparably honored. Most of the time, Xiao Yan felt that he was a ing genius, no matter what he was able to imagine. If it was not that the family environment in which he was born was too poor, if he was born in one of the other 3 great deity families like the Jiang family, with his talent, he would be able to become the only demonic genius within the family. With the support of vast amounts of cultivation resources, he would certainly have risen to the divine spirit realm at an unimaginable speed. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Both of his biological parents had already died, and now he didn't even know where his ashes had been blown to. In fact, the most important thing in a person's life was to cast a good birth, because the first and most important watershed in life was amniotic fluid. Casting a good fetus, direct deity cultivation guaranteed. Even if the talent is not good, the family is also able to use a variety of means to make its talent to get metamorphosis. For example, legend has it that the young master of a certain family barely stepped into the cultivation path with 3 years, and with his talent, it is difficult to reach the realm of the Purple Mansion in this lifetime. But his family is also famous in China, directly with billions of dollars worth of cultivation resources, to the Jiang family in exchange for a strain of divine dragon grass, letting its young master refine and swallow it, hardening him with a Xian rank extreme spiritual body, the 3-clawed black dragon body, making it also a small famous genius. Originally, the youngster who could not even step into the Purple Mansion, thus became a late-stage Zongshi cultivator after 50 years by virtue of the family's help. When this news reached Xiao Yan's ears, a nameless fire grew in his heart. He was furious that these clans did not know to give him a little bit of cultivation resources and only knew to seek personal gain for their own clan disciples. Couldn't they see that he was a supreme genius? If he didn't invest now, when he grew up, he definitely wouldn't accept other people's goodwill anymore. In fact, the matter of him being a genius was known to many clans in Huaxia, and they were all interested in trying to befriend and have a good relationship with Indeed. However, as soon as they found out that this son actually had the audacity to compete with the young master of the Jiang family for a woman, and also completely offended this killing god in the middle of the day, all families will coincidentally give up the opportunity to befriend him, and even have clan disciples. See him all hurry to run far away, for fear of incurring the bad luck of this unlucky child. For all the families, investing in genius is important, but to offend the deity family because of this matter, that will not be able to row. Geniuses were important, but China, the one thing that is not lacking is geniuses. Gold will always shine, but there are countless golds in the land of Huaxia. The reason why gold could become gold and be loved by all, besides the fact that it was truly attractive, it was also because the strong were willing to make him something of great value. This was also true for talents. A genius was just an ordinary person with talent until he grew up. For the various clans, offending the Jiang clan's young lord is a prerequisite to not call a heaven's pride. Unless that heaven's pride, well, no matter how terrifying this heavenly pride's talent was, it was absolutely impossible for them to come to their aid, because they clearly knew that their own family was not on the same level as the Divine Spirit family's Jiang family at all. As long as the Jiang family was displeased, they would only need to make a slight move to cause their family to go up in smoke from this wonderful world. The old man who was being supported by Xiao Yan first froze for a second before anger surfaced on his face as he opened Xiao Yan's hands. His eyes were then bloodshot as he directly took his walking stick and smashed it on his body, and while doing so, he also scolded him with a voice that carried a sobbing tone. You dog, if it wasn't for you, how would our Su family end up in the current situation? And for the old man to support you, it's all because of high quality that the old man didn't slap you to death. The old man smashed Xiaoyan's body with a stick. Seemingly ordinary attacks. Each stick was able to beat Xiaoyan to the point where his skin was cracked. This old man was clearly not a small character. Xiaoyan had wanted to directly resist the old man's stick technique, but after the first stick came down, he felt that all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. If he was not wearing a protective undergarment, I am afraid that with this stick, his ribs would have to say goodbye to him. Dad, I am going to set sail tonight. Xiaoyan hastily utilized his body technique and fled while asking for help from the surrounding melon-eaters who were watching the show. Which vein of old man is this? Why don't you hurry to bring it back? Do you want to see the old man rage because of a wave of anger? It's definitely impossible for me as a junior to strike back at the old man, but if the old man keeps getting so angry, it's easy for high blood pressure to erupt. Chapter 63, Beaten to a Pig's Head. Xiaoyan could not manage this old man and hurriedly asked for help from the other Su family members around him. However, the other Su family members simply turned a blind eye and did not care about this small matter at all. After a long time, some people were afraid that the old man would fall and wanted to go up to help him down, but a sentence from the surrounding people dispelled their thoughts. The words were rough, but the reasoning wasn't. In the end, you're going to die anyway, so you might as well let the old man vent his frustrations. Then, Xiaoyan was then beaten by the old master with hundreds of canes in public, beating him to the point that his body was covered with scarring. Su Linger, who was at the side, wanted to stop the old master, but before she could make a move, she was brought to the conference room by the other Su family elders to discuss the matter. After the elders carefully questioned and determined that there was no possibility of Su Linger and the Jiang family's young master being together, their hanging hearts finally died. They knew that if the Jiang clan did not relent, then the Su clan would surely die and would be destroyed without a doubt. Originally, they were still thinking that maybe Jiang Bufan would still have a place for Su Linger in his heart. Even if it was just a little bit, they would still have a chance of survival. But Su Linger bluntly told them that Jiang Bufan only wanted to torture her with all sorts of means right now, and when he got tired of torturing her, perhaps he would kill her in pain. As soon as these words came out, the elders looked at each other and fell into a long silence. They had already accepted that they would be liquidated, and in the end, the odds were that it would be a word of death. Many of them had gone to the Jiang family to ask for their lives, but the Jiang family had made it very clear that they could live if they paid back the money. People also said, they just want to recover their own accounts, but not what evil forces called Su family to earn money back on good. But that 9 out of 13 returns, high and huge sums of money all make the Su family feel that the road ahead is lost. Taking advantage of the fragment of the elders who were lost in thought, Su Linger hurriedly made a suggestion to the crowd, saying that she and Xiaoyan had come back this time because they wanted to earn money to pay back the huge sum by doing business. She asked the elders to completely delegate their authority so that she and Xiaoyan could take the plunge into commercialization. She also said that the elders did not have the means to revitalize the business anyway, so why not hand it over to the younger generation? Inject fresh blood, and maybe there will be some miracles? All the elders couldn't help but laugh bitterly when they heard this. Do you think doing business is child's play? We have been in this circle for hundreds of years, but we don't have the means to revitalize the Su family's business. What are you two juniors capable of? Don't mention that SB Xiaoyan to me. If it wasn't for him, how would the Su family be hated by young Lord Jiang? You, Su Linger, still don't have a long memory? It's true that just as young Master Jiang said, you are a, ha ha ha, Su Linger, if you had been single-mindedly with young Master Jiang, then you would be the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family now. Who would dare to disrespect you? That's right. I don't know whether you are blind or sick in the head. Actually giving up young Master Jiang and looking at that Xiaoyan outside the door? He claimed that he is gifted and has the potential to become a god in the future. But how much time has passed since then? And why is he still a broken Zifu realm cultivator? Alas, one wrong step. All of you might as well enjoy the next few days as the old man. Maybe one day the head will fall off. Also right, anyway, those stores cannot live. Then why not throw it to Su Linger? I would like to see what they can do. If the disc does not live, to increase the laughingstock just. Although the elders scolded Su Linger fiercely, but in the end inexplicably unified opinion, willing to give all the stores to them to take care of. However, from the air of several elders it is not difficult to learn that the business of the stores is now in jeopardy, and it is highly likely that they will not survive. However, Su Linger was still full of hope as she unconditionally believed in the perfect brother in her heart, which was Xiaoyan. Anyway, in her mind, as long as Xiaoyan made a move, no matter what the problem was, it would be able to be solved. As for being bullied and humiliated by Jiang Bufan before, It was only because the gap in power behind the two was too great. Otherwise, if Xiao Yan had the power of the Jiang family's clan, he would definitely have been a Dharma phase realm cultivator by now. Now must have been Dharma phase realm cultivator, dumping Jiang Bufan hundreds of streets. If Su Linger knows, Jiang Bufan at this time has been a sect master realm cultivator, but also partially cultivated horizontal cultivation, but also comprehended hundreds of realms of meaning words. I'm afraid that she would only be able to lower her head in self-abasement, not daring to continue bleeping lie. Although Su Linger objected to the words of the elders, but now she was already a street rat. Everyone shouted at her existence. If she dared to contradict the elders again, I'm afraid that without waiting for Jiang Bufan to make a move, she would be beaten half to death by the elders. The reason why the elders didn't take action against her was probably because there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, hoping that Jiang Bufan still didn't have the means to forget about her. Although this hope was very slim, but what if Jiang Bufan was a dead-licking dog? What if he was just obsessed with Su Linger? As long as Jiang Bufan still had the slightest thought about her, there was still a possibility for the Su clan to exist, which was why the elders did not smash this SB woman into pieces in the first place. As for Xiao Yan, the elders actually still held an unrealistic fantasy in their hearts. That is, what if he was the son of heaven's destiny? What if he, with his heavenly beauty, was suddenly looked upon by a peerless powerhouse, and then he also became a divine spirit realm powerhouse after a very short period of time? Then wouldn't he be able to protect the Su clan in turn and be the Su clan supporter? Although this possibility was slim to none, but for a genius, who could be sure that there was no possibility at all? The elders did not know how to get through the crisis themselves anyway, so they might as well leave it all to Su Linger and Xiao Yan. One was the woman that Jiang Bufan had once loved to death, and the other was the Green Dragon Academy's once most pleased supreme genius. The two might really have an outbreak of qi, and at some point in time, they would suddenly burst into action in an astonishing manner. Seeing that the elders had handed over all the management of the stores to themselves, Su Linger's heart had already blossomed with joy and she ran out of the conference room with a smile on her face, wanting to share this good news with Xiao Yan. The elders were left alone in the conference room dying, their hearts still pondering whether they had any other possibilities of staying alive. Suddenly, one of the elders opened his mouth and said, "Actually, if we are willing to become the Jiang family's death squad, there might still be a chance of survival." When the elders heard this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. The Jiang family's death squad, as its name implied, was the legion that ran to the front, with a mortality rate of up to 80%. In the past, when the war was going on, the death squad could be said to have to replenish its strength every now and then, and now that it's peacetime, the death squad has been enjoying a good time for a while. From the viewpoint of the Jiang family's young master's dominance, this peace will definitely not last for too long, and signing up for the death squad right now is basically no different from sending them to their deaths. However, if they could drag it out for a while, it was also a while. If it really came to the time when they were going to be killed, the probability was that they would still bring it up. The conference room was dead, but the outside was full of vigor, and the current Xiao Yan was beaten like a pig's head, completely lacking the previous image of a flamboyant gentleman. He was ridiculed by everyone in the Su family, and these laughs were like knives thrust into Xiao Yan's heart. Let Xiao Yan roar inwardly. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor, secretly deciding that when he became a deity in the future, he would definitely avenge today's ridicule. Su Linger came to his side at this moment with a bounce and a smile on her face. "Brother Xiao, the elders are willing to give us the right to manage the stores. We have completed the first step of our plan." Chapter 64, bringing it home at a 60% discount. Xiao Yan originally looked at Su Linger with a smile on her face, and thought that she was also laughing at herself, and inexplicably got angry with a nameless fire in her heart, also prepared to wait after returning to the room. "Will definitely use thunderous means to let Su Linger know who is the father." But Su Linger said out words, immediately dispelled his thoughts. By the way, also his nameless fire all doused, simply let him joy from the heart gushed out. Xiao Yan hurriedly inquired, "Linger, is this the truth?" Su Linger nodded, a smile still on her face, only that her tone was somewhat grudging. "Brother Xiao, do you still not believe me?" "Believe?" Xiao Yan hurriedly replied that he believed, and his heart was all angry again with a 10,000-foot bravado as he vaguely saw a light in the future. He now only needed to revitalize the stores and then earn a large amount of cultivation resources, and take out a small benefit to collect into his bag under the premise of repaying the huge amount of money. That way, he'd have the cultivation resources, and the time to sink his teeth into it. After a few years, when the Jiang family reacted, maybe she would have already become a super drag realm cultivator. At that time, he would then take all of the Su family's cultivation resources, take Su Linger and head deeper into the mountains, and use the fastest time to break through to a half-step divine spirit, and then finally metamorphose into the top tier. In the end, he would transform into a top-tier deity, and then he would no longer need to hide, but would have the strength and ability to face the Jiang family head-on. At that time, offense and defense would be easy. He must let the Jiang family know what a wrong decision it was to bully and suppress him so much in the past. He also had to make Jiang Bufan fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness just like him while singing at the top of his voice, just like this. He was conquered by you. Imagination was beautiful, but reality could always give him two big mouths. When he arrived at the Su family store, he saw the scene in front of him and directly fell into a big state of dumbfoundedness. The counter that was originally filled with pills, spirit weapons, spirit medicine, and so on the counter, now has long been crawling with cobwebs. At a glance is not cleaned for a long time. So many stores added up. The number of spirit pills is less than 100. The number of spirit medicines is less than 1,000. As for the other spirit weapons, it is even impossible to find 10 bing. He was so angry that he gathered all the stewards together and scolded them, and asked them to hand over the embezzled things. But the crowd of stewards also completely ignored him, and directly woke up this purple mansion realm cultivator with 2 slaps. One arrogant and domineering. You foreigner, how dare you show off in front of us, thinking you're so high and mighty? That's right, nothing has been investigated. And the first thing that comes up is that we are corrupt? What can we corrupt? Everything was taken by the Jiang family as interest. Since you wrongly accused the old man of having unclean hands and feet, then the old man still has unclean hands and feet today. This 10 beads of elixir the old man will take it in front of your face. If you don't serve go to the family to sue. That's a valid point. Then I'll take these 2 spirit pills and give you the evidence directly. Go and report it to the clan. The next stewards were one more ruthless than the other, and in front of Xiao Yan, they rigidly took all of the few commodities that were available, with nothing remaining at all. This was followed by a direct announcement of resignation and no longer serving as a steward of the Su family store in the future, again making Xiao Ran a ball general with no soldiers available. Xiao Yan was furious, but there was nothing he could do with these stewards. After all, they were all members of the Su family, and it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to think that the Su family would punish them. So this beating today could only be taken. However, looking at the side of the Su Linger, his heart has given birth to another idea. Anyway, he was beaten by the Su family. Then at night he will beat the Su family as revenge. Su Linger didn't notice his sinister eyes, but just looked at the empty store with a worried face, and asked in a somewhat anxious tone, Brother Xiao, what should we do now? There is nothing. How can we earn resources? What to do? Cold. As soon as this was mentioned, Xiao Yan surged with a nameless fire, and he did not know if the Su family were all bandits. That did not leave anything at all. If the house did not have a way to take it, I am afraid that they would not even leave the stores for him. Xiao Yan, after a short period of thinking, decided to first go to the slave market to purchase 20 slaves to be used as the person in charge of the store to solve the problem of not having any personnel. Just as he opened the store's money bank with hope, the only 200 Chinese coins placed inside caused the flame in his heart to be doused immediately. This was a real beast, leaving only this much money to run. This was still operating a chicken feather. Xiao Yan did not doubt for a second that if he was not too lazy to take it, I am afraid that these 200 bits and pieces of Huaxia coins would not have been left behind by the stewards. When things came to this, there was no other way. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and took out the initial funds from his own small treasury, allowing Su Linger to go to the slave market to purchase 20 slaves. Su Linger took the money and went to buy slaves with her but in her hands, leaving Xiao Yan to sulk alone. In less than 2 hours, Su Linger returned to the store with another 20 old slaves, and actually still had 20 Huaxia coins left. Xiao Yan was dumbfounded. His small head was filled with a great deal of doubt. He still could not figure out until his death. Why did Su Linger buy these old-fashioned goods? Could it be that the slaves in the store were all handsome and beautiful men and women who should be qualified in terms of appearance and size? Xiao Yan did not dare to speak loudly for fear that the sound would scare them to death in the store. I asked you to buy slaves. Why did you buy so many old men back? Su Linger replied in an aggravated manner. Brother Xiao Yan, the money you gave me is only enough to buy them. If you were to buy top-quality slaves, you would not be able to buy even one with your money. Xiao Yan choked on his words for a while. He really did not know how to answer this question. After thinking about it, he could only accept this reality helplessly. Older will be older. Older will still have experience and will not make mistakes. Then, Xiao Yan let this group of old undead slaves first cleaning. 2 slaves twisted to the waist. Directly honorable death. The rest also have more or less foot pain, hand pain, and the whole is a big state that is not far from death. He was dumbfounded. How else can he play this sky collapse opening? If not revitalization of stores is his only way to live, I'm afraid that now he would like to give up and quit. After thinking about it, he could only decide to sell off one of his stores, selling one at 80% off the market price and then buying back 10 young slaves. In exchange for some more spiritual pills, he personally made pills to ensure the supply of goods. Afterwards, he took out thousands of yellow-ranked martial arts skills and hundreds of Xian-ranked martial arts skills from the Su family to sell. This naturally caused the Su family to be dissatisfied. After all, martial skills were the family's heritage. How could they be taken out for sale? However, Xiaoyan only said 2 words that made them willingly stop caring about this matter. 1. The Su family was about to perish. What more do they need in terms of family heritage? Letting the family get through this difficult time first would give them the strength to talk about the matter of the heritage. Secondly, the martial skills can be printed. Anyway, the Su family can continue to cultivate in the future. The impact is not that big. The last spirit weapon, he was not able to build it, nor did he have the extra money to build it, so he simply chose to give up. Lamp After he finished refining all the pills, he put up a sign at the entrance of all the stores and officially started the selling journey. The advertisement of the sign at the doorway: don't take 9% off. Don't take 8% off. Don't take 7% off. Just take 6% off. Perfect martial arts skills, perfect elixirs all brought home. Chapter 65 Sinking Markets. This slogan did attract a portion of people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they were all low-ranked cultivators. This was normal. After all, the truly powerful middle and high-level cultivators would all choose the bigger selling stores. Not only was the quality of the pills better, but it also made people feel more assured that they wouldn't encounter fakes. The cultivator who came in to purchase the elixir looked here and there, and in the end asked for a 0 to be erased when purchasing, or else he would not buy it. Xiaoyan really wanted to go up and give them 2 slaps, but the customer is God. He could only tearfully wipe the 0 to return this single business. This is also good that the elixir is personally refined by him, saving the refining costs. His probability of success is also high, and save the cost of the elixir. Otherwise, according to this selling method, not to lose money is not bad, even if he saved so many costs under the premise. A potion he can only earn 10% of the profit. Normally, the profit of an elixir was around 50%, and this was still under the premise that the cost was much higher than Xiaoyan's, so Xiaoyan really felt that he had lost quite a lot of money. However, there was nothing that could be done about it now. Those people who came to buy the pills were only coming to take advantage of the fact that the Su family needed to quickly recoup their funds. If they were not sold to them, they could afford to delay. But unfortunately, the Su family could not delay for such a long time. All in all, as long as he could earn a barely visible profit, Xiaoyan turned a blind eye and chose to sell it. Unbeknownst to him, this behavior would in turn make the business worse and worse, because the selling price of his pills was not accurate, and everyone did not know whether they were buying at a profit or a loss, especially for those who had purchased pills before. After learning that other people had purchased pills cheaper than themselves, they would naturally be more upset in their hearts. Then they secretly decided that if they needed to buy again next time, they must bargain more. It would be best to cut the price by half first and then let the boss erase a 0, so as to barely be able to satisfy them. With regards to the sales of pills, Xiaoyan was considered to have barely revitalized himself, and although he did not earn much, it was barely enough to cover the expenditure of the resources that he needed for his cultivation on a regular basis. As for repaying the interest from the Jiang family, it would need to rely on the sale of martial skills. Only the sale of martial skills could earn funds on a large scale. For the way of selling martial arts, he also basically had an idea. With his talent, the yellow-ranked martial arts basically did not take more than a few hours to be able to start. He learns a martial arts skill every day, and then shows the role of this martial arts skill to the crowd, and then casually promises the crowd that as long as they buy the martial arts skill, they can get 10 minutes of guidance from him. With his talent and eyesight, it was completely enough to instruct the cultivators who had yet to be initiated. As for the possibility of him not being qualified, or not being able to give pointers, it was almost 0, because what he sold were all yellow and Xian-ranked martial arts. Most of the people who needed to spend money to buy these martial arts were born in poverty, and their talent was most likely not that good either. He does not need to point to its reach the perfect realm. 10 minutes only, completely easy law, and he also has a selfish. If someone has felt his instructions, still want to let him continue to instruct, then charge a little fee is reasonable, right? At that time, he would have an additional income. Wouldn't it be great? Xiaoyan thought beautifully, but unfortunately, he still overestimated his influence. The sign was hung out for several days, and as a result, there was still no one who came to look for his designation. The most infuriating thing was that one day, a certain cultivator purchased a yellow order upper grade martial skill, and it just so happened that he had cultivated this martial skill to the level of a grand completion. Originally, he thought of pointing out this cultivator to increase his popularity and lure more cultivators to come and purchase the martial arts sold by the Su family. Unfortunately, this cultivator didn't care about his identity as a genius martial artist of the Green Dragon Academy, paid the money and ran out of the store with the martial skill in his arms. There was absolutely no hint of wanting him to give him pointers. and he even showed a great deal of disgust, and it was obvious that he was looking down on him between his eyebrows. This made Xiao Yan want to spit out blood. He was a genius martial artist. How could this group of mudlegs dare to look down on him? If not for the fact that he was now the person in charge of the store and had to take this group of mud-legged people as God, he would have long ago carried a chopper and given one person a knife. It was simply too rampant. With the passage of time, the impact of the poor sale of martial arts became more and more significant, and in a blink of an eye, it was immediately to the time when the interest needed to be paid to the Jiang family. But now the funds in the store were still not even 1/10 enough. This could put Xiao Yan in a hurry, and his brain was running at high speed every day. This was normal. Not to mention that there were tens of millions of yellow rank and Xian rank martial skills on the market. There were also at least millions of martial skills of this rank. Most people who purchased a martial skill would need several months to barely get started, and after getting started, they would still need to cultivate it, and it was only after they had achieved great success that they might want to replace it. All in all, the updating speed of martial arts was just too slow. So slow that some people might even eat one martial art for the rest of their lives. There would even be a situation where a family of 4 or 5 people would cultivate the same martial skill together, which would allow Xiao Yan to sell it. Approaching the last 10 days of paying the interest, Xiao Yan finally phased out a way that was not a way, and that was to utilize the sinking market. Although in this kind of place where every inch of land is gold, yellow and Xian rank martial skills are not good for selling. However, it was possible to sell these martial skills to other small counties. For those small counties, Xian rank martial skills were already considered upper-tier martial skills. Even in smaller counties, Xian rank martial arts can be used as the treasure of the town, and there will be a large market for them. Most importantly, the smaller the place, the fiercer the competition. There might only be 2 or 3 governing clans in a small county. The strength of these few clans should all be at a very different level. But if one of the clans purchased a Xian rank martial art, if the other clans didn't, then the clan that didn't purchase it would 100% be eliminated with the passage of time, because Huaxia is still honored by strength now. This will lead to a phenomenon. That is, small county families have to buy these martial arts, because no one dares to be sure that their own hostile forces will not quietly buy. People are all tend to avoid harm creatures, will be afraid of their own hostile forces in a certain day strength than their own. To that time can be who all fist big who do the Lord. So these families will certainly buy these for them to senior martial arts. Other people are buying. He does not. This is not looking for death, but others have bought. He also buy. That is not in vain to buy, but even if it's for nothing, they still have to take the high price and buy it willingly. And even purchasing a martial arts skill won't satisfy their desires. People, as long as they have a desire, they are bound to be impulsive and impulsiveness represents money. The more Xiao Yan thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was simply ghostly, and immediately finalized the plan to implement it, and then went to the Su family's home to profit from a group of offerings that were invited to. Personally transported these martial arts to various small cities on the line to sell. This sale really, as he thought, Xian rank in the upper grade martial arts to the small county, simply can be said to be a descending blow. Just put on the shelves. It was quickly swept away, and even there are a lot of price increases to buy. For a while, the Su family earned a lot of money, and Xiao Yan also took some of the resources earned and began to close down for cultivation. Su Linger's face also reappeared with a trace of arrogance, and her body naturally showed the arrogance that she had at the beginning, completely restoring the aura of the former Su family's eldest young lady. Facing the Su family crowd, she would often tell them, choice is always more important than effort. If she had not chosen Xiao Yan, how could the Su family develop rapidly? Most importantly, this was the Su family's self-reliant development, not relying on the Zhang families or handouts to get by. The Su family members were also all brainless goods, and after listening to Su Linger's word art for a long time, one after another, they also began to gradually agree with her thoughts. They all felt that Xiao Yan was actually a talented person and might really be able to accomplish something great in the future. They seemed to have already seen Xiao Yan leading the Su family towards a prosperous future after he broke through the divine spirit realm, and the Zhang family would have to look good to them at that time. It was only that everyone did not pay attention to the fact that although the Su family seemed to be earning a lot of money, the resources that had actually arrived in the Su family's coffers were pitifully small. Can only say barely enough Su family expenses? Su Linger explanation for this is also very reasonable. The resources earned were all taken to repay the loan. Otherwise, if the Zhang family became furious, no one in the Su family would be able to carry it. The Su family members looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. And all of them felt free to stop asking questions. One by one, they received the basic deposit given by the family and went to various places to spend their time and get drunk. There was even an elder who had supposedly just obtained a small demonic pet, and the family promised to give him 3 times the cultivation resources as long as he cultivated and grew up. Unfortunately, people don't care about these resources. The small demon pet issued in the morning. chopped into a pile of meat at noon, and at night there is only a pile of demon beast bones left. When the family chided him, people only said, "What you give me, that's mine. Anyway, it's all mine. I can do whatever I want." And the family doesn't have half a penny to do with it. The head of the disliked family was actually speechless for a moment, and could only leave silently, vowing in his heart to never do this elder dude's thought work again. Not only is the body tired, the heart is more tired. But no matter what, Su family also finally began to go on track, so that the original has long been no hope of Su family members feel the future there is a little light. Originally lazy family, a moment also emerged some always do things people. Let the whole family outbreak a little vigor. This for Su Linger is already very worthy of satisfaction. At the same time she also feel in her heart that she is really great. In the future there will be great achievements. After all, the problem of stores that could not be solved by so many people in the family was easily solved as soon as she and Xiaoyan came back, and also allowed the revenue to skyrocket dozens of times. What does this mean? It showed that she and Xiaoyan were natural managers. As long as they waited for their cultivation to be raised, they would definitely be able to properly manage the Su family in the future, and then manage Huaxia again. That would not be impossible. Su Linger's eyes exuded a trace of vigor, and the idea of cultivation became stronger and stronger. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiaoyan had already closed down for cultivation, she was not willing to lag behind, either. Choosing to take out a bunch of cultivation resources, she drilled into the cultivation room just like Xiaoyan, vowing that she must raise her cultivation by a small realm to prove that she was also a very powerful woman. She, for one, would not spend her entire life hiding behind a man and being a silly woman who silently paid. Her goal had always been to become an absolute queen, like Wu Tian, CI opera. Just thinking about that image, she felt that the future was promising, and that life was simply easy. I am also going to be closed. During the time that Xiaoyan and I are closed, I hope that the Su family will be able to be united as one. Unite as one, and ride out the storm together. I hope that all of you can believe in me. I will definitely lead the Su family to become a stronger family, and when it is decades later, we will also cultivate true deities. Su Linger finished speaking to the family's elders, then with a face full of determination, she walked into the cultivation room and began to refine all kinds of spirit materials up. As for the family's elders, although they were still hesitant about what she said, once they thought that there was no other way out for the Su family anyway, it would be better to treat a dead horse as a living horse. So let's unconditionally trust the young man. We're all getting old. I hope we can still see the day when the Su family really becomes a divine family. Although I don't think it's very likely, but who can say in life? Although Xiaoyan is not a member of my Su clan, my Su clan can marry Su Linger to him, so that he will also be dedicated to guarding my Su clan. This idea can work, but there is no need for the wedding to be organized anymore. I'm afraid that if we anger the Jiang family's young Lord Jiang, when the time comes to open the heavenly gate with a single sword, the Su family will really not be able to carry it. My thoughts are the same. Chapter 66, Xiaoyan goes out of the gate. Although the Su family elders think so, and the idea is really beautiful, but the old saying goes, if there is no accident, the accident will always come quietly. When a month's time has just passed, the Jiang family young master Jiang Bufan even personally came to collect the initial loan interest. Obviously, this big brother had come in good faith to find trouble. If it was an ordinary person, the Su family elder would have already slapped him into character pieces, but the other party was the young lord of the divine spirit family, who dared to have an opinion try and pass away. Upon learning that Jiang Bufan would personally come, the elders hurriedly went out and stood in 2 rows, their heads lowered, quietly waiting for the arrival of this mongrel king. They were truly afraid that if this master was unhappy, he would let the Su family completely turn into a speck of dust in the river of time. The Su family elders waited for about half an hour, and some of the old cultivators who were aging and losing color could no longer stand up. The person they feared in their hearts, Jiang Bufan, finally came, only to see Jiang Bufan riding a fierce tiger, followed by several guards completely surrounded by darkness laws, slowly walking towards the Su family. Every step was taken slowly, but it contained some kind of mysterious Tao rhythm that pressed down on the elders and made them feel like they couldn't catch their breath. When Jiang Bufan finally came before and after them, his small mouth tilted and directly asked, I came here today for 2 things. The first thing is whether the interest that should be given to my Jiang family can be prepared. If the Su family does not have words, then I can according to the contract on the second profit, and I will also take away a few Su family members. As a small punishment, I think the Su family should not mind, right? Jiang Bufan's voice was not loud and his tone was light, but when the voice fell into the ears of the Su family elders, it felt like a vicious tiger in the forest. Terrifying as it was, the Su family's elders twitched, and one by one, they didn't dare to come forward to answer the voice for fear of angering Jiang Bufan. The situation suddenly fell into some kind of marvelous atmosphere. The silence was so eerie that even the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. As time passed, Jiang Bufan's patience gradually disappeared, and impatience clearly appeared between his brows. Just as he was about to make his move, the son of heaven's destiny that he was expecting, Xiao Yan, finally walked out of the Su family's inner mansion, followed by the haughty-faced Su Linger. This caused Jiang Bufan to be a little dazed, since he had stopped hitting on Su Linger. When had this kind of condescending emotion surfaced on her face again, now that she was suddenly so high-strung? Could it be that she had gone out and picked up some legendary technique, or had picked up the ring that housed the mysterious old man? The Su family elders on the side were finally relieved when they saw Xiao Yan come out of the gate. They did not dare to fart in the face of Jiang Bufan, and could only inwardly look forward to Xiao Yan coming out quickly. They did not know when they started, but the Su family elders had already submitted themselves to Xiao Yan, and the affairs within the family had been handed over to Xiao Yan. It might be unbelievable to say that so many strong people with cultivation levels above that of a Zhongsher actually trusting a Zifu realm cultivator so much. I am afraid that no one would believe it even if it was spread out. However, it was as if they had been struck by some kind of magic, and from the bottom of their hearts, they started to trust Xiao Yan unconditionally. Perhaps this was the charisma of the son of heaven's destiny. Perhaps this was the charisma of the son of heavenly fate. In the darkness, the son of heavenly fate would always cause a group of people to follow him, and even though the value of his fortune had been lowered by a large amount, it was still enough to make the Su family elders sincerely convinced. Xiao Yan walked out of the Su family without the unruly behavior he had at the beginning and unexpectedly arched his hand at Jiang Bufan. Then he extended his left hand and said with a smile on his face, "Please invite young Lord Jiang to enter the residence." If not for the fact that Jiang Bufan knew that this son of heavenly destiny was an arrogant person in his bones, I am afraid that he would have thought that Xiao Yan was a well-mannered young cultivator. With regard to Xiao Yan's change, Jiang Bufan hesitated slightly for a moment, thinking about the reasons that made him change while striding into the Su mansion. When he arrived at the hall, Jiang Bufan naturally sat directly in the main seat, completely without the appearance of a guest. This is the bravado that only comes from strength that far exceeds that of the other party. If he was going to the Yi family of the Divine Spirit clan at this time, then he would not be so unbridled, and would at least let the Yi family head sit in the main seat. Of course, this can't be said to be him bullying others. He was already tired of the Su family. Now a slight move can be like pinching ants to pinch the Su family to death. Then why would he still have to put on the appearance of politeness? Courtesy, that is for the people who should give, for the unhappy goods. As long as their own strength can crush him, then there is no need to condescend to themselves and cater to others. It's okay to directly slap, to the death. As all the Su family members entered the hall, Xiao Yan also silently walked to the first position on the left below the main seat, but he did not sit down and instead looked at Jiang Bufan with a professional fake smile on his face. It was obvious that before Jiang Bufan gave the order, he absolutely did not dare to take his seat. After all, originally the relationship between the two was in jeopardy. In case because of this, Jiang Bufan directly placed an unruly hat on his head. Then he felt that the probability was that he would lose his life. In this kind of matter, Xiao Yan still maintained absolute caution. A little bit of caution would not be a bad thing. As the son of heavenly destiny, he was born with a sense of danger, and after being beaten by Jiang Bufan twice, his sensitivity to danger had once again been enhanced. Today, from the moment Jiang Bufan had just stepped into the Su clan, he had felt an unsettling premonition, as if he was being targeted by some kind of great terror. After a brief moment of reflection, he thought that it might be Jiang Bufan's protector who was staring at him, and since the difference in cultivation between the two was too great, that was why a sense of awe surged through him. This was what allowed him to reluctantly relax his mind and body, and just as he finished refining all of his cultivation resources, he walked out of the cultivation room, ready to see what demon Jiang Bufan was trying to do again. When he came out, he saw this group of rotten elders of the Su family, and he couldn't help but feel some disgust in his heart. When he came back, this group of old miscreants each chased after him and cursed him in a gloomy manner, fearing that if he said one less word, he would be stitched up. But now after Jiang Bufan came, none of the elders dared to say more. Each one was like an ostrich, burying their into their necks, shrinking head turtle. After sending Jiang Bufan away, Xiao Yan would definitely let this group of dog-eyed old fellows know the terrifying battle power after his breakthrough. Although he was still unable to defeat all the elders, he was already able to fight those elders who had come up through seniority and were already old and decrepit. When the time came, he would beat them to the point where they couldn't even hold their together, so that he could show his terror to the Su family. After Jiang Bufan took his seat, he first swept Xiao Yan and Su Linger with a playful gaze, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. "What? You are not running away from the Xian Heavenly Sect to hide this time? Or does the Xian Heavenly Sect not dare to keep you anymore? Listen, listen, what kind of words are these? Naked mockery." A nameless fire surged in Xiao Yan's heart. However, due to the gap in strength, he forced himself to hold back a smile and continued to speak with the same face that made people look at him with a bad habit, saying, I have no intention of hiding. I am simply traveling to the Xiantian sect to look for business opportunities for fear of delaying the repayment of the young lord's interest. Chapter 67, This martial skill. It belongs to the Zhang family. I have no intention of trying to hide. I'm simply traveling to the Xiantian sect to look for business opportunities for fear of delaying repaying the young lord's interest. Didn't mean to hide? Zhang Bufan almost didn't burst out laughing when he heard this. This Xiao Yan didn't even need to draft a lie, opening his mouth to make himself sound innocent. But if he and Su Linger were not going to hide, what else could they go to Xiantian sect for? To learn from a teacher? If they really wanted to learn from a master, they should have revealed their supreme talent as soon as they entered the Xian heavenly sect, thus gaining the attention of the higher-ups, instead of sneaking around like a rat in the shadows, pretending to be a pig and becoming a mediocre little outer disciple. But Jiang Bufan didn't bother to expose him. He just coughed lightly twice and turned his words around. Has the interest on the loan been prepared? Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a storage spirit ring from his bosom. Some pride was evident in the smile on his face, as well as some heartache, but there was not the slightest hesitation in his movements. He directly placed the storage spirit ring on the table next to the main seat and then replied with a smile on his face. It has long been prepared. If young Master Jiang does not come this time, I am also prepared to personally go to the Jiang family in the afternoon to repay this interest. Into the Jiang family? Jiang Bufan didn't hide his discrimination in the slightest. His tone was bland yet revealed no request for prestige as he said, You're not worthy yet. It was clearly just a single sentence, but it brought out an unruffled authority in him, causing the surrounding elders to be even more intimidated. This was the ability of the 9 and 5 supreme gifts that the Su family's elders silently lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Jiang Bufan at all. And to outsiders it looked like a submissive appearance. As the old saying goes, giving in without a fight is a superior victory. Jiang Bufan didn't do anything at this time, just by virtue of his own aura. Letting the Su family elder not dare to be disrespectful was equivalent to cutting off half of Xiaoyan's arm. Picking up the storage spirit ring, Jiang Bufan used his spiritual sense to invade it, and then his face was obviously somewhat shocked, only to see that in the storage spirit ring, there were dozens of bottles of pills, as well as Chinese coins piled up into a small mountain, in addition to which there were also 2 Earth-ranked martial skills. If based on the market value, these things combined were indeed enough to offset the interest. But who was Jiang Bufan? A notorious black merchant. If he were to dig out his heart, it would definitely be able to see a pitch-black heart like ink. And he came to the Su family, is to come to find trouble, not to mention the Su family to give the interest inside as in kind against the debt component. Even if all the Chinese currency, he will be able to get the money to pay off the interest, but he will not be able to do so. Even if all of them were Chinese coins, he would still be able to find out the problem. After all, only those who have wronged you know how wronged and helpless you are. But he did still a little surprised. After all, in his estimation, the Su family want to come up with this month's interest is also basically impossible. He also didn't know what the Su family had done during these days of his seclusion, but he was able to put together this huge sum of money alive. Based on the current form of the scene, the probability of being able to scrape together the interest was Xiao Yan's means. Otherwise the Su family should not be so trusting of him. He even willingly allowed him to act as the representative of the Su family and negotiate matters with Jiang Bufan on behalf of the Su family. It seemed that the Son of Heaven's destiny was still protected by the heavenly Tao, and even though he had lost his power, he would still have all sorts of assistance. Jiang Bufan threw the storage ring to the guard beside him before revealing a chilling smile. Not enough. 2 simple words, making everyone present as if they were on the verge of an enemy. The less courageous Su parent elder. At this moment, he was sweating slightly, and his body was also trembling visible to the naked eye. The people present all know, the value of the things in the storage ring compared to the interest is not only enough, but also certainly have left. But Jiang Bufan had balked at the idea that it wasn't enough, so that could only mean one thing, the young master of the Jiang clan wasn't satisfied with the payout. Then, in other words, it was highly likely that they would be subjected to the Jiang family's thunderbolts today, and perhaps even lose their lives. At the thought of this, the elders shivered and cursed Jiang Bufan in their hearts for being insatiable and not speaking of martial virtues. Before Xiao Yan could reply, Su Linger on the side was the first to sit down and immediately replied arrogantly, how is it not enough? The cultivation resources in the spirit ring are clearly still remaining in comparison to the interest. The Jiang family young lord has not been too bullying. As Su Linger spoke, her face appeared as if she was being bullied, but she had no way to resist her pathetic appearance. One couldn't help but feel some pity and a hint of the idea of a hero rescuing a beautiful woman. If Jiang Bufan's original body saw this scene, I'm afraid that it would immediately surrender and become a puppy that Su Linger would wantonly play with in the palm of her hand. White Lotus. Abominable to the extreme. Jiang Bufan snorted coldly, casually finding a reason 9 dislikes that made Su Linger not know what to say. The Chinese coins in the storage spirit ring are obviously still partially missing compared to the interest, and you guys are prepared to take pills and martial arts skills to make up for this gap. But how trashy are the pills that the Su family took out? What with the primordial Yuan Dan taken by innate realm cultivators and the small healing pills? This kind of tattered pills this young master take back to the Jiang family can only be thrown to the demon beast Dazzle. May I ask what kind of purchase price should be used for collateral? Besides, these 2 Earth-rank martial arts. I don't even know how the Su family is good enough to actually want to use these 2 Earth-rank martial arts to mortgage interest. This TM is clearly this young master previously lent to the Su family on behalf of the cultivation to the martial arts, has been forgotten to take back. How the Su family dare to take possession of their own? Could it be that think my Su family's big knife is not sharp? Ask yourselves, playing this bit of caution against this young master. Should this young master clean you up? Should he descend into thunder? Every word that came out of Jiang Bufan's mouth made the faces of everyone present look even more unsightly by a hair. Especially Su Linger, who was originally still a bit arrogant, immediately held her face red after hearing the words, because these 2 martial arts were given to her by Jiang Bufan. How could she have forgotten about it? Now making such a big joke and letting Jiang Bufan catch the handle. I'm afraid it would not end well next. Panic said that she was panicking in her heart, but on the surface, Su Linger was still relatively calm. Only that the line of sight that constantly swept towards Xiaoyan had already betrayed her. Xiaoyan learned that the martial arts skill is the Jiang family's. The heart also cannot help but surge a trace of embarrassment. He also did not know this matter and now he could only explain stiffly. Young Lord Jiang, I have just taken charge of the Su family, and I am still not too familiar with the family's affairs. Before he could finish, Jiang Bufan continued to issue a question. If you are familiar or not, what does it have to do with me? Besides, if you're not familiar with the internal affairs of management, then that means you shouldn't be blindly in charge. After all, you're not the Su family's own family, killing and executing the heart. These words did not only cause Xiaoyan to fall into embarrassment, but also caused the Su family's elders to gradually have some different thoughts. A thought coincidentally appeared in their hearts, right? Xiaoyan is not a member of my Su family, so why should he be in charge of my Su family? The more the Su family elders thought about it, the more unreasonable they felt, and there was a lot less respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan, and some of them even showed a trace of fierce light. This was the talent of Jiang Bufan's 9 to 5. Being able to subconsciously change other people's thoughts was simply terrifying as it was. Xiaoyan froze for a moment and sensed the strange gazes of the elders around him, and immediately did not dare to resist any longer, and could only follow Jiang Bufan's words as he continued to say, "It is me who did not consider this situation. Please ask young Lord Zhong to include more. Since it is not enough to pay the interest, may I ask young Lord Jiang how much more he needs? I will immediately allow the family to make preparations." Chapter 68, Are you so brave? It is me who did not consider this situation. Please ask young Lord Zhong to be more accommodating. Since it is not enough to pay the interest, may I ask young Lord Jiang how much more he needs? I will immediately ask the family to make preparations. Xiaoyan did not have the slightest thought of resistance right now, and the only thought in his heart was to hurry up and send Jiang Bufan, the great Buddha, away. Even if the price that needed to be paid was slightly larger, it was definitely worth it, because Jiang Bufan had only spoken 3 words in his presence. He clearly felt that the Su family's trust in him had dropped significantly, and there were even elders who had a blazing fire called ambition welling up in their eyes. If Jiang Bufan continued to speak, would the Su family elders still be able to retire peacefully and hand over their management rights to him? If he didn't have the right to rule the Su family, how else would he be able to gain personal benefits from it, get the cultivation resources he needed, and then refine them to break through the realm? As soon as he thought that he might not be able to obtain cultivation resources so easily in the future, his heart couldn't help but cringe, and he hurriedly wanted to satisfy Jiang Bufan's needs, and then asked him to leave the Su family in a hurry. He didn't want to dwell on it, but Su Linger beside him wasn't an oil lamp. Seeing the perfect rider in his heart being bullied, immediately, she was not happy, and directly stood out with her head held high, her tone clearly carrying anger. Jiang Bufan, are you only capable of bullying others? Those 2 martial arts were clearly given to me by your own hands. Since they have been given to me, they are naturally the Su family's belongings. How can you still shamelessly say that they are the Jiang family's belongings? Are you not afraid of spreading it out and losing the face of the Jiang family? There are also those pills that came from Brother Xiaoyan's hands, which were clearly top-quality goods that were looted in the small county. How did they become worthless to you? If you want to suppress the Su family, just say so. There's no need to play these tactics. It's simply disgusting. There's no pattern. Su Linger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and vociferated against Jiang Bufan for a large period of time. This behavior did not only cause the Su family's elders to grab their hearts, it also caused Xiaoyan, Who wanted to hastily put things to rest on the side, to fall into a daze? Xiao Yan inwardly floated past countless grass mud horse beasts and looked at Su Linger with the eyes of a retard as the anger in his heart gradually climbed. If not for the fact that he still needed to rely on the Su family to collect cultivation resources, he really wanted to slap the ignorant young girl in front of him, typically having big breasts and causing trouble. When encountering such a dull-witted woman, one should try to run as far away as possible if one can, because her stupidity would one day drag the bystanders along with her to lose their little lives. However, Xiao Yan's gaze at the retarded person changed to a different connotation in Su Linger's eyes, turning into him praising himself for a job well done. This caused Su Linger to become even more excited, and she secretly decided in her heart that she must escort the dark horse prince in her heart. In response to this kind of heaven-defying remarks from her, Jiang Bufan only felt that there were SBs every year, but this year was especially plentiful. What do you mean by giving her an earth-ranked martial skill? A ground-level martial arts skill? In China that is priceless existence. Unusual families are all as the law of the town family circulated. The value can be imagined. Only a divine family like the Jiang family would have such a stroke of luck, willing to shell out an earth-ranked martial skill for their own young master to find love. In any other family, I'm afraid that the elders' big mouths would have landed on their own young master. In addition to this, Jiang Bufan also really wanted the original owner to see the scene in front of him. How much that woman who had 100 ways of looking down on the original owner was now kneeling to Xiao Yan. Put a good Jiang family young grandmother identity do not want. Actually will be with a soft rice man ambiguous unclear. No, this should not be called ambiguous unclear. Completely is already Ming love. I don't know if the original owner sees this scene, will still love Su Linger to death, but with the original owner's dog-licking attributes, I don't know if he would have ignored this scene, and instead chose to continue to pay silently. This is the fate of the heavenly fate great-licking dog. Jiang Bufan only felt that the woman standing in front of him was disgusting, making him gag. Su Linger, do you want to take and hide at the same time? I really don't know where you got the face. When Su Linger heard this, her face instantly darkened, because she was afraid that Xiao Yan would create a misunderstanding, so she did not even dare to hesitate to answer directly. I don't know where you are coming from. What do you mean by both eating and reclining? Me accepting your gift is not the same as agreeing to be with you. Does such a simple reasoning not make sense to you? The words of a tiger and a wolf. This nakedly anticlimactic speech simply shocked everyone present. Even the Su family's subordinates couldn't help but whisper and gossip to the people next to them at this time. What kind of counter-heavenly speech is this? If that's the case, then will the Su family say at that time that just because I did the work doesn't mean they need to pay wages? Don't you see? This Su family's eldest miss is just missing a tendon in her brain. Not too smart. And the words she said before were all just a bunch of words and techniques. Who says otherwise? If there was a man like the Jiang family's young lord who treated me so well, then I would guarantee that without saying a word, I would immediately give him big fat boys. If the Su family's eldest miss could have this realization of yours, she wouldn't have ended up in the current situation. It's also but last month's paycheck was indeed paid, so if it's not paid next month, I'll have to go back to the nanny company to change the owner. Alas, bring me along when the time comes. I also feel that this Su family are all magical species. Lived most of my life without seeing the oddballs. Actually in the Su family to see all of them. Simply, crouching dragon phoenix chicks. Families, how do you think young Master Jiang will respond? Will he just call it quits and allow the Su family to be able to make it through another month? You're thinking about fart eating? If the Su family can't hand over the Huaxia coins today, they'll definitely be subjected to the Jiang family's descending thunderbolts. And if they can, it's not like there isn't a possibility that they'll be cleaned up. Although the voices of the subordinates were small, they were still presented in Jiang Bufan's heaven-defying hearing. If he hadn't heard these people's thoughts, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to resist questioning himself. Could it be that this world is really a T0 version? Receiving gifts from people, but not accepting the original owner, and now standing up so righteously. This was the T0 version of the little fairy. If this is placed in the previous world, it can't be played at all without chipping. It's simply an existence away from the original on the spectrum. It was also fortunate that this world was about battle power. Jiang Bufan was too lazy to beat more. Lifting his hand he slapped Su Linger out several meters away. Received something is not equal to accept. Feelings you give this young master in this both take still take it? This slap didn't use only 3 points of force, but with Jiang Bufan's current chi, 3 points of force would be enough to whip Su Linger around a few times in midair before smashing out of the house. In the face of his strong hand, the Su family members, including Xiao Yan, did not have any dissatisfaction and still kept their heads lowered, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, especially Xiao Yan. In the past, if this kind of situation had occurred, I am afraid that he would have jumped out to have a duel with Jiang Bufan. However, now that he saw this matter occurring, he actually acted as if he did not see it, turning a blind eye to it while not even glancing at Su Linger. After Su Linger was drawn out of the house, the entire hall fell into a much quieter state. The crowd had thought that Su Linger would run in and continue to make a scene, and were about to send someone to stop her. Unexpectedly, Su Linger fell into a coma directly after she landed on the ground, and two maidservants carried her into her boudoir under Xiao Yan's eye gesture. In the Su family, beating the Su family's eldest miss into a coma was a very obvious look down on, nakedly in a position of power. If it was any other family, the Su family might still dare to muster up the courage to fight with one another, but facing the Jiang family's young lord, they could not muster half a bit of resistance in their hearts. The reason was simple. The Su family's elders had already been broken by Jiang Bufan. In front of Jiang Bufan, the Su family's elders were like ants, completely in his hands, and could be easily pinched at any time. After resolving Su Linger, the crazy woman who did not know what she was talking about, Jiang Bufan placed his gaze on Xiao Yan, who had a pleasing face, and his mouth one moved. The interest is not enough. What do you think should be done? Chapter 69, Difficulties. In the face of Jiang Bufan's question, Xiao Yan pondered a little for a moment and knew in his heart that he was deliberately making things difficult. However, the current Su family did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction even if they were being made difficult, or else they would be liquidated by them and bid farewell to this beautiful world. Since he said that the interest was not enough, then it could only be increased to see how much it could be increased to satisfy his appetite. Xiao Yan's face remained unchanged, and he immediately decided to hemorrhage money in exchange for Jiang Bufan to stop. Young Lord Jiang, the Su family is willing to take out another 10 Xian rank spirit pills, 100 Xian rank and above spirit medicines, and another 500,000 huaxia coins. I wonder if the young lord would be kind enough to raise his hand. This price was a plan that Xiao Ran had gritted his teeth and reluctantly made after much deliberation. Among the spirit pills and spirit medicine, he could take them out of the store to pay back this counterintuitive interest, but with 500,000 points of huaxia coins, he would have to make the elders bleed out as well. He had to make them take out their own coffin money and unite as one, so that the Su family could survive. If the Su family elders are not willing to pay out the Chinese coins, then he can only pack up the cultivation resources in the store and go to another family. Anyway, he wasn't surnamed Su, so whether or not the Su family died out didn't really affect him that much. It's just that if the Su family dies, then he won't have such a good tool to gather resources in the future. And Su Linger might die here as well. This would not have a great impact on him, but it would undoubtedly affect his path to advancement. This was also the main reason why Xiao Yan was still willing to be the representative of the Su family for the time being and maneuver for the development of the Su family. Otherwise, he would have long since not been subjected to this bird's anger. Xiao Yan believed that in the face of this unexpected good fortune, the Jiang family's young lord, Jiang Bufan, should also call it quits. After all, the Su family was already in a precarious position. It was also basically unlikely that one would want this family to take out more resources unless one directly pushed everyone in the Su family to the brink of extinction. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Bufan was not the slightest bit moved by his proposal, and his face was filled with disdain and dislike. This was a naked unwillingness to agree. Xiao Yan was a little confused, because he was fully convinced that Jiang Bufan definitely knew the Su family's current limit, and the price he quoted was also already the limit. For a normal person, for a business where he could make a steady profit without losing money, he would be quick to join in. But Jiang Bufan didn't have any intention of being red-eyed at all, which made him a little confused. If it was said that Jiang Bufan was always looking to make favors, now that he had offered so many resources, Jiang Bufan should have been satisfied as well. But he was clearly not satisfied with his repayment. Then it was obvious that this Jiang family young master had other ideas. Then, bringing himself into the substitution. What else in the Su family was worth the Jiang family young lord personally making things difficult for him? Without a doubt, that would be the Su Linger that he had longed for and had never gotten. Although he might not be kneeling to Su Linger now as he did in the past, the probability was that he still had Su Linger in his heart, and perhaps he just wanted to get Su Linger's body. It wasn't impossible. After all, a lot of psychologically dark BTs just had some strange fetishes. Jiang Bufan was perhaps this type of person. After a short period of thinking, Xiao Yan still made up his mind that he was willing to sacrifice Su Linger in order to give the Su family a period of time to develop obscenely. Besides, the Su family was also Su Linger's family. Could it be that she would not be willing to give something for her family? Anyway, she was so proactive in the boudoir and flew down 3,000 feet. Surely she was not someone who cared so much about that. The more Xiao Yan thought about it, the more he felt that his thoughts were normal and the best solution at the moment. Therefore, he opened his mouth in front of everyone in the Su family with his face full of pleasing intentions. Young Master Jiang, I understand what you mean. Later on, let's go to Linger's boudoir. How about I personally guard the door for you? Jiang Bufan? Escort guard? Su family elders? Even beating them to death. They could not have imagined that Xiao Yan would actually say something so ritualistic that it was simply disgusting to the extreme. If Su Linger, who had fallen into a coma, were to learn of this matter, would she still be as addicted to his embrace as she was now? The Su family subordinates not far away looked at each other, all seeing shock, disgust, and naked loathing in each other's eyes. In their eyes, Xiao Yan had always been their own young lady's favorite person, and for his sake, they had preferred to make a break with the young master of the Zheng family, and even cut off the connection between the Zheng family and the Su family, letting the Su family fall into the current reputation of being unkind and unrighteous. They also owed a huge sum of money that was basically hard to pay back in this lifetime. But now, the man that his own young lady trusted the most would actually have such despicable thoughts, and he was actually willing to trade his woman for a future. This, not only was it sickening, but it also made people unable to help but fear him. After all, for someone who was even willing to sacrifice his own wife, what else could stop him from progressing? Zhang Bufan on the side was also confused for a moment. He also did not expect Xiao Yan to hold his tongue for half a day and finally give him this evocative sentence. Everyone was an old fox, and of course, they were able to hear Xiao Yan's words, meaning that he was willing to allow himself to taste Su Linger. What kind of strange behavior was this? Could it be that Xiao Yan's psyche is a little twisted and that aspect is not too good, so he likes to see his daughter-in-law being an outsider? Holy beans, this is also too exciting, right? Zhang Bufan swept Xiao Yan with a look of disbelief. His tone was calm but unquestionably waved his hand to rebuff his good intentions. Chad wanted to return to the main topic and continue to make things difficult for the son of heavenly fate in front of him so that he could strike him and obtain the luck value of his body. However, Xiao Yan saw that Zhang Bufan only refused and did not have an obvious look of dissatisfaction. Immediately, he thought that he was simply unable to wipe away his face, so he pretended to refuse for a bit, but in reality, he was afraid that his heart had long been happy. For the sake of his future, Xiao Yan resolutely continued his gracious invitation. Please make sure that young Lord Jiang agrees to my request. Promise. Promise? For a moment, this thought really surged out of Zhang Bufan's heart. This was the original body's conditioned reflex at work. For Zhang Bufan, the Su Linger in the boudoir was dirty, so dirty that it was disgusting. Even if he fried that thing into starchy intestines, there was no way he could enter her. Zhang Bufan had a dark face the entire time, his voice clearly carrying dissatisfaction. Xiao Yan, if you have any fetishes, then let someone else fulfill your dreams. I don't want to grow cauliflowers. Secondly, what I am telling you now is that the interest is not enough. How should the Su family repay? If you as the representative of the Su family do not have a solution, then I will proceed with the forced collection according to my own ideas. With every word Zhang Bufan said, Xiao Yan's face darkened a little more. He had lowered himself so much, but he did not expect Zhang Bufan to still be so dissatisfied. This was clearly looking for trouble. Moreover, what special fetish did he have? He was obviously purely trying to satisfy Zhang Bufan's desires. How did it turn out that he had some sort of little fetish that was unknown to him? Any normal person in this world wouldn't be happy to see his daughter-in-law being taken by another man. He has already stepped back to this point. Zhang Bufan is still pressing. Have to find things, then he really have the heart. Do not know what to do. Since this was the case, it would be better to swing for the fences. Xiao Yan could not think of any other way, so he could only continue to maintain his smile and said bitterly, please ask young Lord Jiang to clarify. If I am able to do so, I will definitely do my best to fulfill your request. Young Lord. Chapter 70, What's Your Pride? Ha ha ha, the absolute genius of the Green Dragon Academy. Xiao Yan Xiao Great Demon, don't you think? Zhang Bufan stood up and patted Xiao Yan's face with his hand. His voice was not really loud, but it clearly resounded in the ears of the crowd. This was a naked insult, and mockery was written all over Zhang Bufan's face as he gradually came closer to Xiao Yan's ear. His tone was light but penetrating. Don't you feel the current you is like a pug? Zhang Bufan's words were like knives, each sentence piercing the heart and each word taking lives, easily penetrating Xiao Yan's protective shield. Even if Xiao Yan no longer pretended to be harmless as a human animal, and even if he was silently humiliated even when he was nakedly humiliated, he did not dare to voice out his resistance. However, as a son of heaven's destiny, his heart still had the pride that a son of heaven's destiny should have. The reason why he had been pretending to be a grandson was purely out of a desire to live on and then soar to the heavens. But Zhang Bufan had repeatedly uncovered his scars and then recklessly sprinkled salt on them. This feeling of someone else's bullying made Xiao Yan unable to resist gritting his teeth and letting out a clicking sound. It was obvious that no matter how much he pretended to be a grandson, he would still show his dissatisfaction between the subtle nuances. And this kind of dissatisfaction was exactly what Zhang Bufan needed. This was because as long as Xiao Yan revealed the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, he would be able to allow this dissatisfaction to expand rapidly, and then cause him to lose his mind and strike out at himself. Once he dared to strike out against himself, Jiang Bufan could defeat him with a thunderous method and speak out to taunt him for being an uncompromising waste. In that case, Xiao Yan would definitely receive a severe blow and his chi luck value would be deprived of some by Jiang Bufan, aided by other means. According to Jiang Bufan's thoughts, today was the time to make Xiao Yan's chi luck value drop below 4 digits. And, as long as he was able to make his chi luck value fall below 4 digits, then Jiang Bufan would immediately strike, decapitating the entire Su family, including him. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Jiang Bufan licked his lips and continued to speak out to mock up. Although this young lord despises you, you at least dared to pull a sword on this young lord before. You are barely considered a creature with guts. But now, you have simply refreshed my lower line of knowledge about humans. Ask yourself why you have become so weak, so trashy, and so devoid of battle intent? A person with no battle intent, even if he cultivates to the deity realm in the future, he will surely be a weak deity in the end. Do you, Xiao Yan, only want to be this kind of goods? If you really only aspire to this, why do you still want to resist this young master? Obediently kneel at this young master's feet. This young master casually throws some bones to you, and you will be able to succeed in reaching the realm of divine spirit. One word like a knife pierced into Xiao Yan's heart, causing him to feel a wave of anger gradually surging out. His reasoning told him, must not be impulsive. As long as one is impulsive, then all the efforts he had made previously would be in vain. It was even very likely that he would be directly beheaded here, turning into a little bit of residual ash in the world. However, the remaining pride in his body transformed into a small black man, constantly telling him that he must show his fists in the face of Jiang Bufan's bullying. Even if he would end up dying inside the Su family mansion, he must die loudly and shockingly, rather than being bullied to death alive. The two villains were constantly arguing in his mind, causing Xiao Yan, who was already at a loss as to what to do, to become even more annoyed, and the feigned smile on his face had long since disappeared. In its place was a face full of pain, entanglement, and a chill like that of a poisonous snake. Even though inwardly he wanted to go out and prove himself again, Xiao Yan finally managed to control himself, but his face was unable to squeeze out a smile. Instead, he continued expressionlessly, what young Lord Jiang said is very true, I will definitely correct it. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Bufan suddenly slapped him with a big mouth, and in the moment he froze. The big mouth slapped him in the face. Xiao Yan only felt as if he had been hit by a large truck and was directly slapped off the ground, spinning a few times in midair before flying backwards nearly 2 meters away. Intense pain surged from his face, accompanied by spots of blood spraying out. Xiao Yan was completely unable to maintain his composure and directly roared out, Xiao Bufan, aren't you relying on the fact that you have the Jiang family behind you? If I had the same background as you, my achievements would definitely be millions of times better than yours. The moment he shouted these words, Xiao Yan only felt that a turbid chi was spat out from his body, and his entire body seemed to have undergone some sort of metamorphosis, becoming clean and dry. Yo-ho, this is quite a bit of a man's temper. Jiang Bufan smiled shallowly, then continued to taunt Xiao Yan with that disdainful voice. If you have the same background as this youngster, you will still not be able to keep up with this youngster's footsteps. Are you trustworthy? Xiao Yan naturally did not believe it, and after hearing this, he immediately erupted into a wild laughter that resounded through the clouds. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I have heard this year. Obviously, this teenager who called himself a genius did not believe Jiang Bufan's words. Xiao Yan had absolute trust in his own talent, and as far as he understood, it seemed that there had not been anyone who possessed a heavenly rank spiritual body in the whole of Huaxia. As for him, he was in possession of a heaven rank lower grade spiritual body, and even though it was only a lower grade, his own talent was clearly already standing at the top of the Chinese summer. If he was given the right cultivation resources and enough time to settle down, Xiao Yan would definitely be able to become a new Chinese deity, or one of the strongest top-tier deities in history. However, the enemy in front of him, Jiang Bufan, was only relying on the Jiang family's resources to supply him, so he had barely broken through to the mid-Zhongshe realm. Wait! Xiao Yan's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise as he had detected through some mysterious means that Jiang Bufan's cultivation level was already at the Zhongshe realm. He had completely surpassed him by several times, and his cultivation was not half fluffy, and the foundation he had laid out was even better than his own by a few points. What kind of divine cultivation speed is this? Xiao Yan fell into a short silence. It was obvious that he was struck by Jiang Bufan's cultivation speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the Son of Luck, Xiao Yan, and obtaining a luck value x 2000. The lowly voice in his mind arrived as expected, causing Jiang Bufan to display a satisfied smile. This had already stripped him of 2,000 points of his chi luck value before the fight had even started. So would it still be difficult to strip the remaining chi luck value? The thought that he was about to drain Xiaoyan dry made Zhang Bufan feel relaxed, and his gaze towards Xiaoyan carried a hint of blazing heat. Do you think that the difference between you and me is just the difference in family? Ha ha ha, simply too presumptuous. Zhang Bufan stepped on Xiaoyan's body with pride written all over his face, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he continued to strike this son of Qi Luck under his feet. From the perspective of cultivation, I have only used such a short period of time to not only equalize the gap between me and you, but I am now far superior to you. What arrogance do you have? From the perspective of talent, I'm cultivating Reiki while still supplementing my horizontal training, and now either path has been put on the right track by me. What pride do you have? From the perspective of wariness, I still dare to draw my sword and fight to the death in the face of the gods, while you don't even have the courage to fight with me. What pride do you have? From Huaxia's perspective, I didn't just destroy the incoming enemies, I also brought my army to basically exterminate the small island nation and beat their gods to the point where they didn't dare to beat more. So what pride do you have? Chapter 71, Xiaoyan questioning. Xiaoyan, tell me, where exactly do you get your arrogance from? Is it because of your ambiguous relationship with Su Linger that makes you feel that you are superior to this young master in this perspective? Then this young master will be merciful and tell you that the reason why Su Linger dared to be together with you in a proper manner, wasn't it only after this young master publicly announced his dislike for her and didn't want her that he dared to do so? When this young master didn't say he didn't want her, could she dare to be with you in public? It's just a piece of trash that wants both this young lord's resources and to hang out with you in the wild. Do you really think that you've won over this young lord by getting her? Zhang Bufan's tone was filled with disdain, and that innate arrogance easily destroyed Xiaoyan's pride. Xiaoyan could not help but think along with his words. Before, it seemed that he had always interacted with Su Linger in the role of a male best friend. Once he encountered Zhang Bufan, although Su Linger would still defend him, she would also reveal a conciliatory attitude in a subtle way. Moreover, Su Linger had always said that she had condescended to surround herself with Zhang Bufan because she wanted to obtain more cultivation resources. So for the sake of these cultivation resources, had she done those things with Zhang Bufan? If she hadn't done that, would this shrewd young master of the Zhang family have willingly given so many cultivation resources? Does he really take the Zhang family for fools? Moreover, Su Linger did not shed any redness when he and Su Linger first met. Does that mean that she was already with Zhang Bufan at that time? Once Xiaoyan accepted this setting, then he would unconsciously begin to think about every bit of his life and finally bite the bullet and conclude that Su Linger was a. However, he had forgotten that not long ago, he had voluntarily allowed Su Linger to accompany Zhang Bufan just to obtain a short period of cultivation time and retain the power of the Su family. He had also forgotten that a large portion of the resources that Su Linger had gotten from Zhang Bufan had been given to him. Otherwise he would not have been able to reach the divine mansion level so quickly. The current Xiaoyan was filled with nothing but the thought that he had been cuckolded, and at this time, he had the temper of a man. He only felt his anger flaring up and wanted to battle no matter who it was. When Zhang Bufan saw that he was burning with the will to fight, he immediately became happy and hurriedly opened his bow left and right, giving him 10 big mouths, swelling his face to the extent that it was like a balloon. Stiffly, Xiaoyan's anger dissipated, causing no expression to be seen on his face. Xiaoyan, you were prepared to offer Su Linger to me just now. Why are you annoyed now after learning of her honorable deeds? Zhang Bufan asked with some mischief. At this question, Xiaoyan immediately flamed up and replied with a slurred voice, saying, Grip letting her go to pin you, that is Grip's ploy, a slowing down technique, but if she takes the initiative to accompany you and then tricks Grip into thinking that she is a perfect body, then that is fraud. This logic was a bit speechless. If the fainting Su Linger heard it, I'm afraid she would be so angry that she would directly spit out 2 pounds of blood. In the face of this kind of reasoning that did not have any logic or even how moral it was, Zhang Bufan could not help but laugh out loud as well. It was only now that he realized that this Xiaoyan was truly a talent. No matter if he was talking or doing things, he was a top-notch talent. Zhang Bufan lifted Xiaoyan and threw him onto a chair before instructing the Su family elder to bring Su Linger up. This was the method he had just thought of. If he allowed Su Linger, who had always listened to him the most, to rage at him, he thought that it would definitely deal a serious blow to this son of heavenly fate. At that time, wouldn't the Qi Luck value on him be stripped away in a big way? In other words, if no accidents were to happen, Xiaoyan only needed to be stimulated a little more, then he would definitely be dealt a blow, and with his current Qi Luck value, if he suffered a serious blow, then his Qi Luck would really drop below 4 digits. When it really came to that time, Zhang Bufan's billion soul streamer could set up an elegant seat and invite all of the Su family members, including Xiaoyan, into the elegant seat. The Su family elder did not dare to disobey Zhang Bufan's order, and after receiving the order, he immediately went to Su Linger's boudoir and carried the still unconscious Su Linger directly into the hall and placed her on the long table in the center of the hall. Looking at Su Linger, whose half of her face had already been slapped and destroyed, and who had not yet awakened, Jiang Bufan directly used a ruthless man's words, a rain-inducing technique in exchange for a waterfall. To the unconscious Su Linger directly rain poured down. And this rain there is also a spiritual power convergence of ice, smashed in the Su Ling people body. Hardly this woman who was not too smart in the brain was smashed to wake up. Just after waking up from unconsciousness, Su Linger felt intense pain coming from all parts of her body. This pain was exactly the same as the last time Jiang Bufan beat her violently at the entrance of the Jiang mansion. And even worse, Su Linger's tears fell straight from her eyes from the pain, and she looked pitifully towards her heart towards the Dark Horse Prince. Brother Xiao, I've been double bullied by Jiang Bufan again. You must avenge me, otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan changed his usual tenderness. His eyes filled with suspicion as he directly questioned Su Linger. Have you been lying to me? Su Linger froze for 2 seconds, not knowing what Xiao Yan meant by that, but she vaguely felt some sort of bad premonition, so she directly denied it. However, before she could slow down, Xiao Yan once again questioned in a tone filled with distrust. Then why didn't we see red the first time? You tell me. You tell me? The moment these words came out, the Su family's elders all felt their old faces turn red, and in their hearts, they cursed Xiao Yan. Why did he pull this kind of question on this kind of occasion? The good feelings towards Xiao Yan in their hearts also decreased, and there were even some elders who were already dissatisfied with him and were already prepared to take back the management of the stores after this matter. Xiao Yan naturally knew that this was not a good time to inquire about this matter, but as a man, he simply could not help the anger within him. At this moment, he would rather have himself snickered at by everyone, but he had to thoroughly clarify this matter, because he was the son of Qi, with his own pride. If he had been deceived by Su Linger since a few years ago, then the wisdom he was so proud of, how pale and self-righteous should it be? Xiao Yan's eyes were like mirrors that could see through all cover-ups as they stared at Su Linger dead-on, causing Su Linger to feel a wave of suffocation. She did not understand why she was the one who was beaten, but after waking up, her beloved brother Xiao Yan would no longer trust her. As soon as she thought that Xiao Yan would dislike her in the future, Su Linger did not dare to hide anything and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Brother Xiao Yan, not everyone falls behind the first time. This is a normal phenomenon. You have to believe me. Other than you, I have not met anyone. If I have accompanied anyone who has done those things, then I, Su Linger, shall not die a good death and the Su family deserves to be destroyed. Chapter 72 Recording Stone. Su Linger's anxious appearance, when paired with her teardrops, caused Xiao Yan to also not help but think that it's possible that she really did not lie to herself. Although there was still a trace of doubt in his heart, he still embraced Su Linger and comforted her softly. After receiving his comfort, Su Linger also finally let go of her hanging heart and casually pampered herself a few times to show her dissatisfaction. However, there was not too much of a line. Xiao Yan just casually comforted her with a couple of sentences, allowing her to put away her emotions and stand quietly behind him. How could this be done? Jiang Bufan had wanted to watch the two people break up and then strike Xiao Yan in order to obtain the chi luck value within him. Now that the two had made up, how could they still strike Xiao Yan? If he could not strike him, how could he obtain the chi luck value in his body? If he was unable to deprive him of his chi luck value to less than 4 digits in one breath today, then would he not have come for nothing this time? Jiang Bufan immediately decided to continue to add more fuel to the fire. Xiao Yan, I have changed my mind now. How about you let Su Linger go to the boudoir to accompany me for one night, and in the future, this young man will not look for trouble from you? Once these words came out, everyone tacitly fell into silence, and an awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the scene. If Su Linger had fallen into a coma, even if she was not around, Xiao Yan would have definitely agreed to this request without hesitation. After all, women were like clothes, and only cultivation was the most important thing that could always accompany one. However, Su Linger had now awakened and was standing right next to herself, so how could Xiao Yan agree to this request in front of him? The Su family's elders even dared not utter a single word more, and even threw hope in their hearts that Xiao Yan would agree to this matter. After all, if Jiang Bufan was willing to stop looking for Xiao Yan's trouble, would he come back to look for the Su family's trouble? Compared to the safety of the Su family, Su Linger's body seemed completely unimportant. If they were the ones who were the masters, not to mention that Jiang Bufan only needed one night, even if they directly asked Su Linger to become a slave or a servant girl, they would not have the slightest hesitation. The elders conversed with each other using their spiritual sense. If I say so, we might as well help Xiao Yan to directly agree to this matter. Anyway, Su Linger is also a member of my Su family, so sacrificing for the sake of the family is also justifiable. Jiang Bufan is asking about Xiao Yan. Do you dare to go up and help Xiao Yan answer? If this causes Jiang Bufan to be disgruntled, then our Su family members will not be able to carry the wrath of this killing god. This is reasonable. Now only hope Xiao Yan brain normal a little bit. Do not take that useless dignity seriously. Immediately Su Linger wash clean and wait for Jiang Bufan. Otherwise the picture. I am afraid that today will break out conflict. Put your heart in your stomach. In terms of my understanding of Xiaoyan's nature, he definitely won't refuse this kind of good thing. Don't believe you see, he will definitely agree later. Yes. Xiaoyan is not a cargo that pays attention to feelings. A little bit of inattention and this wolf in sheep's clothing can pounce on its prey. Then why is he not answering now and has been lapsing into silence? I feel that he might have had a sudden realization of conscience and is slightly unhappy. I think you're really not smart. If he's really unwilling, he should have rejected young Lord Jiang directly in the first place. But now that he's been silent, doesn't that mean he's already moved on? A divine conversation between the Su family elders. Although Jiang Bufan couldn't tell what he was talking about, but judging from the ripples that kept rising in the space around a few people, they were discussing intensely, completely viewing this matter as if it was gossip, which was very much in line with the inferior roots of the Su family's bones. Although there was no way to know the specifics of what they were talking about, Jiang Bufan was still completely convinced that they definitely weren't cursing him through their spiritual sense. This was because if the Su family elders had such thoughts, the deities behind him would definitely step in and let them know that the majesty of the Jiang family's young master could not be provoked. Although he couldn't hear the spiritual sense conversations of the elders, the deities behind him could learn about it. If the Su family elders saw death, the deities would definitely strike. And this was something that Jiang Bufan didn't have to worry about on his own. Seeing the dark horse prince in his heart fall into silence, Su Linger was in a hurry. Tears like water drops kept coming out. Brother Xiao, what are you thinking? Could it be that you are really willing to let me go and accompany another man? Then what's with your anger just now? Although Su Linger was somewhat retarded and could not distinguish between forms, she still knew the meaning behind Xiaoyan shutting up and not speaking in front of her. To her death, she did not expect that Xiaoyan, whom she trusted the most, would actually fall into silence in the face of such a problem. Where did this look like what a man should look like? At this instant, Su Linger suddenly felt that something in her body had cracked, and that was her heart. She felt incomparably aggrieved, obviously treating Xiaoyan with all her heart, but Xiaoyan would actually fail to protect her dignity in the first place. However, Su Linger had forgotten that at the time, the original body of Jiang Bufan had also protected her wholeheartedly, and her attitude towards her requests had always been, can meet must meet, cannot meet back to the family to find the elders to meet, hard to hold her into a self-righteous fairy, and she also liked Xiaoyan this. In Jiang Bufan met the little fairy warning, she also directly left, and did not for Jiang Bufan to say half a sentence of justice. As time passed, the atmosphere of the scene became even more embarrassing, and the tangle on Xiaoyan's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a certain viciousness. Seeing the expression on his face, a premonition surged within Su Linger's heart as she felt that she would soon be abandoned. With regards to her sixth sense, she trusted it completely. This in other words, Brother Xiaoyan, the dark horse prince that she had longed for, was really willing to send her to Jiang Bufan's bed for the sake of her future. Then what was everything she had paid for Xiaoyan for so long? Xiaoyan did not dare to look at Su Linger with his gaze. His tone was full of compromise, yet full of sadness. Linger, you have to understand me. I have no choice. When these words came out of Xiaoyan's mouth, Su Linger's eyes completely lost their charisma. She completely did not believe that the always gentle Xiaoyan would actually agree to this unreasonable request. Was this still the arrogant Xiaoyan, or the Xiaoyan who said that he would protect her for the rest of her life? Su Linger fell into silence, her brain constantly recalling the previous bits and pieces, a stream of hot tears flowing out of her eyes. She really could not hold on any longer. However, there was still a little bit of an idea remaining within her heart that Xiaoyan was doing this solely because he was compelled to do so, fearing that Jiang Bufan would make a move to exterminate the Su family. Although this sounded absurd and the possibility was so small that it was almost negligible, she was still willing to retain this possibility. But how could Jiang Bufan let the two of them be so amicable? Immediately taking out a recording stone from his pocket, he silently injected his spiritual energy into the recording stone. The recording stone instantly released a familiar voice. Young Master Jiang, I understand what you mean. How about we go to Linger's boudoir later, and I will personally guard the door for you? This was what Xiaoyan had said earlier when Su Linger had fallen into a coma in order to satisfy Jiang Bufan and then said to him, all of which had been recorded by Jiang Bufan without any martial virtues. This familiar voice. Su Linger's eyes were filled with confusion. She could not believe that when she had fallen into a coma, Xiaoyan was not thinking about how to save her, but was instead preparing to treat her as a thing for the masses, a thing to solve the trouble. Endless anger surged out from her chest, and Su Linger no longer had any remaining hope for Xiaoyan in her eyes, replacing it with infinite hatred. Xiaoyan, you are truly an animal. I am truly blind to look at you as a lowly soft rice man. How could you do such a thing? You make me feel sick. No wonder you can't fight Jiang Bufan, someone who is even willing to give up his own woman. What right does he have to fight with the Jiang family's young lord? Xiaoyan, listen to me carefully. You are just a mess of mud. An odd dough that can't hold up the wall. I really think that you don't deserve to be a man. No, you don't even deserve to be a human being. You are completely unworthy compared to Jiang Bufan. Chapter 73, At last you can make a move. Su Linger's words were heartbreaking word by word, especially if she compared Xiao Yan to Jiang Bufan. It made Xiao Yan feel angry. He could not compare to Jiang Bufan? If it was someone else who said this, he would only think that others were mouse-eyed and frogs in the bottom of a well, completely not understanding his terrifying talent. But the person who said this was Su Linger, who had been spending time with him, the Su Linger who had always followed his ass, and the Su Linger who didn't dare to disobey him half-heartedly. For a moment, he felt that his dignity had been stepped on by Su Linger, and all of his face had been slapped. How could he endure this? Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yan suddenly rose up in a violent rage as a blazing fireball lingered in his hand, directly blasting towards the other side of Su Linger's face. Su Linger did not react at all as a suffocating flame blasted at her face, burning her face into a mess. The beauty she was so proud of went up in smoke in an instant, and any random woman she pulled on the street would look several times better than her. Su Linger instantly fell into a complete frenzy. Her mouth was like a machine gun as she crazily spat out Xiao Yan's privacy. Xiao Yan, you are a super invincible big trash. Every time it's just that 3 seconds. Old lady hasn't even felt anything yet. You surrendered. What a trash. But come to think of it, it's normal. You yourself are a soft rice man. It's normal for you to be as soft as a starch sausage there. If I were you, I might as well just go ahead and cut it off. And you run the Su family's stores. Do you really think you have a great business mind? But it's just exchanging resources with the Su family's future development underpinnings. When everyone fights to learn my Su family's martial arts, at that time, no matter what moves my Su family makes, everyone else will be able to easily crack them. You're destroying my Su family's future. It had to be said that although this person, Su Linger, had no combat power, her mouth was truly admirable. Without even taking a breath, within a short period of half a minute, she had spat out where several of Xiao Yan's problems that were difficult to talk about were located. Moreover, one of the problems was still the most difficult for a man to accept, not realizing that Xiao Yan actually had this kind of malady. Jiang Bufan looked at Xiao Yan with a somewhat regretful and pitiful look, and secretly thought in his heart, it is true that when heaven opens a door for you, it will definitely close a window. Although Xiao Yan was the son of Qi Luck, he was harboring this kind of malady, which could be considered as closing a very important window. Feeling the pitiful gazes of the people around him, Xiao Yan only felt his body trembling as he looked at Su Linger with a face full of disbelief. How dare you slander me like this? Su Linger, however, did not give him any face at all and replied with a tone full of mockery, your thing that is the same as a cotton swab. Do I need to slander you? Pffffffff. When these words came out, all the elders couldn't help but burst out laughing, although they had been professionally trained, and generally wouldn't laugh. However, in the face of the current scene, they still could not control themselves and could not help but burst out laughing. This sound was a naked mockery in Xiao Yan's view, causing him to feel that there was no face on his face. Which man was able to carry this kind of ridicule? Which man was able to accept this aspect of his illness? Anyway, Xiao Yan was unable to accept it, and under his anger, Xiao Yan violently rode in front of Su Linger and opened his bow left and right, and kept hitting his big mouth. While smacking his big mouth, he was still cursing angrily. I told you to slander me. I told you to slander me. You are a crazy. Although he was hitting very hard, but still no one went up to stop. Everyone knew that he was posturing, wanting to get rid of his setting, that he couldn't work in that area. Unfortunately, the crowd wasn't stupid. They only needed to use their brains a little bit to know that Su Linger was telling the truth. As he made a move to hit Su Linger, a pleasant lowly voice sounded in Jiang Bufan's ears once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely striking the son of luck, Xiao Yan, gaining a luck value x 2500 wisps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for striking the son of Qi Luck for the first time to the point where his Qi Luck value is 4 digits or less, and he can kill the son of Qi Luck without any injuries, earning a system reward. Finally, Jiang Bufan finally waited for this day, and without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out the billion soul streamer in his storage ring and aimed it at both Xiao Yan and Su Linger. He directly released several terrifying stern ghosts, and as soon as the stern ghosts came out, they directly rushed in the direction of the two of them with open teeth and claws. Xiao Yan had wanted to be born to stop them, but he did not expect that just as he wanted to throw a punch, Su Linger had violently bailed him out, controlling him to death. He hurriedly wanted to throw away this crazy, but he did not expect that Su Linger, no matter how he fought, was like a dog skin plaster, sticking to him to death. Xiao Yan watched within his eyes as Li appeared in front of him. Crazy old woman, get out of the way or we will all die under this ghost. Su Linger, however, as if she had fallen into madness, laughed wickedly, yet full of anger. You're afraid of death? I'm not afraid. and even if I'm going to die, I must drag you along with me to die. Let's road to hell and continue to settle the score. Ha 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 ha. The biggest mistake in my Su Linger's life is to believe in you, the soft rice man, Xiao Yan. Go to hell with me. As Su Linger's voice both came to an abrupt end, the figures of the two were completely devoured and refined by the stern ghost. The souls were also immediately pulled into the billion soul streamer. And even after being pulled into the billion soul streamer, Su Linger continued to gnaw on Xiao Yan like a mad dog. She was completely like a dog that was bound to chew Xiao Yan's soul into oblivion. As the two were killed, the lowly voice in his head sounded as promised, causing Zhang Buri to smile extraordinarily happily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Qi for the first time, obtaining the Son of Qi gift pack X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the second mode of the system, the Divine Object Lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. More than 10 system sounds sounded in a row, making Zhang Bufan only feel that the world was beautiful and the future was promising. She smiled while walking out of the Su family. With one of her orders, the guards smothered suddenly transformed into merciless executioners, frantically carrying out the killings. When he returned to the Jiang mansion, in less than an hour, someone came back to report to him that the entire Su family did not stay up and down. All of them had been beheaded. Since then, the story with Xiao Yan was completely over. Zhang Bufan calmly looked at the various things rewarded by the system and then smiled indulgently as he decided that he wanted to enter seclusion again. Moreover, he had a distinct premonition that after this seclusion, when he came out again, his battle power would reach a point that everyone would not dare to imagine. The thing that made him think this way was not his self-confidence, but the items rewarded by the system were all ghostly. Next, Zhang Bufan handed over the right to manage the family to the Grand Elder for the time being, and after announcing to the group of elders that he was going into seclusion, he resolutely stepped into the cultivation room. Along with his departure, the elders of the Zhang family began their own murmurings of, "What level of cultivation do you guys think the young lord will reach when he comes out of seclusion this time? Will it directly reach the limit of the sovereign realm? Otherwise, why did he announce his seclusion with great fanfare this time? I don't think it should be very likely. The young lord only closed down for a breakthrough not long ago. This time, he should simply be comprehending martial arts, or practicing horizontal training techniques. No, 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 I'm sure that when young lord comes out again, his cultivation will definitely have a breakthrough. You see where young lord has not improved 100-fold since he came out of this retreat? Ah yes, 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 I feel the same way. I hope that young lord can surprise us. After all, the international situation is not too optimistic right now. Humph, no matter what, it's us who will fight in the front first. The young lord only needs to steadily improve himself. Those little hairy people can't affect the young lord's growth yet. Alright, let's each go and do our own thing. The young master will be promoted to which step? We will know the day he leaves the gate. Chapter 74, Exit. The passing of time was not a matter of days and nights. When Zhang Bufan went into this seclusion, it was for 6 whole months, or half a year. During these half a year, the Zhang family's life and death experience was thoroughly reformed and successful. And although it left more than a dozen cultivators dead, it clearly allowed the younger generation of cultivators to skyrocket in their battle prowess. On top of that, due to the constant supply of resources from the small island nation, the Zhang family's strength had steadily increased again throughout the day. Among them, 4 elders received focused cultivation and managed to break through from half-step deity to the deity realm, with the lowest being intermediate deities and the other 3 being advanced deities. At the Chinese level, the Zhang family and the Yi family announced their marriage, with Zhang Bufan personally marrying Yi Qingcheng. The marriage of the 2 divine spirit families caused a tremor in China. Of course, this was something that Zhang Bufan knew about and personally instructed through means, and although he was still in seclusion, he was able to arrange the next tasks. As time passed, Zhang Bufan in the cultivation room finally opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. System, open my host panel. Host, Zhang Bufan. Technique, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Technique, Chaos Grade. Tai Chu Body Casting Technique, Chaos Grade. Physique, Immortal King Body PLUE version, Supreme Grade. Cultivation, Transcendent Extreme Realm, plus. Horizontal Training Cultivation, Refined Skin Perfection, Jade Skin, plus. Martial Skills, 10,000 Elephants Rushing, Lower Grade of Heavenly Order, Perfect. Spring Born and Autumn Killed, Lower Grade of Heavenly Order, Perfect. Withered Tree Rejuvenates the Spring, Middle Grade of Heavenly Order, Perfect. Demon King's Hand Earth Order Extreme Grade, Perfect. Click to open collapsed message. Intent, Law of Fiery Fire, 99, 9%. Intent of Withered Wood, 99, 9%. Law of Cold Ice, 99, 9%. Law of Thick Earth, 99, 9%. Law of Killing, 99, 9%. Chi Luck, 0. Warehouse, Order of Life and Death X10. Summoning of Gods card X2. Spiritual Weapon Enhancement Card X5, Billion Souls Streamer X1, Comprehensive Evaluation, Host, it's impressive to see a warrior who can fight on his own. I believe your future is full of hope. Jia. This is where this young man's talent lies. After half a year of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Bufan's overall strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The first thing was the cultivation level. From the realm of the Sovereign Master surprisingly all the way to bullishly bringing lightning pairs to step into the Transcendent Realm, and it was still the limit of the Transcendent Realm. This meant that he only needed to take one more step forward to step into the half-step deity, and after breaking through 3 levels he could become a true deity. Next was the horizontal training of the physical body, which had also reached the Jade Blood level of the skin refining realm, and up until now, the sinews, bones, blood, flesh, and skin had all been tempered to the very top. Next were the 2 realms in the horizontal training of the physical body, one named Half-Step Saint and the other Saint. This was the path to sainthood of the flesh body. The battle power of a saint could be compared to a deity, but there hadn't been any saints in the Hengtian martial practitioners for a few hundred years. This caused everyone to forget about the existence of saints now, and all of them were single-mindedly trying to break through to the divine spirit realm. Subsequently, there were the various martial arts that had yet to be comprehended, and now without exception, all of them had been cultivated by him to the consummate level, completely becoming his own. There were also the various realms of meaning that he had comprehended before, all of which had been metamorphosed into laws, and all the laws had reached the level of 99.9, just one step away from being able to metamorphose into one of the great Tao once again. The reason why all the laws were cultivated to the level of 99.9, it was necessary to mention the comprehension of a law, that is, the law of balance. This law seemed to be very cockamamie. It didn't speed up or enhance battle power, but it allowed the various forces within the body to be balanced. Then Zhang Bufan had a sudden idea to utilize the law of balance to raise all of his laws to the 99.9 level, and his battle power instantly skyrocketed. As for the fortune value gained from killing the Son of Fortune, without exception, it was all used to enhance various battle powers, still not leaving a single point behind. This has been Zhang Bufan's norm. After all, his idea has always been to raise his strength first. If he can raise his strength, only by obtaining more powerful strength would he be able to obtain more chi luck. If you can't use your fortune after getting it, it will definitely affect the speed of your breakthrough. The last thing was the comprehensive evaluation given by the system, and it was only now that the system finally recognized the host it had chosen and gave out a decent evaluation. This made Zhang Bufan feel filled with fighting spirit, and he couldn't wait to kill a few more sons of Qi and then further enhance his battle power. By now, all of his boosts were clearly visible, and then he took out 2 cards. This was the summoning card of the gods rewarded by the system. There was nothing else to do, so let's just do the summoning and see which deity can be summoned. With a single thought, Zhang Bufan activated the god summoning cards. An array of spiritual light surged out from the cards, immediately going straight up into the clouds. In an instant, the sky was filled with clouds turning to the stars, the winds were raging, and 2 columns of energy that looked like waterfalls slammed into the ground, immediately erupting into a terrifying sound. As the space stabilized, the 2 energy pillars also gradually dissipated, from which walked out of the 2 not angry and majestic body aura completely not lose the Zheng family old ancestor of the terrifying existence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Erlangshan Yangjian, current battle power, top ++ deity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the goddess of darkness Nyx, current battle power, top ++ deity. One was a deity of the Chinese deity system, and the other was a deity of the Greek system, both of which were first-class existences in terms of battle power. After the 2 deities appeared, Yang Jian bowed to Zhang Bufan. Yang Jian has met the human king, and is willing to go through fire and water for the human king. However, Nyx, who was on the side, had different words, only to see that her eyes were full of motherly love. One hugged Zhang Bufan, holding him close to her bosom. Her tone was a bit sad, and with a bit of excitement. My good boy, are you alright? What the hell? Zhang Bufan felt the waves and froze for 2 seconds, feeling a little confused by Nyx's sudden motherly love. How could he not know that he was Nyx's son? He was a pure-blooded Chinese. How could he have a Greek deity as a mother? For this situation, the system promptly gave an explanation. It turned out that the gods that were summoned to come, the system would infuse him with exclusive memories. This would make the deity 100% willing to assist him and fight for him wholeheartedly. If that's the case, Zhang Bufan also completely figured out that Yang Jian was injected with the memory of needing to protect the human king, and he himself was the human king in Yang Jian's eyes. For this title, Zhang Bufan was more than satisfied, and even wanted to call it after he unified the blue star, which was both domineering and forceful. That Nyx was the one who was injected with the memory that he was her son. which made Zhang Bufan a bit embarrassed, as both his parents were still in the outer heaven battlefield. If these three met, what kind of sparks would happen? But with Nyx's battle power, I'm sure his parents wouldn't mind if he recognized a godmother. Zhang Bufan withdrew his wild thoughts, looked at the two with a sincere face, and spoke. Elder Yang Jian, Mother Superior, from now on, I'll rely on you to grow up. Chapter 75, Goodbye to the Second Ancestor. Yang Jian made a salute, then used some sort of magical means to transform into a seven-colored divine sparrow, then flew to stand proudly on Zhang Bufan's shoulder. This was to guard the human king in his heart closely to avoid any other state, and it was clearly visible that Yang Jian valued Zhang Bufan's safety to the extreme. Nyx, on the other hand, still maintained that loving demeanor, with stars inside her eyes, looking at Zhang Bufan tenderly and kindly. It wasn't until Zhang Bufan was slightly embarrassed by the look that he said in a calm tone, Mother, if you keep looking at me like this, it will make others think that I'm a mama's boy. Mom, Mambo man? Nyx froze for a moment, although he didn't quite understand the meaning of the word yet, but if you analyze it literally, mama's boy, mother's most precious boy, wasn't that a good word? However, looking at Zhang Bufan's face with some embarrassment, Nyx also probably understood that this word should not be a good word, so he also withdrew his gaze and, then transforming into a flash of darkness, she directly burrowed into Zhang Bufan's shadow. Son, if you need it, Mother will immediately appear by your side. The words were full of care, making Zhang Bufan only feel a warm current surging into his body. As the old song goes, there is only a good mother in the world. Even though Nyx wasn't her real mother, she attached extra importance to her child due to the motherly love. When both deities had already found their hiding spots, Zhang Bufan then walked out of the cultivation room and headed towards the Zhang family grounds. He needed to communicate effectively with the second ancestor, and although he was basically already presiding over the affairs of the Zhang clan now, the clan had never yet clarified his status. The status here was not that of a young master, but that of an administrator, and it was not that he wanted to compete with his old man for the position of head of the family. Rather, he had to gain the complete trust of the highest level before he could get his orders up and down the line and get them 100% accomplished. Although it seemed like he had done so many things and the entire Zhang family followed his orders completely, Zhang Bufan knew that this was because the things he had done were just minor to the topmost upper echelons. Even the destruction of the small island country was a first-class victory for China. But for the Zhang family's old ancestors, it was just an average battle, because if the Zhang family wanted to exterminate the small island nation, any one of them could have brought a deity to exterminate it easily. But Zhang Bufan had accomplished this with 0 casualties, which made all the old ancestors more satisfied. Therefore, the Zhang family old ancestors also acquiesced to letting Zhang Bufan continue to preside over the family affairs, and even sent a few of the family's top deities to the battlefield beyond the heavens. In the past, they would never have dared to do anything about it for fear that if the number of deities was low, other countries would reveal their wolfish ambitions and want to take a bite out of the flesh of the Huaxia plate. That was why there were about 10 or so top-level deities that could only rely on their own divine incarnations to participate in the outer heaven battlefield, which led to the fact that the Zhang clan wasn't able to further gain greater benefits from the outer heaven battlefield. This was because even if they were able to fight their way down, they would still face the problem of having no deities to defend the place they had fought. On the heavens beyond battlefield, deities were merely the starting realm, and no one could survive more than half a day in the heavens beyond battlefield without the cultivation of a deity. This was because the dark attributes of space on the heavens beyond battlefield alone could constantly eat away at someone without divine power, causing him to die without realizing it. Therefore, the heavens beyond battlefield was a paradise for deities, and primary deities were the lowest level here, with the lowest battle power, but they were also the existences that were the easiest to break through and advance. The outer heaven battlefield was full of opportunities, and there would even be supreme Dao fruits that could allow a primary deity to directly reach a top deity. Although it was extremely rare, it wasn't as if no one had ever encountered it. In other words, the outer heaven battlefield was a place full of danger and opportunity. That was why every power was eager to let more deities enter it in order to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. 2. And look for opportunities to break the limits of the human body and find the legendary chance to step into that realm. Now, the reason why they dared to let these deities travel to the heavenly battlefield was that the old ancestors had discovered that their own young lord was truly resourceful, and had actually used mysterious means to control the 8 small island kingdom deities. On top of that, it also made the heavenly diffusion sect raise their entire clan to defect, and after a short period of thinking, the old ancestors finally agreed that even if there was an enemy invasion, their own young lord would definitely be able to withstand it until they returned to help. That was why the old ancestors had sent out so many top-tier deities to lay the foundation of resources for the clan's development. When Zhang Bufan walked up to the teleportation array, Elder Kuki was no longer frozen in place like before, but automatically rose to greet him, and his face was filled with the compassion of the older generation. This showed one thing: Elder Deadwood had already accepted this young master of his family from the bottom of his heart. This made Jiang Bufan feel satisfied. At least it showed that everything he did was indeed supported by the people of the Jiang family. Young lord, is it time to head to the clan lands? Elder Kuki took the lead in asking the question. His tone was light, clearly different from his previous endearing appearance. Jiang Bufan didn't hesitate and nodded, replying with a smile. Aha, please ask Elder Kuki to activate the teleportation array. I would like to discuss a small matter with the old ancestors. Elder Kuki didn't delay him, immediately activating the array. Young lord, please. Jiang Bufan walked into the teleportation formation. A spatial order was immediately activated, and in just the twinkling of an eye, he was teleported to the interior of the clanland. Before he came to the clanland, he only felt that there were great killing opportunities everywhere inside the clanland, with all sorts of hidden means coming out. Whereas now, he was able to clearly perceive that there were countless mysterious spirit bodies inside the clanlands, which were buried underneath the graves. The spirit symbols above the graves were completely closed, and there were some small branch veins on top of the spirit bodies, which came from the depths of the earth, and were the transformations of the earth veins. The earth veins were slowly but constantly drawing energy from these spiritual bodies, and then converging at a certain center point to be absorbed by the supreme terror inside. It wasn't until now that Jiang Bufan realized with a jolt that the complete clanland was actually a heavenly absorption grand formation, and if he wasn't wrong, this grand formation was for breaking through to that realm after the divine spirit, using the pressurized spirit body as sustenance. It continuously drew on it and then gained its supreme energy. The crowd of ancestors of the Jiang clan were indeed all ruthless characters, as terrifying as they were in name only. This scene also made Jiang Bufan's heart even stronger, determined that he must continue to cultivate and become the strongest existence. This was the only way to solve all the intrigues and plots, lest one day, he himself would become someone else's nourishment. Even though all of the Jiang family's old ancestors were treating him extremely well now, who could guarantee that the future would be the same? If one day, a certain old ancestor needed him to sacrifice his own life in order to make a breakthrough, would these old ancestors agree? The results were completely too much to ponder. Jia, kid, now you should be able to see one of the roles of this big formation, right? How does it feel? Do you have a clear understanding of my Jiang family again? Chapter 76: The Road to Total Conquest. Jia, kid, now you should be able to see one of the functions of this grand formation, right? How does it feel? Do you have a clear understanding of my Jiang family again? The second ancestor's voice came from a distance, and Jiang Bufan had just turned his head around when he realized that his figure had appeared beside him. Although the second ancestor's face was filled with amiability, Jiang Bufan, who had just been shocked by the large formation under his feet, already had a hint of wariness in his heart. However, he didn't show it, but continued to face the second ancestor with a smile, and respectfully replied, "A ghostly artifact." The words were simple and concise, yet they had been able to completely explain what he meant, which made the second group somewhat impressed. Although second ancestor felt that his own young master was not a pool animal, he also thought that he was still lacking in substance, and that he needed time to slowly accumulate and settle down before he could accomplish anything. But now, his young master's steadiness, and the hidden hint of wariness deep inside, all already indicated that he already had the characteristics that a strong person should have. Just as the second ancestor wanted to continue to speak out and test him a bit, he inadvertently glanced over and caught a glimpse of the seven-colored divine bird that stood on his own young lord's shoulder. Infinite wariness then surged on his face, and incredulity filled the depths of the corners of his eyes. With all his years of insight, yet he did not recognize this bird species at all, and did not even have any information about it. If it was just this, it would not have been able to cause him to panic, but most importantly, he clearly felt a terrifying sense of oppression and killing intent from this bird. To what extent was this feeling strong? Let's just put it this way. The second ancestor felt that as long as he made a move against his own young lord, this divine bird would exterminate him with a thunderous strike in the next second. Although he also had the means to be able to battle this divine bird, the premonition in his heart told him that no matter what means he used, he would end up in defeat. He knew that he was the top of the Jiang family's top deity species, and as long as he obtained the supreme opportunity, he could reach the legendary realm at any time. But facing the bird on Jiang Bufan's shoulder, he still didn't have any chance of winning, which made him only feel that this bird was as terrifying as it was. Just when he wanted to ask for information about this bird, Jiang Bufan's shadow gave him another thunderous blow, causing him to be jolted. The moment he inadvertently saw Jiang Bufan's shadow, the terrifying aura emanating from inside the shadow made him feel a strong sense of suffocation. This shadow even hid a, no less than divine, supreme deity inside it, and its battle power was certainly superior to his own. This caused the second ancestor to fall into a brief silence as he looked dazedly towards Jiang Bufan. His small eyes filled with great confusion. He was completely confused as to why Jiang Bufan had attracted the guardianship of two deities whose battle power was no less than his own, and he was completely able to sense a clear sense of wariness from the two deities' auras. This meant that these two deities had appeared just to protect Jiang Bufan's existence. The second ancestor couldn't help but inwardly inquire to himself, could it be that he had grown old and couldn't keep up with the thought process of the younger generation of deities? It was simply a departure from the original upper spectrum, out of his own young lord's protection. The second ancestor still risked a salute to the seven-colored deity in shadow before opening his mouth to inquire. The two of you are sticking close to my Jiang family's young lord. I wonder what the reason is. If the two of you have any needs, as one of the Jiang clan's oldest ancestors, I will definitely do my best to fulfill them. After the second ancestor finished speaking, the naked eye tensed up and quietly waited for both of you to answer. The seven-colored divine bird did a little thinking. Guardian King, the shadowed Nyx, guard my child. At these words, the second ancestor couldn't help but skim his lips. These two deities didn't know who they learned from. They were concise, not much nonsense at all. However, as the person had already said so, it was not good for him to carry on breaking the pot to the bottom. Otherwise he was afraid that he would still anger the other party. But he was indeed afraid of his own young master's safety again. Just when he didn't know what to do, Jiang Bufan smiled lightly and then said to him, "Don't worry, second ancestor, immortal Emperor Yang Jian and Mother Superior won't harm me. They are all my family." The second ancestor froze for 2 seconds, somewhat puzzled as to when his young lord had an additional mother. But that wasn't the point. The point was, could the two really be trusted? Thus, he subconsciously inquired again. Sure, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that he had slipped up a bit, questioning someone in front of them. This nakedly would offend someone. The second ancestor hurriedly tried to round the words out, but unfortunately, before the words were even uttered, both deities snorted coldly. Seven-colored divine bird, hee, with the heart of a small man, I will not betray the human king even if I die. Die outside and jump from here. Next, if you belong to the Greek god system, just by questioning me, I would let you know what the dark avenue is, and plunge you into the midst of boundless darkness. The second ancestor was a bit embarrassed, but after all, he was the one who slipped up first, so he didn't say anything more. Looking at the confident smile on his young master's face, he could only choose to believe in Jiang Bufan unconditionally, hoping that his young master hadn't been coaxed. After Jiang Bufan exchanged a few pleasantries with the second ancestor, he also began the topic he had come for. Second ancestor, I would like to open the road of total conquest. The path of total conquest was the strategic policy that Jiang Bufan had proposed before his seclusion, and it had been reported in writing to the old ancestors 6 months ago. The old ancestors still felt that the time wasn't ripe enough after a long period of discussion, so in the end, they chose to reject the strategy and opted for smooth development. The second ancestor had thought that Jiang Bufan had something else to report, but he didn't realize that he had come for this path of development, and puzzlement unconsciously surfaced on his face. Little Bufan, why do you keep insisting on conquering? Is it not good to develop smoothly? Jiang Bufan shook his head immediately after hearing this. All the smiles on his face were put away, replaced by a serious face full of unquestioning, only to see him wave his hand. A map of the Chengdu world condensed by the convergence of spiritual bodies appeared, with red and blue color flags on the map. The red color represented the forces of China, and the blue color represented the forces of other countries. In certain areas, the red and blue flags converge very close to each other. Even one step can reach each other's area, which is obviously a controversial place. Jiang Bufan pointed at the world map. If Blue Star is not unified, it will always only be able to drink the leftover soup inside the outer heavenly war. Only by completing the great unification and gathering all the military power can we divide the big cake of the outer heavenly war. And Huaxia can't just play defense. It must go on the offensive. Only offense is the best defense. The countries see my Huaxia as a delicacy, but they are afraid of my Huaxia's power. So in the end, they will inevitably join forces to attack together. Then there is only one path for my Huaxia, and that is to hit them hard before they unite, and beat them so hard that they won't dare to resist anymore. Second ancestor, the Blue Star's general situation is such that we can't afford to take our time anymore. We must flag a clear battle. Chapter 77, Getting What You Want. The second ancestor fell into a short silence. He had to admit that he was indeed moved by Jiang Bufan's words, especially that line about the best defense being offense. As soon as he thought back to the previous time when Jiang Bufan had conquered the small island nation, the way the house was eyeing them at the border, he then felt that he really should beat them up and make them sore. Otherwise being missed by thieves every day would be a headache, especially that group of stupid monkeys in the southwest. I don't know who gave them the courage, actually dared to directly send troops to attack, although they were beaten by the Chinese border army and directly wiped out all of them. But this also affects the prestige of China's great power to some extent. After all, Even a few small countries with such garbage dare to provoke China. Does that mean that the strength of Huaxia is no longer respected by these small countries? Although it was certainly impossible, in terms of both face and face, Huaxia had already lost some small points. If they were able to strike fear into these small countries, or even just take them in like they were small island nations, then the Zhang family could be several times stronger in a short period of time. The second ancestor thought carefully for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this strategy wasn't completely unworkable, but there was no way for him alone to clap his hands on such a large future plan, so he could only tell Jiang Bufan to wait a few days first, so that he could discuss it with the other Jiang clan old ancestors for a few moments. But Jiang Bufan didn't want to waste any extra time. He still had other tasks to accomplish. How could it be so difficult to think of paving a path for future development? Just as the two of them fell into silence, a voice came out from the deepest part of the clanland. Second ancestor, we are merely the guardians of the clan, and it's about time that this group of brats take over the entirety of the clan. Although this voice sounded flat, and no emotion could be heard from it, it inexplicably gave people a feeling of saying one thing and not another. Originally still entangled in the second ancestor after learning these words, face are surging out of unbelievable face, for the identity of the voice of the person, he is completely aware of, for the voice of the person's character, he is also completely clear. But it was such a guy who regarded power as his life that would actually take the initiative to share out the management. What exactly was the reason behind this? But since this fellow had said so, it meant that the ancestors of the Zhang clan had all unanimously approved of Jiang Bufan's plan, which was an unexpected blessing. The second ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his head and spoke to Jiang Bufan with a grave expression on his face. Go and do it. In the future, you can make your own decisions about the things of the Jiang family, the Jiang family ancestors. In the future, they will only become the Jiang family guardian god and will not meddle in any internal matters. Seemingly still a little uneasy, the second ancestor followed up with another admonition. The Jiang family, in the future, it can all be handed over to you. Remember to think deeply before you do anything. Do not be reckless. When Jiang Bufan heard this, a smile like a flower immediately bloomed on his face, and he hurriedly assured the second ancestor and those old ancestors hidden in the shadows that he would definitely not be arrogant, but would instead take one step and think of 10, and would definitely lead the Jiang family towards a faster, more powerful path of development. If he wasn't able to lead the Jiang family to prosperity, then he would rather be subjected to the family law, and would never think of venturing forward again, and even guaranteed that within a year, he would increase the Jiang family's number of divine spirit powerhouses by another 3 digits. In the face of his confidence, the second ancestor also kept a satisfied smile, especially after Jiang Bufan made his pledge. The second ancestor was so satisfied that he wanted to pat him on the shoulder. However, after glancing at the bird of proud battle power on his shoulder, the second ancestor was still quite sensible and lowered his own hand before placing his gaze on Jiang Bufan. The two of them looked at each other, both seeing blazing heat in the other's eyes, and it was clear that both of them had the desire to do something big within their hearts. Receiving the assurances from the old ancestors, Jiang Bufan didn't stay inside the clanland for much longer, but left the clanland in style with the cultivation resources he had found out from the arms of the second ancestor, leaving behind the second ancestor who was shivering in the cold wind. Looking at his storage rings all turned into empty shells, his heart was really bitter. However, the second ancestor is not a fool. Since the little one to their own cultivation resources all wool gathering away, that cannot let him alone to suffer. He must go to find the other Jiang family ancestor for a while. So the second ancestor immediately transformed into a cold aura, determined a direction, and immediately disappeared towards it. And in the next few days he transformed into a robber, and robbed all the ancestors of the Jiang family. Not to say that there is not an inch of grass, but also let these ancestors heart tired for a long time. There are even some directly by him scared to declare closed cultivation. As long as the Jiang family does not perish, they will not reappear. This made the second ancestor a bit dissatisfied, but after a few days of looting, he still had many more goodies in his storage ring, which revived his mood. He even hoped in his heart that Jiang Bufan would rob him once more, so that he would have the right reason to just go in front of the other old ancestors and make a $0 purchase. Jiang Bufan naturally didn't know that after he left, the second ancestor in the clanland would actually follow his example and make effective use of resources. After he left the clanland, he immediately traveled to the Yi family, needing to have an effective conversation with the Yi family administrator to take the lead in taking down one of the 4 great families. If he were to combine with the Yi family afterward, it would be a great event for China. Originally, he closed the time. No time to come to visit the Yi family even if, now after the release of customs, if not the first time to go to see his old man. That spread out I'm afraid that the people of China is also a big deal. I'm afraid that the people of China will still think that the young master of the Jiang family has no family education, or will also be rumored that the Jiang family is looking down on the Yi family and other outrageous words. These words Jiang, Yi two families naturally impossible to believe, but will also be jealous. Some silly big man may also produce dissatisfaction ideas. Most importantly, Zhang Bufan couldn't keep his fiancée waiting for him, could he? Piloting the Thunder Fighter, Zhang Bufan quickly reached the jurisdiction of the Yi family, and after announcing his identity, he also managed to obtain a landing. The Thunder Fighter was now in its third generation, and no matter if it was combat power or other abilities, it had been upgraded by leaps and bounds. So when it landed, it didn't cause a big commotion. This caused the Yi family's crowd to be somewhat taken aback, as the Yi family's Phoenix Fighter was clearly not at this level yet, and could even be said to be far from it. Greeting Zhang Bufan were the Yi family elders and Yi Qingcheng, especially Yi Qingcheng, who didn't know where she learned to actually hold a bunch of roses. It was worth mentioning that Zhang Bufan also hugged a pot of roses, and the starry sky inside the roses shone brightly, making all the Yi family elders feel his sincerity. As soon as he got off the fighter, Yi Qingcheng directly rushed into his arms, with tears in the corners of her eyes, her tone pitiful. Brother Bufan, you've kept me waiting for a long time. This is naturally being pampered. Zhang Bufan felt a warmth in his heart, patted her shoulder and promised Yi Qingcheng that, good boy, it won't happen next time. In the future we will never separate again, okay? Chapter 78, Lord of China. Good boy, it won't happen next time. In the future we will never separate again, okay? This sound of good boy simply called to Yi Qingcheng's heart. Yi Qingcheng's cheeks quickly flushed red as the apple of the splashing monkey in Huagua Mountain. Lovely. Yi Qingcheng didn't know how to respond to Zhang Bufan's words, so she simply directly hugged her fiancé to show her attitude. She also never wanted to be separated from Zhang Bufan again. The love between the two left the Yi family elders speechless, although inwardly they felt that the girl shouldn't be so proactive. But who asked the Zhang family boy to be so charismatic? Besides, the two had been childhood sweethearts since they were young, and now that they were betrothed, what was wrong with hugging together? They weren't so pedantic and old-fashioned either. It was only that when Yi Qingcheng's old father looked at Zhang Bufan, although he was satisfied with his son-in-law, there was still a trace of reluctance in his heart when he thought that the child that he had doted on for so many years would be scooped up by Zhang Bufan just like that. Therefore, this old father Yi Nanzong could only cough lightly twice. Almost done. Hurry up and enter the mansion. When Yi Qingcheng heard this, her cheeks instantly turned 2 degrees redder, stomped her feet, and hurriedly ran back to her boudoir holding the roses sent by Zhang Bufan. She wasn't a fool either, knowing that her man would have to discuss other things with his father next, which was a major event for both families, so she didn't delay the two discussing. However, a second before entering her boudoir, Yi Qingcheng still tilted her head, looked at Zhang Bufan, and then raised her own cell phone again, imploring Zhang Bufan to look at her cell phone. Zhang Bufan did not hesitate, directly opened his cell phone, saw the private message Yi Qingcheng sent to himself, and then returned it good, put away his cell phone. After Yi Qingcheng got the reply, even if there is only one word, she is also extraordinarily happy, and hurriedly covered her face and ran back to her own boudoir to choose clothes, because what she just sent to Zhang Bufan was, after you guys finish discussing the big event, accompany me to go shopping. Zhang Bufan agreed, which made her feel incomparably happy. As soon as Yi Qingcheng left, the surrounding elders started to snicker, one after the other. Zhang kid, when are you going to marry my family Qingcheng? I can tell you, Qingcheng is a famous beauty. If you're a few days late, maybe Qingcheng will look at someone who is pursuing her. That's right, the pursuit of Qingcheng's people are from China to the F country. That's because you kid is we watched grow up. Don't worry, otherwise how can we let you so easily with my family Qingcheng engaged? Ha 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 ha. But Qingcheng is quite a match for you. One is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. One is a flamboyant gentleman. Walking out together is also a pair of divine couple, surely making passers-by envious. Zhang kid, I can tell you, Qingcheng is my most precious child. If you dare to bully her, I will definitely make you pay for it even if I fight for my life. Got it? Alright, you know how to scare children here. Do you see that Zhang kid looks like someone who can be scared? He is the leader of the Zhang family. How can he be threatened by others? One by one. Be honest. The person who said this was Yi Nanzong. Even though he was somewhat unable to talk about his own daughter, he could never allow his son-in-law to be subjected to someone else's jabs. Moreover, his own son-in-law was still the head of the Zhang family, and the probability was that he would take over Huaxia in the future. So how could he allow others to threaten him? And wouldn't spreading the word cause Huaxia's reputation to be tarnished? Therefore, Yi Nanzong still spoke out and said a few words about his own elder, which was actually a statement. Under the leadership of Yi Nanzong, Zhang Bufan and the Yi family elders came together in the conference room. ready to start discussing the next path of development. As soon as they entered the conference room, there were no more smiles on everyone's faces. They were filled with seriousness, causing the atmosphere to drop a few degrees. Jiang Bufan, as a junior, also immediately decided to take the lead in presenting his own opportunity, which was the path of total conquest, a path of being an enemy to the whole world. First of all, the first thing that needs to be accomplished for this plan is to complete the unification of all the forces within the country, in order to ensure that the top and the bottom are of one mind, and that they can strike decisively when they encounter an enemy. Only on this basis can the first battlefield mission be accomplished. That is, within 3 days, to exterminate those small countries in southwest China. These small countries, no matter whether it is the economy, or war power, alive as the number of deities are far behind the Chinese, but on the basis of the Chinese have always been preaching to convince people with virtue, so it has been jumping up and down, kicking people, so they have been jumping up and down, thinking that their own country is very strong. Jiang Bufan will use them as the first to attack. Jiang Bufan decided to use blitzkrieg, that is to say, in the shortest possible time, to maximize the destruction of the enemy army, and this attack, Huaxia will be the entire southwest plate all into the country, in order to achieve the expansion of the size of the territory, and to show the country's majesty of the role of the goal. For the first step, the Yi family members actually did not have any objections. In their opinion, the gang of monkeys in the southwest really did not need to be spoiled, before is lazy to take care of. Now since someone proposed to clean them up, that the Yi family elders will not have the slightest hesitation. After all, these are war heroes only for the unification of the national force this, Yi family some elders have a little bit of small doubt, that is, how to carry out the unification. Jiang Bufan of course already had a way to deal with their doubts, only to see that he gently clapped his hands, and Yang Jian and Nix appeared on their own. After the two of them appeared, they only released a little bit of their breath, which made the Yi family elders feel a wave of suffocation. The Yi family elders knew that these two were top-tier deities, and they were also the topmost group of deities. Even if it was the Yi family's elder himself, I was afraid that he would not be a match for these two, because the aura emanating from the two was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, the two didn't make things too difficult for the elders. Showing up in less than a few seconds, they reappeared back to where they were supposed to be, while the savage aura disappeared at once. Only then did the elders feel able to breathe, and their fear of Jiang Bufan was immediately raised dozens of times. It was only at this time that Jiang Bufan's mouth corners rose as he opened his mouth to the elders and said, "Seniors, the kid is not talented. He has not become a Transcendence Realm Extreme Realm cultivator until now, but in his heart, he wants to be the Lord of Huaxia very much." After the elders heard this, their hearts also understood the big stick that they just said Jiang Bufan had released. This person was prepared to rule the Yi family from the very beginning. But how was this possible? The Yi family was a deity family, and the number of deities within the family was not a small number. How could it be conquered by a Transcendence Realm cultivator? Not to mention a Transcendence Realm cultivator, even if it was a deity in person. Wait, Transcendence Realm Extreme Realm? It was then that the elders reacted, hastily placing their gazes on Jiang Bufan, and then learned of a fact that they did not dare to believe. That was that the young master of the Jiang family before them, the future son-in-law of the Yi family, had now unexpectedly reached the Transcendence Realm Extreme Realm. How old is he? What kind of devilish talent was this? If Jiang Bufan was given the chance to continue his development, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before the Jiang clan would be talking about one more top-tier deity sitting in their midst. Moreover, this top divine spirit was still the youngest, the most talented, and perhaps 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger in battle power than an ordinary divine spirit. The Yi family's elders gulped, their voices trembling a little. "Jiang, young lord, what kind of elixir have you taken?" Chapter 79, The Fu Family. To this question, Jiang Bufan just smiled and didn't answer directly. There were times when silence was better than sound, such as now. Since he didn't answer directly, everyone felt that this was some sort of tactic of the Jiang family. If this tactic could cultivate Transcendence Realm cultivators in large quantities, what serious consequences would it cause? The Yi family elders could only remember their scalps tingling, and it was because the Jiang family and the Yi family had always had a good relationship. Otherwise I'm afraid they would all be too scared to sleep tonight. After a short period of thinking, the Yi family elders actually agreed with Jiang Bufan's opinion. In other words, they were willing to support Jiang Bufan to become the Lord of Huaxia. After operating in the south for so many years, they were also aware of the tense international situation, and in their hearts, they actually had the idea of making a big move. However, the ruling philosophy of the Yi family has always been peaceful development. If they suddenly changed their philosophy, wouldn't it be a laughing stock if it was spread out? Therefore, the Yi family has not changed their own philosophy. There is basically no active take-up arms to launch an attack. This makes other small countries feel that the Chinese people are more talkative. One by one, they have been stirring up their noses, which has seriously affected the development of the South. Now Jiang Bufan took the initiative to put forward the battle plan. Then they will definitely return to support him unconditionally. Don't ask why. If you have to ask hard, the answer is also very simple. That was who made Jiang Bufan the son-in-law of the Yi family? Moreover, he was also a notorious demon. No matter whether it was in terms of his cultivation, his personality, or his heart, he was a qualified leader. The future was bound to be radiant. So what reason would the Yi family have to reject the plan proposed by Jiang Bufan? Besides, for the position of the Lord of China, for the Yi family to say that they didn't have any thoughts, that would definitely be absolutely impossible. But no matter if it was based on the strength of the family, or the gap between the family's favored combatants, the Jiang family was the most suitable divine family to be the head of Huaxia. Let's just put it this way, if the Jiang family were to suddenly get upset one day and stand up and lift the table off the table, then the whole of Huaxia would be in a very awkward situation. That is, the war power would be directly reduced by 55%. In other countries there has always been an old saying that the reason why Huaxia is strong is because of the strength of the Jiang family, not the reason why the Jiang family is strong is because of the strength of Huaxia. All in all, for Jiang Bufan's desire to become the king of Huaxia, the Yi family had already reached an agreement on the surface. That is, they had agreed to this matter, and it was also able to guarantee that as long as Jiang Bufan didn't do anything to seriously harm Huaxia, all of the Yi family's deities could be called upon by him. This sounds like it doesn't have much feeling, but in reality, the meaning contained within can be far more important than allowing Jiang Bufan to become a human king. Because the Yi family agreed that Jiang Bufan could call upon their own divine spirits, then Jiang Bufan could directly call upon two divine spirits. Who wouldn't scream bullskin if this was shown to them? That's a whole two deity family's deity If pulled to the top of the small island country, that can completely easily destroy the small island country into 100 or 1,000 times. On this basis, Jiang Bufan also put forward the idea of establishing a divine spirit pavilion. That is, all the divine spirits of the two families will be registered in the register, but also easy to arrange for a direct call when the time comes. The Yi family's elders frowned a little, and in the face of this issue, they were indeed a little less than happy. The reason for their unhappiness was also very simple. If the Yi family informed the Jiang family of all of their strength, then if the Jiang family suddenly wanted to make a move against them, they would definitely be liquidated and exterminated without any chance. Isn't it a little too much? If the family has no reservations, in case something happens, there's nothing that can be done. I feel the same way. Otherwise we'll just register the primary, intermediate, and high-level deities, and forget about the top-level deities. After all, no one wants to keep any of their cards at all. This is a good proposal. If we require all deities to be registered, I'm afraid that it will cause many forces in Huaxia to revolt, causing social instability. There's one thing to say, I think the idea of establishing a divine spirit pavilion is really good. Otherwise Huaxia would be like a bulk. Although they're all family, it always feels like there's something lacking. Yes, I feel the same way. So I suggest that not only divine spirit families, but all other forces must be registered. After this task is completed, it will be of great benefit to Huaxia. Not bad. If there are deities who are unwilling to register, they must be restrained from their position during wartime, and can even be directly shot to kill. The proposal of the Yi family's elders was actually what Jiang Bufan had in mind. He hadn't been prepared to register all the deities. If the Yi family was not happy, he, the Jiang family, was still not happy. After all, the Jiang family's hidden top-level deities were not a small number. Since the Yi family's elders had all agreed to this program, he didn't waste any time and directly ordered the Jiang family to announce that this program would be implemented in the north. At the same time, the Yi family also released a statement in the south that all deities must unconditionally accept the registration, and if they were not registered, if they were found within the Chinese territory in the future, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. Once this statement came out, it instantly sent the whole of Huaxia into a frenzy, as they could see that the above was trying to start a big move. The clans that didn't have deities were naturally happy. It didn't affect them anyway, and they were able to know the strength of the other clans, which was beneficial to them without any harm. However, the next second, an account named Lord of Huaxia released a statement that all registered deities' information will not be disclosed. Only the Jiang and Yi families have the right to look through it, which is also to better cope with the international situation, and ask the forces to be tolerant. Everyone was a bit confused for a moment. The person behind this account is a bit arrogant. Is he not afraid of being hammered by other families? Immediately afterward, Jiang, Yi, the two great families, and their affiliated forces all released a statement announcing that Huaxia needed a spiritual leader, and that person was the Jiang family's youngest master, Jiang Bufan. This made it completely clear that the Lord of Huaxia was Jiang Bufan. While everyone was still in shock, there were specialized registrars in each city, county, and district that began to register the number of spirits from each power, and with a loudspeaker, they shouted that the registration time was 1 week, out of date, and that if the deities were not registered, they would be responsible for the consequences. Originally, many forces were still in a wait-and-see state, but as time passed, the first force took the lead in registering, and the rest of the forces didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They were afraid that they would be attacked by Zhang and Yi jointly, and become the chicken in this event to make an example of them. At the same time as the vigorous registration activities, Zhang Bufan had already accompanied Yi Qingqing to the shopping mall for 2 days, and then brought her along to one of the 4 great divine spirit families, the Fu family. The Fu family, a family that mainly focused on the spirit runic business. The number of deities the clan possessed was a mystery, their strength was unknown, and they were strong when they met strong. Zhang Bufan had come this time to pull the Fu family into his plans as well. The lack of this family would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the future battle of extermination. For Zhang Bufan's arrival, the Fu family didn't slow down, and he was greeted by the head of the Fu family, as well as numerous elders, and the leader of the younger generation, Fu Changsheng. The moment he came into contact with Fu Changsheng, Zhang Bufan sensed the battle spirit within him. It seemed that this kid was also a battle maniac. Then the next plan could be a small half of success. I've heard that the Fu family has an illustrious clan. The young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Bufan, has come here to pay his respects. Chapter 80, Yi Qingqing makes a move. Zhang Bufan didn't use the title of Lord of Huaxia, after all, in front of the divine spirit family. If he came on so strong, I'm afraid that it would cause the Fu family to be upset. The people of the Fu family also did not make things difficult for them in a brainless way like what was written in the novels, but they were courteous enough to invite them into the mansion and start the banquet directly. As soon as he entered the Fu family, Zhang Bufan felt as if his mind had cleared up a bit, as if it had been energized by some mysterious power. Seeing this, a proud smile spread across the Fu family's face. This is the effect of the 10,000 talismans awakening spirit formation, able to energize the spiritual awareness of those in the formation. Yo-ho, this is a good thing. Zhang Bufan blinked, his heart had already made up his mind. When there was an opportunity, he must ask the Fu family to repair one of these great formations for the Zhang family as well. No, repair one. Others still think that the Zhang family can't afford to repair Lu. Repair a few more, one for each branch. After being seated, the two sides engaged in a short period of daily innuendo until both sides felt that it was almost time to begin to gradually enter the topic. At this critical time, the Fu family's young master, Fu Changsheng, didn't know if his brain was missing a tendon or not, and suddenly stood out, his body filled with battle intent. I've heard that the Zhang family's young master, Zhang Bufan, is the leader of the younger generation in China. Although I, Fu Changsheng, am not talented, but at 21 years of age, I've also cultivated to the realm of a half-step grandmaster, so I'd like to invite you to fight young Master Jiang. At these words, Zhang Bufan and Yi Qingqing looked at each other and laughed softly. The laughter was light, but in Fu Changsheng's ears it was full of mockery. He thought that this was an insult to himself. Even though he might not be able to defeat this demon, Zhang Bufan couldn't treat him with such contempt. This was contempt for him, and contempt for the entire Fu family. Just as he wanted to strike out with anger, Zhang Bufan put away his smile and said in a calm but unexpectedly shocking tone, "I'm not on the same echelon as you. There's no need to battle." Although Zhang Bufan spoke sincerely, this was clearly naked contempt in the ears of the Fu family's crowd. How could the Fu family, which was one of the 4 great divine spirit families, tolerate this? Although the Fu family had always been peaceful, but in the face of someone else's bullying, they would also absolutely move in a thunderous manner to prove that the majesty of the divine spirit families could not be provoked. Now that the young master of his own family had personally come down to the field to ask for a fight, the young master of the Zhang family was obviously too lazy to take care of him, completely treating his own young master like a child. Moreover, the young master of the Zhang family came to say that he was not in the same echelon. What did this sentence mean? It meant that the two of them were not on the same echelon. Also a young lord of a deity family. How was it not on the same level? What did the young lord of the Zhang family mean? Was it that the two of them were not at the same echelon? Or was it that the strength of the Zhang family and the Fu family were not at the same echelon? They could have completely interpreted this statement as the Zhang family uniting with the Yi family in a mad attempt to provoke the Fu family. However, they still didn't make a sound, because at this time, it was still a fight of the younger generation, and if they made a sound or a move, they would fall into the reputation of bullying the younger generation with the greater one. Therefore, the Fu family elders could only frantically use their eyes to signal Fu Changqing to hurry up and ask for a battle, and make sure to fight out the momentum of the Fu family. Fu Changqing fully understood what the elders meant, and immediately pinched the talisman with one hand, summoning several talismanic spirits, and using the talismanic spirits as a weapon. he blasted out a terrifying blaze like a fire dragon at Jiang Bufan. With this strike, Fu Changsheng used his full strength, knowing that Jiang Bufan, as the young master of the Jiang family, would definitely not be below him in strength. There was no need to use those petty moves to test. Real men come up to be dry. Just when he wanted to see how Jiang Bufan should crack this move, the next second, Yi Qingcheng beside Jiang Bufan suddenly moved. Yi Qingcheng facing the fire dragon, just gently said a scattered word. The horror of the fire dragon immediately dissipated in the eyes of the crowd, completely without a trace. However, it wasn't over yet. The many talismanic spirits surrounding Fu Changsheng also dissipated into nothingness in everyone's line of sight after hearing the word scatter. This scene directly shocked everyone in the Fu family. Only they knew how terrifying the impact of Yi Qingcheng's move was on them. It must be known that most of the attacking means of the Fu family members were condensing spirit talismans, using the power of the spirit talismans to transform into their own battle power and unleash terrifying killing moves. Normally, cultivators cultivated martial skills and used them to battle the crowd. But the Fu family members were comprehending spiritual symbols and comprehending the spirit of the symbols from the spiritual symbols. Each talisman spirit represented the peak battle power of the talisman, and because of this, the Fu family members' cultivation would steadily increase while they were noisily comprehending the talisman. But now, Yi Qingcheng had merely said a single word, and the talisman spirit of his own young master was directly catalyzed. So did that mean that the other strongest members of the Yi family had also grasped this means? If that was the case, then in case the Jiang family and the Yi family joined forces to attack the Fu family, I'm afraid that the Fu family wouldn't even be able to inflict much casualties on the two families. Fu Changsheng was a bit confused, but after the confusion was more angry. He had a good means that he hadn't even utilized yet, and then he was interrupted in front of so many people. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Fu Changsheng gave up the traditional means of attack of the Fu family and instead mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, lingering on his fists, and violently pounced on Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly. She hated it when men other than Jiang Bufan came out to be near her, so she didn't hold back even the slightest bit for the Fu Changsheng who lunged at her, only to see her make a seal with one hand. Her body exuded a huge life force that was as desirable as a newborn, and then a giant tree in the sky instantly appeared behind her. As everyone watched, the sky-high giant tree transformed into countless branches that violently slapped at the oncoming Fu Changsheng. You think that these imaginary objects will be able to scare this young man? Before he could finish his words, the tree branches had already lashed onto his body, and with just 3 lashes, he was bruised all over his body, causing him to hastily try to escape. But he couldn't escape at all, because the speed of the tree branch was far above him. He could only watch the tree branch whip towards him. A crisis of death gradually emerged, so that Fu Changsheng could not help but tremble a little. If not for the need to preserve the reputation of the Fu family, he was afraid that he would have cried out for help by now. Seeing that the battle was already able to tell the difference between the high and low, Jiang Bufan laughed softly and asked Yi Qingcheng to withdraw his attack. Yi Qingcheng was also quite obedient, withdrawing her attack, standing quietly by Jiang Bufan's side, completely not putting Fu in her eyes. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng, still upset in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, "Could it be that the reputation of the Jiang family's young lord is all fought out by women? Listen to how retarded that is." Jiang Bufan glanced at this uninformed teenager, shaking his head slightly. His tone was calm but full of majesty. "You and I really aren't on the same level of existence. Why do you have to compare yourself to me? Aren't you afraid of striking your own Dao heart?" Chapter 81, Large-Scale Face-Slapping Scene. You and I really aren't on the same level of existence, so why do you have to compare yourself to me? Aren't you afraid of striking your own Dao? As soon as these words came out, an idea suddenly welled up in Fu Changsheng's heart that Jiang Bufan was pretending. Otherwise, why would he hesitate to make a move to prove that he was also a demon? Yes, that's it, that must be it. As soon as this thought appeared in Fu Changsheng's mind, he was already fully convinced of it. He thought a little bit about the reason why Jiang Bufan married Yi Qingcheng. It was because Yi Qingcheng was a demon and was able to help him solve the challenges of the younger generation. On top of that, Yi Qingcheng also needed the support of the Jiang family's resources so that he could make breakthroughs faster and more sufficiently, which was why he agreed to this marriage. As for the previous rumor that Jiang Bufan was able to fight across realms, that must have been deliberately arranged by the Jiang family, and it wasn't like this tactic had happened once or twice. Maybe the person that Jiang Bufan was fighting against was the puppet that the Jiang family had selected after thousands of choices, and had known from the beginning that he had to lose. As soon as he thought of this, Fu Changsheng felt that he had completely figured out Jiang Bufan's careful maneuvering. Thus, Fu Changsheng immediately disliked Jiang Bufan back. My Dao heart is steadily built like a mountain. I just don't know if young Master Jiang can have a Dao heart, or perhaps, young Master Jiang isn't even as much of a genius as rumored. Before Jiang Bufan could make a sound, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh out. The reason she was able to easily defeat Fu Changsheng was because she was instructed by Jiang Bufan. Moreover, Jiang Bufan had directly refined some cultivation resources and then injected them into her body, allowing her to easily break through several cultivation realms. This kind of ghostly means, even the Yi family's deities couldn't do it, and as a result, Fu Changsheng actually mouthed the words that Jiang Bufan was a faker. Could Yi Qingcheng not know if Jiang Bufan was a cultivation genius? During the past few days with him, Yi Qingcheng also learned that her fiancé, Jiang Bufan, was already a terrifying existence at the Transcendence Realm Extreme Realm. When she first learned of this news, she was in complete disbelief. The whole person was in a big state of dumbfoundedness. It was simply dumbfounded. His mom opened the door to dumbfoundedness. Dumbfounded to the home. Transcendence Realm Cultivators. Yi Qingcheng is not unseen. Even the Yi family's Transcendence Realm Cultivators, not to say there are 1,000, but also at least more than 800. But which one of them didn't live for hundreds of years before breaking through? Even the Yi family's notorious geniuses only reached this realm after nearly 200 years. But what about her own fiancé? If not remembered correctly, and she is a number of years old. The age is not yet over 20 years old. At less than 20 years old, he had already broken through to the Transcendence Realm Extreme Realm. What was this? Not a genius? Indeed it's not a genius. It's just an absolute demon. When Fu Changsheng saw that the two didn't answer, he thought that he had made a guess that he had hit Jiang Bufan's plan, and a look of pride immediately appeared on his face. Jiang family young master can rest assured. This matter I will not spread rumors everywhere. Fu Changsheng is not a person with a big mouth, but I also hope that Jiang young master, don't continue to deceive yourself and others. Self-deception? Jiang Bufan finally couldn't help himself. He had been too lazy to bother with Fu Changsheng. He just thought that if he had already reached his level and took another shot at Fu Changsheng, I'm afraid that it wouldn't sound too good even if it was spread out. But Fu Changsheng was like a monkey, constantly jumping up and down, afraid that he would not have the opportunity to perform. Then Jiang Bufan could not be blamed for bullying the small with the big. Jiang Bufan frowned lightly. His tiger's body shook, immediately releasing a terrifying aura that was like hell on earth. I really just don't want to bully you. Why do you keep challenging my patience? As soon as this aura appeared, Fu Changsheng was instantly crushed to the ground. He tried his best to get back up, only to find that he was unable to even move. Fu Changsheng only felt that his body was being pressed down by billions of pounds, and if it wasn't for the fact that someone had shared some of his chi for him, I'm afraid that he would have been crushed into a pile of mush. It was only until this time that Fu Changsheng suddenly realized that the gap between him and Jiang Bufan was indeed not ordinary. It was completely one in the sky and one on the ground. Just now, Jiang Bufan hadn't been able to make a move. It was really because he felt that the two weren't at the same level, and there was no need for him to make a move to drop the price. As soon as he thought of this, Fu Changsheng felt his face burning to death, itching to burrow his face into the ground and bury it, not daring to look at Jiang Bufan for more than half an eye. Although Fu Changsheng just felt that there was a huge gap between the two, he couldn't tell to what extent Jiang Bufan's cultivation had actually reached. However, there were still several deities among the Fu family elders, and they really had no way to know Jiang Bufan's cultivation when he didn't release his aura. But as soon as Jiang Bufan was reckless, he didn't dare to look at the ground anymore. But as soon as Jiang Bufan released his aura recklessly, they suddenly felt the majesty from the transcendent realm, and it was still a transcendent realm with a solid foundation. In other words, a transcendence realm cultivator with such a solid foundation. As long as there are enough cultivation resources, he will definitely be able to break through to a deity in the future. And not just any god spirit, a high-level god spirit to start with, and very likely to become one of the few top god spirits. And such a terrifying aura actually came from a younger generation that was less than 20 years old. What was going on in this world? 20 years old, the elders briefly recalled, realizing that at 20 years old they hadn't even touched the edge of the sovereign realm themselves yet. As a result, the young master of the Jiang family had actually reached the transcendence realm. How exaggerated was this? How unbelievable was this? It was only then that the Fu family's elders realized why the Jiang family and the Yi family were willing to jointly support Jiang Bufan to become the Lord of China. This horrifying talent. It was the natural-born Lord of Huaxia Saint Body. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Bufan was already engaged to the Yi family, the Fu family's crowd of elders would have chosen a woman from their own family to marry Jiang Bufan. After shocking the Fu family's crowd, Jiang Bufan leisurely collected the terrifying aura within his body, allowing Fu Changsheng to stand up again. He didn't have to think about this point. After all, it was Fu Changsheng who first provoked him again and again, so it was justifiable for him to take some disciplinary action. The Fu family's elders could not possibly risk the reputation of bullying the small with the big, and beating the small with the old to take action against him. Moreover, even if the Fu family elders dare to make a move, Yang Jian and Nix, who are hiding beside him, are not something to be messed with. I'm afraid that the two of them, when they join hands, would be able to break through half of the Fu family's territory. Seeing this situation, the Fu family elder could only say from the bottom of his heart, the young lord of the Zhang family is truly worthy of his name, and today, it was my Fu family that was unintelligent. This is apologizing. If the Fu family bites the bullet and doesn't apologize, this latter is really not very good. Zhang Bufan wasn't some unintelligent person, and immediately accepted the Fu family's apology. Elder Fu is polite. So now, can't we have a friendly discussion? Chapter 82 Fu Family Recognition. Zhang Bufan's words caused the Fu family's elders to ring alarm bells within their hearts, and they were more or less able to guess the purpose of Zhang Bufan's visit. One was to make the Fu family obediently register the number of deities, and the other was perhaps to make the Fu family support him as the Lord of Huaxia. Neither of these two things were quite acceptable to the Fu family. The first thing, registering the Fu family's deity spirits, wasn't this directly telling the Zhang family how the Fu family's battle power was? To put it nicely, this is registering to maintain social security, but in reality, isn't this just figuring out the strength of the major forces? In case the Zhang family wants to exterminate someone, not waiting for him to take action, the roster will know how strong the subfamily is. That is not a victory before the battle? Secondly, they also had a great deal of resistance to supporting Zhang Bufan to become the Lord of Huaxia, and it wasn't because they had any opinions about Zhang Bufan, it was entirely because they were afraid that after Zhang Bufan became the Lord of Huaxia, he would be able to hold certain rights that would make things difficult for them, such as mobilizing the divine combatants of other families at will. Wouldn't that make everyone in the Fu family Zhang Bufan's thugs? How could the Fu family members accept this? The Fu family's elders looked at me and I looked at you, all choosing to exchange opinions with each other using divine sense. This Zhang family brat's talent is simply as terrifying as it is, but this is not a reason to ask my Fu family to be his fighters. My Fu family must not die on their knees. Easy for you to say, can't you see that the Zhang, Yi families have already joined forces strongly? If my Fu family dares to stand up against Zhang Bufan, perhaps the deities of the two families will pay a visit tomorrow. Still need tomorrow? Don't you guys feel that Zhang Bufan has an aura on him that is enough to make us die? I'm certain that he must have a great killing weapon capable of exterminating deities. Then should we agree to his opinion? If we agree to the opinion, what kind of identity should my Fu clan live with in the future? Gentlemen, against my bluntness, I actually think that it is actually a good thing for Huaxia to be able to produce a leader who can wield the power to point the way. For Huaxia, of course it's a good thing, but for my Fu family, that can be a wrong step. The future is a wrong step, perhaps leading to the effects of extinction. Alas, all of you, don't be in a hurry first. It's better to let the old man make some inquiries first. Perhaps there's still some kind of turnaround? An elder of the Fu family first exhaled a breath, then braced this courage and inquired to Zhang Bufan, saying, I don't know what young Master Jiang has to discuss. My Fu family will definitely help as much as we can accomplish, and will never take off young Master Jiang's hind legs. When Zhang Bufan heard this, a smile immediately surged on his face, and his eyes were filled with appreciation as he looked at this elder. All the Fu family elders, although you and the others are the Fu family seniors, you are also Chinese and have the blood of Chinese sons and daughters flowing in your bodies. In the past, the Fu family has always practiced the concept of doing nothing, and there is nothing wrong with that, but the current international situation does not allow the Fu family to do nothing anymore. Seniors, please put your eyes to the national borders. The border countries bucket to my Huaxia eyeing. 9 alone say that the southwest of the more than 10 small countries now actually have dared to invade our borders. If not for my advanced deployment of troops, I am afraid that the common people of the borders will be encountered with a major crisis. In such a serious international situation, it is impossible for any family to be indifferent and sit back. I really Fu family will say that they have already provided a large number of spiritual talismans to the battlefield, and also at a relatively low price, counting that they have already participated in the battle in this form. But that was under the premise that we had enough manpower, and that Huaxia was able to support such a battle. But now that we are faced with a regiment of countries, Huaxia must accomplish unity and solidarity in the physical sense. If we don't, Huaxia is in danger of extinction. And this is not to be alarmist or exaggerate the truth. All of you from the Fu family can go to the border and see how many troops my Jiang family has added to the border recently, and how many deities have been sent to sit among them. It's not an exaggeration to say that my Jiang family has already dispatched 80% of the clan's combat power, and the rest as mobile combat power, moving wherever it's needed. This is also one of the reasons why the Jiang family and the Yi family will quickly join forces, and the Yi family has now also dispatched their own legions and deities, greatly stabilizing the borderline of Huaxia, temporarily able to maintain a balance. But truth be told, the borders of Huaxia were too vast, so vast that even if the Jiang family and the Yi family joined forces, there was no guarantee that they would be able to absolutely suppress the other countries. So, there is no possibility for the Fu family not to participate in the war this time, for the sake of the future of the Fu family, and also the longevity of China, and even more so that the people of China can continue to live under this blue sky. Zhang Bufan invites all the seniors of the Fu family to come out. Zhang Bufan said every word with extraordinarily sincerity, so that all the people of the Fu family present were all touched, and their faces showed a tangle of colors. The Fu Changxing on the side was even more embarrassed. He had not thought at all that while he had always been competitive and self-righteous, Zhang Bufan had already had his heart set on the people of Huaxia. One was still a child who had not grown up, and would only ask his peers to fight under the blessing of his father to get attention and satisfy his childish heart. One, on the other hand, is already an outstanding leader of Huaxia, thinking about the future of Huaxia with every word and action, with only the development of chemistry in his heart, whether it was in terms of cultivation, battle power, person, or beliefs, there was a world of difference between the two, and Fu Changsheng lowered his head with some self-abasement. Although the top brass of the Fu family hadn't answered immediately, it was evident from the space that continued to ripple around them that they were having a stimulating discussion, and Zhang Bufan believed that the Fu family would definitely make the right choice in the end, which was to agree to the plan to go out of the mountain. This was because this was of supreme benefit to both the Fu family and to the entire China. Without a country, what is a family? If China really can't bear the invasion of other countries, even if the Fu family is so obliterated, in the end, it will not be able to escape the end of the destruction. Time always passes very quickly. Just a blink of an eye has quietly passed 2 or 3 hours. During this period of time, Zhang Bufan did not say any more words of advice, just quietly waiting for the top management of the Fu family to discuss heatedly, quietly waiting for them to give the final answer. Finally, the emperor's heaven is not to be denied. After waiting for more than 3 hours, the head of the Fu family personally opened his mouth and presented the conditions of the Fu family to Zhang Bufan. For the sake of China's long-term peace and stability, my Fu family is willing to personally come out to assist the Zhang family to grow bigger and stronger, and to create glory again. But my Fu family also has a few conditions that I hope young Master Zhang won't mind and will be able to fulfill. Chapter 83 War Preparations. But my Fu family also has a few conditions that I hope young Lord Jiang won't mind and will be able to fulfill. The voice of the Fu family's family head was light, but it revealed an undeniable. It was obvious that he wanted to fight for some rights and interests for his family. This was also human nature and could be understood. As long as one was a human being, who could not have a little bit of their own selfish desires? As long as he wasn't controlled by his selfish desires and became a slave to his plastic desires and did something that hurt the heavens and the earth, then it could all be forgiven in moderation. In the face of his request, Zhang Bufan did not make things difficult for the senior and nodded. Please speak, senior. I will do my best to fulfill what I can. The Fu family head didn't hesitate and immediately put forward his request. Firstly, the spirit talismans that my Fu family provides to the battlefield can be free of charge, but the cost price must be charged, perhaps exceeding the cost by a little bit, but definitely not earning war chests, but it can't be at the expense of my Fu family's interests only. Secondly, the top deities of the Fu family don't have to be registered, but they can be provided in quantity, and when they are needed to go to war, they will do so immediately, but the Fu family needs to leave behind a certain number of cards. Third, the Fu family supports Zhang Bufan to become the Lord of Huaxia, and is also willing to follow Zhang Bufan to fight, but the Zhang family must not forget the Fu family's contribution, and in the future, they do not want to be rich and powerful, and seal the wolves, but only want the spirit symbol business to be let to the Fu family to take over fully. Fourth, after resolving the crisis in China, the Fu family disciples will not participate in politics or the military, and will only want to run through the concept of the do-nothing policy, so please ask the Zhang family not to force the Fu family to continue to do things they are not willing to do. Fifth, and also the last and most important point, that is, the Fu family cannot be used as cannon fodder, the vanguard, letting the Fu family die for nothing. All forces must be united and distributed rationally. If young Lord Jiang is able to agree to these conditions, then my Fu family will immediately issue a statement right now that everyone in the Fu family will come out to help young Lord Jiang become the Lord of Huaxia, and unconditionally support young Lord Zhang's orders. After hearing all the conditions of the Fu family, Zhang Bufan froze for a few seconds. It was simply too simple, wasn't it? Originally, he thought that the Fu family would put forth how difficult the conditions would be, and was already prepared to bargain with the Fu family. Unexpectedly, every single condition of the Fu family was extraordinarily reasonable, without a single thought of crossing the line at all. Take the first one for example. The Fu family's request was simply that they could make spirit talismans and then participate in the war, but they couldn't be allowed to lose money. The cost had to be guaranteed. What kind of condition was that? Even if they didn't bring it up, Zhang Bufan wouldn't do such a heartless thing. Originally, Jiang Bufan just wanted to have an in-depth discussion with the Fu family that they should knock down the price of all the spirit talismans, but he didn't expect that they would directly use the cost price. This was simply unexpected joy, making Jiang Bufan happy for half a day, and his heart's satisfaction with the Fu family was much higher. The second condition is also reasonable, including the Yi family also have this condition, completely can be promised. Jiang Bufan Bucket did not hesitate much. As for the third condition, the Fu family wanted to fully take over the spiritual talisman business. This was actually just asking for a name, because 98% of the spiritual talismans in China came from the Fu family. If you want to ask the reason, it is also very simple, is because the Fu family produced spiritual symbols than other people produced, in the effect to be higher than 30%. Don't underestimate the power of this 30%. Let's put it this way, in a battle between cultivators, the slightest bit of qi may affect the battlefield. If you have the Fu family's spirit talisman, then you have a guaranteed battle power. As long as you find the right time to release it, it is very likely that the opponent will be blasted into a mess. The role of spirit talismans for middle and low-level cultivators was undoubtedly powerful to the naked eye, and it was understandable that the Fu family wanted to take a bite of the whole cake. Jiang Bufan didn't think much about it and also chose to agree to the request, which was also a good thing for Huaxia. After all, for the same cost, purchasing a more powerful Fu family spirit talisman, the Chinese people should all be very happy. As for the Fu family's words that after the battle, the Fu family would not participate in politics or the military, where was this an unreasonable condition? For the Jiang family, this was simply heavenly music. They couldn't wait for the Fu family not to participate in politics and not to participate in the military. It was best for the Jiang family to dominate everything. This would allow the forces to work together to develop China faster and stronger, allowing China to realize its dream of becoming a superpower soon, and then unify the blue planet. The last one. This is all the conditions immediately. The Fu family most valued a condition. After all, they and Jiang, Yi two families do not have too much contact. The heart is still afraid of the two families will join hands, so that the Fu family members as the wrongdoer. The encounter of war. Let the Fu family members first as a death squad. Then the credit will be shared by everyone. But the death toll will always be the Fu family members, which will be hard for the Fu family members to accept. Fu family members can die bravely for the sake of Huaxia, but not only Fu family members can die. It must be that everyone is united in fighting the enemy. As long as it is a normal sacrifice on the battlefield, the Fu family will not have any opinion. But if it is used as cannon fodder to send to death, then the Fu family would rather die than submit. Regarding this condition, Jiang Bufan's face was full of seriousness, unprecedented firmness showing in his eyes, and he assured the crowd of the Fu family in front of them, saying, "Seniors can rest assured that I, Jiang Bufan, am not one of those shameless villains who only care about infighting. As long as there is a battle, the clansmen of the Jiang, Yi, and Fu families will fight together according to the proportions. I'm here to make a statement to all the seniors of the Fu family. If you find out later on the battlefield that I, Jiang Bufan, used my power for personal gain and made the disciples of the other families serve as cannon fodder, then all of you seniors can directly take out your hand to exterminate me, and there will never be any retaliation from the Jiang family. Of course, I also hope that all seniors can support me as the Lord of Huaxia. Only in this way can I better deploy my next plans, and can proceed faster and better on the road to a strong nation. I also ask that all seniors of the Fu family trust me completely." Jiang Bufan's words were spoken with a lot of emotion, and everyone in the Fu family felt a strong flavor of concern for the nation. The people of the Fu family looked at each other, all seeing in each other's eyes that this matter was feasible. Everyone also agreed with Jiang Bufan's request. If Huaxia did not have a unified command and fought on their own, it would undoubtedly allow other countries to pick up the slack. So there must be a commanding officer. This commanding officer, this Fu family does not have someone suitable, because they have been insisting on the do-nothing concept for too long. The ability to command the battlefield is undoubtedly relatively backward. And Jiang, Yi two family bucket the Jiang Bufan suitable command. They also learned that the destruction of the small island country is Jiang Bufan's handiwork. They also learned that the destruction of the island country was Jiang Bufan's handiwork. So there was no more hesitation. And all the Fu family members agreed that Jiang Bufan could indeed be the Lord of China. Chapter 84, Attack. The people of Huaxia were still mesmerized by the statements released by the Jiang and Yi families, and then in less than 3 days, the Fu family actually announced that they had come out of the woodwork, and the Fu family actually also released a statement. Unconditionally support the Jiang family young master Jiang Bufan as the Lord of China, leading all of China's political and military affairs. This makes those forces that were still in a wait-and-see state, immediately did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly reported to the Jiang family to truthfully report the number of their own deities, and solemnly swore that for the future development of China, they would unconditionally support Jiang Bufan, follow his orders, and dare to fight in charge. 7 days later, All the statistics were gathered into a booklet and then placed on Zhang Bufan's desk. Zhang Bufan opened the booklet. After carefully looking at it, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Obviously, the number of Chinese deities exceeded his imagination. Without this great mapping of deities, he hadn't even thought that the number of deities in China had actually reached 10,000. Among the divine spirit families, Jian, Yi, and Fu, the number of divine spirits had reached more than 7,000, and the other forces had more than 3,000. Although the other forces were basically beginner, intermediate level deities, belonging to the bottom end of the deities, but they were still deities. If foreign countries knew about the number of deities in China, I'm afraid that they would immediately join hands and fight with China, preferably swallowing some of the deities. The reason is very simple. The number of deities in one country of China is actually more than the number of more than 10 countries combined. If they didn't unite, I'm afraid that the entire blue planet would be renamed as the Star of Huaxia. After Zhang Bufan got the deity report, he immediately decided to take a bigger step and walk on two legs at the same time to complete the double insurance at home and abroad as fast as possible, only to see him pick up the third phone on the table, which went straight to the Divine Spirit Pavilion. And after picking up the phone, he first said, "Heavenly King covering the earth?" The other party did not answer immediately, but waited for about 2 seconds before speaking. 4 and 250%. With the code word matched, Zhang Bufan began to give orders. Starting now, the whole country will carry out a large-scale sweep of foreign spies, Chinese traitors, and black evil forces. Sweep them all clean for me. The county can't grasp the city level. The city level can't grasp the province. If the province can't grasp it, then directly send out the Divine Spirit Pavilion deity. I only have one request. That is, must grasp the real. Grasp the real. Grasp. To resist foreign aggression, one must first secure the interior. If the domestic traitors, spies, have not been eliminated, then for the overall layout of Huaxia, it will definitely have a great impact. Zhang Bufan was prepared from the start to liquidate these traitorous forces immediately after completing the domestic deity count. Under his orders, the Divine Spirit Pavilion had mobilized nearly 100 times in a single day, successfully destroying many hostile forces and publicizing to the public the purpose of the event, the passage, the evidence, and drinking in the battle results achieved. This also let the other forces breathe a sigh of relief. They thought that Zhang Bufan was trying to turn the other cheek, and would have been prepared for his family to be exterminated. Didn't realize that people don't have this kind of idea at all, just purely for the development of Huaxia, domestic liquidation only. It was they who had taken the heart of a small man for the heart of a gentleman, and after sending the response over, they also felt incomparably angry. They had never thought that the enemy would actually be so close to them, so close that they were even their own old friends. This caused them to be directly enraged, and when they thought that they had once spoken to these spies of the hostile forces before, about certain information about their own family, they became even more annoyed. Under Zhang Bufan's coordination and command, these forces also transformed into a large sword that cut at these hostile forces, and for a moment, the entire China was suddenly united, severely striking down the foreign information systems. While everyone was focusing on this event, Zhang Bufan had already personally led 3,000 gods and 100,000 soldiers and soldiers above the patriarchs to the southwestern borderline. There were a total of 19 small countries in the southwest, and they also had fights amongst each other. If there was enough time, Huaxia could have adopted the policy of supporting a few countries and causing them to have internal strife to easily defeat these small countries. But now time waits for no one. Wait one more day. China will be one more chance to be jointly attacked. So Zhang Bufan immediately, under the cover of the sensational extermination of spies, brought this legion of cultivators from various clans together to the borderline, preparing to ruthlessly catch the southwest careful country off guard, and swallow this piece of territory into the Chinese territory forever. Arriving at the borderline, Zhang Bufan took out his battle plan and ordered the 3 generals below him, saying, "Our army will be divided into 4 directions and attack the southwestern countries in 4 directions. Here I need to remind you all, don't skimp on the artillery shells, don't skimp on the spirit talismans. Give me a hard blast, this battle will be won. What I want is for our army to end this battle as fast as possible and minimize casualties. On top of that, the southwest is full of mountainous areas. The little monkeys are very good at utilizing the terrain to fight. Don't be careless. Once you encounter a climate-forming force using mountains as a barrier, then give me a direct blast to level the mountains. Do not give me a damn to pay attention to the environment. The war where there is so much to talk about? First, fight down the territory to me. The environmental matters have those would cultivators otherwise repair. Finally, our army does not accept any form of surrender. If you meet the enemy who surrenders, you should know what to do." As soon as the crowd heard Zhang Bufan's bold and impersonal order, they also couldn't help but laugh out loud. The commander's meaning was obvious. That was to directly cover with firepower and then artificially make up for it later on. With such a gap in firepower, if they still couldn't win the battle, then without Jiang Bufan's order, they themselves would have a peanut rice of their own another day. For Jiang Bufan's order not to accept prisoners, they also knew the reasons. Firstly, that was that no one could tell if these prisoners were real prisoners or one of the enemy's tactics to utilize kind hearts, and they didn't have the time to differentiate, so they could only just not accept the surrender. Secondly, the Chinese people have always said that there is not enough land in China to grow. It is hard to take the Southwest territory. Will they still let the people of other countries to grow? Of course, we should let our own people who are willing to come here to do professional farming. Then the existence of these people from other countries would be extraordinarily redundant. The sergeants immediately promised that they would fulfill the mission issued by Jiang Bufan unswervingly, and complete this battle with the smallest cost and the fastest speed. From their eyes, Jiang Bufan did not only see only the raging battle intent, but also saw the benign climbing heart of each other. This was undoubtedly a good start for the battle. 5 minutes preparation time. Next, Jiang Bufan paused for a moment, then stood up in front of everyone, raised his left hand high, and gave the final order, go to war. All the sergeants, the battle will be won. Chapter 85, there. So weak? The war power of Huaxia and the war power of the various small countries in the southwest were not on the same level at all. If the various small countries were to join together, they might even be able to influence the speed of Huaxia's offense. Of course, it could only barely affect the speed of the attack, and it was absolutely impossible to withstand China's attack, because the two were not at the same level of existence. But now China's attack was not at all in their expectations. Just like a ghost, directly carried out a chilling descending strike. After the southwestern countries got the news, there were already 8 small countries whose territories finished falling into the hands of Huaxia, and they wanted to ask for help from their own father countries. But China does not know what means. Well, all signals, means of transmission, are completely shielded in the country. Even the most primitive flying pigeon transmission, as long as the flying pigeon has just left the land of the southwest, it will inexplicably fall directly to the ground and turn into a pigeon corpse. All in all, they now did not have any means to spread the information that they were being attacked, which also meant that it was highly likely that they would be exterminated by Huaxia's might. After a few moments of deliberation, the many small countries immediately decided to snipe from the mountains, so that they could slow down the footsteps of China's attack and perhaps still have a chance of survival. But they never thought that the Chinese attack is like crazy. As long as they disappear into the mountains, the next second countless spiritual artillery will be covered in fire. Ordinary small hills would be directly bombarded into flat ground within a few seconds. Mountain ranges would also be directly bombarded to the extent that they were lowered by 2 or 3 meters. Flames burned along with the gusty winds, blood played along with the wailing howls, and the entire southwest was rapidly advanced in this manner. Basically every hour, a pitiful small country would be forcefully destroyed. Please note that this is not an indication that the small countries were able to hold back the Chinese attack for an hour, but rather that the Chinese soldiers needed to travel for an hour to finish hitting a country. The sky was slowly falling into darkness, but the southwest was ablaze with fire, and the residents of the Chinese border near the southwest were all filled with excitement as they watched the view. They know that their own mother is giving this group of southwest monkeys on the intensity again. Look at the appearance of the fire. It seems that the intensity is not small. Maybe tomorrow morning a sleep up, the whole southwest will cease to exist. Their own mother has another province destroyed. Then the preparation can be good test. At 4:44 a.m. The Huaxia Military Department released on a platform. Our army has honorably completed the drill. Please rest assured that the motherland. Good night. Some of the night owls who stayed up until this point are still wondering, what does the Chinese military mean? Is this drill more special? Especially the group of idle college students, one by one, took out a small beer, small melon seeds, began to point out the spring and autumn up. Ha ha ha, if I'm not wrong, our own mother again do great things. Last time easily to the small island country to beat the small island country. Let the small island country to become our country's backyard. This time it's the turn of the birthday of the bad luck. I have to say, this young master of the Jiang family is really a representative of the Eagle School. In just a few months of work, it has set off so many battles in China. But, fighting is really cool, really relieved. Old me will also go to be his soldier in the future. Right now there are only 2 factions in Huaxia. One is the Hawk faction that advocates for an all-out attack, and the other is the advanced version of the Hawk faction that feels the attack is too conservative. Since young Lord Jiang became the Lord of Huaxia, Huaxia seems to have completely changed its style, from focusing on peace to now all focusing on nuclear peace. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Asterisk 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 Q. Isn't this a good thing? China is so tough now because the upper echelons feel that we've risen in strength and don't need to fear the war power of other countries. So isn't this a good thing? Yes. If I say so, under young Master Zhang's leadership, our Huaxia should first exterminate this state, and then after recuperating and resting, immediately send out troops to exterminate the countries of the O states and become the strongest country in the world, and then slowly become the king of the Blue Star. If we can really reach this level you're talking about, even if I die for the sake of this plan, then I'm still willing. At 9 in the morning, the sun shone. The people of China had already entered their respective busy schedules, students had already begun their studies, and workers had already devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their work. While everyone was busy, the Chinese military ministry suddenly released a statement that a certain Western power shelled all the small countries in the southwest yesterday, although our army heroically helped the countries to resist. Unfortunately, due to the suddenness of the incident, the southwestern countries were still destroyed by a certain Western power. When the southwestern countries were about to perish, the leaders of each country gave all of their land to Huaxia unconditionally, hoping that Huaxia would live up to this land. Then, the Ministry of Establishment of Huaxia issued a statement of massive recruitment of GYY. The Ministry of Agriculture of Huaxia issued a statement of wanting to establish the Southwest Agricultural Region. The Political Department of Huaxia issued a statement of establishing the Southwest Province. And the Ministry of Population Relocation of Huaxia issued a statement of. The series of statements directly exploded the enthusiasm of the people of Huaxia. They completely did not expect that their own mother-in-law had done such a big thing in such a short right time. Especially last night's night owls. When they saw this news they froze for 2 seconds, and then one thought appeared in their minds. That is, his own mother, while punching the southwest countries, turned back and tenderly said to himself, "Child, good boy sleep, good night in this. I feel that Huaxia is the strongest country." Not only were the people of Huaxia dumbfounded, but the western countries also fell into a brief silence. They hadn't expected at all that the southwestern countries couldn't even hold out for one night, and that no news had actually gotten out. What did this represent? It represented that Huaxia was able to cut out their means of sending out information, which made them blind. Moreover, did the Chinese military department treat them all as fools? How could they possibly take the initiative to attack the southwestern countries? All along, they've been treating the southwest countries as a buffer zone, and have been keeping a close eye on the region, and have them constantly causing trouble for Huaxia. As long as they weren't SBs, they wouldn't take action against the southwest countries. Obviously, the person who exterminated the southwest countries was clearly Huaxia, and as a result, the one who carried the international scolding actually turned out to be them, which made them speechless to the limit. Moreover, they still had no way to take China within a short period of time, as all of their eyes in China had lost contact for some reason. In the case of uncertainty about the war power of China, they do not dare to rashly carry out the attack, can only respond to all changes, sit closely join hands to ensure that a country is attacked. Other countries must immediately come to the aid. Not only that, the Western countries also jointly issued a statement. The Western countries denied the malicious planting of a certain country, and announced the establishment of an alliance to advance and retreat together. Chapter 86, Half-Step Divine Spirit. In the face of the statements of the Western countries, Zhang Bufan scoffed, because he clearly knew, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If China really try their best to attack a country, I'm afraid the Western countries have to weigh immediate assistance? Thinking too much, they do not dare to directly face the anger of a superpower. If China really didn't care, then the West would just be able to hold out for a while longer. But if they did so, they would definitely cause China to suffer serious casualties, which was a situation Zhang Bufan was unwilling to see. In principle, Zhang Bufan was satisfied with the Southwest battle, and the results achieved reached his goal. It only took one night for Huaxia to wipe out all the southwestern countries, and to take all of the southwestern countries' borderlands back to Huaxia. On top of that, in terms of casualties, Huaxia had a total of 3 deaths, 12 serious injuries, and less than 100 minor injuries. This casualty situation made Zhang Bufan froze for 2 seconds. Although the southwestern countries were not in the same class as Huaxia, but after all, it was a national war, so how could it be this much out of the ordinary? This, in a sense, also shows the horror of Huaxia's military strength, completely treating the southwestern countries as sons to fight with ease. In the seized resources, Zhang Bufan chose to 80% of the nationalization, and then 20% of his profit to the soldiers, which makes the soldiers who participated in the war all smile. Those who did not participate in the battle, each of them had envy written all over their eyes, and also had their fists rubbing their hands together, ready to enroll in the next battle to destroy the country. The seized cultivation resources, Zhang Bufan didn't just give them to the Zhang family to use. He selected the 200 deities in the deity pavilion that were the most suitable for cultivation and tilted the resources in favor of them. These deities were all intermediate level starters, with a large portion of them being high level deities, and with the large amount of resources tilted, they also had the possibility of advancing a level. This part of the tilted resources accounted for roughly 50% of the resources, while the remaining 30% was given evenly to the three deity clans of Zhang, Yi, and Fu. This didn't cause any dissatisfaction from any of the family forces. After all, they were the main force on the battlefield, so it was justifiable for them to take an extra share. However, everyone was a bit puzzled, as the Lord of Huaxia, Zhang Bufan actually did not take any cultivation resources. This because of what? They didn't know that these cultivation resources were of no use to Zhang Bufan. The treasures that were really useful to him were the system's rewards for destroying the country. Rewards so rich that Zhang Bufan couldn't help but laugh out loud maniacally. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the southwestern countries, obtaining a value of Chi x 300,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a national luck value x 200,000 and getting baptized with national luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God's Summoning Card x5, obtaining the Talent Summoning Card x10, and obtaining the Supreme Talent Giving Card x20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top deity level battle pet, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top deity level battle pet, the Phoenix of Nirvana. The first moment he got the reward, Zhang Bufan used the God's Summoning Card first. Every time he summoned a deity, his heart shook a little, and the excitement in his heart was completely impossible to describe in words, as he felt that he had really earned a lot. The first one summoned was Bai Qi, who was known as the God of Killing. The killing intent that had already coalesced all over his body was simply chilling. It was too suitable for the current form of Huaxia, to kill to stop killing, to kill to prove killing. The second is known by the people of China as the martial arts Saint Guan Airmaster, holding a big sword. Righteousness. It seems that all the evil will be directly split in half by him, the war power of the top gods. The third looks like a black R, only the eyes can see a trace of light. This god is named Bao Zheng, is a famous big lord of heaven, suitable for managing the law of China. The battle power is also a top deity. The fourth stomped on a pair of wind and fire wheels and held a fire dragon spear, his eyes full of curiosity. No need to guess. This is Nozha. The fifth is not a human, holding a golden rod, looks completely unruly and untamed appearance. No need to look to know. This is the Monkey King. The Chinese everyone loves the great sage of Qi Tian. The five deities are all top-level deity war power, once out of the world. Let the space are a little unable to withstand the aura of their body, and the five deities are all top-level deity war power. It wasn't until Zhang Bufan told them to put away their might that space gradually smoothed out. This also showed that they weren't as simple as top-tier deities. It was highly likely that they had to become top-tier deities because of some sort of suppression. Perhaps at some point, a few people would also be able to easily step into that mysterious realm, shocking everyone. After summoning the five great deities, the next step was the Talent Summoning Card, and this time, the ones summoned were not deities, but some people who were very skilled in their own industry. These people might not be outstanding in terms of battle power, but in their own industry, they could be said to be people who could be treated like gods. After understanding the strengths of each of these 10 people, Zhang Bufan arranged them down according to their strengths. Lastly, the Supreme Talent Giving Card. As the name suggests, the meaning of this card is that it can give someone a supreme level cultivation talent. Supreme level cultivation talent, according to the talent level delineated by the system, was located above the heavenly rank and below the chaos rank. In other words, Zhang Bufan now had 10 supreme talents in his hands, one of which would definitely have to be given to his fiancée, that is, Yi Qingcheng. The remaining 9, that would definitely be all given to people from his own family. It didn't matter if they had cultivation talent or not. What mattered was how their hearts were and whether they were loyal to themselves and the Zhang family. 2 top-level battle spirit pets. Zhang Bufan was going to have one for himself and Yi Qingcheng, so that when he went out to fight, he wouldn't have to worry about Yi Qingcheng's safety. As for the 200,000 points of national luck value, along with the 100,000 national luck value that had not been used before, they would be injected into the national vein of China after this time out. The next step was the most important distribution of the 300,000 play points of fortune value. Although Zhang Bufan was already a Transcendence Realm cultivator, he had never been able to get on the field, because it was a national war with each other. There was really no way to guarantee absolute safety without reaching the realm of the Divine Spirit. So without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Bufan directly tapped above the plus sign for cultivation, and the 80,000 Qi luck value immediately dissipated. At the same time, a ray of spiritual light converged on his body and silently began to transform it. In less than a moment's effort, the transformation was complete, and he thus easily became a half-step deity, and had already passed through the barrier of the transformation god body. Immediately after, he tapped the plus sign behind his cultivation again. This time, the Qi value directly disappeared 120,000 wisps, and in its place, a staircase of 999 steps appeared in front of Zhang Bufan's eyes. Chapter 87, Half-Step Saint. This was the second barrier for half-step deities to break through to the realm of deity spirits, the Divine Ladder of Ascension. The Divine Ladder had 999 steps, and with each additional step one ascended, one's future battle prowess would be more powerful, and the likelihood of becoming a divine spirit would also rise. Zhang Bufan took a deep breath and walked towards the Divine Ladder step by step before ascending. The first step, he didn't feel anything, perhaps it was due to his own talent being too high, so there was nothing stopping him. The 10th step, still no feeling, the probability is still the talent is proud, so a small divine ladder. Directly take. The 100th ladder, still no feeling, Zhang Bufan heart some doubts. Is it possible that the divine ladder that he boarded is fake? Will not be spelling less version of it? The 500th ladder. This is barely a little feeling, but this feeling does not have the family of the god said, the pressure of them half dead. To Zhang Bufan's feeling is that a bag of 5 kilograms of rice pressed on him, has no effect on his behavior. It was only at the 900th ladder that Zhang Bufan felt the resistance to his advancement, and it wasn't a small resistance. It could actually affect his advancement, so he gave a tiger's body a burst, releasing the 9-5 Supreme Enhancement, and then continued to climb upwards with great strides, without a doubt aiming for the very top. If other deities were to know about this, I'm afraid that they would be scared straight out of their hearts. One must know that the 3 major hurdles that half-step deities needed to encounter when breaking through to deities were each as difficult as heavenly existences. The first hurdle, the transformation god body, required the use of the most top-notch essence power between heaven and earth to constantly and persistently polish one's body, allowing one's body to infinitely approach the unsullied body, and then breaking through and transforming into a divine body. The reason why Zhang Bufan got through the hurdle of transforming into a divine body so easily was entirely due to the fact that his physical body was already infinitely close to a divine body, and a slight cleansing would easily fulfill the requirements of transforming into a divine body. First of all, he had already expelled most of the dirt from his body during his constant horizontal training, and his body had already been an undefiled body. Secondly, he also possessed a supreme-level king body. His physique was already far more divine than normal people, so if he wanted to transform into a divine body, he could only say that it was easy, not to say that it was a matter of lifting his hand. The last thing was that he had refined so many body training resources, and now his physical body had long been infinitely close to a divine body, and with a slight breakthrough, he would naturally reach the level of a transformed divine body. The second level of the ascending divine ladder was testing the ascender's talent, heart, level of resistance to pressure, heart of martial arts, etc. The stronger these things were, the more ladders they could ascend. Over the years, the highest record of ascending the divine ladder has been maintained at 968 floors, and it looks like there are only 31 floors left to reach the top, which should not be difficult. However, only those who have climbed the divine ladder know that in the divine ladder, the gap between each rung of the ladder is so great that it can simply be said that one is underground and the other is in the sky. That peerless demon was able to ascend to the 968th floor, which was already his limit. An ordinary person, not to mention ascending more than 900 steps, even if he was able to ascend more than 500 steps, he could completely become the successor of an ordinary family. If one reached 700 steps, becoming a god would be as stable as an old dog, and the battle power after becoming a god was not an existence that could be compared to ordinary gods. If he was able to reach 900 or less than 900 steps or more, it would be straightforward to say that the top deities could not even compare to his future. Perhaps he would be able to master out multiple great paths and be the topmost of the group of top deities. And if Zhang Bufan was able to climb to the top of the ladder, then, they didn't know what would happen, because from ancient times, no one in China had ever seen an existence that had reached the top, and if Zhang Bufan did succeed in reaching the top, it would be the completion of a world record. Putting the perspective back on Zhang Bufan, at this time, he had already ascended to the 998th step of the divine ladder. So far, the effect of the divine ladder on him hadn't been too great, and was now roughly equivalent to a person of several tens of thousands of pounds dragging his feet. However, this resistance was equal to what could basically be considered nothing too stressful for him. Zhang Bufan didn't have any expression on his face as he directly ascended the 999th floor of the divine ladder in one step. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, everything revived, and the entire divine ladder emitted a dazzling multicolored divine light, like fireflies, melting into Zhang Bufan's body. Before Zhang Bufan could react, the spiritual power in his body rapidly elevated, seemingly transforming into divine power as if it had been metamorphosed into something. The divine power had surpassed the original spiritual power in both quality and quantity, which also meant that Zhang Bufan's battle power had received another terrifying boost. The remaining 100,000 points of chi value were not enough to allow him to break through the third level, so he was still at the half-step divine spirit realm even now. After a short period of thinking, Zhang Bufan decided to use all of the 100,000 points of Qi luck value to raise his horizontal training cultivation. Practicing the body and refining the spirit should be the same to fit his thoughts. After his horizontal training cultivation, he tapped the plus sign, and in an instant, his physical body released a primordial, brutal, terrifying, and powerful aura. This terrifying aura emanated entirely from his fleshly body and had nothing to do with spiritual cultivation, which meant that he had already reached the fleshly realm of a half-step saint at this point. This realm had not been reached by anyone in China for nearly 100 years, and now Zhang Bufan could be considered the world's #1 among horizontal martial artists. Half-step deity, half-step saint. Zhang Bufan only felt that his current self was frighteningly strong, no matter if it was his physical body or his divine power. It made him feel like he could take on a country single-handedly. However, this was obviously due to the false feeling that arose within him after his battle power had rapidly skyrocketed. With his knowledge of his battle power, and the battle power of a deity, currently, his battle power was probably around an intermediate level deity, and if he used his underhanded means, he should be able to barely behead an intermediate level deity. But it was absolutely impossible to fight a high level, or even a top level deity, or else he would definitely be pressed and blasted with a hammer. But when he breaks through the realm of deity, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. With his terrifying heavenly beauty, and the system's cheat boost, perhaps after he breaks through the deity, there would be no one in the entire Blue Star who would be able to beat him. At that time, maybe he could really challenge himself to exterminate a country all by himself. At this point, the rewards gained from exterminating the southwestern countries in this have all been used. Zhang Bufan was satisfied with his arrangement, and while satisfied, his heart began to play up his next plan. According to his previous plan, the next step must be to continue the war. Only the war can be faster. Better access to cultivation resources. This will repair the cultivation resources internalized into their own strength, and then outside the role of other countries. War to feed the war. As long as this development continues, the Blue Star will inevitably surnamed Huaxia. Then the next main goal is Chapter 88, New Combat Targets. Host, Zhang Bufan. Technique, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Technique, Chaos Grade. Taichu Body Casting Technique, Chaos Grade. Physique, Undefeatable King Body PLUE version, Supreme Level. Cultivation, Half-Step Divine Spirit Ascending Divine Ladder, plus. Horizontal Cultivation, Half-Step Saint, plus. Martial Skills, 10,000 Elephants Rushing, Lower Grade of Heavenly Order, Perfect. Spring Born and Autumn Killed, Lower Grade of Heavenly Order, Perfect. Withered Tree Rejuvenates the Spring, Middle Grade of Heavenly Order, Perfect. Demon King's Hand Earth Order Extreme Grade, Perfect. Click to open collapsed message. Intent, Law of Fiery Fire, 99.9%. Intent of Withered Wood, 99.9%. Law of Cold Ice, 99.9%. Law of Thick Earth, 99.9%. Law of Killing, 99.9%. Qi Luck, 0. National Luck, 300000. Warehouse, Order of Life and Death X10. Supreme Talent Giving Card X10. Spiritual Weapon Enhancement Card X5. Billion Soul Streamer X1. Comprehensive Evaluation. Dear host, you are getting closer and closer to the top of this world. Go and explore. Go and become a stronger version of yourself. Go and find the secrets of this world. The host panel was once again refreshed, filling Zhang Bufan with motivation, and he vaguely felt that he was not far from something. Perhaps when he became the realm of the gods, he would be able to know certain truths, such as why he had traveled across, and why he had the system. What was the system all about again? He had thought about these questions before, but at that time, due to his strength being too weak, even thinking about it would not serve any purpose. It would be better to peacefully improve himself and keep thinking in his heart that when he reached a certain stage, he would definitely have the right to know these things. Right now, Zhang Bufan had felt as if he had grasped the edge called truth. The next thing was to wait for time to sink in. Zhang Bufan shook his head, not allowing himself to think about these things anymore, then directly flew up into midair and vanished towards the dragon vein of China's national fortune. A half-step deity, he no longer needed to pilot the Thunder Fighter to catch up, and now his speed was hundreds of times faster than the Thunder Fighter. Under the Kunlun mountain range, Zhang Bufan pushed open the bronze gate and what met his eyes were tens of thousands of bronze warrior puppets. As soon as he entered the bronze gate, blood-red pupils flashed in the eyes of these warriors, and it was clear that he was treated as an intruder. However, he didn't panic. He just calmly squeezed out a drop of blood and threw it to the chief great general at the head. As if he had a sense of smell, the chief great general ordered Zhang Bufan to make way for him after a short tasting and sniffing. Evidently, this great general recognized Zhang Bufan's identity and allowed him to enter the national dragon vein. Zhang Bufan nodded and walked to the deepest part of the cave under the watchful eyes of all the bronze puppet warriors. Inside, 9 ancestral dragons that were all glowing with golden divine light coiled around the various pillars, and although they didn't make any movements, Zhang Bufan still felt a thick danger from them. This kind of danger. It had been a long time since he had felt it, showing that in front of these 9 divine dragons, Zhang Bufan's strength was still too weak. Without wasting any time, Zhang Bufan directly walked to the national fortune pool and injected all 300,000 points of national fortune he had gained into the national fortune pool. In an instant, the national fortune pool's chi luck tumbled, like a fish too suddenly surging into the pool, startling the waves. The original map of China, which was still somewhat confused, became completely visible with the continuous influx of chi, and it was worth mentioning that the southwestern region and the small island countries had also surfaced on top of this map. Obviously, this was due to the devouring of the national fortunes of the two countries, and the 9-headed divine dragon had also received a slight boost due to the increase in its fortunes. The eyes that looked at Zhang Bufan also brought a little appreciation and satisfaction, which was simply a stark contrast to the previous familiarity. After 300,000 of national luck was injected into the national luck pool, it immediately caused a shockwave in China, because countless people only felt that the land under their feet seemed to move, and then the aura in heaven and earth was suddenly several times thicker. A large group of cultivators who were already close to breaking through, but had been delayed in doing so, actually inexplicably broke through in this instant of effort. In addition to the breakthroughs in cultivation, there were also slight breakthroughs in martial skills, intent, and the power of the laws. The crowd couldn't help but place their gaze with the Zhang family room towards. They thanked the Zhang family and Zhang Bufan from the bottom of their hearts. Although they didn't know what had happened, they coincidentally, without exception, firmly believed that this was the means of the Zhang family. In addition to these ordinary cultivators, many of the bigwigs who were already trapped in the top deity realm were also agitated, as they clearly felt that the thing imprisoning their heads had loosened by a sliver. Don't look at just a hint of loosening. For them, this was simply more breathtaking than destroying a country. It was because that realm above the top deity, they had been trying to delve into for hundreds of years, and still hadn't made a great deal of progress. But Zhang Bufan had only been in control of Huaxia for how long, letting them see the dawn of a breakthrough, which made them make up their minds that they must resolutely defend Zhang Bufan's unification. Returning to Huaxia, the first thing Zhang Bufan did was to announce that 4 demanding legions would be assembled in the fastest time possible. All the forces in Huaxia understood that this was to continue the rhythm of a big fight, and they all frantically signed up, fearing that they would miss this monstrous wave. In the face of everyone's intense enrollment, Zhang Bufan also felt very satisfied, because he could see the love for Huaxia in the eyes of the crowd. Only a nation with faith, a nation with love for their own country will have a bright future. Otherwise it's just a pavilion in the air that crumbles at the slightest touch. After roughly 2 days of selection, 200,000 Transcendence Realm cultivators were finally selected together. This number and cultivation level made Zhang Bufan also froze for 2 seconds. At this time he realized that China is really not lacking in geniuses and devil's awe. These cultivators who had repaired to the Transcendence Realm were all geniuses without exception, but they were unable to break through because of their resources. Gold will always shine, but for China, there is gold everywhere, so we need to see how big the gold mine behind the gold is. After Zhang Bufan got the number of 200,000 Transcendence Realm cultivators, he immediately also made up his mind to take the boards that he could take now more quickly. That way, more divine powerhouses could be cultivated. Zhang Bufan divided the 200,000 troops into 4 regiments, named Green Dragon, Xuanwu, Phoenix, and White Tiger. He personally led the Green Dragon and White Tiger Corps to the north, preparing to increase some demonic beasts as battle pets for Huaxia in one breath. The remaining Phoenix and White Tiger, led by Bai Qi, were to launch an attack on the Stick Country in the south. The requirements given by Zhang Bufan were a short period of time and no casualties. God of Kill Bai Qi replied with the words, "Guarantee to complete the mission and leave no enemy troops behind." Chapter 89, The Iron Horseman Kingdom, southeast of China. There are 2 small countries here. One of them is usually the same as the small island country, relying on their own back of the parent country. The country has been provoking China with all kinds of tricks, fearing that it will live for a few more years. After learning that Huaxia had destroyed the small island nation with a thunderbolt, the leader of this country was a little afraid, but thought that his parent country would surely step in to warn him, so he also reluctantly relaxed his heart. But just a few months passed, China suddenly destroyed a total of 19 more countries in the southwest, which sent them all into a panic, because if nothing else, the next target of Huaxia would be them. They rushed to ask for assistance from their own father's country. Unfortunately, their most trusted pro-daddy country had recently been busy fighting other countries in the same state, and had no way to send troops to come to their aid. When they learned of this news, their hearts were half-cooled, and the top brass immediately prepared all kinds of gifts, ready to travel to Huaxia to ask for forgiveness. Unfortunately, before they had the chance to apologize. The spirit-devouring cannon of Huaxia had already bombarded their heads. Immediately afterward, a group of towering Transcendence Realm cultivators, like mad dogs, directly rushed across the borderline and killed their territory. The sky darkened. They knew that if there were no surprises, today would be the day of their demise. The fact was that there were no accidents. In less than 8 hours, Bai Qi reported to the Chinese military ministry that the two southeastern countries were gone without any injuries, easily and without any pressure. No prisoners were taken either. On the other side, the two legions led by Jiang Bufan were already approaching the northern borderline. If the north was taken down again, then the entire Huaxia plate would complete a major upgrade. The entire territorial plate would then be bordered by the sea on the east, south, and north, which would result in much less pressure on defense. And then it would be the time to battle the western countries. There are two countries in the north of Huaxia. One is the Great Bear Country. Domestic cultivators are born with great strength. The same level of the situation. Huaxia cultivators can never get close to them. Otherwise, there is a risk of being torn apart by the hands of the Great Bear Country. But heaven has opened a door for the Great Bear Country cultivator. Then it will definitely close a window for him. The Great Bear Country's achievements in refining pills, refining spirit talismans, etc., were simply impossible to look at. Let's put it this way. A Xian rank alchemist could be called a Dan King in the Great Bear Country, and the odds were that he still couldn't get along from Huaxia and brought running to the Great Bear Country to refine pills. So Huaxia could use mobility and whole impersonal play to attack Great Bear Country. The other is the buffer zone between the two countries, named Iron Cavalry Country. Domestic cultivators are cool to ride demonic beasts a battle. The whole country's war power comes from controlling demonic beasts to fight, especially his army of demonic beasts. Once they came charging in with total disregard and brutality, that scene would make the enemy army less bold by 3 points just by looking at it. In the past, it was 10,000 horses galloping, now it was 10,000 beasts galloping, not the same species, but both had the aura of a broken and terrifying as hell. Jiang Bufan's plan was to continue to use blitzkrieg warfare techniques to first strike out the Iron Cavalry Kingdom, and then wait for Bai Qi to converge with him with the other two legions before. Then he would officially start the battle with the Great Bear Country. If he fought with his current troop strength, he would not necessarily lose, but he would definitely make many soldiers lose their lives. The Great Bear Country is also known as a ruthless character. Wanting to destroy this country without injury is undoubtedly a fool's errand. It is best not to let them delay the battle. Once they delayed the battle time, wait until the climate quickly dropped to sub-zero, and they are the local combat. Coupled with the Western countries watching intently, China will definitely fall into a predicament, and then want to break this predicament. Then the current breath to defeat the Great Bear Country is much more difficult. Just when Jiang Bufan with his army had just arrived at the border between the Iron Cavalry and China, an unexpected scene unfolded, only to see that on the supposedly empty borderline, an imposing army had appeared at some point, and everyone in this army was riding a demonic beast. Some were horses, some were tigers, some were wolves, some were lions, some were snakes. Although they were not all of the same type, on the faces of these beasts, they were all able to discern a bloodthirsty, chilling, cold and poisonous aura. Undoubtedly, these beasts are all existences that have seen blood. Even if their cultivation level is not very high, their battle power is far better than their own realm. Jiang Bufan frowned slightly, and immediately waved his hand for the entire army to pause their advance. The two armies were far apart, and both had a terrifying battle intent and killing intent. The leader of the opposite side was a tiger-backed deity, only to see him riding a fierce tiger, approaching the Chinese formation as if no one else was there, and said to Jiang Bufan, "Our army has been waiting for Huaxia on the borderline for several long days. It is undoubtedly a fool's errand for Huaxia to try to crush our army with a blitzkrieg battle. Now Huaxia has only two choices. One is to fight with our army in a bloody battle with each other, and then both of them will lose, and in the end, it will be cheaper for the Western countries and the Great Bear Country. The second option is to retreat immediately. Our country will never have any retaliation. How about pretending that this has never happened? Our country admits that Huaxia is very strong and does have the strength to exterminate our country. But if we want to exterminate our country, Huaxia will definitely be hit very hard. Why don't we each take a step back and everyone will be better off? How does the Jiang country lord feel about this? State lord? Is this what the Iron Rider Kingdom calls its leaders? It did sound good. Jiang Bufan smiled shallowly, his eyes shooting out a viper-like chill. I didn't expect that the Iron Cavalry Kingdom would actually make preparations in advance. But, are you just sure that you can resist the attack of Huaxia? The leader of the Iron Cavalry nation laughed softly twice. I know that China can suppress us, but how much time will it take? If our hospital guessed wrong, what you guys need most right now is time, right? Although his words were rough, the reasoning was not rough at all. If it were any other country's legions, I'm afraid that they could only temporarily retreat now to ensure that casualties were minimized. However, the Iron Cavalry Nation was facing Huaxia, or Jiang Bufan, who was the only one in Huaxia with a cheating system. Jiang Bufan had unconcern written all over his face regarding the Iron Cavalry Nation leaders Yang Yang. I'll give you 3 seconds to surrender unconditionally, or suffer the consequences. Leader of the Iron Cavalry Nation? He hadn't thought at all that Huaxia would be so strong. Did he really want to fish out of water? This was not the style of Huaxia. From what he knew of Huaxia, hadn't Huaxia always convinced people with reason? Why has it been so violent and arrogant lately? Isn't he afraid that the Western countries will join hands to target him? Just as the leader of the Iron Cavalry Nation wanted to make a mocking remark, Jiang Bufan's countdown had begun. 3. This word 3, like a big mouth, smacked him in the face, which made the already good-faced leader of the Iron Cavalry Nation burn with rage. However, before he could raise his voice to object, Jiang Bufan's voice resounded once again. And, 2. Chapter 90, The 18 Horsemen of Yin Yun. The leader of the Iron Cavalry Nation was now furious. He felt that he had been severely insulted. It was almost as if he was being nakedly bullied, as if he were an ant. Without saying much, he directly turned the head of the demonic beast and returned to the front of his army, quietly waiting for Jiang Bufan's next move. Jiang Bufan still didn't have much of a reaction to this. His tone remained calm as he spoke the last number, which also represented that his patience was all but exhausted. For the Iron Cavalry country's threat, Jiang Bufan from the beginning has been prepared to strong retaliation. Area a second-rate countries. Also do not know where he wants to in Chinese board from the courage of the wrist. Could it be that a certain singer gave him the courage? Simply make people cannot help but laugh. Want to laugh but embarrassed to laugh. When Jiang Bufan's countdown ended, he immediately ordered the entire army to march towards the Iron Rider Nation to finish off the Iron Rider Nation's resistance force as fast as possible. Without any hesitation, the Huaxia Legion immediately attacked the Iron Cavalry Nation in some sort of offensive formation. Not really fast, but hiding endless killing opportunities. Just as the Iron Cavalry Nation wanted to fight with the mobility of the demonic beasts, Jiang Bufan suddenly snapped his fingers, and all of the demonic beasts instantly shivered all over. One by one, they were like frosted eggplants, shrugging their heads and burying them into the ground. The soldiers of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation, and they hurriedly used their hands to clap, their feet to kick, and special means to control them, all of which failed to make the demonic beasts underneath them tremble. There was no way to make the demonic beasts underneath them move. It was as if these demonic beasts had encountered some great terror. They couldn't move a bit at all. Not only is the Iron Cavalry soldiers confused, even the generals of China also feel that their own young master is really sick. I do not know what special means, but also the young master of China. The young master of China is really sick. I do not know what special means. Thousands of miles away, a ringing finger easily forced the Iron Cavalry Nation to stop the army of several finished demonic beasts. In fact, this in Jiang Bufan did not have much means. He only let the 5-clawed dragon and Nirvana Phoenix to the demonic beasts to release their own breath. Among the demonic beasts, there was a strict hierarchy, and in the face of a demonic beast with a bloodline far more terrifying than their own, these demonic beasts of the Iron Cavalry Nation instantly didn't dare to move again. Now, even if the spirit swords of the Chinese army slashed at them, these demonic beasts would only tremble. Not to mention escaping, even if they were to wail, they couldn't do it. This was the suppression from the bloodline. It was simply terrifying as hell. Iron Cavalry soldiers have 50% of their strength in the Iron Cavalry underneath them, and their way of fighting is to unite man and beast in a scheme to fight 2 against 1. However, now that the demonic beasts had all fallen into dead silence, this made them all directly lose 50% of their combat power, and because it happened so suddenly, it suddenly made them panic. This resulted in them not even being able to utilize 30% of their usual strength, and then facing the most elite army of China. The result could be imagined. In just half an hour, the Chinese army killed all the soldiers of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom. Not a single one escaped, leaving the leader of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom alone still resisting. Naturally, this wasn't because he was strong and the Chinese soldiers couldn't take him. It was purely because Jiang Bufan wanted to question him, so the Chinese soldiers didn't lay their hands on him. One of the Chinese deities used a control aptitude to imprison the leader of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom in front of Jiang Bufan. Jiang Bufan smiled shallowly. Tell me, how many troops are left in the Iron Cavalry Kingdom? The leader of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom gritted his teeth. His eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. I have 8 million people in the Iron Cavalry Kingdom. Everyone is a soldier. I will definitely make you pay. Oh, so there are still 8 million. Jiang Bufan nodded, and in his heart, he probably understood what he meant. The trained soldiers of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom should have already been killed off. The rest of the people, although they had been controlling demonic beasts to fight everywhere since they were young, and their battle prowess wasn't light. There was definitely still a gap when compared to the regular military corps. With a single thought, Zhang Bufan's head of the leader of the Iron Cavalry Kingdom landed on the ground, and then ordered the entire army to quickly settle the remaining resistance forces of the hanging Iron Cavalry Kingdom in a sweeping style. 100,000 Transcendence Realm cultivators were like tigers laying down food. One by one, they made use of their respective means of the bottom of the box, and hard in less than half a day, the Iron Rider country was beaten up. At this point, the territory of the Iron Cavalry over was also completely incorporated into the map of Huaxia, and the people of Huaxia, upon hearing this news, once again fell into unconditional trust in Zhang Bufan. The State Lord is 6, easily took down the Iron Rider country. If the State Lord had been the State Lord earlier, I'm afraid that there would only be one country left in the entire world. Us. That's right, one blue star. More than 200 countries. Isn't this a division? Isn't it a betrayal of humanity? Ha ha ha. Haven't you guys forgotten that the great general under the State Lord, General Baichi, has already wiped out the stick country as well, and is now rushing to the north with his legions? TSK. Judging by this current situation, we should want to move against the Great Bear country, right? I don't know how many days the Great Bear country can resist. It shouldn't be so bad that it can't even carry on for a day like the other small countries. No matter what, the Lord will end up planting the Huaxia dragon flag on the territory of the Great Bear country anyway, and then establish a new province. Ha ha ha, I'm going to start preparing for the GWY now, and after the Great Bear country becomes the Great Bear province, I'll directly be the one to sign up for the selection. When you're still fantasizing, I've already picked up my books. When you've picked up your books, I've already started brushing up on the questions long ago. When you've started shagging, I've already started preparing for the interviews. So what are you going to do to compete with me? With all the people in Huaxia in a state of excitement, Zhang Duri's mood was also extraordinarily happy, because the familiar lowly voice once again appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Iron Cavalry Nation, gaining Chi Luck X 100, 000 and National Luck X 100, 000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the two stick countries, gaining Chi Luck X 100,000, National Luck X 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Spirit Summoning Card X2, Legion Summoning Card X2, Great Bear Country Defense Map X1. Since the current conditions didn't allow it, the National Luck and Chi Luck, Zhang Bufan had no intention of moving them for now, and was going to stay and wait to use them when he returned to Huaxia. The Deity Summoning Card, on the other hand, was used immediately, summoning two deities of the Indo-Poison divine lineage, both of which had top-tier deity battle power. Although both treated Zhang Bufan with respect, they always felt shady and cold, so Zhang Bufan let them fight along with the army. He valued this Legion Summoning Card more than the Deity Summoning Card, and hastily used the summoning. As a result, he obtained two legions that were notorious in Chinese history. One was the 18 Horsemen of Yen Yun, each with the battle power of a high-level deity, and when gathered together, even top-tier deities wouldn't dare to mess with them. Moreover, what made them different from ordinary deities was that they possessed extremely high mobility, and were entirely a good means of disrupting the enemy's rear. Another, Chapter 91 Western Ideas. The other legion was the Wei Wu Pawns. There were 50,000 of them in total. All of them were at the Transcendence Realm cultivation level. Just by standing there, it made people feel their scalps go numb. Zhang Bufan was very satisfied, and ordered this legion to be named the God of Slaying, preparing to have Baichi, who was about to return, to command it, as only Baichi could make this legion a perfect killing feast. Next, Zhang Bufan took out a map, which was the current defense map of the Great Bear Country. From the map, it could be seen that the Great Bear Country currently had 3 barriers, where most of the heavy troops in the country were converging. It was obvious that hitting these 3 barriers would be equal to victory. If there was no way to attack them down, then there would be no victory. The Great Bear Country was also a cultivator power, and had placed over 2 million troops on these 3 barriers. All without exception were legions of terrifying strength. Especially on the 3rd barrier, the Great Bear Country sent out its own elite troops, the Great Bear Army. The Great Bear Army had 100,000 men, all of whom were at the Transcendence Realm cultivation level, and each of them was a god of killing who viewed battle success as all that mattered, capable of erupting into a very strong battle force. In the face of this tight arrangement, Zhang Bufan had no good plan for a while, so he had to temporarily rest and quietly wait for Baichi's arrival. However, although there was no war, it didn't mean that the Huaxia Legion 9 didn't have anything to do. They had just defeated the Iron Cavalry Kingdom and were still in the stage of scavenging. The seized resources are still the same as before. 80% will be turned in, and 20% will be kept for themselves. Don't underestimate this 20%. Just 20% of the cultivation resources has already made these generals earn a lot. After all, war wealth is the easiest to earn in the world. In the time that the Chinese army did not attack, the Great Bear Country also learned that the Iron Cavalry Country had been wiped out. They all couldn't help but lament that the current strength of Huaxia was too terrifying. Actually, even the Iron Cavalry Kingdom couldn't carry it for a day. They were also pondering whether the Great Bear Country could carry it off. The outcome was an unknown, yet it had already made them feel a dark cloud hanging over their heads. The senior management of the Great Bear Country piled up all of their troops on the 3 defense barriers along the borderline, and then sent people to notify the Western countries, hoping that they would support them. They hoped that the Western countries would understand the reasoning behind the death of Lips and Teeth, and then surround Wei to save Zhao, attacking Huaxia at this time to alleviate a little of their burden. However, their thoughts were doomed to fail, as Zhang Bufan had already sent people to the Western countries one step ahead of them. As soon as the Western countries heard that China had sent someone, they all gathered together, had a small meeting, and then decided to have reasonable negotiations with China. The person sent by China was Nix, a deity who was already familiar with the West, but who came back to them in the West with an Eastern ploy. The contrast was quite a sight to behold. 30 countries in the West had sent people to El City to discuss with Nix here, trying to figure out the reason why China had come this time. After Ni Lux took his seat, he didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Huaxia wants to join with you all to swallow the territory of the Great Bear Country. What do you all think? The representatives of the Western countries froze for 2 seconds, all a bit unresponsive. Who's a good guy who negotiates as soon as he comes up? However, they also experienced so many negotiations and learned that they could not lose their momentum, so they also replied with an indifferent attitude, saying, Huaxia, this is trying to take a big pie to block us first, then when it's done cleaning up the Great Bear Country, then it will turn around and clean us up, right? Western countries are this idea, so the eyes who let you in full of displeasure, and even have already hidden the idea of wanting to make a move. They knew that the Chinese representative on the opposite side was a top-tier deity, and if they were able to exterminate her, I'm afraid that China would also hemorrhage money. In the face of their questioning, Nix just smiled and shook his head. All of you have misunderstood. Huaxia does not have any thoughts about the Western territories for the simple reason that our cultivation systems are not the same. Huaxia cultivates spiritual power, while the West cultivates holy power, which means that Huaxia taking the West's territory won't serve any purpose. So why should Huaxia contribute to the effort? Secondly, the reason why Huaxia has been on the warpath lately is because its domestic resources are too scarce, so it can only transfer the crisis through this means, and the opponents we picked are all small countries, so the Western countries can rest assured. Besides, we all have a common enemy now, that is the Great Bear Country. The Great Bear Country spans across both of our places, with such a vast territory. Aren't you all moved? Nix's words were very seductive, making all the Western countries feel moved. They listened to Nix's analysis and felt as if this was indeed the case, that Huaxia had fought other places solely because of the transfer of the resource crisis. But with so many resources in one breath, couldn't Huaxia still have enough? Most importantly, after fighting so many battles in a row, Huaxia's army must have gotten tired, and the next battle against the Great Bear Country should be the final battle. Moreover, if Huaxia really had no pressure at all, then why would they ask the Western countries to fight? Did this mean that China was also unsure of being able to destroy the Great Bear Country? The difference in strength between the Great Bear Country and the Western powers was not that great, so since China needed to call in foreign aid to fight the Great Bear Country, wouldn't it be impossible to fight the Western powers as well? The more the Western countries thought about it, the more they felt that the possibility was very great, and the depression in their hearts began to diminish, replaced by the desire to obtain more profits. The representatives of the various countries looked at each other, and they all saw ambition in each other's eyes. As Nix said, the Great Bear Country moving territory was just too big. Even if it needed to be split with China, then they could still make a lot of money. The Western powers pondered a little and then pointed out their request. If we need to join forces with Huaxia, then we need half of the Great Bear Country's land. Half of the land? The appetite of the Western powers was not small. Instead of immediately refusing, Nix waved his hand and used his divine power to visualize a map of the Great Bear Country. He then said in a very light tone, if the Western countries want half of the map, then they need to resist half of the Great Bear Country's troops. Are the Western countries willing to do so? When this sentence came out, the representatives of the Western countries who were originally still excited, were immediately speechless, not knowing how to answer this question. However, there was still a smart country representative. A certain stronger country directly questioned. Words can't be said like that. If we are not willing to attack together with Huaxia, may I ask if chemistry can become the board of the lower Great Bear Country? Even if Huaxia can resist, what if we attack chemistry from the west? What should your excellency do? Threat. This was a naked threat. The implication was that if the Western countries couldn't get half of the territory, then we wouldn't attack the Great Bear Country, and we might attack Huaxia. Chapter 92. Facing the threats from the Western countries, Nix was not the least bit intimidated and only laughed out in disdain. At this time, as long as she had the slightest bit of fear, then the Western countries would stomp their noses and continue to demand more profits. Yoshi's tone was calm, but revealed and undeniable. Gentlemen, you are underestimating Huaxia too much. Huaxia, came to look for cooperation with the idea that we all eat meat together. If this is your attitude, then Huaxia, will just have to swallow this big bear by myself. If the Western powers want to take advantage of Huaxia's attack on the Great Bear Country to spy on Huaxia's territory, then come on, let you and others use all sorts of means. Huaxia, will take them all. At this moment, what emanated from Nix was infinite wariness, as well as infinite self-confidence, as if in his eyes, there was no need for the Western powers to be afraid at all. China seemed to have the absolute strength to be able to deal with the attacks of the Western powers and the Great Bear Country at the same time. The Western powers were a bit confused. They realized that they didn't seem to know anything about China at all. When did China become so tough? According to the attitude of China in the past, it had always been peaceful and basically had no arrogance. But ever since Jiang Bufan became the Lord of China, the entire Huaxia was as if it had been pumped with chicken blood. Not only had it exterminated numerous small countries in a short period of time, but it was also able to face them with such an arrogant attitude. The gap between the two was like a sudden change of country. From the shyness at the beginning, to the present are all unselfish and arrogant. The Western powers were all vaguely intimidated in their hearts, and after a short period of thinking, they still put forward reasonable demands, wanting to fight for some of the rights they should have. Although Huaxia is powerful, it's impossible for one country to overcome the whole world. How about this? Using the Black Dragon Pool mountain range as the dividing line, the west side belongs to us, and the east side belongs to Huaxia. How about it? This condition was more reasonable. Before Nix set off, Jiang Bufan told him that he could agree if this was the condition. But who was Nix? A king in the darkness, whose grasp of the human heart could be described as absolute certainty. She could tell in an instant that the Western powers had no certainty. What did this mean? It showed that this was not the bottom price of the Western powers, and as a representative of Jiang Bufan, Nix of course wanted to fight for more benefits for her child. Thus, adept at acting, she shook her head slightly and continued to brainwash the representatives of the Western countries, saying, if we go by the division of all of you, in reality, Huaxia has suffered a great loss. After all, we have to face the main battle force of the Great Bear Country head-on. The Western powers naturally knew that they would indeed take a small advantage, but if they didn't divide it that way, they felt that the benefits weren't worth it for them to fight against the Great Bear Nation. So when Nix objected, their faces all got a little bad. Nix also completely saw what was going on in their hearts, so he smiled lightly. However, Huaxia can give all of these maps to the Western countries, but there is also a condition. If you guys can accept it, then now I can clap on behalf of Huaxia. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. If you guys agree, then you can cooperate, and what you want can also be given to you. But on the contrary, if you don't agree, then there is absolutely no need for cooperation, and the territory you want will need to rely on your own strength. The representatives of the Western countries all knew that Nix's conditions should be very harsh, or else Huaxia shouldn't have agreed to their idea of wanting territory so easily. But as things stood, there was no way for them to refuse in the face of such a large piece of cake. As long as the conditions required by Huaxia weren't too outrageous, they would be able to grit their teeth and accept it. It was only because the lure of the Great Bear Country's plate was too great that they couldn't control their inner greed anymore. The representatives of the Western countries looked at each other twice, then nodded unanimously, representing that they needed to hear what the conditions were before they could make a decision. Seeing this, Nix knew in his heart that the greedy fish had already taken the bait, and the smile on his face naturally grew even wider, making people feel even more somewhat devious. Huaxia's condition is that the territory can be returned to you, but now the cultivation resources on the territory. Huaxia, need to pick 30% first. How about it? 30% of the cultivation resources. This was what Nix herself had temporarily asked for from the Western countries. She wanted to ask for more of these resources to cultivate more deities for her children, lest the next time she needed to negotiate with someone, there would be no one available under her own child, and she could only let this old mother of hers leave her child and come to negotiate in pity. She didn't want to leave her own child, and it was obvious that Nix was a child baby mom. In the face of this condition, the Western powers did a little thinking, and after discussing with each other for a while, they decided to agree to Nix's condition. Anyway, what China wanted wasn't much, just a mere 30%, which was completely acceptable to them, and all of them felt that they could agree to it. On top of that, they didn't want to cause this cooperation to fail because of their own greed. After all, the lure of the Great Bear Country's land was just too great for them. So the representatives of the Western powers nodded once again, a natural smile finally spreading on their faces. Happy cooperation. A flowery smile also bloomed on Nix's face. Happy cooperation. Next they had a long discussion around the timing of the troops, the number of troops, the intensity of the attack, and so on. Although it seemed troublesome, it was already able to show that the Western powers were ready to go to war. At this time, the representative of the Great Bear Country finally arrived at the borderline of the Western countries in a hurry, and just as he stepped onto the borderline, hundreds of guns were already aimed at him. The representative of the Great Bear Country was confused for a moment, then choked up and explained, "I am the representative of the Great Bear Country, and I have come to discuss things with each of your countries, and I would also like to ask you to be able to report to the person in charge of your country." In the face of his request, the soldier with the gun did not pause for a moment, and immediately loaded the bullets. His tone was cold, and he warned in a loud voice that could not be questioned, "Our army is in contact with the Great Bear Country. Our army does not have any contact with the Great Bear Country's army. Please stay away from the borderline immediately. If you do not leave voluntarily, our army has the right to shoot to kill." What? The representative of the Great Bear Country was confused to the limit. The task given to him by the leader of the Great Bear Country was to persuade the Western powers to attack Huaxia, in order to reduce the pressure of the Great Bear Country on Huaxia. But now, he didn't even have a chance to meet the Western powers, so how could he persuade them? He wanted to request some more, but the opposite side directly aimed their guns at him, and it was not hard to see from the eyes of the opposite side sergeant that, if he didn't leave again, these people would really strike, and then he would lose his life like this. The representative of the Great Bear Country had no choice but to greatly withdraw to his country's border first, and then think of a way out. Chapter 93 Rest and Recuperation. When Bai Qi led his troops to join Zhang Bufan chose to attack the Great Bear Kingdom immediately and informed the Western powers to attack together. The two sides attacked from the east and the south, catching the Great Bear Kingdom by surprise. The Great Bear Country had deployed 80% of its military strength in defense of Huaxia, but it never expected that the Western powers would actually backstab him. Don't the Western countries know what is the lips and teeth cold? The senior management of the Great Bear Country was furious, but also stayed sober, and immediately drew out half of the troops from the third line of defense to block the attack of the Western powers. They didn't hope that they could hold back the Western powers, they only hoped to slow down the speed of their attacks, and after they were sure to stabilize China's offensive, they would then deploy their troops to eliminate all the Western countries' armies. Their idea is very good, but unfortunately, they are too high on their own army's combat power, and too low on the combat power of the Chinese army. When Bai Qi came back with his army, Zhang Bufan handed over the command to him. As a famous Chinese general, Bai Qi naturally had his own unique way of leading the army, and after a short analysis, he immediately used the battle method of fire coverage, demonic beasts dispersing the formation, and the legion going up to make up for it. First of all, Bai Qi mobilized a bunch of spirit-devouring cannons, as if they didn't need any money, and tilted 50% of the shells that he brought to the battlefield this time towards the first line of defense. Without a doubt, the first line of defense of Great Bear Country instantly suffered heavy losses, and fortunately, they had a defensive style, which allowed them to still have some soldiers left. The shells stopped bombing, just as these soldiers gathered and prepared to re-establish their defense. A bunch of red-eyed demonic beasts were like playing chicken blood, directly dispersing their formation. Before they could react, the butcher's knife of the Chinese army had already fallen on their heads. This also represented that the first of the three lines of defense that the Great Bear Nation had painstakingly built was declared to be easily broken. After the defense line was breached, Zhang Bufan ordered all the enemy soldiers to be given a different place to live. For example, the 10,000 soul streamers. So these soldiers and soldiers of the Great Bear Country were stuffed into different 10,000 soul streamers. In less than a day, Huaxia had achieved a big stage victory, which made the Great Bear Country panic all of a sudden. However, unlucky things always happened one after another. The legions of the Western powers also managed to eliminate the border troops of the Great Bear Country, and again took advantage of the fact that the reinforcements had not arrived to place a heavenly net. Undoubtedly, the reinforcements of the Great Bear Country were all annihilated at a small cost. Both sides of the war have been dealt a severe blow. The senior management of the Great Bear Country panicked, and before they could react, the news that Huaxia had begun to storm the second barrier came back. After capturing the first line of defense, Bai Qi did not let his troops rest, but instead blasted all the remaining artillery shells into the second line of defense. Then he continued to let the demonic beast swarm charge into the enemy's position. But since the enemy was already prepared this time, and the demonic beast swarm that had experienced a battle had been reduced by 30%, therefore, the demonic beast swarm did not directly disperse the second camp, but it also caused them incalculable losses. Just as the Great Bear Country was breathing a sigh of relief, the Chinese army, under the guardianship of a certain deity's dark avenue, appeared on their position like ghosts. As soon as the two sides met, a fierce battle immediately erupted, and during the course of the fierce battle, the people from the Chinese army joined the battlefield without resistance. 2 hours later, the battle ended and the second line of defense became a complete mountain of blood, with countless limbs and arms randomly thrown in place. Capturing the second line of defense meant that a quarter of the Great Bear Country's territory had already been occupied by Huaxia. Bai Qi did not immediately launch an attack on the third line of defense, but temporarily chose to recuperate, allowing the Chinese army to get a short rest. After paying the price of taking half of the elite troops of the Great Bear Country, the Western powers were so enraged that they directly sent their powerful troops to speed up the attack. The Great Bear Country panicked like an old dog. Seeing the temporary truce in China, he could not care less and directly transferred all the troops in the third line of defense to the west, and Bai Qi waited for this effect. Less than half an hour after they left, the Chinese soldiers quickly mounted the third line of defense and planted the Chinese flag on it. The Western powers didn't know that the Great Bear Kingdom would be desperate, so they were directly caught off guard when facing the Great Bear Kingdom's reinforcements. As a result, they lost the lives of many of their soldiers, but by relying on their base of soldiers to fight, their cultivation was too high, so they were barely able to fight against them. The Great Bear Country lost its 3 lines of defense against Huaxia and was beaten in the west. The top brass decided to fight with their backs against the wall after thinking about it. They concentrated all the domestic militia, reserves, middle-aged, all concentrated in the capital, then abandoned all territorial guards in preparation for a battle to decide the outcome. With this withdrawal, Huaxia immediately sent people to occupy it, and then converged with the armies of the western countries, and together they launched an onslaught on the capital of the Great Bear Country. After a day of fighting, all of the living combatants of the Great Bear Country died, representing the complete demise of this country, disappearing into the long river of Blue Star history. When the Western powers were ready to divide the territory with Huaxia as agreed, the Huaxia army suddenly turned their guns around and exterminated the elites present with an unimaginable firepower. If it was just legion against legion, the Western powers might still have a fighting chance, and if they were not defeated, they would still be able to resist for some time. However, Huaxia didn't talk about martial virtues at all, and came up with a round of bombardment from thousands of deities. In just 2 hours, the elites of the Western countries were all wiped out, and China occupied the entire territory of the Great Bear Country, shocking the entire world. On top of that, after resting for 12 hours, the Chinese army actually launched an onslaught of attacks on the Western countries from both the western and northern directions. The generals leading the army were all top gods. There was the monkey general who held a stick and cracked the sky and earth with one blow. There was the terrifying child general who stepped on the wind and fire wheel and brought flames with every blow. There was the red-faced man who rode a steed and shouted pitbull to everyone he saw. Together, the Western powers might be able to engage in some battles with Huaxia, but now that they were all facing different attacks, there was no way for them to join together. Moreover, the Chinese attacked as if they didn't want to die. Some warriors had their 2 hands chopped off, and they still bit a soldier hard with their teeth and died with a big smile. Under this kind of fearless attack, soon, the Western powers declared their destruction one after another, and Huaxia instantly became the most powerful country in the entire Blue Star. It was also the only superpower in the entire Blue Planet that possessed 2 continents. After resolving the Western powers, Huaxia made a temporary truce and began a 2.5-year-long recuperation. Chapter 94 The Grand Finale. 2.5 years later, there was a huge change in the pattern of the entire Blue Planet. Of the original 200 countries, there are only 2 superpowers left. Although Huaxia has been recuperating, it can't help that some of its generals are going out for 2 laps every day when they don't have anything to do. The leader is that monkey, and the children who don't mind things every day. And even Nix is also fooling around with them because he sees how cute the children are. Under the leadership of these restless deities, China has inexplicably gained 3 more continents of territory, and the remaining 2 continents have fallen into the hands of the small island country's original parent country. The small island nation's own father country, with the country's name being the Rice Empire, had originally been busy attacking the continent territories that were close to their own. When the Rod State asked for their help, they thought that China's attack on the Rod State would just allow them to focus on their attack. Therefore, they immediately chose to abandon the Stick country, allowing it to stall the attention of the Chinese High Command. However, it was because of this oversight that Huaxia actually quickly attacked the Great Bear Country in a short period of time, and then swallowed the Western powers like a vicious tiger. This was completely out of the imagination of the Rice Empire, and when they reacted and wanted to stop the speed of Huaxia's attack, they didn't expect Huaxia to announce another respite, giving up the pace of continuing the attack. This made them feel that they had made a big wrong move, but at this point in time, the Rice Empire could only choose to do its best to take another continent's territory. Then time came to the present, with Huaxia occupying 5 continents, becoming the most terrifying superpower of the Blue Star. As for the original Blue Star overlord, the Rice Empire silently wept, and was prepared to engage in a bloody battle with Huaxia. Everyone knows that there will only be one country left in the blue planet, and whoever wins will be the master of the blue planet, and will be able to represent the strongest fighting force of the blue planet. In Huaxia, Zhang Bufan opened his eyes from the cultivation room. After destroying so many countries, his chi luck was boosted by leaps and bounds. He then utilized this chi luck to make his cultivation, horizontal training cultivation, degree of comprehension of the great Tao, and so on and so forth on the board, all of which were raised to the limit. On top of that, he had obtained countless deity summoning cards, as well as legion summoning cards that were capable of summoning out deities. This meant that not only did his own strength get a sudden boost, but even the comprehensive national power of China was also horribly boosted. Host, Zhang Bufan. Technique, Heaven Swallowing and Earth Devouring Technique, Chaos Grade. Taicho Body Casting Technique, Chaos Grade. Physique, Causal Immortal Body, Invincible. Cultivation Level, Top Deity. Horizontal Cultivation, Top Level Saint. Martial Skills, 10,000 Elephants Rushing, Lower Heavenly Grade, Perfect. Springborn and Autumn Killing, Lower Heavenly Grade, Perfect. Withered Tree Rejuvenation, Middle Heavenly Grade, Perfect. Demon King's Hand Earth Order Extreme Grade, Perfect. Click to open Collapsed Message. Intent Blazing Fire Avenue, 100. Withered Wood Avenue, 100%. Cold Ice Avenue, 100%. Thick Earth Avenue, 100%. Killing Avenue, 100%. Chi Luck 99999999999 strands. National Luck 9999999999999 strands. Summon Deities Sun Wukong, Neza, Nix, Guan Yu, Erlang Shun, Bai Qi. Summon Legions Yin Yin 18 Riders. White Robe Army, Shi Jia Army, Xin Army, Wei Wu Pawns. Comprehensive evaluation of the host has become the top battle force in the entire world, and no longer needs the assistance of the system. Please host through your own efforts to reach that realm that no one has ever reached. The system will finally burn its last drop of energy. Zhang Bufan had already reached the strongest cultivation system of the Blue Star. No matter if it was his physical body, or his spiritual cultivation, there was no way for him to further improve. He only felt that there was a kind of shackle on him, locking him firmly in place, and no matter how much more he improved, there was no way to reach a qualitative leap. It was only after speaking with the other top deities within the family that he realized that everyone felt this way, and that it wasn't that they didn't have the heavenly talent to ascend, it was that they simply didn't know how to improve themselves, as if the path forward had been cut off hard by some kind of terrifying existence. Zhang Bufan didn't know how to solve this problem. After thinking about it, he decided to write off the Rice Empire first. The reason why Huaxia would take a break for 2.5 years was that he wanted to watch the Rice Empire swallow the territory of the two continents, and then Huaxia would take the Rice Empire. In that case, Huaxia would need to settle just one country to become the strongest country in Blue Star. After 2.5 years of recuperation, the number of top-level deities that Huaxia possessed reached the tens of thousands, and the number of deities reached 100,000 or so. This didn't include the deities he had summoned, and the legions of deities. With such a terrifying foundation, the day Zhang Bufan left the gate, he quickly summoned the deities and prepared for a battle with the Rice Empire to decide the king. In this battle, whoever won would be able to become the spokesperson of Blue Star, counting as the strongest bearer of Blue Star. Therefore, both the Huaxia and the Rice Empire were prepared for a do-or-die situation. Both sides agreed to fight this battle on a small island. For this level of war, all the plots and tricks are no longer very useful. One could only fight hard and see who was more powerful, whose top-level battle power was more dominant. In order to separate the true soul superpower, under the leadership of Sun Wukong, Erlang Shun, and Nix, the Huaxia army pounced on the Rice army in a state of fearlessness. The Great Rice Country Legion wasn't jealous either. Everyone erupted with their peak combat power and broke out into battle with the soldiers of the Huaxia Legion. This battle was the pinnacle battle of two countries, and two peoples, representing the battle of two civilizations. In this battle, limbs and broken arms were everywhere. The soldiers of both countries exuded horrifying killing intent. One by one, even if they died, they wanted to bring the other party down to hell. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, the ground was dyed red, and bodies were floating in the rivers. The entire Huaxia and the Rice Empire both exploded with 200% of their combat power, and with a golden rooster crowing, the battle was finally over. The final result was that Huaxia, with the number and quality of its own deities, as well as the horrors of the Legion's battle spirit, had hardened the Rice Empire and completely subdued it. Zhang Bufan then immediately ordered the full capture of the remaining 2 continental territories, and after taking 2 days, the entire landmass of the Blue Star all fell into the hands of Huaxia. Zhang Bufan also went from being known as the Lord of Huaxia to the current Lord of Blue Star. After becoming the Lord of the Blue Star, Zhang Bufan's cultivation had faltered, and after a few days of cultivation and enlightenment, he managed to break through to the realm behind the top deity. This realm was carefree, his battle power was boundless, there was nothing that could bind him, it was like the most spontaneous battle power in the world. Zhang Bufan named it Immortal Hegemony Realm. Thus, Zhang Bufan became the most terrifying existence in the Blue Star, becoming the most powerful with his own battle power. Everyone in Blue Star called him Immortal Bastard Divine Spirit. This is Zhang Bufan's story. He didn't have too much suffering at first sight, and with the system's support, he eventually became the topmost existence in that world. This is the story of Zhang Bufan. He became the person he most wanted to become. Everyone in front of the screen, so are you able to become the person you most want to become? Somewhere in the world, Zhang Bufan is looking at you, hoping that you guys can become the self that you most want to become. You will definitely become the person you want to be the most. End of book.